Everyone in this world is desperately hunting beasts to earn a century-long soul ring. But you've just arrived, you haven't done a single thing yet. The duration of your soul ring is skyrocketing. +1 +1 +1. The shrill notification sounds blend into a continuous stream, and rows of golden numbers dance before your eyes. You look at the 10-year beast you've just slain. The pale soul ring has barely been placed on the fiend-slaying spear when it begins to mutate under the influx of points. 100-year yellow, 1,000-year purple, 10,000-year black. Just as you grip the spear's hilt, ready to push it to its limits, ding. Points consumed. First soul ring breaks through to 10,000 years. A soul ring as black as ink encircled your body, and the terrifying power enough to burst your blood vessels made your whole body tremble. You licked your lips. Your primal dragon essence must be nourished with a 100,000-year blood-red soul ring. Feng traveled to a high martial arts world and obtained the Infinite Soul Master Enhancement System, which generates points every second. These points can be used to enhance soul ring durations, soul skills, soul bones. While other souls are still common grade, low grade, or medium grade, Feng possesses 2 souls at once, an innate grade fiend-slaying spear and a supreme grade primal dragon essence. While others' first soul rings are only 10 or 100 years old, Feng's first soul ring is already 10,000 years old, then 100,000 years old. What? You have a 100,000-year soul ring? Sorry, but my lowest tier soul rings are all 100,000 years old, and I've even got 1 million year, 10 million year, and even 100 million year soul rings. Chapter 1, Soul Ring with the fastest age increase minimum 100,000 years. Jianchang, Changde No. 7 High School. Have you heard? Feng's soul awakening this time only yielded a common grade. His life is as good as over. Yeah, you're right. What a waste of his perfect academic scores. Rumor has it the Soul Association has blacklisted Feng. Even our principal, for the sake of No. 7 High School's honor, has already expelled him. No way. After all, Changde No. 7 High School has never produced a single common grade before. What the hell kind of crappy place is this? Feng stared speechlessly at the world before him. Just a second ago, he'd been in his office helping the boss's wife who wore lace unclog a drain. He never expected that the very next second, he'd be transported to this parallel world called Blue Star. Immediately, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Blue Star was a world parallel to Earth, except that here, the age of superpowers had dawned. When everyone turned 18, they would awaken something called a soul. And during the awakening ceremony just moments ago, Feng had only awakened the lowest quality common grade, undoubtedly becoming the laughingstock of the entire Changde No. 7 High School. What a disastrous start! Feng muttered to himself. But as a bookworm who'd been devouring tomato yellow novels for years, he knew that the worse the start, the more powerful the cheat would be. Ding! The Infinite Growth Soul Master System has been activated. A beginner's starter pack is now being distributed to the host. Current system level, 1. Gains 1 point per second. +1. +1. Infinite Growth Soul Master System? Feng immediately checked the system's functions and discovered that it accumulated 1 point per second. As his level increased, it would accumulate even more per second, and there were many uses for these points. 1 point equals 1 mana boost equals 1 soul ring cap increase. Holy crap, that's awesome! Feng exclaimed, then opened the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the innate grade soul fiend-slaying spear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the supreme grade soul primal dragon essence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 10 innate full mana. Twin souls? A 10-level jump in one go? Feng was completely taken aback by this sudden surprise. After all, since the dawn of the era of superpowers, only 3 cases of twin souls had ever been recorded worldwide. And in the past century, not a single twin soul had appeared anywhere on the planet. As for someone with innate full mana and twin souls, Feng was definitely the first. But what the heck are innate grade and supreme grade? Feng was immediately puzzled. As an academic star with perfect scores in his schoolwork, he was naturally well versed in soul quality classifications. Based on awakening quality, souls are divided into common grade, low grade, medium grade, high grade, peak grade, and the legendary celestial grade, which is currently the highest quality recorded. As for innate grade and supreme grade, Feng had never even heard of them. I'd better open my personal panel and take a look first. Immediately, a panel appeared. Host, Feng. Mana, level 10. First Soul, Fiend Slaying Spear innate grade. The minimum duration for the first soul ring is 10,000 years. It can be continuously upgraded as mana level increases. Soul Ring, none. Soul Skill, none. Second Soul, Primal Dragon Essence Supreme Grade. The minimum duration for the first soul ring is 100,000 years. It can be continuously upgraded as the mana level increases. Soul Ring, none. Soul Skill, none. Never mind. Maybe my current knowledge isn't sufficient yet. I'll check again after I enroll in Soul University. Feng didn't dwell on it, but one thing was certain. These two souls were definitely more powerful than the legendary celestial grade. According to records, celestial grade souls are only red, whereas these two were golden. After putting away the souls in the system, Feng headed home. But just as he took a few steps, a stunning figure blocked his path. Feng, let us break up, Ruyan said with disdain. She was Feng's girlfriend, and from his memories, Feng knew that Ruyan had always been a vain woman. She'd only agreed to date him because his academic scores had consistently been perfect, making him the envy of the entire school. But now that Feng was merely common grade, she naturally considered him unworthy of her. Feng, in this day and age, good grades alone aren't enough. It's all about soul quality. Only I am worthy of Ruyan. Immediately, several more figures approached. Leading the group was Bin, who had previously been one of Ruyan's suitors. However, Ruyan had rejected him, so he harbored a grudge against Feng ever since and had long been plotting his revenge. This time, he finally found his chance. What's more, Bin had just awakened a medium-grade soul, the highest quality soul in the entire Changda No. 7 high school. His henchmen all possessed low-grade souls as well, so in their eyes, Feng was definitely in for a severe beating today. Guys, go all out, Bin bellowed, and his henchmen all charged forward. Luo. Thwack! 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 But before he could even finish his taunt, those henchmen were kicked like soccer balls by Feng, sent flying over 10 meters away and knocked unconscious on the spot. What? Bin and Ruyan were instantly stunned. Wasn't Feng supposed to be a common grade soul? How could his combat power be so formidable? Those henchmen were low-grade beast souls. They had incredibly strong physiques, yet they were knocked unconscious with just a few kicks? Don't think I, Bin, am any different from these useless fools. Fine, today I'll just smack. Feng took care of Bin and the others in just a few moves. With this kind of combat power, he'd definitely make it into the top 50 in the province at the martial arts exam in 7 days, and then he'd skyrocket to fame. Feng, you have to believe me, Bin forced me to do all that just now. Ruyan stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Feng's arm, and sobbed. Feng, if you're still angry, just hit me. Ruyan was playing hard to get. As Feng's girlfriend, she knew him very well. As long as she cried, he would definitely soften his heart and comfort her. There was no way he'd hit her. Smack! However, something Ruyan hadn't expected happened. The next second, she was sent flying by a slap, spinning 720 degrees in the air before hitting the ground, then rolling another 10 or so meters before coming to a stop. Well, you all saw that she asked me to hit her. I've never heard of a request like that in my whole life, Feng said with an innocent look, addressing the onlookers. After the slap, Feng felt a sense of relief and prepared to head home. It was already late, and tomorrow he planned to go to Beast Forest to obtain his first soul ring. Chapter 2, Is this freaking an awakened one? After returning home, Feng realized he was an orphan. The original hostess' parents had been killed during a beast invasion years ago. However, as someone who had traveled through time, he felt this was for the best. After a quick dinner, Feng began reviewing information on the nearby beast wilderness area. Since he was going to obtain a soul ring tomorrow, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain. Once he was familiar with the area, Fong went to bed early. After all, he'd be hunting beasts tomorrow, so he needed to be well rested. The next day arrived quickly. Fong opened the system and checked his points. +1. +1. Available points. Level up quest, kill 100 beasts over 10 years old. Upon completion, the system will level up to level 2. After a night of accumulating points, Fong discovered he now had over 50,000 points. According to the system's functions, these points could be exchanged for mana to level up or to extend the lifespan of a soul ring. But since he was currently at level 10 and couldn't continue leveling up without a soul ring, he'd have to wait until he obtained one before using them. After heading out, Fong found the special bus to the wilderness area. There were dedicated buses throughout Changde City, all offering direct service. His destination today was a wilderness area called Liuye Lake. This wilderness zone was over 100 kilometers from the city, so it took Fong nearly an hour to reach the area near the wilderness zone. Young man, judging by your appearance, you've just awakened your soul, haven't you? It's dangerous to go to the wilderness zone alone. How about it, would you like to consider hiring a power leveling team? We're the Monxiang Power Leveling Team, professional power levelers, each with 2.5 years of experience. As soon as he got off the bus, Fong was approached by all sorts of power leveling teams. These groups either helped players obtain soul rings or took them into the wilderness to slay beasts, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the exam grounds in advance. Although they were quite professional, their prices were exorbitant, starting at 100,000. Fong simply didn't have that kind of money. Besides, with his twin souls and innate full mana, did he even need this? Thanks, but no thanks. After politely turning down a whole bunch of power leveling groups, Fong had just reached the edge of the wilderness when he ran into another short man with an extremely sleazy look on his face. Hey, kid, you're here alone, right? Got a map? If not, I can give you one for free. The sleazy man flashed a lecherous grin. Fong knew full well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. A map of the wilderness zone sells for 2,000 each. Why would this man be so kind as to give him one for free? Therefore, Fong concluded that this man must be a member of an evil soul master organization. They used the pretext of giving away free maps to lure lone awakened ones into the hands of human experimentation organizations. Sure. Fong agreed without hesitation. Oh, young man, I'm sorry I don't have the map on me right now. It's south in the little grove up ahead. Let me take you there. The sleazy man came up with another excuse. Fong didn't hesitate and followed him all the way in, which made the sleazy man's face break into a wide grin. He thought to himself, this awakener is way too easy to fool, isn't he? What he didn't know, however, was that Fong had already prepared for this. The sleazy man was only level 12 and posed absolutely no threat to him. Following him in would not only get him a free map, but also give him a chance to pull off a heist. Fong had heard that members of the Evil Soul organization were all incredibly wealthy. And he happened to need money right now. So, the two of them quickly entered the grove. Once they were deep inside the grove, the sleazy man suddenly turned around, flashing a sinister grin. Ah, kid, it's your own fault for being so young. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. I'll tell you the truth, I'm an evil soul master. Want me to give you an award? Fong said indifferently. What? You're not afraid of me? Fong's single remark left the short man completely dumbfounded. In the past, whenever awakened ones heard he was an evil soul master, they'd either wet themselves or freeze in terror. And this awakened one actually wanted to give him an award? Had he been scared out of his mind? Never mind, knock him out first. First soul skill, Poison Ivy Entanglement. The short guy's soul took the form of blue poison ivy, which not only entangled and restrained but also released toxins. The very next second, a vine surged up from beneath Fong's feet. Whoosh! But Fong was simply too fast. In the next instant, he had already appeared right behind the short guy. What? That fast? The short man's pupils contracted. He'd seen plenty of awakened ones, but this was the first time he'd ever seen someone with such lightning-fast reflexes before even acquiring a soul ring skill. Crack! Before the short man could react, his entire body was sent flying backward, smashing through and snapping more than a dozen large trees. My life-saving armor as shattered? The short man looked down at his alloy armor, a piece of equipment he'd bought at great expense, one that had saved his life several times before. It had once withstood an attack from a level 21 Grandmaster's second Soul Master without breaking, yet now it had been shattered by an Awakener's brute force? Cough, cough. The short man coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggled to his feet, and stared at Feng in disbelief. Is this guy really an Awakener? He'd dared to take on an Awakener precisely because they were so low level and lacked soul skills. He'd felt completely invulnerable. But he never expected to run into such a tough nut to crack today. At this point, there was no escaping. His eyes darted around, and he immediately pulled out all his savings, along with some valuable potions and gear, all in cash, totaling well over 30,000. Since the evil Soul Masters were a criminal organization, they couldn't open bank accounts under their real names, so they carried only cash. Young man, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, all this is yours. Smack! Feng slapped him dead with a single blow. You fool, even if I kill you, it's still mine. After killing the short man, Feng looked at the pitiful corpse without the slightest discomfort or disgust. On the contrary, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Next, he began to tally his spoils. First up was over 30,000 in cash, 3 vials of mana restoration potions. Feng had seen these in stores before, where a single vial sold for as much as 1,500. 3 vials came to 4,500, and with the other potions and a piece of alloy weaponry, the total value of this haul was roughly 50,000. And a storage ring? After rummaging through the corpse, Feng was overjoyed once more. This storage ring was a real treasure, crafted from a spatial stone. Although this particular storage ring was the smallest in size, its price was still as high as 100,000. As the saying goes, no one gets rich without a windfall, and no horse gets fat without night feed. Feng mused, then checked what was inside the storage ring. He found it was all rather unsavory stuff, erotic novels like The Golden Lotus, and even quite a few pairs of lace panties and stockings. Feng recalled that a perverted stocking thief had recently been on the loose in town. He never expected to run into him today. Well, that worked out in his favor. Chapter 3, Excuse me, move over, I can't stop in time. After dealing with the short guy, Feng followed the map and entered the inner ring of the wilderness zone. The outer ring had relatively few beasts, and even if he encountered any, they were mostly low-level beasts. They were simply incapable of producing a soul ring. Only beasts of at least the 10th grade level could do that. Once inside the central zone, Feng didn't dare let his guard down. But even at just 30 years old, it was a formidable killer in the wilderness zone. Countless people had perished at its jaws, and even some instructors from power leveling groups had fallen victim to it. Roar! The blazing tiger roared once more, then pushed off with its hind legs and charged forward with ferocious speed. Crack! Feng's fiend slaying spear pierced right through the blazing tiger's skull, as easily as piercing a sheet of white paper, which even surprised Feng a little. Since the blazing tiger's head was its most heavily defended area, covered in scales, yet it was still taken down so easily with a single thrust, it seemed that this innate grade weapon soul was indeed exceptionally sharp. After the blazing tiger died, a white soul ring rose from its corpse, but Feng chose not to absorb it, not because the soul ring was only 10 years old. In fact, the age of a soul ring wasn't particularly important to Feng. After all, he had the system, which could extend its lifespan on its own once absorbed, to a certain extent. Absorbing a lower age soul ring was actually safer than a higher age one, because with a higher age soul ring, there was a risk of his body being blown apart. The reason Feng didn't absorb it was because he'd learned in his theory classes that if the blazing tiger's soul ring turned out to be a beast soul, the soul skill he'd gain would most likely be Tiger Claw Strike. That soul skill was rather useless. And if it were an artifact soul, the soul skill he'd gain after absorbing its soul ring would likely be even more useless. With a soul of such high quality, Feng naturally wanted to acquire a truly powerful soul skill. After all, you can't pass the martial arts exam without one. Ha! What is going on here? Feng suddenly noticed that the fiend's slaying spear seemed to be absorbing the blood from the blazing tigress corpse. The gushing blood flowed directly from the spearhead into the shaft. Roar! At that moment, another soul, the supreme grade soul, primal dragon essence, also showed signs of activity. After Feng released it, the primal dragon essence actually devoured the blazing tigress soul ring outright. Could it actually evolve? Feng asked in disbelief. Generally speaking, souls capable of devouring flesh and blood soul rings can evolve. Such cases have been documented in soul history. As for what it would evolve into, Feng had no idea at the moment. Given the quality of these two souls, it would surely require a massive amount of devouring to continue evolving, wouldn't it? The blazing tigress corpse, after being devoured, was now nothing but a skeleton. As for the beast core, Feng didn't find one after all, since it was used to craft mana potions. Not every beast possessed one. Continuing onward, Feng encountered a few more beasts, but unfortunately, they were all over 30 years old, far below Feng's expectations, so he had no choice but to have his soul devour them. Have you heard? A wind spider king has appeared in the inner ring of the wilderness. They say it's 300 years old, and several beast hunting parties have already suffered losses at its hands. But it seems the wind spider king has gone into hiding again, and no one can find it for the time being. It said that the wind spider king has the Black Panther beast? If we capture the Black Panther beast, wouldn't the wind spider king's south hiding place be revealed? Rumor has it that the Great Wind Hunting Squad is currently in pursuit of the Black Panther beast. Apparently, they're over in Shards Valley. Just as Feng was fretting over his soul ring soul skill, he overheard whispers from some beast hunting squads passing by. This not only delighted Feng. The Wind Spider King wasn't just a beast with pure beast bloodlines, but one of exceptionally high quality, the sort that wouldn't normally appear in wilderness areas like this. Now that it had appeared, wasn't this a perfect opportunity tailored just for him? Moreover, according to his theoretical studies, once the Wind Spider King's soul ring was absorbed, it would be extremely compatible with the soul vessel, and the resulting soul skills would be exceptionally powerful. Opening his map, Feng set off towards Scattered Stone Valley, hoping the Great Wind Squad wouldn't capture the Black Panther beast before he did. The journey from here to Rubble Valley was about a dozen li. Feng feared the Black Panther beast might not withstand the hunting squad's siege, so he cranked his mana output to maximum. His movements became as swift as a shadow. Along the way, Feng didn't even bother turning whenever he encountered a giant tree. He simply plowed right through it, a veritable environmental disaster. Before long, Feng gradually approached Shattered Rock Valley. Right in the center of the valley, the Great Wind Hunting Squad had indeed surrounded the Black Panther beast, but the situation wasn't looking good. Because the Black Panther beast had set up an ambush in Shattered Rock Valley in advance, and since it was a 200-year-old beast with many minions, the Great Wind Squad had suffered heavy losses. Only 6 members remained at that moment. Captain, what do we do? We've run out of mana potions, and we're all so badly injured. The entrance to the Valley of Shards is blocked by a boulder. I'm afraid we're done for today. Be confident, drop the 4. At that moment, the Black Panther beast across from them spoke in human language. Now let me kill you all. The Black Panther beast grinned savagely as it advanced. Boom! But just then, a massive explosion rang out. Instantly, the boulder blocking the entrance to Shattered Rock Valley crumbled into dust, and a dark shadow charged straight toward them. The shadow was, of course, Feng, going full throttle. Since it was his first time pushing to the limit, he couldn't control his mana or speed and had lost some control. Sorry, move out of the way, I can't stop in time. Thud. Feng felt as if he'd hit something and finally came to a stop after the impact. Looking closely, he saw the big wind squad right in front of him and went over to ask. Excuse me, have you seen a Black Panther beast? The Great Wind Squad pointed in one direction. There lay a black corpse, clearly freshly dead and in a pitiful state. The one you just ran over was the Black Panther beast. Chapter 4, Helpful Relief from Swelling and Itching. Feng was completely speechless. He looked at the corpse and confirmed it was indeed a Black Panther beast. A chill instantly ran down his spine. With the Black Panther beast dead, where on earth was he supposed to find the Wind Spider King now? After all, this type of beast was extremely skilled at hiding. If it had entered one of those towering jungles that blocked out the sky, it would be even harder to find. "Esteemed Grandmaster, are you looking for the Wind Spider King?" asked Fu Yanjie, captain of the Great Wind Hunting Squad, speaking with the utmost respect. In their eyes, anyone capable of killing a Black Panther beast with their bare hands must be a Grandmaster. Possessing 2 soul rings in Chanda City was a relatively remote place. There were only 3 Grandmasters in total, and they'd seen all of them in the news, but they'd never seen this young Grandmaster before. After all, this was the first time they'd encountered such a young Grandmaster, but no matter how they looked at him, he seemed like an awakener who'd only just awakened his soul, didn't he? Captain Fu Yanjie shook his head again, dismissing the idea. It couldn't be an awakener. What awakener, fresh out of awakening, could directly ram a Black Panther beast that was over 200 years old to death? Grand Master? Who was the Grand Master? Feng asked curiously, then looked around. There wasn't a Grand Master in sight. Sir, isn't it you? I only awakened yesterday. How could I possibly be a Grand Master? Don't be ridiculous. Awakened just yesterday? Upon hearing Feng's words, the Great Wind Hunting Squad collectively froze in shock. Only someone who had awakened a soul of some truly extraordinary quality could possess such power. By the way, do you have any leads on the Wind Spider King? Yes. The Wild Wolf Hunting Squad encountered the Wind Spider King earlier, and one of their members has a tracking soul. But their captain just hit level 20 and needs a soul ring. I'm sure they're after the Wind Spider King. Plus, that group is pretty brutal. You'd better not try to compete with them, young man. Do you have their address? Their second in command is currently having a tryst with his mistress at Pollen Creek. You could go ask him. Thanks a lot. Feng wasted no time and hurried toward Pollen Creek. According to the map, Pollen Creek lay even deeper than Gravel Valley. It was practically at the border between the middle and inner zones. Beasts there are generally quite old, either 80, 90, or 100 years old, or even older. Some are even several hundred years old. Aside from the beasts, the hunting squads roaming the area are exceptionally bloodthirsty. Some even ambush soulmasters to steal their spoils. As Feng approached Pollen Creek, he saw numerous corpses, most of them soulmasters. Some had been dead for a long time, while others had just died. Before long, he finally reached the pollen stream. From a distance in the jungle, Feng could see members of the Wild Wolf Squad chatting as they went. Tisk, tsk. If you ask me, the second captain really knows how to have fun. He actually brought his mistress, Lady Wang, out to the wilderness for some outdoor action, and he only picks married women to target. What do you know? These are mature, sophisticated women. Their skills are way better than those of those inexperienced young girls. If I had a mistress that sexy, I'd choose to have sex out in the wild too. That'd be so intense, ha. Just don't let it get in the way of the boss's orders. The Wind Spider King still comes first. Don't worry, the second captain knows his limits. Once I get back from this trip, I'm heading to the club to pick up a few young models and really let loose. Listening to their chatter, Feng gained some insight into the Wild Wolf Hunting Squad. This squad was arguably the most brutal in the area, made up entirely of fugitives and the like. In that case, this will be a piece of cake. With these criminals as his targets, and given that the wilderness zone had no rules to begin with, Feng felt absolutely no moral qualms. Snap! With the fiend-slaying spear clenched in his hand, several flashes of silver light streaked past, and the patrolmen on the left were already taken out by Feng. They hadn't even had time to react. With the left side dealt with, it was time for the patrol squad on the right. For Feng, this posed no difficulty at all. In a mere few minutes, he had killed them all. Once that was done, Feng walked toward the tent, from which the sound of heavy panting was now coming. You little slut! You bastard! Feng didn't even have to guess. It was definitely that second captain and his mistress, Mrs. Wang. The two of them were enthusiastically soothing each other's aches and itches. Smack! Feng burst right in, not waiting for them to finish. Who's there? The second captain and Mrs. Wang were startled by the sudden commotion. One hurriedly pulled up his pants, while the other took the opportunity to hide under the covers, trembling. And let us be honest, Mrs. Wang looked like a natural-born slut. Someone. Hell, answer my questions. Where is the Wind Spider King? In Spring Wind Gorge. The boss led his men to corner it there. Here is a map of Spring Wind Gorge, along with the boss's plan for hunting the Wind Spider King. After speaking, the second captain produced a plan document. Feng glanced at it and found it highly credible. He nodded in satisfaction. My lord, I've told you everything. Please spare me. Crack. Feng stabbed him in the head with his spear, sending a spray of red and white matter flying everywhere. This terrified Lady Wang, who was huddled under her quilt. She had already been trembling uncontrollably, but this time she was so frightened she actually wet herself. She never witnessed such a scene before. She simply come out with her lover for a bit of excitement, and her soul had no combat ability to speak of. Sir, don't kill me. I'm very useful. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you pleasure. Mrs. Wang lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing a patch of milky white skin. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Feng thrust his spear straight through her, killing her instantly. You fool, I'll still get my pleasure even if I kill you. Next, Feng quickly took stock of his loot, nearly 50,000 in cash, plus over 10 vials of mana restoration potions and the like. There were even more than a dozen beast cores, as well as a detailed map of the inner wilderness zone. Next, Feng headed toward Spring Wind Gorge. According to the plan provided by the second squad leader, if the second squad leader hadn't arrived by now, the captain of the Wild Wolf Squad would have already begun his operation. Sure enough, when Feng reached the entrance to Spring Wind Gorge, he discovered numerous signs of battle and saw venom on the ground. It was precisely what the Wind Spider King had sprayed. It looks like the battle has already begun. I hope the Wind Spider King can hold out. Feng quickened his pace. Although the Wind Spider King was a beast over 300 years old, facing a level 20 squad leader and more than a dozen squad members in the teens, its situation was still very precarious. Ha, this guy is finally going to die. As he entered the depths of Spring Wind Gorge, Feng heard laughter coming from ahead. Chapter 5, First Soul Skill Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Creeping closer and keeping himself hidden, Feng spotted a squad in a mountain ravine within Spring Breeze Gorge led by their captain, Zhou Lang. And let us be honest, this squad was incredibly fierce in battle. True to their reputation as a bounty hunting squad that captures criminals, thanks to their seamless teamwork. The Wind Spider King's injuries grew increasingly severe, and in the end, Captain Zhou Lang killed it with his first soul skill, Earth-Splitting Slash. Immediately, a yellow soul ring appeared on the Wind Spider King's corpse. Damn it, I've lost over a dozen brothers because of you. Tell me, have you contacted number 2? Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Boss, second captain probably got too carried away with Mrs. Wang. But don't get mad, you should absorb the soul ring first. Once you do, you'll be a grand master. You're right. Business comes first. Once I absorb it, I'll be the 4th grand master. Zhou Lang was overjoyed as he stepped forward, ready to absorb this yellow, 300-year-old soul ring. Sorry, but I'm taking this. You can all go to hell. At that moment, a voice that sounded like it belonged to a handsome young man rang out. It was none other than Feng. He hadn't intervened earlier because he wanted to let the Wind Spider King wear these guys down properly before dying. After all, there were over 20 of them, so if he stepped in now, the risk would be much lower. You little bastard, you're the first one to try and steal a soul ring from my wild wolf hunting squad. I'll send you straight to meet your grandma right now. When Zhou Lang saw Feng, the face was unfamiliar to him. But judging by his age, he could tell at a glance that the boy was an awakener. Take this. Zhou Lang's soul was 3 axe strikes, a low-grade ability. He didn't even use a soul skill in his view. This single strike would definitely split the kid in 2. Boom! Across from him, Feng summoned his first soul-themed slaying spear. With a single thrust, it clashed against Zhou Lang's 3-blade axe. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lang's weapon was sent flying. How is this possible? Zhou Lang stared at his flying axe in his numb arms, instantly dumbfounded. As a level 20 hunting squad captain, had he really been defeated by an awakened one? Oh no, this is dangerous. Immediately, Zhou Lang cried out in alarm. Without his three-bladed axe in hand, he feared that. Crack! Before he could even react, Feng's spear had already pierced straight through his heart. Blood gushed out and was completely absorbed by the spearhead. In no time, Zhou Lang had turned into a desiccated corpse. The boss is dead? The swift kill left the 20-odd henchmen no time to react. It wasn't until Zhou Lang collapsed onto the ground as a desiccated corpse, kicking up a cloud of dust, that they snapped out of their stupor. Is the boss really dead? Far from thinking of revenge, the crowd immediately panicked. If even their boss had been killed so easily, just how terrifying must this guy be? Could he be not just a Grandmaster, but a Soul Spirit Realm powerhouse, a rank above Grandmaster? Oh my god, a Soul Spirit level expert. Run! The crowd shouted as they fled. Feng himself was stunned. He didn't even know he was a Soul Spirit level expert. But Feng wasn't about to let these people get away. Thanks to the boost from the Supreme Grade Beast Soul Primal Dragon Essence, and despite lacking a soul ring, his innate constitution, which granted him full mana from birth, made him exceptionally agile. As a result, not a single one of the 20-odd henchmen escaped. They all perished under the fiend's slaying spear and were subsequently drained dry, turning into mummified corpses. After finishing them off, Feng scanned the surrounding area to make sure no one was approaching, then began absorbing the soul ring. 100-year soul ring. I wonder how long it'll take me to absorb it. Feng was a bit worried. After all, just because no one was around now didn't mean no one would show up later. According to the theory he studied, only soul masters with at least a peak grade soul could have a first soul ring that was 100 years old, and the absorption time for such a ring was around a quarter of an hour. For celestial grade soul masters, the maximum age for the first soul ring was 400 years, with an absorption time of 10 minutes. Feng sat cross-legged and began channeling the soul ring to absorb it. The yellow, 100-year-old soul ring was drawn above his head, where it slowly fused with him. Bayou. In barely a few seconds, Feng had completed the absorption faster even than when he unclogged the boss's wife's drain in the office. He was completely stunned. He was deeply impressed by this innate grade soul. Even the legendary celestial grade soul takes 10 minutes to absorb, yet he done it in just a few seconds, which speaks volumes. Just how powerful must this innate grade soul be? Now that it's absorbed, I can extend the soul ring's lifespan. After finishing the absorption, Feng immediately activated his soul and soul ring, staring at the yellow soul ring on his arm. Feng had always thought it looked a bit lame, but thankfully, the system allowed him to extend its lifespan. Available points. Since the first soul ring of the fiend's slaying spear was at least at the 10,000-year level, Feng first used 9,700 points to exchange for a 9,700-year increase in the soul ring's duration. Added together, it came to exactly 10,000 years. As a result, the 100-year yellow soul ring on Feng's body began to change color at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, it turned into a purple 1,000-year soul ring, and then into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Now that's more like it. Feng nodded slightly. It looked much cooler this way, but he still wasn't satisfied, because this wasn't the limit yet. As he continued, Feng gradually increased the duration. Finally, when he reached 10,000 years, he felt a slight tightness and surmised that this must be the limit. That'll do for now. Feng stopped. Once his mana level improved later on, he could increase the duration again. By then, a red soul ring with a duration of 20,000, 30,000, or even 100,000 years wouldn't be impossible. Come to think of it, now that the fiend's slaying spear has its first soul ring, can the primal dragon essence also be imbued with a soul ring? Feng's heart suddenly raced with excitement. After all, the first soul ring of the primal dragon essence starts at a minimum of 100,000 years. That would be a red soul ring. 100,000 years. But first, let us see what the fiend's slaying spear's soul skill is. Suppressing his excitement, Feng immediately sensed the first soul skill. Host, Feng. First soul, fiend slaying spear innate grade. First soul skill, heavenly demon crescent slash. Soul skill description: swing the spear to slash a 2-meter-long crescent moon forward, dealing massive damage to targets in its path. The length of the crescent slash increases as mana level rises. Soul skills can also be enhanced using points, up to a maximum of 100%. After reading this, Foam wasted no time and immediately used points to enhance the soul skill's power. It took over 20,000 points to finally complete the enhancement. Remaining points. After the enhancement, Foam initially planned to use some points to directly exchange for mana, but after thinking it over, he decided to save them for upgrading his soul ring with primal dragon essence from the beast soul. Next, Foam planned to first complete the level 2 system upgrade quest here, killing 100 beasts, though his progress was currently only at 23%. Once the system reached level 2, he could head to the Beast Great Forest to find the first soul ring for the primal dragon essence. The reason for going to the Beast Great Forest was that this area was currently an artificial wilderness zone, populated entirely by beasts raised by the military. Based on the theoretical knowledge he learned, this place was clearly unsuitable for the primal dragon essence, as the soul skills derived from these beasts were utterly useless. Of course, if he were a low-grade soul, this wouldn't be a concern, but Foam was a supreme-grade soul. I'll finish the quest first, and at the same time, find an opportunity to test the power of my first soul skill. Boom! Just as Foam was about to set off, a massive explosion suddenly rang out ahead, followed by a tremor like an earthquake. Run! The Stone Armor Beast King has gone on a rampage. Immediately afterward, a group of hunting squads ran out from deep within the forest. The Stone-Armored Beast King? Foam was overjoyed. This stone-armored Beast King was reputed to be the strongest beast in this wilderness region, the only 1,000-year-old beast with astonishing defensive capabilities. It would be the perfect test for the heavenly demon Half-Moon Slash. Chapter 6, the first soul skill of overwhelming power. Looking in the direction from which the hunting parties were running, Foam saw a stone armor Beast King that resembled a small mountain over 5 meters tall, with an incredibly massive frame. With every step it took, the ground trembled, and it moved at a brisk pace. Some of the slower runners were literally crushed into a pulp under its feet. "Hey, kid, don't just stand there, run." Many people saw Foam standing motionless and assumed he'd been scared stiff. This guy must be an awakener. To dare venture into the inner circle alone, he has got some serious guts. Never mind that. Let us just run for our lives. Ah, what a shame. This guy about to die. Amid the crowd's lamentations, they ran farther and farther away, while the stone armor Beast King closed in on Foam. When it was close enough, Foam, spear in hand, swung it with an elegant flourish. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Instantly, a 4-meter-long crescent blade shot forth, hurtling toward the stone armor Beast King, slicing through boulders and giant trees in its path. Upon closer inspection, the cut surfaces were remarkably even and exceptionally smooth. As the giant trees toppled, the Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash finally struck the stone armor Beast King's massive body. Boom! The Crescent Slash struck the center of the stone armor Beast King, cutting through its body as easily as a sharp blade through tofu, all in the blink of an eye. The massive body of the stone-armored Beast King was split cleanly in two by the crescent blade. Boom! The two halves of the stone-armored Beast King's corpse crashed to the ground, but the crescent blade hadn't disappeared yet. It continued flying forward until it struck a small hill ahead. Crack! The crescent blade pierced through the hill, actually leveling it completely. Holy crap! That young guy? An elderly hunter who had been running by was the first to see it. His mouth was wide open, big enough to fit 2 ostrich eggs. Whose lieutenant is this? How can he be so fierce? Others who had run farther away heard the commotion, turned to look, and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, even their combined efforts hadn't broken through the stone armor Beast King's defenses, yet now that young man had instantly taken it down with a single strike? Holy Trump! That's some serious power. Foam was also a bit startled by the sheer force of it, though upon reflection, it made sense after all. It was boosted by a 10,000-year soul ring and further enhanced by the system by 100%. With this first soul skill, he now had sufficient self-defense capabilities to venture into the Beast Great Forest. However, there was one drawback: the mana cost was quite high. After all, in theory, the power of a soul skill is directly proportional to the age of the soul ring and the amount of mana consumed. Even with the dual bonuses of his innate and supreme grade souls, and despite his extremely abundant mana reserves, Fong could only use the heavenly demon half-moon slash a few dozen times at most before it would be exhausted. Let us finish the quest first. Fong continued deeper into the forest. Since he had already instantly defeated the strongest beasts here, the remaining quest progress would naturally be straightforward. After nearly an entire afternoon, Fong finally completed the quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the level up quest. It's safe to say that none of these requirements are easy to meet. When Fong arrived at the Great Beast Forest, he saw a tall protective wall built to defend against beast attacks. The wall stood over 10 meters high, equipped with high-tech weapons, and was guarded by a military expert at the Soul Spirit realm, a powerful fighter with 3 soul rings. Anyone looking to join a team? The Luoyan hunting squad already has 12 level 17 soul masters. A golden opportunity is right before our eyes. Come on, let us go check it out. Grandmaster Zhou Ping is personally leading the team into the Beast Great Forest for just 100,000 in registration fees. For 100,000, you can get up close and personal with the beasts. You won't lose out on this deal, it's a sure thing. As soon as he arrived, Fong spotted quite a few teams. Although the Great Forest was extremely dangerous, it was also full of opportunities. Beasts there had a high chance of dropping beast cores. This attracted many formidable hunting teams. After all, it was a chance to strike it rich. While the beasts were dangerous, poverty was even more terrifying. Fong had originally planned to tag along with the Grand Master to check it out, but as soon as he heard about the 100,000 registration fee, he backed out. That was way too damn expensive. He only managed to scrape together a little over 100,000 from his recent heists these past few days. Since the first 2 entry requirements were out of the question, Fong had no choice but to go with the third option: head to the military to have his combat strength tested. Arriving at the military base at a leisurely pace, Fong first took a quick look at the combat power requirements. A minimum of 20,000 was needed. But such a stringent requirement. Most level 20 soul masters couldn't meet it. Only grand masters with 2 soul rings stood a chance. Of course, level wasn't the only indicator of combat power. There was also soul quality, soul rings, and so on. Grand masters, however, are exempt from testing. Their Grand Master insignia grants them direct access through military checkpoints. Consequently, Fong didn't see a single person taking the test. He didn't even have to wait in line and was let in immediately. Hello, I'd like to have my combat power tested so I can enter the Beast Great Forest. Fong approached politely and addressed a soldier. Get lost, get lost. Where'd this kid come from? Go away, go away. However, the moment the soldier saw Fong's youthful appearance, his expression immediately turned stern. Anyone can have their combat strength tested, right? What is it to you if I'm a kid or a total hunk? Fong was naturally upset by this rebuff. You definitely don't meet the standards. Do you really need to be tested? Aren't you just wasting our time? The soldier seemed impatient and spoke very loudly, which not only drew the attention of the nearby hunting squads but even attracted Grandmaster Zhou Ping's team to come and watch the commotion. After all, their team was just forming up today and wouldn't be entering the Beast Great Forest until tomorrow, so watching the spectacle wouldn't hurt. Looks like another awakened one. How many awakened ones have there been now? No idea. Ever since the awakening ceremony, between yesterday and this morning, who knows how many awakened ones have shown up wanting to test their combat strength. It's giving the soldiers here a real headache. Testing combat strength right after awakening? That's just messing with them. It's a total waste of time. We finally managed to shoo them all away, and now another awakened one shows up? Isn't this just nonsense? Exactly. After all, even Grandmaster Zhou Ping barely met the standard. How could this young man possibly make the cut? For a moment, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Chapter 7, I still prefer your original rebellious attitude. Since he is so set on taking the test and making a fool of himself, just let him go ahead. At that moment, Grandmaster Zhou Ping spoke up. After all, with such a commotion and so many people gathered around, it was the perfect opportunity to show off and steal the spotlight. Then Zhou Ping turned to Fong with a look of contempt and said, "Kid, watch closely. This is what a Grand Master's combat power looks like. With that, Zhou Ping placed his hand on the device under everyone's gaze. Accompanied by a rumbling sound and a blinding flash of light, a number appeared on the device. Wow, his combat power. I remember Grandmaster Zhou Ping only scored a few points during his last test. It's only been a month, and he has already gained over 1,000 points in combat power. Tisk, TSK, TSK. No wonder he is one of the only 3 Grandmasters here. He is just that strong. Listening to the praise from those around him, Zhou Ping felt a surge of pride. He then turned to Feng. Kid, did you see that? That's what combat power is all about. But I doubt you'll ever reach my level in this lifetime. After Zhou Ping finished speaking, he placed his hands on his hips, and the crowd's praise grew even louder. Is that so? I don't think so. Feng said, then prepared to step forward for his own test. Although combat power is tied to level, it isn't the only metric. Soul quality and soul rings were of the utmost importance, and besides, this Zhou Ping was just a low-grade soul. So Feng placed his hand on the device as well. Boom! Immediately, an even more blinding light erupted. The device began spinning wildly, as if under immense pressure, and eventually spun faster and faster. Bang! In an instant, the device couldn't hold up any longer. It broke down on the spot, scattering into a pile of parts. What? This? The scene left everyone speechless. It wasn't until a moment later that the military soldier in charge of the device finally snapped out of it. The device's maximum combat power capacity is. Could it be that this young man's combat power has already exceeded that limit? But how is that possible? Didn't he just awaken yesterday? I thought Grandmaster Zhou Ping's gain of over 1,000 combat power points in a month was already outrageous enough. I never expected this guy's combat power to skyrocket in a single day. Whose subordinate is this? He is so fierce. Is this even human? Grandmaster Zhou Ping now looked utterly humiliated. He intended to show off in public, only to be slapped in the face the very next second, and it stung like hell. As a Grandmaster, he couldn't even beat a single awakened? Grandmaster, did you see that? Now that's what combat power looks like. But I doubt you'll ever reach that level in your lifetime. Feng's words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Zhou Ping's heart. Your Excellency, you have passed the test. Here is your pass. Also, since it's getting late, and given your extraordinary combat prowess, you may stay at our military VIP hotel free of charge. After seeing Feng blow the device to smithereens, the soldier who had approached him first adopted an extremely friendly tone, acting just like a younger brother attending to his older brother. I still prefer that defiant attitude you had at the beginning. Go back to that. After a night's rest, Feng entered the Beast Great Forest alone the next day, taking a moment to check his points. Available points. +2. +2. To ensure his safety in the Beast Great Forest, Feng converted all his points into mana, gaining a bit of mana as it flowed into him. Feng's level also rose, skyrocketing to level 12, a 2-level jump in one go. Only 2 levels? Feng couldn't help but be a little taken aback. Sure enough, the theory didn't lie. The amount of mana required for leveling up is directly proportional to the quality of one's soul. Based on what he knew, a single point of mana of celestial grade should be enough to level up by at least 10 levels, yet he had only gained 2 levels. It seemed he needed to find out as soon as possible exactly what innate and supreme grade meant. But shouldn't I find a meditation technique to practice first? Feng muttered to himself. Currently, there were 2 ways for soul masters to increase their mana. The first is through the rare treasures found in secret realms. These are crystals imbued with the essence of heaven and earth that can significantly boost mana, but they're hard to come by. Therefore, the best way to increase mana is the second method, meditation techniques. Meditation involves converting one's spiritual power into mana and channeling it into oneself. Meditation techniques correspond to soul quality. For example, if you have a medium-grade soul, you can only learn medium-grade meditation techniques. Given Feng's soul quality, learning a celestial-grade meditation technique would be no problem at all. However, the key issue is that meditation techniques of that level aren't available here. He'll likely have to wait until he enters Seoul University to learn them. Fong isn't in a hurry, though. The martial arts exam is just a few days away, so he can look for them once he gets to the university. Besides, with the system by his side, even a celestial grade meditation technique would only serve as a supplementary aid. For now, he completed the enhancement quest, leveling up the system to level 3 and obtaining the first soul ring of primal dragon essence. Regarding the first soul ring for a supreme grade soul, Fong had his own considerations. Ideally, it should be a soul skill capable of saving his life. He wasn't fond of purely defensive soul skills. After all, the Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash is an offensive soul skill, so the new skill should at least complement it. Aside from defensive soul skills, there are also agility-based soul skills, which Fong thought would work well. However, the most suitable option was, of course, a control-type soul skill. Drawing on the knowledge in his mind, Fong knew that control-type soul skills came in many varieties. For example, some plant-type souls can generate control soul skills such as immobilization or binding, or even knockback-type control soul skills like thrusts. Since primal dragon essence is a beast soul, the most suitable control soul skill would be stun. Only soul rings produced by certain soundwave-related beasts can inflict stun. Such effects are unique to them. However, these beasts are extremely rare, and they generally possess bloodlines of considerable strength. They're quite difficult to kill. But Fong believed that 5 days should be enough. The Great Beast Forest is so vast that it's impossible not to find a single soundwave beast. Even a 100-year-old one would suffice. After all, once absorbed, he could add the soul ring sh himself. With this in mind, Fong began searching for targets. His current focus was on century-old beasts, since the System's enhancement quest required him to slay 100 of them. Moving swiftly through the forest, Fong didn't dare venture into the depths of the great forest right away. He kept circling the outskirts instead. After all, the depths were home to 10,000-year-old beasts. Fong didn't believe he was capable of handling such creatures at this stage. As he pressed forward to complete his mission, Fong noticed that the beasts in this great forest were far more alert and powerful than those in the wilderness. Fong surmised that this might be because the great forest was simply too dangerous. Some beasts would even flee at the slightest sound, which made it much harder for Fong to complete his mission. Here, 10-year-old beasts were extremely rare. Even when they did appear, they traveled in packs of at least several hundred. Century-old beasts sometimes formed groups as well, but their numbers were relatively small, usually just a few at a time. Millennium-old beasts generally acted alone. They had their own territories, but as soon as a human trespassed, they would band together with other beasts to launch an attack. Chapter 8. A man's words are as deceptive as a ghost's. Time flew by as Fong hunted the 100-year-old beasts. Before long, the entire morning had passed, and Fong checked his current mission progress. 22,100. Although the mission progress was only at 22%, the 2,200-year-old beasts Fong had killed all had cores, and each core sold for as much as 1,000 yuan, adding up to a substantial sum. The most recent kill was a 400-year-old beast. Although it wasn't a sonic beast, it was a fire-scaled rhinoceros, whose scales could be used to craft second-tier equipment. The scales covering its entire body could fetch nearly. Holy crap, it's a fire-scaled rhinoceros. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Just as Fong was about to strip off the scales, two figures emerged from the jungle behind him. Fong could tell they were a man and a woman, and their faces looked somewhat familiar. The black and white duo? Fong remembered they were famous assassins from the Evil Soul Master organization in Chengda City. The man was named Shiman Cheng, and the woman was named Pan Xiulian. Just hearing those names tells you the story of the black and white duo. Running into us, the black and white duo, is just your bad luck. I'm giving you two choices right now. First, join our Evil Soul Master organization and work for us. That way, your future prospects will be incredibly bright. If you don't join, then you've only got the second choice, getting beaten to death by us. So, what is it going to be? Make your choice. I'll take option 3, beat you both to death. Fong didn't hesitate, summoning the fiend-slaying spear. Seeing Feng's demeanor, even Shiman Qing, the Black Fiend, couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, you really are a fearless young bull. My lady, just stand there, no need to lift a finger. Watch me." With that, Shiman Qing charged forward. Shiman Qing's soul was a low-grade spotted tiger, with a strength of around level 18. At that moment, he immediately activated his first soul skill, Tiger Claw, attempting to tear Feng to shreds. Crack! In just a single exchange, Shiman Qing was beheaded. His massive head flew high into the air like a soccer ball, blood gushing out in a fountain. Pan Xiaolian was so terrified by this swift execution that her legs began to tremble. She gritted her teeth with all her might, as if enduring something she shouldn't have to bear. "Big sister, you can go. I don't kill women." "Oh, okay." Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaolian felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. Her legs still trembling, staggered away. Crack! But after taking just 2 steps, Feng's spear pierced her body from behind. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill women?" Pan Xiaolian remained confused even in death. "A man's word is as good as a ghost's, and you actually believe that?" Feng pulled the spear from her body and began sorting through the spoils of war, starting with over 50,000 in cash. He also discovered some pills used to lure beasts, which couldn't help but delight Feng. After all, these were sold on the market for over 4,000 each. They were highly effective. A single use could attract a large number of beasts, thereby shortening Feng's mission cycle. This was truly a godsend for someone on a mission like him. So, that afternoon, Feng began luring beasts. And sure enough, it worked quite well. Just a few pills were enough to attract over 10-century-old beasts. However, the supply ran out after only 5 uses, and by then, his mission progress had reached 68%. Feng had nearly eliminated all the beasts in this area. After devouring so much of the beast's flesh and blood, as well as their soul rings, Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul seemed to have undergone a slight change. First, on the innate grade fiend slaying spear, some fine patterns had appeared along the shaft, giving it a very eerie appearance. Moreover, the golden glow faintly revealed hints of iridescent colors. Though faint, it was still visible to the naked eye. As for the beast soul, primal dragon essence, the same was true. It, too, was now radiating iridescent hues. "Let us open the soul panel and take a look." Feng immediately opened the panel. Host, Feng. Mana level, 12. First soul, fiend slaying spear. Quality, innate 1 star. First soul skill, heavenly demon crescent slash, 100% enhanced. Second soul, primal dragon essence. Quality, supreme grade, 1 star. First soul skill, none. Has it really evolved? Upon seeing the 1-star suffix, Feng's doubts were finally put to rest. These 2 high-quality souls could indeed evolve, but to how many stars? That would depend on how many souls it devoured. Feng wondered if the quality would improve after evolving to 10 stars, and his mind was filled with curiosity. Boom! Just as Feng was feeling incredibly excited, the sky in the eastern part of the Beast Great Forest suddenly split open, and a portal appeared in the east. A secret realm gate? Feng's excitement surged even further. After all, in the age of superpowers, portals would occasionally appear, and on the other side of them lay secret realms, places teeming with all manner of wonders, beast-tide realms, rare treasure realms, artifact realms, ruin realms, and so on. In short, they were sure to hold great opportunities. Feng certainly wasn't going to pass up such a golden opportunity, so he immediately sprinted toward the eastern part of the Great Beast Forest. As for his mission, he put that aside for now. He went full throttle. After the previous incident where he crashed into a beast, and thanks to the bonus from his soul ring, Feng could now control his mana and speed well enough to avoid carefree collisions. As Feng made his way east, he noticed many others heading in the same direction. After all, the commotion had been massive. The crowd was a mixed bag, including both righteous and evil soul masters. Before long, Feng arrived at the teleportation gate. There were numerous footprints at the entrance, clearly indicating that those who had arrived earlier had already gone inside. Feng hurried through the gate, afraid that someone else might snatch the treasures before him. Upon entering the portal to the secret realm, Feng immediately grasped the details of the realm. It turned out this secret realm was called the Yin-Yang Two Principal Spring. As the name suggests, at its center lay a spring that nurtured rare treasures. The spring itself was named the Yin-Yang Two Principal Spring. Feng recalled the lore surrounding this secret realm. It was said to have appeared once before, though that was decades ago. He never expected to encounter it himself this time. But the treasures wouldn't be so easy to obtain. According to the secret realm's information, to reach the Yin-Yang Two Principal Spring, one must first repel a wave of beasts. Left with no choice, Feng had no option but to join forces with the others to fend off the beast horde. The horde was massive, consisting of both 10-year-old and 100-year-old beasts. There were no 1,000-year-old beasts, but one shouldn't underestimate the horde. Their numbers were staggering. Judging by the current situation, Feng estimated there were at least 10,000 of them. As the battle dragged on, everyone's mana was being depleted at an alarming rate. Many began using mana potions to replenish their reserves, while Feng remained at peak condition throughout. After all, with his current combat prowess, he didn't even need to use mana soul skills to kill a 100-year-old beast. Simply wielding the fiend-slaying spear was enough. While dealing with the beast horde, Feng specifically targeted century-old beasts, allowing him to clear the horde while simultaneously completing the system quest. Finally, after nearly an hour and a half of combat, the beast horde was completely eliminated. The group cheered briefly, then each picked up the pace, heading toward the Yin-Yang Spring. Chapter 9, I Want It All. The secret realm wasn't very large. After sprinting for just over 10 minutes, the group had nearly reached its center from where the beast horde had been. As they drew closer, a fragrant aroma wafted toward them. Before long, the Yin-Yang Two Polarity Spring came into view. It was a spring of black and white water, with the two colors intertwining like a Tai Chi symbol. The wisps of mist emanating from it nourished the rare treasures surrounding the spring. One could see that more than a dozen of these rare treasures had already fully matured. It's the Mars Candle Dragon Grass, an older soul master couldn't help but exclaim. It certainly looks like it. I recall that the last time the Yin-Yang Two Polarity Spring appeared, a lucky fellow swallowed one of these. Not only did he level up on the spot, but he later became a soul spirit master. They say its greatest value lies in boosting one's potential. And look over there, that fruit emitting a red aura. It's called the Hongyuan Dragon Fruit. Its medicinal potency is even more potent than the Mars Candle Dragon Grass we just saw. The crowd turned their attention to the other rare treasures. One by one, their eyes widened in awe. Clang, clang, clang. However, just as everyone was gazing in awe at the rare treasures, some evil soul masters seized the opportunity to strike suddenly, launching a massive slaughter. In their eyes, one less person meant one fewer person to split the spoils with. After all, in this situation, there were simply too many people and not enough resources to go around. Many didn't even have time to react before they were taken out. As for Feng, he was in much the same position as the Dark Soul Masters. He had never let his guard down. His mindset was the same: there were too many people and not enough resources, so he had to kill as many as he could as quickly as possible. Consequently, amid this carnage, those who had survived began to form small groups. But how could small groups possibly compare to the evil soul master's large contingent? This particular group numbered nearly 20 members and possessed the evil soul secret art. Once activated, their power became even more formidable, leading to the deaths of many soul masters at their hands. However, Feng was an exception. He managed to survive not by relying on teamwork but by acting alone. Like a god of slaughter, he actually killed more enemies than the entire evil soul masters group. In the end, once the slaughter was completely over, only two groups remained on the battlefield. One was the group of evil soul masters, though their numbers had dwindled significantly, now down to just 12. The other, of course, was Feng. Seeing Feng's clothes, which were almost completely stained red with blood, the many evil soul masters, despite their countless evil deeds, were still intimidated by his aura, and none of them dared to approach. They dared only to stare at the rare treasures, until one of the leading Dark Soul Masters spoke up. "Young man, how about we let you pick 3 of these first, and then we split the rest evenly among ourselves?" After saying this, the Dark Soul Masters all turned their gaze toward Feng. Feng glanced at the rare treasures and put on a harmless expression. "I'll take them all." What? Aren't you being a bit too greedy? The Dark Soul Masters thought they must have misheard him. Letting you pick first is already giving you face. I didn't expect you to be so greedy. Although your combat power is strong, if we join forces and swarm you, you might not be able to kill us all. Exactly. You killed so many people just now, you must be pretty drained. You're alone now, while we have 12 of us. If we fight, it's anyone's guess who'll come out on top. Alright, since you put it that way, go ahead and choose first. Upon hearing this, Feng not only didn't get angry but, like a true gentleman, let his opponents choose first. Good for you, you know when to back down. The Dark Soul Masters thought Feng had conceded, so they happily stepped forward to select their items. Ha! This Mars Candle Dragon Grass is mine. One of the Dark Soul Masters wore an expression of sheer greed. Crack! However, just as his hand was about to pluck the Firestar Candle Dragon Grass, Feng's spear had already pierced his body. When did you strike? The man stared at the spearhead dripping with blood from his chest, his face filled with disbelief. He'd been on guard the whole time, yet he still hadn't managed to defend against it. Not only him, but even the remaining 11 hadn't seen how Feng had struck after all. He was simply too fast. I told you to take it, and you actually did. I don't eat beef. Feng burst into maniacal laughter. Damn it, we gave you face, and you're actually playing us? Brothers, cut him down. The remaining evil soul masters then swarmed him. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. During the previous battle, Feng had witnessed these guys' secret techniques. Once they got close, their poisonous gases and the like were a real headache, so he had no intention of engaging them in close combat. Instead, he immediately swung a 4-meter-long crescent slash at them. The crescent blade sliced through the air at breakneck speed, sending 11 heads flying into the air. My head has been severed from my body? In a daze, the evil soul masters who had charged at him saw that their heads had actually been separated from their bodies. Am I dead? The flying heads stared wide-eyed. Once the job was done, Feng's soul began devouring the flesh and blood, while he took stock of his spoils, cash, beast cores, and other items enough to fill his hands. Finally, there were the items from the Yin Yang 2 Polarity Spring. Feng counted them carefully, a total of 15 rare plants. The rest were still seedlings with little practical use. Naturally, he didn't bother harvesting them. As for the water from the Yin Yang Spring, aside from nurturing rare flowers and herbs, it offered no benefits to the soul. Alright, I killed quite a few century-old beasts during the beast tide earlier. I should have completed the level 3 quest, right? Enhancement quest, 100. System level, level 3. +3. +3. Quest, participate in the martial arts exam and take first place. After checking the quest, Feng confirmed it had indeed been completed. However, the next level 4 system quest wasn't about slaying beasts anymore. Instead, it had changed to participating in the martial arts exam, a task that wasn't particularly difficult for Feng at this stage. For now, though, About an hour later, Feng stood inside the Sonic Badass cave, watching the yellow soul ring rise from the Badass corpse, his expression unflappable. To be honest, killing a flying beast was a bit more difficult, and combined with the poor lighting inside the cave, it took Feng nearly a minute to finish it off. Time to absorb the soul ring. Stowing away the fiend's slaying spear, Feng released his primal dragon soul and began imbuing the soul ring. Since the primal dragon essence's first soul ring starts at 100,000 years, absorbing this 700-year-old yellow soul ring was a very quick process. It was completed in practically a single second. Once finished, Feng began reviewing the soul skill descriptions. Never mind, I'll upgrade the duration for now. Feng directly exchanged his points for soul ring duration. Whoosh! The originally yellow 700-year soul ring rapidly transformed from yellow to purple, then to black. After increasing the duration, Feng checked the Dragon Roar soul skill again. Primal Dragon Essence, first soul skill, Dragon Roar. Emits a clear dragon roar, stunning a single target for 1 second. The stun duration shortens based on the level difference between the opponent and the user. The duration is shortest when the level difference reaches 20 levels, but it will never be less than 0.5 seconds. Holy crap? That's awesome. Fong couldn't help but exclaim. After all, in the life or death moments of battle, even 0.1 seconds could turn the tide, let alone this 0.5 second forced control. Keep in mind, this was just a 10,000-year soul ring. If it were upgraded to a 100,000-year soul ring, combined with the system's unique enhancement features, wouldn't that control duration be even longer? Time to head back. Suppressing his excitement, Fong saw no reason to stay in the Beast Great Forest any longer. After all, he completed the relevant quest, and both souls had acquired their first soul skills. He go back to rest for a few days, wait for his points to recharge, then upgrade his soul ring and soul skills, and finally take the martial arts exam. Speaking of the martial arts exam, since Fong had been expelled from school, he have to register for it on his own. Candidates registering independently must submit their materials at the local martial arts exam center and pay a registration fee, a rather steep 30,000 yuan. After all, the martial arts exam requires a massive investment of manpower and resources. During the exam, the organizers also distribute various items, mana potions, exam wristbands, and the like, each of which is costly to produce. Therefore, 30,000 yuan is actually a reasonable price. After exiting the dungeon and returning to downtown Changde, it was already past 5 p.m. Fong decided to head to the buying and selling shop first to sell his beast cores. Currently, he had over 30-century-old beast cores and 4 millennium-old beast cores, with a total value of around 40,000. Hello, how may I assist you? As he approached the shop entrance, Fong was greeted by a young woman in a business suit. I'd like to sell some beast cores. Please follow me. The young woman was very familiar with the service process and immediately led Fong into the main hall, where there was a dedicated purchasing room. Inside, there were appraisers. Hello, welcome to sell your beast cores. As soon as they entered the purchasing room, an elderly man greeted them politely. However, the old man was somewhat surprised. Usually, those who came to sell beast cores were the leaders of hunting squads, only they could produce such large quantities. Yet the young man before him was clearly an awakener who had only recently awakened. Consequently, the elderly man didn't hold out much hope, assuming Fong had simply gotten lucky in the wilderness zone and stumbled upon a 10-year-old beast core. Thud, thud, thud. Fong dumped all the beast cores out at once, instantly piling them high on the appraisal table in front of the old man. What's this? The old man's pupils contracted. Good grief, they were all yellow cores, and there were even purple ones? It's important to note that beast cores follow the same quality grading system as soul rings, from 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, to 100,000-year, with colors divided into 5 categories: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The pile of beast cores before him consisted only of yellow and purple ones, not even a single white one was in sight. Just how powerful would one have to be to acquire so many beast cores? This would likely require gathering all 3 Grand Masters of Changde City together to pull off such a hunt. And even then, it might not be enough. After all, he had only awakened yesterday, yet today he already achieved such a feat. 3 Grand Masters would probably struggle to match it. For a moment, the old man was utterly stunned. Can you give me a price estimate yet? Seeing the old man's dazed expression, Fong prompted him, since he still had to go to the martial arts examination center to register and submit his documents. It was almost 6 o'clock now, they were about to close. Those people were the kind who left the moment the clock struck. They wouldn't stay a single second past closing time. Oh, I'll calculate it right away. Following the beast core pricing guidelines, the old man did the math and came up with a total of 1 whole block. Would you like to pay in cash or via electronic transfer? Transfer, please. Fong still had over 100,000 in cash. Taking out more would be excessive. Besides, electronic payments were the norm these days, so a transfer was the better option. Ding! Your bank card ending in. Once he left, Fong headed home. For the next few days, he planned to stay in and wait for his points, while also spending the remaining 170,000 yuan or so. After all, making money was easy now, unlike before he'd been transported here, when he had to work like a corporate drone. So Fong decided to treat himself, eat and drink to his heart's content, and spend a few days relaxing at the club. After dinner, he returned from the club past 9 p.m. exhausted both physically and mentally. Fong lay in bed and opened his phone to check the latest news on the martial arts exam. Browsing the official website for the Changde City martial arts exam, Fong discovered that this year's rewards were quite generous. The city government and the Education Bureau would award 1 million for first place in Changde City. And if he took first place in Hunan province, that is, became the provincial champion, the Education Bureau would award 5 million in cash outright, and the city government would also award a villa in the most luxurious area of downtown. Conservatively estimated at 500 square meters, Fong calculated that, based on the location, this villa would be worth at least 30 million. After reviewing the rewards, Fong took a look at the comments below the official post, where people were speculating about who would take first place in Changde City this time. Some said it would be Changde No. 7 High School, while others said Changde No. 1 High School. After all, these two schools were the strongest. As for the provincial top spot, no one was speculating about it. After all, Changde City wasn't considered particularly wealthy within the province, and despite numerous martial arts exams, it had never produced a provincial champion. Forget the provincial champion, the city hadn't even made it into the top 10. The best result was a 49th place finish in the province. After finishing his browsing, Fong went to sleep. And so, 5 days slipped quietly by as Fong spent his time at the daily club, and finally, the martial arts exam arrived. Early in the morning, after getting up, Fong first checked his system points. He hadn't looked at them for the past few days, but before the exam today, it would naturally be best to give them a boost. System, open the points panel. Available points. Fong's system was currently at level 3, generating 3 points per second. After 5 days of accumulation, his points had reached 1.3 million, and Fong couldn't help but feel excited. First, I'll increase the soul ring SH. His hands began to tremble. After all, his first 100,000-year soul ring was about to be forged. Using 100,000 points, he directly increased the soul ring's duration by 100,000 years. In an instant, the primal dragon essence's originally black first soul ring expanded with a loud boom, transforming into a red 100,000-year soul ring. Whoa! Fong sucked in a sharp breath as he stared at the soul ring glowing red. But this wasn't yet the first soul ring's limit. Fong sensed there was still room to increase it further. But he was afraid that adding too much at once might be too much for his body to handle. After all, while the system allowed for upgrades, it had no function to roll back changes. Increasing it by 100 years at a time, Fong repeated the process roughly 100 times before finally feeling a tight, swelling sensation in his body that he could no longer bear, at which point he stopped. By then, the duration of the first soul ring had reached 120,000 years. Alright, let us check the effect of the Dragon Roar soul skill. Fong then opened the soul skill panel. Primal Dragon Essence first soul skill, Dragon Roar emits a clear dragon roar, stunning a single target for 2 seconds. The stun duration shortens based on the level difference between the player and the enemy. The duration is shortest when the level difference reaches 30 levels, but will never be less than 1 second. Fong nodded in satisfaction, but then he remembered that the system could further enhance soul skills, so he quickly performed another round of enhancements. Ding! 800,000 points consumed. Enhancement successful. New effect. Primal Dragon Essence, first soul skill, Enhanced Dragon Roar. Emits a clear dragon roar, stunning the selected single target for 2 seconds. The stun duration shortens based on the level difference between you and the enemy. It is shortest when the level difference reaches 30 levels, but will never be less than 1 second. Soul skills and items that remove crowd control, as well as the special immunity of titled sovereigns, cannot negate your shortest stun duration. Fong made a fascinating discovery. Although this enhanced soul skill didn't extend the control duration, the added new effect was absolutely game-changing. After all, while control soul skills are powerful, there are soul skills that can break them, not to mention certain items, and the most terrifying of all is the titled sovereign at level 90 and above. What makes this level unique is that it grants immunity to any control effects weaker than the titled sovereign's own power. Now, with this effect enhanced, it no longer applies to the titled sovereign itself. In other words, when Fong lets out a roar, even the titled sovereign will be stunned for 1 second. It's just that it cost a lot of points. Fong winced a little, a whopping 800,000 points. Combined with the over 100,000 ED spent earlier, he now had less than 400,000 points left. But it was worth it. After all, this was a soul skill granted by a 100,000-year soul ring. It was impossible to obtain it without spending some points. As for the remaining points, Wu Di planned to further upgrade the first soul ring of the Fiend Slaying Spear. After all, at level 10, it had previously reached its annual limit. Now at level 15, combined with the modifications from the Yin-Yang Dual Principle Spring, it was bound to go beyond that. So, Feng performed another round of enhancement. This time, the first soul ring of the Fiend Slaying Spear reached 20,000 years, a massive increase of 5,000 years. Following the upgrade, the attached first soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash, was also strengthened, with its slash range increasing from 4 meters to 4.4 meters. Its power naturally increased as well, though he didn't have a test subject yet. He could try it out during the martial arts exam. I'll convert all the remaining points into mana. Feng wasn't about to waste any time. He needed to maximize his strength for the martial arts exam. So, he exchanged over 300,000 mana and channeled it into himself. Level 16. Level 17. By the time he reached level 17, his mana was completely depleted. Feng couldn't help but gasp. The amount of mana required to level up just once was way too damn much, wasn't it? Over 300,000 mana just to level up twice? But upon further reflection, it actually made sense. After all, the higher the soul's quality, the more mana it required and the greater the benefits, naturally. Aside from the ability to fight opponents of higher tiers, the regeneration of his soul and mana meant he possessed absolutely terrifying endurance in prolonged combat. Alright, time to head out. With everything settled, Feng stepped out the door, ready for the martial arts exam. All is ready, all that's missing is the final push. Chapter 12, Yang Ding Tian, head of the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam is an annual grand event in the Great Xia Kingdom, lasting 2 days. During these 2 days, the entire nation observes a unified holiday. Aside from exam staff and candidates, everyone else is required to stay home and watch the live broadcast of the exam. Therefore, when Feng walked out onto the street, he found it very quiet. Aside from security personnel maintaining order, the only other things visible were a few buses. Since the martial arts exam isn't held indoors but requires candidates to travel to specific regional instances to slay beasts, they must take buses to the exam site. There are several buses in each region. After all, there are quite a few candidates. After Feng boarded, he found that this particular bus was already full. The driver immediately set off for the exam site, escorted all the way by military helicopters in the sky. Martial arts exam candidates represent the future of the Great Xia Kingdom, so the exam is taken extremely seriously, with security measures at the highest level. After the bus had been driving for a little over a quarter of an hour, it finally arrived at the exam venue. As could be seen, the site was already crowded, and order was even better maintained than on the streets. The entire perimeter of the venue was surrounded by elite guards dispatched by the Martial Arts Examination Center. Every single one of them was at least level 15, and were even several Grand Masters among them. In fact, the person in charge of overall security was a Soul Realm expert above the Grand Master level. Just how immense must the soul suppression be to make the black-striped tiger so fearful of a single examinee? Yang Ding Tian was baffled. A medium-grade soul, combined with level 34 strength, how could that exert such terrifying suppression on his black-striped tiger? Even a peak-grade soul examinee wouldn't be capable of that, would they? Could this kid be celestial grade? A bold yet, to Yang Ding Tian, utterly inconceivable thought suddenly crossed his mind. Impossible. Since the dawn of the Soul Era, there had only been one celestial grade soul. If this person were celestial grade, they would have become famous long ago, so why hadn't Yang Ding Tian even heard their name? I'd better check this person's profile first. As the chief security officer, Yang Ding Tian naturally had access to all the candidates' records. After all martial exam registration data had been entered into the system. Opening the martial arts exam system, Yang Ding Tian discreetly scanned the screen with his phone, and Feng's profile immediately appeared. Common grade 100 Spirit Spear? As Yang Ding Tian read this, doubts swirled in his mind. Could a common grade weapon really strike fear into his black-striped tiger? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the exam records were never wrong, they were only registered after the soul awakening ceremony, so this common grade designation was correct. So what on earth was going on? For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't wrap his head around it. He even found himself fantasizing about writing a pretty girl. Meanwhile, Feng was gradually approaching the entrance to the exam venue. It was clear that the leaders of the Martial Arts Exam Center had all arrived, including Chengde City Mayor Mo1 Yun and Education Bureau Director Chen Jin. Also present were Ma Lin, Principal of 1st High School Wei Tong, Principal of 7th High School, as well as Kai Shukuan, President of the Seoul Association, and Song Rento, its Vice President. Feng, what are you doing here? Wei Tong recognized Feng the moment he saw him. After all, before his soul awakening, Feng had been a leading figure at No. 7 High School. He consistently won first prize in various soul theory competitions, and Wei Tong had always heaped praise on him. What? Can't I be here? Is there a rule saying I can't take the martial arts exam? Feng's tone was naturally hostile. After all, this principal had expelled him from No. 7 High School back then. It was precisely because he had only awakened to the common grade that Wei Tong felt it brought shame upon 7th High. After all, 7th High had never produced a single common grade student before. Of course you can be here, but I wonder what kind of future could a common grade like you possibly have? I bet you'll be chased out by a beast the moment you step inside. Ha ha ha, Principal Wei, this Feng is from your 7th High. How can you speak to him like that? Just then, the principal of 1st High School looked over and chimed in, clearly relishing the spectacle. He is not part of our 7th High School anymore. He is a self-enrolled student, he doesn't represent us. Wei Tong's remarks grew increasingly harsh. You can't say that just yet. What if he ends up taking first place in this martial arts exam, teased Ma Lin, the principal of 1st High School. He'll come in first? Are you kidding me? Have you been reading too many tomato yellow novels? Do you think he is the protagonist of some feel-good story? But you're right, first place this time will definitely go to a student from our 1st High School. It'll either be Lu Dong, Zhou Qian, or Chao Jin. Don't get too cocky. Bin and Tang Tian Yuan from our 7th High School aren't half bad either. As they spoke, the two principals began arguing again. As for Feng, he didn't bother with all that. He found a quiet spot and, while waiting for the martial arts exam to begin, listened to the crowd's chatter to see if there were any strong contenders from 1st High. What is there to talk about? First place in Chengde City this time is definitely mine. A high-pitched voice rang out. The crowd looked over to see a candidate holding a great halberd. Who is that guy? You don't know yet? He is from 1st High School. His name is Lu Dong. He has awakened the high-grade soul Feng Tianhuaji, and they say he is the top contender for first place this time. High-grade soul? Holy crap, hasn't Chengde City produced a high-grade soul in years? Looks like first place in our city is all his this time. The crowd continued to murmur among themselves. As time passed, by 8:30, all the candidates had arrived and were gathered in the waiting area, awaiting instructions. At that moment, Yang Dingtian, the head of the martial arts exam, also arrived at the podium. Of course, this is reserved for candidates with medium-grade souls. Candidates of other grades should not attempt it. Different beasts yield different point values upon defeat. A 10-year-old beast is worth 5 points, a 100-year-old beast is worth several dozen points, and the 1,000-year-old beast in the core area is worth 5,000 points. I hope some of you will be able to take one down. Alright, I'm done explaining. Now, please have the staff distribute the martial arts exam equipment. Next, staff members distributed martial arts exam wristbands to each candidate. Once they received them, 10 minutes passed quickly, and almost everyone at the scene had formed a team. Of course, there were a few who preferred to go it alone, but they were all powerhouses with at least a medium-grade soul. People like Zhou Qian and Lu Dong from 1st High School, as well as Bin, fell into this category. However, there was one exception, Feng. Throughout the entire 10 minutes, Feng received numerous team invitation requests from others. But he turned them all down, one by one. Alright, everyone, the martial arts exam is about to begin.
The dungeon gates have opened, and candidates may now enter.
As the clock struck 9 o'clock sharp, a massive teleportation gate appeared across the entire square. That was the entrance to the martial arts exam dungeon, and the candidates streamed inside. Once all the candidates had entered, the exam organizers simultaneously launched the livestream. Ever since the dawn of the Soul Era, the Great Xia Kingdom had embraced a culture of martial prowess. Consequently, the martial arts exam is broadcast live every year. The broadcasts are conducted using high-tech drones this time. There were a total of 10 drones, 5 of which were dedicated to live coverage. These were assigned to the 5 medium-grade Soul candidates from 1st High School and 7th High School. After all, these students were Chang'e City's top contenders, and the city was counting on them to break into the top 100 in the provincial rankings. Candidates with medium-grade souls generally defeat beasts relatively quickly, which boosts public confidence in the nation's ability to resist beast invasions and makes for more compelling live coverage. Therefore, having dedicated drones track and broadcast their progress is absolutely essential. As for the other 5 drones, they were broadcasting randomly. Whomever they captured on camera was featured in the live feed.
Meanwhile, the citizens of Chanda were all watching the live stream from home, each filled with immense excitement.
The first scene to appear, naturally, featured the only high-grade soul Lu Dong. His soul weapon was the Feng Tian Huaji, and the footage showed that the moment Lu Dong entered, he was immediately surrounded and attacked by several beasts. It was a group of iron-armored pigs, 10th grade beasts, a full 10 of them.
Lu Dong's having a bit of bad luck. He was ambushed the moment he entered.
10 beasts are more than enough to give him a headache.
I don't think so.
Lu Dong has a high-grade soul. A 10th-year beast shouldn't be a match for him. It looks like this martial arts exam is going to be quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, over at Feng's location, he had been randomly teleported to a valley on the outer perimeter. He opened his martial arts exam wristband, and a virtual digital map appeared before his eyes. The map featured several different colors. White represented the outer perimeter, corresponding to the 10-year-old beasts found there. The middle section was yellow, corresponding to the 100-year-old beasts. As for the inner zone, the deep yellow area, it corresponded to beasts several hundred years old, while the core was the purple zone, home to the grand finale, the 1,000-year-old beast. On the vast map, a green dot marked the candidate's current location. After studying the map, Feng didn't rush toward the core. Instead, he planned to secure as many base points as possible. First, the points from 10-year-old and 100-year-old beasts were not to be underestimated.
Alright, I've been here for a while now. Let us check out those guys' rankings. Chapter 14, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The points rankings quickly appeared before Feng's eyes. First place, Lu Dong, Changde No. 1 High School, High Grade Soul, Feng Tian Huaji, score, 50.
Second place, Zhou Qian, Changde No. 1 High School, Medium Grade Soul, Demon Wind Wolf, score, 10.
Third place, Tang Tianyuan, Changde No. 7 High School, Medium Grade Soul, Blood Drinking Mad Blade, score, 5.
From the points rankings, Feng could see that only 3 people currently had points. All other candidates were at 0 points. But this was to be expected, since teleportation into the arena was random.
Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter a beast right upon entering.
As for the first place finisher, Lu Dong, Feng surmised that the guy must have been extremely lucky to have stumbled upon a pack of beasts upon arrival. However, a momentary points score doesn't mean much. After closing the points ranking, Feng summoned his fiend slaying spear, for at that moment, the sound of wolf howls began to echo all around him. All clear wolf howls echoed continuously, followed by the sound of footsteps coming from the surrounding jungle.
Immediately, one after another, giant blue wolves charged out. Judging by their number, about 15, Feng was overjoyed.
He had just envied others for encountering a pack of beasts, and the very next second, he encountered one himself. With his extensive theoretical knowledge, he instantly recognized them as Gale Magic Wolves, a type of beast with excellent attack power and speed, as well as strong teamwork. Moreover, judging by the size of these 15 Gale Magic Wolves, the smallest stood at 1.5 meters, while the tallest reached nearly 3 meters. The pack leader, the Wolf King, clearly surpassed the standards of a 10-year-old beast. Right off the bat, this was 100-year-old beast plus 14 10-year-old beasts. Unless one possessed a medium-grade soul, any low-grade or common-grade soul would have no choice but to grit their teeth and press the teleport button to leave.
But unfortunately for them, this pack of wolves had run into Feng. Charge! The 100-year-old beast had long since developed sentience and could speak human language. At the Wolf King's command, several Gale magic wolves charged straight at him. Their speed was indeed incredible, arguably the absolute limit for a 10-year-old beast. But the next second, a blood-curdling scream rang out, not Feng's, but that of the Gale magic wolves, whose heads were blown off with just a few shots. Their massive corpses collapsed to the ground, and blood flowed like a small river, staining the ground red. Retreat! However, the Wolf King showed no sign of aggression at this moment. Instead, he issued a retreat order and was the first to bolt, which left Feng a bit speechless. But he certainly wasn't about to let the points he'd earned slip away, so Feng's figure vanished from where he stood and, in the next second, appeared right in front of the Wolf King. Thud! The tip of the fiend's slaying spear pierced straight into the Wolf King's skull. Before he could even react, he was already dead. Thud! Feng pulled the fiend's slaying spear out of the Wolf King's corpse. The mixture of white brain matter and red blood made him feel a bit queasy. Next, with a few more swift strides, Feng dispatched all the remaining Gale demon wolves, and numerous corpses, along with white and yellow soul rings, rose into the air. After letting his soul devour the flesh and the soul rings, Feng began to cut open the beast's head to see if there was a core inside. After all, these were valuable, and the martial arts exam didn't specify that cores had to be turned in. He could therefore take them back to sell for profit, but unfortunately, Feng didn't find a single core. However, after taking just a few steps, he ran into a group of people coming from the opposite direction. Feng, it's you? The group recognized Feng immediately. They'd all been classmates. The girl leading them was Lin Xiaoya, the current captain of their squad. She once pursued Feng, even boasting that she'd bear his children, but after Feng awakened to common grade, they lost contact, since she had awakened to low-grade soul. Souls of different grades are destined for different worlds. It's impossible for them to be together. Judging by your appearance, did you just take down a beast? The group wasn't blind. They immediately noticed the long spear on Feng's shoulder and his robe, which was almost dripping with blood. Yeah, I just ran into a few packs of Gale demon wolves and took care of them on the way. I can't chat with you guys right now. I've got to go find a beast, Feng said casually, turning to leave. However, his words left the group of classmates puzzled, and they all stared at Feng's receding back in bewilderment. It took them a long while to process what had happened. What did Feng just say? It sounded like he ran into a few packs of Gale magic wolves and took them out on the side. He can't be bragging, can he? Come on, that's definitely bragging. According to beast theory, the Gale magic wolf is a beast that excels in both attack and speed among the top 10 beasts. Never mind several packs, even just one would be a huge headache for our whole team, and he claims he took them out on the fly? Does he think he is a medium-grade soul? Man, I'd say he is just an awakened common grade. It must be a huge blow to Feng after all. He used to be the pride and joy of our entire 7th high school. Enough of that. Let us get going. We haven't even killed a single beast yet. So, the group pressed on, and before long, they arrived at the spot where Feng had slain those Gale demon wolves. What is this? The sight before them left the group frozen in place. More than 40 Gale demon wolves lay dead on the ground, and the cause of death for each one was almost identical, a single shot that had pierced right through their skulls. This was an extremely brutal physical attack, no flashy soul techniques whatsoever. What kind of strength would it take to kill them so violently with just physical attacks? Could it really be Feng? Team leader Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Over 40 Gale magic wolves, brutally killed with physical attacks in such a short time. It could only be that freak, Lu Dong. But his sole weapon is the Feng Tian Huaji, not a spear. As far as I know, Feng is the only candidate in this class whose sole weapon is a spear, right? Oh my goodness. It's only 9:03 right now. So that means Feng killed all those Gale demon wolves in less than 3 minutes? Even Lu Dong couldn't pull that off. My god, is he really still common grade? And to think I was mocking him earlier, turns out I'm the real clown? Right, quick, open your wristbands and check Feng's points ranking. As soon as Lin Xiaoya said this, everyone eagerly opened their wristbands. Chapter 15, Kaishukuan, President of the Seoul Association. As everyone eagerly opened their wristbands, a brand new points ranking quickly appeared before their eyes. First place, Fong, Self-Study Exam Registrant, Common Grade, Bailing Spears Score, 230. Second place, Lu Dong, Chongda No. 1 High School, High Grade Seoul, Fongtian Halberd Score, 50. Third place, Zhou Qian, Chongda No. 1 High School, Medium Grade Seoul, Magic Wind Wolf Score, 10. Fourth place, Tang Tianyuan, Chongda No. 7 High School, Medium Grade Seoul, Blood Drinking Mad Blade Score, 5. Whoa! Upon seeing the rankings, everyone gasped in shock. Fong really took first place. Just a moment ago, when I checked, Lu Dong was still in first. How did Fong suddenly pull ahead by 180 points? If anyone had harbored any doubts about Fong before, after all, there was no footage of the beast being killed, only the corpses, so anyone could claim to have killed it to show off. But the ranking points couldn't be faked. The martial arts exam bracelets used one-on-one authentication. Immediately, the crowd began counting the corpses of the Swiftwind Demon Wolves. 45 corpses? That doesn't add up. 230 points should mean 46 corpses. Look at this wolf corpse. Judging by its size, it's clearly a century-old beast. 100-year-old Gale Demon Wolf? That's a quantum leap in power, and Fong took it down with a single shot? The crowd was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts exam dungeon. Principal Wei, did you see the points rankings just now? We got 8 students in the top 10 from first high. How come your 7th high is getting worse and worse? As the two continued to argue, viewers in the livestream could see the points rankings, prompting many parents from No. 1 High School to chime in. No. 1 High School is just amazing. Not only are they way ahead in first place, but they've also snagged 8 spots in the top 10. Thank goodness I made the wise decision to send my kid to No. 1 High School back then. No. 7 High School is really getting worse and worse. Last year they had 5 students in the top 10. This year they only have 2. Don't even think about going to No. 7 High School in the future. No. 1 High School is still the best. Many parents from No. 1 High School chimed in one after another, while many parents from No. 7 High School, though unhappy about it, could do nothing but accept it. They all crowded around the screen in front of Chenjin and, in unison, looked at the latest rankings. Holy shit, the crowd exclaimed in perfect unison. Fong is No. 1? Wei Tong, principal of No. 7 High School, and Ma Lin, principal of No. 1 High School, nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. As rivals from competing schools, the two naturally knew Fong very well. Who is this Fong? However, the director of education and the mayor weren't very familiar with him. After all, given their positions, they wouldn't normally pay attention to what the two high schools were up to on a day-to-day basis except during the martial arts exams. Yes, I'm curious too. The records show he is a common grade student who enrolled through self-study. It's like this, Mayor. Fong was originally a student at my school. No. 7 Wei Tong then rattled off everything that had happened, including Fong's various performances. Of course, that included the incident where Fong had been expelled. You expelled the top-ranked student, Principal Wei? You really have a knack for spotting talent, remarked the mayor to the director of education, leaving Wei Tong red-faced with shame. He could only cast a resentful glance at Kaishukuan, the president of the Seoul Association. The rankings in the martial arts exam have always fluctuated wildly. It's been less than a quarter of an hour. This doesn't mean anything. The mayor and the director should keep an eye on the rest of the competition. This Fong definitely won. Take first place. I guarantee it in my capacity as president of the Seoul Association. After all, the mana endurance of common grade is just too poor. I don't think he'll last half an hour before he is overtaken, Kaishukuan assured, patting his chest. 1 take first place? For someone who is the president of the Seoul Association, your vision is surprisingly short-sighted. Mayor Mo Won-yoon snapped, showing no regard for his feelings. This Seoul Association. It was merely a civilian organization, not an official one. Although it held some influence, it was practically nothing in the eyes of the authorities. This ranking was updated at 9:03. That means, at the very most, Fong scored 230 points in just 3 minutes.
And based on the rule that martial arts exam candidates are teleported to the outer perimeter upon entry, that means he must have killed all the 10-year-old beasts. 230 points equates to 46 of them 46 10-year-old beasts dispatched in 3 minutes. I ask any one of you, did any of you possess this kind of ability during your own martial arts entrance exams? With combat prowess like this, and it's no exaggeration, do you still claim that Feng only took first place because of luck? The director of education had a sharp eye. He immediately analyzed the situation for everyone, leaving Kai Shukuan speechless. Chapter 16. He has also read a wide range of extracurricular books. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the many viewers in the livestream, and especially after seeing the latest points ranking, the audience could no longer sit still. Wasn't Lu Dong in first place just a moment ago? How did Feng suddenly take the top spot? Who is this Feng? If he can take first place, why isn't he a seeded competitor? I strongly demand that the drones broadcast footage of Feng. +1. Feng. There was no helping it, the buzz surrounding the number 1 spot was simply too intense. Even if it was only temporary, viewers flooded the chat with requests to catch a glimpse of Feng's presence. However, Yang Dingtian, the head of the martial arts exam, explained that currently there were only 5 drones broadcasting randomly, and the exam dungeon was vast, featuring varied terrain like mountains and forests. It was difficult to locate Feng, so until he was found, everyone had to settle for watching the seeded players' streams. Yet deep down, the viewers were brimming with curiosity about this Feng. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts exam dungeon, Lu Dong, the wielder of the high-grade soul Feng Tianhuaji, felt immensely proud after defeating the iron-armored boar and seeing his number 1 ranking. But before he could take a few steps, he suddenly saw Feng surge past him. What the hell? What's going on? At first, Lu Dong thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, it was crystal clear, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Very well, Feng. It seems you're still worthy of being my opponent. But you're still just a common grade. In an hour, I'll definitely overtake you. After making that bold declaration, Lu Dong sped ahead. As for Feng himself, he was currently somewhere on the outer perimeter. Behind him lay the bodies of 6 10-year beasts he'd just taken down, earning him another 30 points. Although 10-year beasts were worth relatively few points, Feng wasn't in a hurry to move into the middle perimeter to hunt for 100-year beasts, because 10-year beasts were the most abundant in the martial arts exam. There were nearly 100 times as many as the 100-year-old beasts, and they often appeared in packs, so in terms of scoring speed, they were, to a certain extent, no less efficient than the 100-year-old beasts. Another key point was that almost any candidate could kill a 10-year-old beast, whereas killing a 100-year-old beast was much more difficult. Therefore, if a 100-year-old beast was left unkilled, it would still be there. On the other hand, if he didn't kill the 10-year beasts, someone else would. Therefore, Feng had to secure every easily obtainable point. After all, the mission to upgrade his level 4 system was to win the martial arts exam outright. Across the entire province of Hunan, there were nearly 9 million candidates taking the exam this year. The difficulty of coming in first among such a massive field was self-evident, so Feng couldn't afford to lose a single point. As he raced through various outlying areas, Feng's extensive theoretical knowledge came in handy. He could perfectly discern even the slightest trace of a beast and locate its hiding place or gathering spot. Wielding a fiend-slaying spear without resorting to soul techniques, he still fought with masterful skill. One after another, the corpses of 10-year beasts fell, and Feng's score soared rapidly. Killed 1 10-year beast, earned 5 points current total, 345. Killed 4 10-year beasts, earned 20 points current total, 365. Listening to the electronic beeps continuously coming from his exam bracelet, a smile spread across Feng's face. At his current kill rate, by tonight, his points would reach at least 2,500. 2,500 points according to last year's martial arts exam records in Chengde City, that would already be enough for third place. And this was just the first day of racking up base points. Who knew how high his score would soar by the second day? Consequently, Feng was full of energy and didn't rest all morning. He was either on his way to slay beasts or actually slaying them. If it were anyone else, even Lu Dong, wielding the high-grade soul Feng Tianhuaji, they absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand such an intense schedule of constant movement and slaughter.
After all, with no rest at all, the mana consumption was enormous. But Feng was different. Bolstered by the bonuses of both his innate grade and supreme grade souls, his mana reserves were incredibly robust even after the entire he had only consumed about 40% of his mana. At 12 o'clock noon, Feng emerged from the jungle and entered a valley. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a strange, pungent scent. It's parasitic blood vine. Wow, have they even arranged for this kind of vicious beast this time? Thanks to the vast knowledge in his mind, Feng could identify the type of beast ahead simply by its scent. Just like souls, beasts come in all shapes and forms. They aren't limited to animal beasts, there are plant beasts as well, and their ferocity is in no way inferior to that of animal beasts. In fact, according to statistics from the annual martial arts exam, more than half of the candidates who die during the exam are killed by plant beasts. After all, plants are usually quite quiet, striking when you're most off guard. Their sudden attacks often catch you completely off guard. The martial arts exam is not 100% safe. Although there is a teleportation button, most of the time, you simply won't have time to press it. The exam is designed this way because the organizers want everyone to understand just how ferocious beasts can be. I wonder if anyone has died in there. Feng walked toward the valley as knowledge of the parasitic blood vine surged back into his mind. A plant beast that is highly resilient and carries a potent toxin. It often attacks by wrapping itself around the candidate's legs once entangled. The poisonous thorns on the parasitic blood vine pierce the candidate's body, injecting a toxin that paralyzes the nerves. Then, it slowly drains the candidate until they're nothing but a desiccated husk. As Feng walked deeper into the valley, he indeed saw several candidates hanging in the air, mumbling incoherently, clearly already unconscious. Fortunately, the parasitic blood vine was only a 10-year beast-level creature. If it had been a 100-year beast level 1, these people would already have been reduced to desiccated husks by now. They're all candidates. If I come across them, I'll save them, Feng said. They were all compatriots from the Great Xia Kingdom. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before Feng could get close, a massive swarm of parasitic blood vines suddenly surged up from the ground, thick as a forest, numbering well over 100. Faced with such a massive force for the first time, many candidates would surely panic, but Feng was someone who had ventured into the beast great forest naturally. He handled the situation with composure. The fiend's slaying spear swiftly sliced through the parasitic blood vines, and Feng immediately pulled them out by the roots. Since these plants take root underground, as long as the roots remain intact, they can quickly absorb earth energy again and sprout new vines. After eradicating the problem at its source, the other candidates also dropped down. However, Feng did not let his guard down, because the parasitic blood vines are symbiotic with the shadow demon tree. In other words, there was still a shadow demon tree nearby. Don't think that just because the parasitic blood vine was dealt with, he could let his guard down. Feng clearly remembered the case study in his textbook. A Grand Master in Changde City had once died at the hands of a shadow demon tree. Of course, that Grand Master hadn't faced a 10th-year level parasitic blood vine, but rather a 100-year level one, and the rank of a shadow demon tree is typically one tier higher than that of the parasitic blood vine. In other words, that Grand Master died at the hands of a 1,000-year-old shadow demon tree. The one Feng is currently facing is only a 100-year-old shadow demon tree, but there are many giant trees in the vicinity, and shadow demon trees are extremely skilled at camouflage. Therefore, identifying a shadow demon tree is quite difficult. However, Feng is a top student. He is not only well versed in his coursework but has also read extensively outside of class. He has read plenty of extracurricular books, such as The Plum and the Golden Vase. After all, the school encourages students to read widely. Chapter 17, Lighting an 82 Cigarette. Back in his freshman year, after the class on parasitic blood vine, Feng had privately researched the shadow demon tree. Although this beast excels at camouflage, once it reaches 100 years of age, all the leaves at the top of the shadow demon tree will fall off completely. It's similar to the balding genes found in some middle-aged soul masters. No one knew what was going on. All they could do was marvel at the wonders of the Creator. It's you! Feng glanced around and quickly spotted the bald shadow demon tree, which had also sensed his gaze at that moment. You little rascal, you really found me. Don't blame me now.
100-year-old beast had already developed sentience, so even a plant-type beast could speak. The shadow demon tree launched a direct attack, but since it was relatively young, its attack methods were quite limited. It was no match for Feng at all, and was instantly killed in a single second. Killed 102 10-year-old beasts, and 100-year-old beast earned 520 points total score, 2,320. Feng had spent the entire morning rushing around and hunting beasts, so he hadn't paid attention to his score until now. Only then did he take a closer look and realize he'd already reached 2,320 points. His original goal was 2,500 points a day. He hadn't expected to reach it by noon. It looked like he might even hit 4,500 points today. After calming his excitement, Feng stepped forward to check on the unconscious test takers and realized they were in a bad state. It would take at least several hours for them to recover. He certainly couldn't stay by their side. After all, he still had to hunt beasts. But if he ignored them, they'd just lie there and be eaten by beasts as corpses in no time.
Fine, I'll give you a hand. Feng pressed the teleportation buttons for the candidates, and in an instant, they were all teleported away. With that taken care of, Feng pressed forward toward the front of the valley. Meanwhile, about a few thousand meters ahead of Feng, the corpses of 4 10-year-old beasts lay on their backs. Standing beside the corpses were two people, none other than Bin and Ruyan.
Wow, Brother Bin is so awesome, he took down 4 beasts in one go. Ruyan kept praising him from the sidelines, much to the delight of Bin, the total suck-up.
However, Ruyan was just playing along.
She had only awakened a low-grade soul, so she didn't have much combat power on her own. She had no choice but to rely on her looks to score a decent grade. Among the teams formed by low-grade soul users, there were naturally quite a few that invited Ruyan, but she looked down on them all. In her eyes, only 3 people met her expectations. The first was Feng, her top choice. Unfortunately, in the days leading up to the martial arts exam, she went looking for
Of course. Alright then, let us keep searching for beasts.
Bin led Ruyan forward, with the live streaming drone following behind them, a scene that, naturally, was witnessed by countless viewers. But no one found it strange, because choosing who to team up with was the contestants' right. Plus, Ruyan was undeniably beautiful and had a great figure, so loyal admirers simply couldn't resist her.
Hey, Bin, that person up ahead looks kinda familiar.
As they walked forward, Ruyan was the first to spot Feng coming toward them.
It's Feng.
Great, what a small world. The moment Bin saw Feng, he seethed with rage.
Back on the day of the awakening ceremony,
the incident where Feng beat him to a pulp right at the school gate was still the talk of the town. At number 7 high school, Bin had lost all face. In the 7 days leading up to the martial arts exam, Bin used his family's connections to obtain a medium-grade meditation technique.
Combined with some family heirlooms designed to boost mana, his current mana level
had reached around level 15. Furthermore, when he ventured into the wilderness, he had specifically spent $1 million to hire Zhou Ping, a Grand Master, to accompany him the entire way.
He found a beast that was close to the limit of his first soul ring, a 70-year-old beast named the saber-toothed tiger, which happened to be a perfect match for Bin's medium-grade soul, the fire tiger. Since the beast's age matched his soul perfectly, Bin's first soul skill was nothing short of perfect. Called Fierce Tiger Claws, it did exactly what the name implied. His hands transformed into tiger claws, delivering devastating attacks. After acquiring the soul skill, Bin wanted to seek out Feng to exact his revenge, but unfortunately, despite searching many times, he couldn't find any trace of Feng. He had searched every shop in the area. The only place left was the bathhouse. Not only was there no sign of him, but not even a single hair was to be seen. Later, when he entered the martial exam dungeon with Ruyan in tow, Bin kept thinking the whole time about fate would finally grant him a chance to run into Feng and get his revenge. He hadn't run into him all morning, but now he had, and he was determined to let off some steam. Haha, Feng, I've finally found you.
Bin stepped forward, blocking Feng's path, and shouted with maniacal laughter. It was precisely this shout that revealed to the viewers in the livestream who Feng really was. Bin was one of the 5 seeded players, and seeded players had dedicated drones streaming their matches live the entire time. So, naturally, Feng appeared on Bin's livestream.
What? That Feng, viewers in the chat room wrote in the comment stream.
Soon, viewers from the other seated players' streams also turned their attention to Bin's stream.
After all, they hadn't seen Fong all morning, the very person they'd been longing to see, so now that he appeared. Consequently, fights among candidates have occurred every year.
Right now, Bin stood before Fong and summoned his medium-grade soul, the fire tiger.
Instantly, a tiger engulfed in flames appeared behind Bin.
That fire tiger was a full 2 meters tall, truly imposing.
And with the boost from the beast soul, Bin's physical prowess was instantly enhanced. Fong, old scores and new grudges, I'll settle them all today.
After saying this, Bin deliberately activated his first soul ring, a white one, since the live stream cameras were rolling. Showing off a bit could boost his popularity.
First soul skill. Fierce tiger claws. Bin roared, then channeled his soul into his body.
His hands transformed into a pair of massive, razor-sharp tiger claws as he pounced toward Fong.
Humph.
Fong dismissed him with disdain.
He, too, benefited from the boost of a beast soul, one of the greatest advantages of such a soul being its ability to drastically enhance physical prowess.
The powerful boost from the supreme grade beast soul, primal dragon essence, meant that even without summoning the soul to possess him, Fong's physical prowess remained at an outrageously high level. Of course, unless it was a life or death situation, Fong would absolutely never summon the primal dragon essence soul. After all, once summoned, his soul ring would inevitably be exposed.
That was his first soul ring, a 100,000-year-old one. Currently, there are only a handful of beasts of that age.
Given Fong's strength, he naturally wouldn't stand a chance against them. Those creatures are the kings of beasts, and even titled sovereigns wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Therefore, without a powerful backer, blindly summoning it might attract attention and let him show off, but he'd likely be secretly abducted by some organization for dissection and research the very night the martial arts exam ended. After all, not even a titled sovereign is guaranteed to possess a 100,000-year-old soul ring. And for one to appear on a martial exam candidate, that goes far beyond the realm of the absurd.
Humph, Fong, you don't even use your 100 spirits spear. How dare you underestimate me?
Bin was furious at that moment. This Fong, when facing his first soul skill, didn't even bother to activate his soul.
Ha, my revenge is finally complete.
Bin was overjoyed, thinking to himself that Fong had truly lost his mind.
However, the very next second,
when Bin's violent tiger claw struck Fong, Fong merely extended his fist slightly, just an ordinary punch, seemingly unremarkable. But Bin was sent flying backward like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing violently into several giant trees, then shattering a massive boulder before landing in a pile of rocks.
He was clearly knocked unconscious. Ha!
The viewers in the livestream and the martial arts exam officials were all left completely stunned, because just a second earlier, their thoughts had been exactly the same as Bin's.
Fong's soul was an artifact soul. Theoretically, his physical prowess was absolutely no match for Bin's beast soul possession. Earlier, they assumed Fong was going to summon his artifact soul at this critical moment. Then, at the very last moment, he pulled off a stunning comeback.
Unexpectedly, Fong didn't even use his mana with a single punch. He sent Bin, one of the top contenders, straight back into a deep sleep.
What? Has the battle even started yet?
Some viewers in the livestream still couldn't believe their eyes.
It looks like it's already over. Bin just got taken out by Fong in an instant. A medium-grade soul was insta-killed by the lowest-tier common-grade soul? And the key point is, Fong didn't even use his soul. Could this Fong have a twin soul? Does he have another, extremely powerful beast soul? If not, there is no way to explain this. Are you out of your mind? The soul awakening ceremony never fails.
If Fong had a twin soul, he would been fast-tracked long ago. Besides, according to the theory of soul equality, twin souls must be of the same quality. All the twin souls that have appeared in the history of our great Xia kingdom have conformed to this theory. And the lowest soul quality must still be at least peak grade. Now that you mention it, I do remember learning about this theory in my sophomore year of high school.
Then why exactly is Fong's physique so formidable? In my opinion, Fong must have practiced some secret technique to strengthen his physique. That makes sense, the crowd chimed in.
After all, in the Soul era, where supernatural abilities abound, aside from soul skills, there are also secret techniques created and perfected by titled sovereigns through their own insights. Secret techniques also provide a significant boost to one's abilities. Although they may not be as powerful as soul skills in the later stages, in the early stages when one only has 1 or 2 soul rings and soul skills, these secret techniques must have been incredibly useful. However, the crowd was puzzled. Since secret techniques were typically created by titled sovereigns, this Feng seemed to be an orphan. He had no background to speak of. Besides, while some secret techniques were for sale on the black market, their prices were prohibitively high. Even the wealthiest person in all of Changde City couldn't afford a single volume, even if they sold everything they owned. Feng certainly didn't have that kind of money. Where did Feng go? Just as the crowd had finished commenting, they realized Feng had vanished from the center of the screen. Whereas the drone. Why isn't it following Feng? This drone is Bin's personal live streaming drone. It was pre-programmed before the martial arts exam broadcast began, and it's loaded with Bin's data. So it only follows Bin. No way, I want to see Feng. The viewers immediately began to protest. After all, Feng's move just now had been incredibly cool. But the martial arts exam organizers explained that the Changde City martial arts exam had limited resources. There were only 10 drones in total. Aside from the dedicated drones for the top-seeded competitors, the rest were used for random live streaming. As for whether they'd be able to see Feng later, that would depend on the staff manually controlling the random drones to search for him. After Feng disappeared, it took Ruyan quite a while to come to her senses. She had intended to follow Feng, but he was simply too fast. She couldn't keep up at all. Following that strike, Ruyan made a silent resolution. Once the martial arts exam was over, she would definitely go to Feng and beg for his forgiveness. Even if Feng made the outrageous demand of Hang Kuan, she would agree to it. Once she reconciled with Feng and got back together with this prodigy, her future would be secure. Meanwhile, Feng had already ventured deep into the valley. It was now afternoon, and he noticed that the number of beasts in the valley had decreased significantly. After a morning of hunting, combined with the presence of so many examinees, the density of beasts had dropped significantly. Consequently, his only option now was to head to the outlying areas that no one had visited yet. The outskirts were vast, and Feng was certain there were still plenty of beasts to be found. He opened his martial arts exam wristband once more and checked the digital map. From the tracks marked on the map, Feng realized that the areas he had covered so far amounted to less than half of the outlying region. In other words, there was still half the area he hadn't explored yet. These places were sure to harbor plenty of beasts, so he decided to make the most of the remaining few hours to boost his score one last time. Consequently, Feng didn't rest for a single moment that afternoon, and sure enough, he managed to find quite a few beasts. Just like that, the entire afternoon flew by as Feng continued his hunt, and night soon fell. It was time for Feng to find a place to rest. After a day of intense activity, Feng had already depleted nearly 90% of his mana, and that was actually quite impressive. If any other martial arts exam contestant had pushed themselves the way Feng had, they would have been completely drained and weak long ago. Moreover, constantly on edge while hunting beasts had left Feng mentally exhausted as well. He truly needed to find a safe place to get some proper rest. Chapter 19, Kaishu Kuan, I'm gonna strangle you. Since most of the beasts in the outer regions had already been killed, finding a safe spot wasn't too difficult. Feng chose a place with a very pleasant view. This lifted his spirits, which was good for relaxing and recovering mentally. Alright, let us see how many points I have now. Feng opened the martial arts exam points rankings. He hadn't glanced at them once all afternoon while he'd been rushing around. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he definitely had to check. A virtual list quickly appeared on the screen. First place, Feng, self-study exam registrant, common grade, Larkspur score, 4,780. Second place, Lu Dong, Changde No. 1 High School, high grade Seoul, Fengtian Halberd score, 700. Third place, Zhou Qian, Changde No. 1 High School, medium grade Seoul, Magic Wind Wolf score, 510. Fourth place, Chao Jin, Changde No. 1 High School, medium grade Seoul, Thunderbolt sword score, 505. 5th place, Tang Tianyuan, Chanda number 7 High School, medium grade soul, blood drinking mad blade score, 455.
4,780 points. Not bad, that's quite a bit more than the 4,500 I expected. Fong was fairly satisfied with this result. Now it was time to get some rest. Tomorrow would be the decisive day.
The century-old beasts in the middle ring, the several century-old beasts in the inner ring, and the millennium-old beasts in the core zone, these were the key to all candidates' efforts to boost their scores the next day. However, only the top contenders in each testing district would succeed in doing so. Fong naturally qualified as one of them now. Meanwhile, as night fell, all the candidates began to rest. Near a waterfall somewhere, Lu Dong couldn't wait to open the points rankings.
This time, I'm definitely going to leave Fong in the dust, hee.
Lu Dong's excitement grew with every passing moment. Ever since Fong first overtook him, Lu Dong had been working tirelessly to improve.
He spent the entire day relentlessly hunting and killing beasts, almost to the point of madness.
And to be honest, he'd been pretty lucky. He stumbled upon some decent beast packs, all of which were relatively weak groups of 10 and 20-year-old beasts. For someone with a high-grade soul like him, taking them down was a breeze, which significantly boosted his score and his confidence in overtaking Fong. However, the moment he saw the points ranking.
What? I don't even have a fraction of his score? Lu Dong's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
At first glance, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him after a day of non-stop running around, but after checking several times, he realized it was true.
Holy shit! He thought he'd overtake Fong and reclaim the top spot, but instead, the gap was only widening?
He never expected Fong to already have 4,780 points, while he didn't even have a fraction of that.
No, this can't be true.
As the only high-grade soul, Lu Dong refused to accept this defeat. Although he never expected to take first place in the province. He always believed that first place in Changde City this year was his for the taking. No one could take it away from him. But reality had just slapped him hard in the face.
I still have a chance.
Tomorrow is the key to boosting my score, and besides, I still have a mana potion left.
Fong, I bet you used both of your mana potions today.
Lu Dong muttered to himself.
He was confident he would surpass Fong tomorrow and trample him underfoot.
Meanwhile, all across the martial arts exam dungeon, countless candidates were checking the points rankings.
What? 4,780 points, how did Fong pull this off?
Given that each beast in this area is worth 5 points, that means he had to kill 956 beasts. And spread out over 12 hours, that's nearly 80 beasts per hour, meaning Fong had to kill at least one beast every minute, non-stop.
I ask you, who has that much mana? Even some Grand Masters couldn't pull off something that intense, right?
In my opinion, Fong must have downed 2 mana potions.
He is way too eager to succeed. Everyone knows you're supposed to save 1 mana potion for the next day's score push. Come on.
4,780 points. Whether he pushes for more or not, that score is already enough to crack the top 50 in the province based on past martial arts exam records. Plus, with a full night to recover his mana, Fong will definitely still be in top form tomorrow.
Just how many points can this guy actually score? A sense of anticipation filled everyone's hearts.
Meanwhile, outside the martial arts exam dungeon, the official's chief coordinator Yang Ding Tian, Mayor Mo Wen Yun, Education Bureau Director Chen Jin, and First High School Principal Ma Lin were also overjoyed. Yang Ding Tian was delighted because, if this trend continued, Fong would likely have no trouble cracking the provincial top 10 with just a little extra effort tomorrow, and he, too, would benefit from Fong's success.
Mo Wen Yun and Chen Jin were delighted because Fong's spot in the provincial top 50 was absolutely guaranteed.
In the history of Changde City, a traditionally underperforming exam district, only one person had ever made it into the top 50, and that was 30 years ago. After that historic achievement, Changde's mayor and director of education were both promoted to provincial-level positions.
Fong's emergence now gave Mo Wen Yun and Chen Jin renewed hope.
Once this martial arts exam concluded, they, too, would be able to secure higher ranking positions at the provincial level. As for Ma Lin, he was delighted because Fong had eliminated Bin. 7th High School already had few strong contenders to begin with, and now that Bin was out of the picture, only Tang Tianyuan remained in the top 10 for the school. Apart from Feng, the other 8 were all from his own first high school. Given Feng's current trajectory, a spot in the provincial top 50 was a sure thing. By then, the director of education would have been promoted and transferred. The next director of education would definitely be his. Come to think of it, he actually had Feng to thank for that. Once he was promoted to director of education, he'd be the boss of his arch-rival Wei Tong. He'd definitely have to bully him a bit to vent his frustration. As for Wei Tong, he was so filled with regret that he wanted to kill himself. He kept cursing himself inwardly. Why on earth did you expel Feng back then? Look where that has gotten you now. But it was all the fault of Kai Shukuan, the president of the Soul Association. If that guy hadn't declared after the Soul Awakening ceremony that Feng had no future, he wouldn't have expelled him. And based on Feng's martial arts exam scores, once the exams were over, he would undoubtedly have been promoted to director of the Education Bureau. Kai Shukuan, I'm going to strangle the hell out of you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wei Tong lunged forward and grabbed Kai Shukuan by the throat, and the two began wrestling. Cough, cough, Principal Wei, don't get so worked up. Feng is only common grade, his stamina is poor. During tomorrow's score boosting phase, he'll definitely run out of mana and get overtaken. Kai Shukuan, I'm going to #%%. You son of a bitch. That is exactly what you said at the start of the martial arts exam, that Feng would be overtaken. And look at him now, he is already at 4,780 points. Seeing the two men grappling, the martial arts exam officials didn't bother to break it up. In high spirits, they simply headed back to their hotel to rest. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless one, none of them would be able to sleep. Just thinking about their bright futures made them wish dawn would come immediately. The faster time passed, the better. After returning to the hotel, the mayor and the director of education also called ahead to make arrangements at the city's most luxurious hotel. Hello, Mr. Mayor. How may I assist you? When the martial arts exam ends at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, the banquet must be ready. Arrange a celebration for Feng at the highest level. A celebration for Feng? The hotel staff member on the other end was a bit baffled. Wasn't this only the first day of the exam? Why were they already planning a celebration for a candidate? Weren't they usually notified by phone only after the martial arts exam was over? Chapter 20, You idiot, the landlady isn't gone yet. The staff member was completely baffled. After all, on the first day of the martial arts exam, it was never decided which candidate would take first place. The second day was when candidates made their final push to boost their scores. On the first day, the score gaps are generally small, at most 100 or so points. During the score boosting phase, killing a few more century-old beasts could narrow the gap or even allow a candidate to overtake the leader. This scenario plays out in every Chengda City martial arts exam. Many candidates who were in first place on the first day were overtaken the next day, and by a wide margin. Even 15 minutes before the exam ends, no one dares to claim they're definitely in first place. So isn't it a bit premature for the mayor to call ahead to celebrate Feng's victory and order ingredients for a banquet? The staff, after all, couldn't make that call, so they summoned the hotel owner, who, at that very moment, was working overtime day after day with his wife in the hotel's luxury suite. But as soon as he realized it was the mayor calling, he immediately pulled out his equipment and came down to answer the phone. Okay, Mayor, I got it. I'll get things ready right away. At first, the hotel owner looked a bit annoyed at being interrupted during his special moment, but after hanging up, he just stood there frozen in place. Unable to calm down for a long time, he recalled the number the mayor had mentioned, and the hotel owner was so stunned he plopped right down on the floor. 4,780 points? Holy cow! As a hotel owner, he hosted the top scorer of the martial arts exam every year, so he was absolutely familiar with each year's top performer. He recalled that last year's top scorer had scored around 1,670 points, and that was after a second day score boost. Yet this year, on the very first day, the Feng the mayor mentioned had already reached 4,780 points. Since the mayor had said it, he didn't doubt it for a second.
With such potential, if this Feng were given 30 years no, make that 20 ED likely rise to become a super powerful titled sovereign, wouldn't he? Good heavens! His hotel was going to host a banquet for a future titled sovereign. Just thinking about it sent the hotel owner's blood racing. He had to get up immediately to personally instruct the kitchen to prepare everything and oversee the selection of ingredients. They had to be top-notch. But when he tried to stand, he realized that his legs had gone completely limp from the shock and excitement. It seemed he'd have to let a staff member help him up. "Hurry over here and give me a hand," the hotel owner said to the young woman answering the phone. "You rascal, the boss's wife isn't gone yet." However, the young woman on the phone blushed slightly, looking extremely embarrassed. Hotel owner. The next day arrived quickly. Feng, exhausted from the previous day, slept straight through until 8:30 a.m. After waking up, he first checked his mana levels and found they had fully recovered. His energy was also back in top form. It seemed he could save the 2 vials of mana potion issued by the martial arts exam organizers. After all, he paid 30,000 in registration fees just to get them. A single vial cost as much as 10,000 on the open market, so saving 2 vials meant saving 20,000. Let us go. Following the route he mapped out yesterday, Feng quickly reached the middle perimeter. This was where the century-old beasts roamed, and as the age requirement increased, the density of beasts here had dropped significantly. Unlike the outer perimeter, where groups of dozens of beasts would appear, here the largest groups consisted of only 7 or 8 beasts. Fortunately, since century-old beasts were worth dozens of points each, his score would continue to rise at a steady pace. But that is only if you have enough mana to sustain the fight and can finish them off quickly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Not long after entering the inner perimeter, Feng encountered a group of datura snakes in a rocky area. They were all colorful, and the leader of the pack even had horns growing from its head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Knowledge about beasts flooded Feng's mind. Datura snakes are beasts skilled in using toxins. They can spew datura poison smoke. If this smoke is accidentally inhaled, your mana will become stagnant, followed by numbness throughout your body, and then you'll be devoured by the datura snake. As such, they are considered one of the greatest threats in the martial arts exam. This type of beast can also evolve. Starting at 100 years old, for every additional 100 years, a horn grows on its head, granting the mandrake snake a new ability. Called the mandrake beam, it possesses extreme penetrating power and is laced with poison. Mandrake snakes that reach the 1,000-year level even evolve into the embryonic form of a jiaolong. Put. The group of mandrake snakes immediately released a toxic cloud, instantly filling the entire area with a thick, noxious haze. However, Feng had a plan. When dealing with this type of beast, close combat was not advisable. Even if you held your breath, the toxins could still penetrate through the skin into your pores and enter your bloodstream. Therefore, the best approach was to fight from a distance. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng charged forward, prioritizing speed and safety above all else. A massive crescent-shaped slash, 4.4 meters long, cut through the air. The heads of the datura snakes were instantly severed and fell to the ground. However, Feng did not have his soul devour the snake's corpses, flesh, or soul rings. Instead, he turned and walked away. According to theory, after these creatures die, their bodies continue to release toxic mist for several minutes. Feng wasn't about to waste a few minutes just to devour the flesh of a mere century-old beast. Those few minutes were more than enough for Feng to find and slay a new target. Killed 4 100-year-old beasts and 1 200-year-old beast earned 60 points total score, 4,840. As the electronic chime from his watch rang out, Feng felt energized. As he continued onward, Feng had exceptional luck, encountering 100-year-old beasts one after another, all traveling in groups of several, so his points kept rising. Killed 5 100-year-old beasts and 2 300-year-old beasts earned 110 points total score, 4,950. Killed 2 100-year-old beasts and 3 200-year-old beasts earned 80 points total score, 5,030. Killed 1 100-year-old beast and 4 200-year-old beasts earned 90 points total score, 5,120. Listening to those sounds, Feng was in high spirits. The 100-year-old beasts were coming in wave after wave. It seemed his luck was holding up today. After all,
when it comes to racking up points, luck is a decisive factor. Darting swiftly through the jungle, Feng was like an agile cheetah. His exceptional jumping ability allowed him to move effortlessly among the giant trees. Standing atop the giant trees gave him an extremely wide field of view, allowing him to spot more beast targets.
As a result, Feng's points didn't slow down despite the lower density of beasts.
If anything, his pace actually picked up considerably. Since the inner perimeter was much smaller than the outer one, Feng covered more than half of the inner area in just over 3 hours. He glanced at the time on his wristband. It was still an hour until noon, so Feng decided to enter the inner zone early to hunt down beasts over 400 years old.
Chapter 21, That's Just Unfair, a Sneak Attack.
In every testing zone, the inner zone is commonly known as the seated contestants area because the beasts there are extremely old and highly intelligent. Sometimes, they even band together to ambush contestants.
Consequently, the danger level is extremely high. Even top contenders dare not let their guard down.
Yet Feng strode in with confidence, practically eager to be attacked by a beast.
Shortly after entering the inner perimeter and slaying a few beasts, Feng heard a mechanical sound coming from above.
Looking up, he saw that a random live streaming drone was filming him. Meanwhile, as the camera focused on Feng, the area outside the martial arts exam dungeon had long since erupted into a frenzy.
Chief, we spotted Feng. What? We finally found Feng. Quick, zoom in on him. Yang Dingtian, the chief in charge of the martial arts exam, was overjoyed. Ever since Feng had taken down Bin with a single move yesterday, many viewers had been clamoring to watch Feng's livestream. Unfortunately, the dungeon was too vast, and despite searching all day, they hadn't been able to find him until now, when he suddenly appeared. We can't lose him again. Also, bring in the other 4 drones. Focus the entire stream on Feng. Upon receiving Yang Dingtian's order, the remaining drones quickly locked onto Feng. Oh my god, someone help! Feng's out.
As the live stream switched to Feng's feed, a flood of viewers rushed in, posting excited comments.
What? Feng's out? Hurry up, don't let him get away again.
Suddenly, the viewers were acting as if Feng had just been released from prison, but you couldn't blame them. They were simply too excited.
Wait a minute, the beast Feng just killed. Why is it so huge? This doesn't look like the inner zone anymore, does it?
Holy crap, that's a snow ape. It's over 3 meters tall. A beast of that size corresponds to a 500-year-old specimen.
What? A 500-year-old beast? Isn't that the inner zone of the dungeon? Did Feng enter early? And all by himself?
Once everyone had calmed down and watched Feng's livestream of him taking down the beast, they realized that Feng had apparently already entered the inner zone.
Roar!
On screen, Feng had just finished off a snow ape when 7 even larger ones, each a full 5 meters tall, charged out from nearby. Their massive forms immediately surrounded Feng. If not for the 5 drones streaming the action from above, they likely wouldn't have been able to see him at all. Consequently, the viewers in the livestream began to grow concerned, and the head of the martial arts exam, the mayor, and the superintendent of education also felt a sense of unease. Oh dear, Feng is just too reckless.
Well, there you go. He has been ambushed by beast.
He'll probably have to exit the dungeon early.
The mayor and the superintendent of education looked deeply disappointed.
After all, they had just checked Feng's score and realized that if he maintained his current pace until the end of the martial arts exam, Feng would absolutely secure a spot in the top 5 in the province. Even making it into the top 3 wouldn't be a problem. He might even break a record. But now he is surrounded by 7 5-meter-tall snow apes. These are 700-year-old beasts, after all.
Moreover, snow apes possess immense strength. A single 700-year-old one is more than capable of going head-to-head with an ordinary 1,000-year-old beast. In other words, Feng is currently under attack by 7 1,000-year-old beasts.
With 7 against 1, it goes without saying that no one was rooting for Feng.
Holy crap, these snow apes have no honor at all. They actually ambushed him? It's over. Feng is done for. He definitely can't win in a fight. I wonder if he can even outrun them.
Yeah, Feng, run for your life, someone watching the livestream shouted excitedly in front of their screen.
Looks like Feng is going to have to hit the teleport button and leave the exam hall early.
Man, if he hadn't run into that sneak attack by the snow apes, Feng would have definitely made it into the top 3 in the province.
With his current score, I'm afraid everyone felt an overwhelming sense of regret.
As for Feng at that moment, although he was surrounded by 7 snow apes, there was not a trace of fear on his face, only excitement.
Boss, has this guy been scared out of his wits by us? Looking at the smiling Feng, the 7 snow apes surrounding him were also a bit baffled.
With their massive force 6 at the 700-year level and their leader at the 800-year level, which candidate, faced with such a lineup and a sneak attack? Not wetting his pants would have been a miracle, yet this candidate before them wasn't he just smiling? His face even seemed to radiate joy and excitement.
Was this a surprise attack on him, or was he the one launching the surprise attack?
Forget it, charge, one of the snow apes roared, swinging its massive iron fist down with the intent to smash Feng into mincemeat with a single blow.
Boom! However, the very next second,
a long spear pierced right through his heart, and his massive body quickly collapsed to the ground.
What? Number 3 is dead?
Staring at number 3, who'd been killed in an instant, the other snow apes were stunned.
No!
But before they could even react, the remaining 6 snow apes saw their own bodies rapidly moving away from their heads.
Am I dead? The snow apes couldn't believe it.
It took several seconds before they realized that Feng had acted so quickly that he severed their heads. They hadn't died immediately, which was why they seen their own bodies. This shouldn't have happened. A split second before dying, the leader of the snow apes was filled with immense regret.
Had this damn ambush actually cost him his own life? Feng has already dealt with the snow apes' ambush?
The viewers in the livestream chat along with those few officials all had their mouths wide open, big enough to fit 2 eggs. The livestream chat, which had been buzzing with comments just moments ago, went completely silent at that instant.
No one was typing, everyone was frozen in stunned disbelief. A long time later. Smack!
Chen Jin, the director of education, slapped Wei Teng across the face.
Director, why did you hit me? That really hurts.
Wei Teng clutched his bright red cheek, looking aggrieved.
It hurts? So it wasn't a dream?
This is real. Director Chen Jin exclaimed. The other officials, having finally snapped out of it, also wore expressions of unbridled excitement. Then, after everyone checked Feng's points and discovered they had risen by 500, they finally fully realized it wasn't a dream.
That's right.
Immediately instruct the live stream editors to edit the footage of Feng slaying those snow apes just now. Notify the city authorities and all subway lines and streets to broadcast this video of Feng during every time slot and commercial break.
Keep it playing for a week, no, a month. The mayor ordered excitedly.
Broadcasting footage of Feng's powerful slaying during the martial arts exam would boost citizens' confidence in fighting off beast invasions. It would also help shape Feng's public image and win over the people of Changde. Also, from now on, Changde No. 1 High School and No. 7 High School should stop using footage of grandmasters slaying beasts as teaching material.
Use Feng's footage instead, it looks much more thrilling.
And it's more age-appropriate for the students. Also, notify all the major media outlets in the city to prepare for an interview with Feng in advance.
Yes, Mayor. I'll go right away. The staff were now all fired up, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 22, have all the beasts in the inner perimeter been eliminated?
Feng swiftly swept through the beasts in the inner zone, eliminating 2/3 of them in just 2.5 hours. Meanwhile, the middle zone had also been nearly cleared by the other candidates. The 3 top contenders from No. 1 High School, high-grade soul painted halberd Lu Dong, medium-grade soul Gale Wolf Zhou Qian, and medium-grade soul Thunderbolt Sword Chao Jin had also teamed up. The reason they decided to team up was that they were heading into the inner zone, where all the beasts were over 400 years old. Even Lu Dong wouldn't dare go there alone.
The inner zone is right ahead.
Stay on high alert every year, contestants get ambushed in there.
Lu Dong led the way into the inner zone, warning the other 2.
Don't worry, the other 2 replied in unison, then remained on high alert. However, after the trio had roamed around for quite some time, they hadn't seen a single living beast, let alone been ambushed by one, though they did come across quite a few carcasses.
What's going on? We've been in here for a quarter of an hour, and not a single beast in sight? Even though beast density is low in the inner zone, surely we shouldn't have encountered none at all? We haven't even heard a single beast roar. Could it be that the beasts have started fighting among themselves?
The three were puzzled when they spotted another pile of snow ape heads and corpses ahead. Earlier, they'd been rushing too quickly to hunt beasts and hadn't had time to examine the corpses they'd encountered. Now, the three decided to take a closer look.
5-meter-tall snow apes? These must be at least 700 years old, right? With just a few of them here, who could possibly be powerful enough to take them down? Aside from us top seeds teaming up?
Look at the fatal wounds on these snow apes. Except for the first one, which died from a pierced heart, the others all had their heads severed. They were likely killed by a soul weapon.
You mean that seated contestant from number 7 middle school, Tang Tianyuan, did this?
After all, his soul is Mad Blade.
No. It definitely wasn't Tang Tianyuan.
Mad Blade is powerful, but facing this many 700-year-old snow apes, Tang Tianyuan would have had no choice but to run. There is only one person capable of such a terrifying feat.
Feng, the three exclaimed in unison, their pupils immediately contracting. Trouble. That guy's already entered the inner zone ahead of us.
Lu Dong and his two companions then sprinted through the inner zone and, sure enough, found the ground littered with beast corpses. After searching for nearly another quarter of an hour, the trio encountered nothing but corpses.
It's over. Feng has basically wiped out all the beasts in the inner zone.
He is probably doing a final sweep right now. There's no place for us in the inner zone.
What do we do? That leaves only the beasts in the core zone. Come on, let us give it our all.
Lu Dong gritted his teeth, and the other two followed him as they ran toward the core zone. It seemed now that only by killing the beasts in the core zone would they have a chance to overtake Feng. I hope the beast in the core area is still there. The three sprinted along, their hearts filled with silent prayers. And just as they had expected, Feng was sweeping through the remaining 1/3 of the inner perimeter and Han Ti entered the core area. This meant that when Lu Dong and his companions finally reached the core area, overjoyed, they looked toward the core area and discovered a saber-toothed tiger over 6 meters long lurking there. This must be the 1,000-year-old beast of this year's martial arts exam. Beside the 1,000-year-old beast were 7 minions, each around the 800-year level, including a black magic ape.
Let us go.
Give it everything you've got, said Chao Jin, the thunderbolt sword.
Wait a moment. However, Chao Jin was stopped by Lu Dong. Something's off. That black magic ape is a beast with a bloodline, even if its bloodline isn't particularly strong. But the saber-toothed tiger is just an ordinary beast. Even at the 1,000-year level, it shouldn't be able to defeat an 800-year-old black magic ape. So there must be something strange about this saber-toothed tiger. Either it also possesses a beast bloodline, or its age is at least 1,500 years. 1,500 years? Hearing this level, Chao Jin and Zhou Qian were taken aback.
Once a beast reaches the 1,000-year level, its strength undergoes a quantum leap every 100 years.
In addition to enhanced physical attributes, they can even awaken beast-exclusive skills.
The saber-toothed tiger is just an ordinary beast with no bloodline, yet it was still able to overpower those 7 minions. That leaves only one possible explanation: this creature has awakened an exclusive skill. Although the three of them didn't possess theoretical knowledge as profound as Feng's, their understanding of beasts was exceptionally deep, so they immediately realized that the saber-toothed tiger was no ordinary creature. In fact, just as Lu Dong had anticipated, that saber-toothed tiger was a 1,600-year level beast, and it truly did possess its own exclusive skill. At that moment, as they entered the core area, the live streams of the 3 seated contestants were suddenly flooded with viewers. After all, they were about to battle a 1,000-year level beast in the core area. It certainly made for quite a spectacular scene.
Wow, Lu Dong and his team entered the core zone early? What can you do? Feng wiped out everyone in the inner zone.
5 drones were streaming him live just now. You saw it yourself. If Lu Dong and his team don't enter the core zone, they won't even get a sip of soup in the inner zone.
This Feng He has pushed even the top contenders to this point? But there are 8 beasts in the core zone, and every single one is a force to be reckoned with. Are Lu Dong and his team really confident they can handle this? It's been several years in a row that no one from Chanda City has managed to take down the Millennium Beasts in the core zone, right? That might not be the case this time. After all, Lu Dong is a high-grade soul, and he has got 2 medium-grade souls backing him up. If they pull this off, they might actually have a shot at overtaking Feng. We'll just have to wait and see. Over on Lu Dong's side, they were discussing tactics and strategies after all, facing 3 against 8, ahead on Clash 1T advisable. While they were conferring, the beasts in the core zone had, of course, spotted them. This year as candidates actually entered the core zone early. Fine, you two go play with them, the saber-toothed tiger said to his 2 underlings. The 2 800-year-old beasts were a black-striped bear and a 2-headed demon wolf. The former excelled in strength and defense. It was incredibly tough and resilient, while the latter specialized in speed and endurance. Here they come. You two take on the 2-headed demon wolf, I'll handle the black-striped bear, Lu Dong said. The reason for this division of labor was that he had analyzed their respective strengths. Chao Jin's thunderbolt sword could summon lightning bolts, making it extremely fast, while Zhou Qian's swift wind wolf was naturally adept at speed and endurance. Therefore, the 2 of them were perfectly suited to take on the 2-headed demon wolf, while Lu Dong's Fangtian halberd, though powerful in attack, was relatively slow. Thus, it was ideal for facing the black-striped bear, which was similarly slow but equally formidable in attack. It was a perfect match. The 2 sides quickly engaged in battle. At first, Chao Jin and Zhou Qian did not immediately use their first soul skills, one to summon a soul to possess him, and the other to summon the thunderbolt. After all, there were still 6 beasts watching nearby, so they chose not to reveal their trump card soul skills unless absolutely necessary. With 2 against 1, and both men being quite fast, they held a significant advantage against the 2-headed demon wolf. As for Lu Dong, he swung his Fangtian halberd. Infused with mana, the halberd's weight increased dramatically, yet he, too, refrained from using his first soul skill. Instead, he employed a halberd technique he had mastered, known as the Qian Kuan Great Halberd. With a loud roar, he charged toward the black-striped bear. Taste the might of my great halberd. Chapter 23, The Sixth Mantis. Smack! The black-striped bear's paw struck the oncoming Fangtian halberd head-on. Instantly, the immense weight caused the bear to feel a tingling sensation in its paw. Interesting. The black-striped bear flew into a rage, unleashing a barrage of attacks with its 2 massive paws. Fortunately, Lu Dong's footwork was quick enough to dodge most of them. Every time the black-striped bear's strike missed, its massive paw slamming into the ground sent a slight tremor through the earth. Capitalizing on his speed advantage, after several rounds of combat, Lu Dong circled around behind the black-striped bear and thrust his halberd toward its back. Bang! A metallic clang echoed through the air. Since the black-striped bear already had thick, tough skin, and since it rarely bathed, its body was covered in a thick, crusted layer of mud. Combined with its dense fur, this formed what was practically a full bodysuit of armor. As a result, Lu Dong's Fangtian halberd only penetrated a few centimeters, and even those few centimeters were merely into the crusted layer of mud on the bear's skin. Holy crap! Lu Dong was momentarily dumbfounded. So not bathing actually had such a big advantage? He originally thought this strike would kill the black-striped bear outright, but upon reflection, he realized that although the Fangtian halberd was a high-grade soul weapon, his current mana level was too low. He simply couldn't unleash the Fangtian halberd's full sharpness. It seemed that relying solely on halberd techniques wouldn't be enough. He'd have to use a soul skill. Meanwhile, over at Chao Jin wielding the thunderbolt sword, he had inflicted numerous wounds on the 2-headed demon wolf using the power of the thunderbolt, even though the thunderbolt sword was only a medium-grade soul. He hadn't even used a soul skill, but the 2-headed demon wolf's defenses were very weak, so it was already badly battered. Combined with Zhou Qian's attacks, it would likely be finished in 3 rounds at most. Number 7 and number 8 are in danger. Number 6, go back up them. The saber-toothed tiger had naturally noticed the situation and immediately ordered one of his henchmen to go provide support.
It was a mantis huge in size, nearly 2 meters tall, with a pair of arm blades that glinted coldly and a pair of compound eyes on its head that allowed it to observe its surroundings in a full 360-degree radius. Moreover, the arm blade mantis was no slouch in speed, especially with its terrifying jumping ability when it leaped. It could reach heights of over 10 meters. It was truly capable of both offense and defense. Soon, the arm blade mantis joined the fray on Chao Jin's side, and under its powerful assault, the two-headed demon wolf was finally able to catch its breath. Bang! 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 The arm blades and the thunderbolt sword clashed, producing a metallic clang as the thunderbolt sword was forced to retreat step by step. Double blade stranglehold. The arm blade mantis swung its blades, unleashing a crisscrossing cross-shaped strike. First soul skill, Thunderbolt 10,000 blades. Chao Jin swung the thunderbolt sword, and in an instant, countless mana-condensed blades surged forward, shattering the double blade stranglehold. Moreover, the remaining thunderbolt 10,000 blades continued their assault. He. The arm blade mantis said, then leaped into the air, instantly becoming invisible and vanishing. Why was it ranked 6th? It was precisely because it could move while invisible, then seek the right moment to launch a sneak attack from behind, hence the nickname 6th. Perfect opportunity. Zhou Qian smiled slightly. Now that the stupid mantis had been forced back, couldn't they take out the two-headed demon wolf first? One less enemy meant one less source of pressure. Number 4, number 5, finish them off. But at that moment, the opposing beast team, it's over. One of the top seeds is about to get taken out. The viewers in the livestream chat couldn't bear to watch. First soul skill, dominate the world. Just as Chao Jin closed his eyes in despair, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him, followed by a massive blade aura that struck the arm blade mantis squarely in the back. Crack! The arm blade mantis's defenses were even weaker than those of the two-headed demon wolf, so it was split in two with a single blow. Chao Jin, now saved, turned around and asked, Mad Blade Tang Tianyuan? Why are you here? Why did you save me? Chao Jin was a bit puzzled. He attended First High School, while Tang Tianyuan attended 7th High School. The two schools had always been in fierce competition. Moreover, Chao Jin was currently ranked ahead of Tang Tianyuan. If he died, wouldn't Tang Tianyuan move up a spot in the rankings? We're both seated competitors, both from Changda. Do I need to give a reason for saving someone? Yet, Tang Tianyuan replied with a cold expression. Thanks, Chao Jin thought to himself. He'd been too quick to judge people as malicious. After all, there were still plenty of good people in the world. Stop wasting my time. Tang Tianyuan was as terse as ever. With that, he swung his frenzied blade toward. These two possessed unique bloodlines, so despite being the same 800 years old, their combat prowess was far superior. The black armored centipede teamed up with the black striped bear to take on Lu Dong. The black magic ape, meanwhile, joined the fray against Tang Tianyuan. Tang Tianyuan had slain the blade-armed mantis, and since the black magic ape had been on good terms with the mantis, it was only natural that it would seek revenge. Black fur attack. The black magic ape charged forward with full force, shooting out its black fur, each strand as sharp as a steel needle in a dense, swarming barrage, like 10,000 arrows fired at once. Facing this wide area attack, Tang Tianyuan retreated while spinning the mad blade in his hand, transforming it into a solid, impenetrable shield. He successfully blocked the barrage of black-haired steel needles. However, under the combined assault of the black magic ape and the two-headed snake, Tang Tianyuan was clearly at a disadvantage. The other contestants weren't faring much better either. Lu Dong was simultaneously battling the black-striped bear and the black-armored centipede. The black-armored centipede, in particular, had even higher defense than the black-striped bear. When Lu Dong's Fong Tian halberd struck its black armor, it left nothing more than a few white scratches. Coupled with the black-armored centipede's venom attacks, Lu Dong was in a real bind. The high-intensity battle was rapidly depleting his mana. Drink the mana potion, let us go all out. Lu Dong roared. One after another, the four-seated contestants each downed their last mana potion. What followed was a battle of endurance. They hoped the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't intervene, otherwise, the four of them would have no choice but to press the teleport button and exit early.
Now Lu Dong and the others understood why, over the years, no one had ever defeated the beast challenge in the core area, and why the kill score was so high. Damn it, the difficulty was off the charts. At first, Lu Dong had thought his high-grade soul would make this a breeze, but it turned out he overestimated himself. Probably only that terrifying entity, Feng, could take down these creatures, right? Chapter 24, Way to go, keep it up, don't lose face. With the black magic ape and the black armored centipede joining the fray, the beast team instantly gained a massive upper hand. Fortunately, thanks to the support of mana potions, the top-seeded players were still holding their ground for a while. Now their hopes rested on Chao Jin and Zhou Qian. After all, those two had each only taken down one beast so far. As long as they finished their fights, they'll be free to come to our aid, allowing us to gradually gain the upper hand, perhaps even eliminate them all, and finally join forces to take down the saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps sensing their intentions, the lead saber-toothed tiger finally made its move. Its massive body rose to its feet, and a glow flickered in its mouth. A light screen formed in the air, composed of 4 condensed fireballs, which then plummeted straight down, aimed precisely at the 4 top contenders. Trouble, the 4 shouted in unison. From a distance, the fireballs didn't look very large, but as they drew near, they realized their diameter had actually reached 2 meters. First soul skill, Thunderbolt 10,000 blades. First soul skill, Gale Slash. First soul skill, Square Heaven as Shadow Chop. First soul skill, Dominate the World. Facing a millennium-level beast, even an ordinary one, the 4-seeded contestants dared not take it lightly. They immediately had to unleash their first soul skills to defend themselves. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. The 4 fireballs were shattered and scattered across the ground, still blazing fiercely, while the 4 contestants who had taken the brunt of the attack now had their clothes burned to shreds. At the same time, numerous areas of their bodies bore scorch marks from the flames. This guy is way too strong. He is at least 1,500 years old. The 4 stood together, gritting their teeth. They all fought millennium-level beasts before, after obtaining their first soul skills. None of those encounters had been as tough as this. It now seemed they have no chance of taking down the beast in this core area. Feng would be the one to claim the saber-toothed tiger as 5,000 points. So, what do you say? Should we keep fighting? Lu Dong asked. Why wouldn't we? Even if we can't take them down, we'll wear them down a bit. That'll make it easier for Feng. He has been killing so fiercely he probably doesn't have much mana left. You're right. With Feng's points, once he gets the 5,000 points from the saber-toothed tiger, he'll definitely win this year's provincial championship. Our Chandas city needs a figure like him. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The 4 of them charged forward without hesitation. Although they couldn't kill those beasts, wearing them down and inflicting some superficial injuries was a simple and easy task. As for the danger, if they couldn't handle it, they just press the teleport button on their wristbands and run. No matter what, they had to create the right conditions for Feng. After all, if Feng became the provincial top scorer, half of the province's educational resources for the following year would be allocated to Chandas City. With these resources, Chandas City's future educational conditions and the benefits for its young students would be elevated to an extremely high level. It was highly likely that, thanks to this funding, Chandas City would break free from its status as a poverty-stricken exam district and leap forward to become an elite exam district. For Feng's sake, and for the future of Chandas City, they were going all out. One by one, the 4 gave it their all, weaving together various soul techniques. For a moment, they actually gained a slight upper hand, overwhelming one of the 6 beasts facing them. They did indeed inflict some damage. Tang Tianyuan's frenzied blade even severed one of the 2-headed snake's heads, but Tang Tianyuan himself was bitten by the other snake head. Poisoned by the snake's venom, the toxin quickly caused his mana to stagnate. Tang Tianyuan immediately pressed the teleport button. His mana was already depleted anyway, so it was time to get out. The situation wasn't looking good for the other 3 contestants either, and they were eventually teleported out as well. Damn it, you guys sure ran fast. Seeing the 4 candidates make their escape, the beasts were furious.
Meanwhile, outside the martial arts exam dungeon, Lu Dong and his 3 companions had also teleported out, and the medical staff immediately began treating them.
Well done. You held your own great spirit. Yang Dingtian, the mayor, the director of education, and others showered them with praise.
Unfortunately, before they could even accept the compliments, they passed out from mana depletion. The medical staff had no choice but to take them to the treatment center for in-depth care.
Huh, it looks like foam has entered the core area too, Yang Dingtian remarked at that moment.
Really? Everyone fixed their eyes on the livestream and sure enough, spotted. When he entered just now, he hadn't encountered any seated players running out, and since there was no one here, it meant whoever had come here had already teleported away. It seemed Beast in the core area was indeed quite capable, able to force a seated player to press the teleport button. Meanwhile, over at Beast's side,
another contestant is here, they're practically courting death.
Just in time, this black-striped bear grandpa still hasn't vented the frustration I've been holding in. Seeing Feng arrive, the beasts perked up once more.
Why is there only one?
However, much to the surprise of the beasts, there was only one person. They expected a dozen or so they could go on a rampage and let off some steam.
Well, one is still a person.
Let me go take care of that guy first.
Chapter 25, Tian Wenjing, holy shit. Facing the onslaught of so many beasts, Feng didn't flinch in the slightest.
He aimed directly at the black-armored centipede closest to him and pierced its head with a single thrust of his spear. The black armor that had seemed indestructible just moments ago was now as fragile as paper in Feng's hands. After all, even Lu Dong wielding the high-grade soul Feng Tian Huaji had only managed to leave a slight scratch on the black armor with his full power strike just moments earlier.
Boom!
The massive corpse of the black-armored centipede crashed to the ground, sending a chill through the remaining beasts. After all, the black-armored centipede was ranked 3rd, and it had been taken down in practically a single move. But before they could fully process their shock, the sole remaining head of the 2-headed snake was also smashed to pieces by a single spear thrust, sending fragments of flesh scattering across the ground, while the fire spirit lion was sliced clean in half. The battle came quickly and ended even faster. In just a few exchanges, every beast except for the saber-toothed tiger, a millennium-level beast, was killed with a single strike.
This guy's way too strong in close combat. No way, I've got to keep him at a distance.
After witnessing Feng's prowess, the saber-toothed tiger retreated rapidly, and to everyone's surprise, a pair of wings sprouted from its back. That was the ability it had gained upon reaching the millennium level. Using its wings, the saber-toothed tiger soared straight into the sky, instantly putting distance between itself and Feng.
Holy crap, this guy can fly too?
The viewers watching the livestream were all stunned. Given Feng's killing speed just moments ago, it had seemed a sure thing that he would slay the saber-toothed tiger before the martial exam ended. But now that the saber-toothed tiger was in the air, it was anyone's guess. The main weakness of early-stage martial exam candidates is their lack of flight capability. To possess such a game-changing ability, you need to be blessed with a flight soul or have acquired a flight soul skill. Or, you'd have to have ascended to the rank of titled sovereign. And Feng clearly didn't have that ability right now. It's safe to say that as long as the saber-toothed tiger didn't make a fatal mistake, Feng had no chance of killing it. Damn it, who came up with the questions for this year's martial exam? Why the hell did Changda City have to bring in a flying beast? Exactly. It's way too unfair. Feng could killed it and scored 5,000 points, but now the duck that was right in his mouth has flown away. Who is the test designer for this year? Damn him. I think his name is Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing, fuck him. Instantly, a chorus of curses erupted. Not to mention the audience, even the martial arts exam officials, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but curse under their breath. At that moment, there were less than 20 minutes left until the exam began. Feng watched the saber-toothed tiger soaring through the air. It was already quite far away from him. Even if he used his first soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash, the increased distance meant the saber-toothed tiger would likely dodge it with ease. So relying solely on the Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash wouldn't be enough to take down that beast.
It seemed his only option was to use the primal dragon.
Thud! The carcass, over 6 meters long, plummeted from the sky to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Defeated a core zone challenge beast, earned 5,000 points, total score. After slaying the saber-toothed tiger, an electronic chime sounded from Fong's wristband. Looking at his score twice that of the provincial martial arts exam record, Fong thought to himself, the title of provincial champion is as good as mine. Holy crap, why are my legs feeling a little wobbly? But immediately afterward, Fong felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He suddenly felt as if he'd been completely drained. He checked his mana and found it had been completely depleted. Because he'd entered the inner zone early and had been constantly battling beasts hundreds of years old, Fong's mana had been depleted at an unusually rapid rate. By the time he reached the core zone, he had only 30% of his mana remaining. Just one use of Dragon Roar had drained 30% of his mana? Fong was a little startled. Damn, that's way too much consumption, isn't it? But come to think of it, it made sense. Soul skills generally had high consumption to begin with, and his was enhanced by a 100,000-year soul ring and further strengthened by the system. Plus, he was only level 17 right now, so using it once to drain just 30% of his mana was actually on the lower end. As for how many seconds 30% of his mana would stun the saber-toothed tiger for, Fong didn't know himself. The tiger hadn't even woken up before it was quickly killed. But it definitely wouldn't have been less than 1 second. Time to head out. Fong glanced at the time on his wristband. It was already 5:47 p.m., with only 13 minutes left until the martial arts exam ended. Unlike the academic college entrance exam, where you have to wait until the exact time to turn in your paper and leave, in the martial arts exam, you can leave whenever you want. So, without hesitation, Fong pressed the teleportation button, and a teleportation array appeared beneath his feet, transporting him out. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon. Whoa, what was that scream Fong just let out? Did you guys notice that after that shout, the saber-toothed tiger actually froze in place? I think it might have been Fong's control soul skill. Bullshit. Fong's soul is that gun, and his first soul skill is that crescent moon. Maybe it was his second soul skill? That's even less likely. The martial arts exam has been around for so many years in any province. Have you ever seen a candidate reach level 20 in just 7 days and acquire 2 soul skills? I don't think so. Then what was up with Fong's roar? He probably just shouted on a whim. As they say, strike when the enemy least expects it. That saber-toothed tiger probably didn't see that coming. That's the only possibility, the crowd murmured. Just then, Fong teleported out as well. Congratulations, Fong. Yan Ding Tian approached him politely. Fong, you're incredible. You've really brought honor to Chanda City. The mayor, the director of education, and others also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Also, your hotel needs to loop the videos of Fong slaying the snow ape and the core zone beast. I'll have the editors send them to you shortly. The mayor said, clearly overcome with excitement. Chapter 26, Top Scorers from Each Province. By 6 p.m., this year's martial arts exam had officially concluded. As the candidates streamed out of the exit, they immediately spotted Fong, who was surrounded by the media. Wow, I'm so jealous. It'd be great if I had this many media interviews. If you'd scored that high, you'd have the same opportunity. Forget it, I didn't even come close to Fong's score. I only got 630 points. But this guy is seriously impressive. How did he manage to score so many points? Why are you so concerned about him? Just remember that Chanda City has produced the provincial top scorer in the martial arts exam, everyone exclaimed excitedly, with many of them even rushing over to Fong's side. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the provincial top scorer. After all, if they didn't see him now, they might never get another chance. By the time the interviews wrapped up, it was already 7 p.m. The mayor personally drove Fong to the hotel for the banquet, as everything had already been prepared there. Fong, do you have a Seoul University in mind? The mayor asked excitedly as they drove. Not really. I don't know much about Seoul universities yet. I can tell you a bit about them. First of all, with your score, you're practically guaranteed to be the provincial champion. When the results are released tomorrow, it'll definitely be you barring any surprises.
by 6 p.m. tomorrow at the latest. Admissions offices from the top Seoul universities will come to recruit you personally. Top-tier Seoul universities? Which ones are they? Fong asked curiously.
Our country has 3 top-tier Seoul universities: Starry Sky Seoul University, Imperial Seoul University, and Tianjin Seoul University.
Each has its own strengths.
Of course, they're all a great fit for you.
But with special recruitment, they'll definitely offer you attractive terms. Ultimately, the choice will be yours.
As the mayor spoke, Fong gained a fairly thorough understanding of the 3 top-tier Seoul universities, but just as the mayor had said, the final decision would have to wait until tomorrow.
Now let us go enjoy the banquet.
Shortly afterward, the car pulled up to the hotel. A line of hostesses stood at the entrance, and all sorts of prominent figures from Cheongda City had gathered there. One after another, they offered enthusiastic congratulations. Quite a few local tycoons had even brought their daughters to meet Fong in the hope of an arranged marriage, and some young ladies discreetly expressed their admiration. One even slipped Fong a box of condoms and a hotel room key. Even more outrageous was a young lady who whispered in Fong's ear, "As long as you come to my room tonight, it doesn't matter if you wear one or not."
Fong was a bit speechless. Did they really have to be this enthusiastic? But come to think of it, it made sense.
Over the years, every provincial top scholar had been promoted to at least a level 70 Soul Sage.
This had never happened before in Cheongda City.
If their daughters could get Fong into bed, their families would gain a Soul Sage level powerhouse. By then, it wouldn't be impossible for their family businesses to expand beyond Cheongda City, into Hunan Province, or even the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
Compared to such tremendous potential, what's one daughter?
Besides, Fong is so handsome his daughter would be more than willing. While Fong was enjoying the banquet, over at the National Martial Arts Examination Center, with the exam now concluded, the scores of candidates from every province had already been compiled. Exam officials were now tallying the rankings for each province to ensure the results would be released on time at 9 a.m. the next morning. Soon, the point rankings for all 40 provinces were displayed. Same as always, let us start by looking at the top scorers in each province, said the head of the Martial Arts Examination Center, before beginning his review. Qing Province, Huli, 6,980 points, high-grade Soul Cheng Poison Vine, from the provincial capital, Xinjing City. Huli's profile appeared, followed by a video playing on the large screen. The video, of course, showed him slaying a beast in the core zone. From the footage, it was clear that Huli had taken it down single-handedly, taking roughly 23 minutes.
Not bad.
He almost broke Qing Province's record, but for a high-grade soul to achieve this much is already exceptionally impressive. If I recall correctly, that Qing Poison Vine ranks 17th among the 132 types of high-grade souls. The leaders commented on the video before moving on to review the top scorer's profile from the next province. Chuan Province, Zhaohai, 7,220 points, peak-grade Soul Blue Steel Sword, from the provincial capital. Shortly after, Zhaohai's profile and kill video also appeared on the big screen. However, Zhaohai's kill time was clearly much shorter than Huli's, only about 17 minutes. Truly worthy of a peak-grade soul, the officials nodded in unison before moving on. As one set of records after another was displayed, the top scorers from every province with the exception of Qing Province were almost all peak-grade soul users, and they had all taken down the core zone beasts single-handedly. The time taken was getting shorter and shorter. In fact, the top scorer from Yun Province had completed the task in just 14 minutes. It looks like this year's top scorer from Yun Province will likely have the shortest completion time.
Not necessarily, there are still several provinces left. Every time we get to the end, it's always the provinces that lag behind in martial arts exams. I don't think we'll see anything like that again.
Even so, everyone continued reviewing the records according to protocol until they came across this particular entry.
Baotang Province, Qingxue, 9,480 points, low-grade Soul Golden Spirit Staff, Dasha City. Holy crap! This has to be a mistake, right?
The moment they saw this entry, everyone assumed there was an error in the data.
They immediately double-checked it, only to find that it was correct.
This is ridiculous.
I've never seen a low-grade soul win a provincial top scorer title before. Based on my knowledge of souls, the Golden Spirit staff ranks 240th out of 244 low-grade souls. It's practically at the very bottom. Even if it were the top-ranked low-grade soul, it still wouldn't be possible to win the provincial championship. Besides, Qingshuas City, Dasha, isn't even the provincial capital of Baotang province. I thought the capital was Crab City. Not being the provincial capital means there aren't strong teaching resources, so winning the provincial championship is even harder. And this is the first time I've ever seen a girl awaken a staff-type soul. Oh, right, let us check out her kill video. A video then appeared on the big screen. In the video, a woman with long, flowing black hair and clad in a form-fitting battlesuit appeared. Her features were so cold and ethereal that they left no room for impure thoughts. Her beauty was already breathtaking, but the way she took down the beast in the core zone left everyone even more awestruck. She wielded the Golden Spirit staff with divine mastery. Her technique was truly consummate. It was clear she spent plenty of time practicing with it. She finished the kill in just 8 minutes? As the video played, the crowd was left speechless. This was probably the most outrageous martial arts exam story they ever encountered. Was the strength displayed by a low-grade soul even more terrifying than that of a peak-grade soul? This is absolutely out of this world. Wait a minute, it looks like there's an even more outrageous one coming up. Just as everyone thought this was the craziest thing they'd seen, the next set of data completely blew their minds. Chapter 27, Feng S Special Recruitment Grade, Class A, Special Grade. Hunan Province, Feng, Common Grade 100 Spirit Spear, from Chengde City? When the staff member read out this line of information, their tone was full of disbelief. Common grade? How is that possible? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes glued to the big screen. They checked it over and over again nearly 100 times before finally confirming it. It's true, but no one with a common grade has ever scored over 100 on the martial arts exam. Man, this isn't just breaking a record. It's off the charts. Chairman, Hunan Province's martial arts exam record is 7,220 points. This is more than double that. Someone immediately pulled up Hunan Province's data. Hunan Province isn't exactly a powerhouse in martial arts exams either. Besides, according to the records, Chengde City is still an underdeveloped exam district where the highest rank is Grand Master. Those conditions are who knows how many times worse than Qingshuas. Quick, check out the video of Feng taking down beasts in the core zone. Everyone's eyes lit up suddenly, as if they just realized something, and they became incredibly excited. Soon, Feng's video was pulled up. In the video, Feng's swift and decisive kills that overwhelming dominance had everyone cheering with excitement. After all, the provincial champions they'd seen before had to engage in a back-and-forth struggle with the core zone beasts before taking them down. They had to adjust their positioning and maneuver a bit, but Feng didn't dodge or maneuver at all. He just charged in head-on, taking them down one by one with a single shot, in a scene of sheer, bloody violence. Holy shit, I'm totally blown away, the head of the martial arts exam center exclaimed, making a 6 gesture with his fingers. By the way, hurry up and send the compiled data to the 3 top universities. Yes, sir. The martial arts exam results were scheduled to be released at 9 a.m. the day after the exam ended, but that only applied to other universities. As the top 3 sole universities in the Great Xia Empire, they naturally had the privilege of accessing the data early. Meanwhile, in the admissions offices of the 3 top universities, the directors and numerous admissions counselors were already in position. Tonight would be an extremely fierce battle for talent. As soon as the provincial top scorers' data, they would immediately determine the special admission tier for each candidate, present their offers, and dispatch dedicated faculty members to recruit them. Admissions Office of the Imperial Capital Seoul University. Director, the data from the Martial Arts Exam Center has arrived. Just as they were waiting idly, the message bar on the large screen suddenly flashed. Open it quickly. The data appeared on the screen immediately. Qing Province's top scorer looks promising. Let us tentatively classify him as a Class C, first grade special recruitment candidate. Professor Zhou, could you handle this? The director of admissions instructed. Got it.
According to the admissions criteria of top universities, which are all pre-negotiated, special recruitment is generally divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, with each level further subdivided into first, second, and third grades. Different special admission tiers correspond to different conditions. For example, the grade C, first-class special admission for Cheng Province's top student comes with an annual scholarship of 1 million. Moving up the tiers, the higher the level, the more generous the conditions. Next up is Zhao Hai, the top student from Sichuan Province, tentatively designated for grade B, third-class special admission.
Professor Lin, please go see him. Ma Bu, the top student from Yun Province, is tentatively designated for level B, first-class special admission. Professor Mu, please go see him.
Gradually, the teachers from the admissions office began to leave one by one, until only a few remained. Of course, there weren't many provincial top students left either.
Ha? What is going on with this Qing Xue? A low-grade soul?
As the director of a top-tier university, he naturally saw plenty of provincial top scorers every year, so he'd basically become numb to it all. But Qing Xue's appearance did cause the admissions director's gaze to freeze for a moment. After all, who wouldn't he be baffled by this? Qing Xue's special admission status is tentatively set at Class A, first grade.
Once the dispatch is complete, I'll go personally, said the admissions director.
Director, why don't I go instead?
I'm familiar with Baotang Province.
Are you kidding? A dark horse of this magnitude at Class A, first grade special admission, naturally I'll go personally to show her the full respect she deserves.
The director is right. This Qing Xue must be the biggest dark horse of the year. Everyone continued reading. Feng, the top scorer from Hunan Province? Common grade, score?
The director of admissions jumped right out of his seat, rushed to the screen, and personally took the mouse to examine and flip through the data. Let us recruit Feng directly under Class A, special grade conditions.
Master, we've never used Class A, special grade before. Should we seek approval from the president?
No, seeking the president's approval would take too long. By the time we go through all the procedures, the admissions directors from those other 2 universities will already be in Hunan Province. Hurry up and notify our university's private jet division. Tell them to get ready immediately. I'm flying to Chengde City in Hunan Province, had already appeared on the official website.
Quick, open it and take a look. With hearts racing, everyone clicked on the post.
Chapter 28, Rankings. Feng takes first place.
Hunan Province Martial Arts Exam Rankings Summary.
First place, Feng, male, 18 years old, total score, Chengde City Exam District. Second place, MOU, male, 18 years old, total score, 8,000 points, Chengde City Exam District. Third place, Yuan. Nearly half of Jingda High School's resources have been dedicated to MOU, and he himself remains calm and composed, looking quite smug.
Perhaps because Chengde City frequently produces top scorers, the mayor and others showed no signs of nervousness while waiting for the results. They remained completely at ease.
It was as if the top scorer had already been announced.
Oh, it's out.
Everyone clicked through to check the list. Congratulations, MO. Given MOU's talent and background, the moment the post opened, people from other offices began offering their congratulations, but they didn't get to finish. But when they saw the list, everyone fell silent because the top spot wasn't held by MOU at all, but by a candidate named Feng, who hailed from an underprivileged exam district. This was a major blow to their pride, and the office instantly fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. In this awkward moment, not a single person spoke up. No one knew what to say.
No, this can't be. This is absolutely impossible. MOU found it hard to accept at first.
After all, ever since his soul awakening ceremony, he'd known he was the only peak grade soul in the entire province. On top of that, thanks to the preferential resources, his father, Xia, had even arranged for a king stage expert to mentor him. He had everything going for him: the right time, the right place, and the right people, and had thought success was guaranteed. He never expected a dark horse to come out of nowhere. Son, don't lose heart. The reason Feng scored higher than you is because Chengde City is a disadvantaged exam district. The martial arts exam there is much easier than ours. If you'd taken the test there, you'd definitely have scored higher than Feng.
Mo's father, Mosia, hurried to comfort him, afraid his son couldn't handle the blow. He then gave the others a meaningful look. Mou, your father is right. If you'd taken the exam in that impoverished district, your score would have been at least the minimum required. That's definitely not true. Mou is a peak grade soul, after all. Immediately, everyone chimed in with words of comfort, and Mou's emotions finally began to settle a bit. Feng, it's all your fault. You stole my provincial top scorer title. Don't let me run into you at Seoul University or I'll beat you to a pulp. He let out a long, defiant howl to the heavens. Although first and second place were separated by just one rank, the treatment they received was worlds apart. Historically, people only ever remembered the first place winner as for who came in second, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, Feng naturally had no idea anyone was out to beat him up. Since he stayed up late at the banquet last night, he slept straight through until someone knocked on his door the next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Feng, it's me. The provincial media is here to interview you, the mayor said excitedly. These were all major provincial media outlets. Even he, as mayor, had to treat them with the utmost respect. Moreover, every time the provincial top scorer was interviewed, in addition to the student himself, the local mayor, the director of education, and others were also interviewed, so the mayor could show off a bit in front of the cameras. I'll be right there. Feng quickly got dressed and followed the mayor to the prepared press podium. The media representatives who had come this time were thoroughly prepared. After all, a top scorer emerging from an impoverished exam district was a major traffic magnet. All they needed to do was tweak the news headline a bit. Once the post went live, the views and comments would likely hit at least 1 million in no time. Hello, Feng. Are you satisfied with your performance on this martial arts exam? So. It was just okay. Feng handled the numerous media outlets with poise. Next up were interviews with the mayor and others. Feng's achievements are due, first and foremost, to his own hard work, but there is another factor that cannot be overlooked: the support he received from the city and the Board of Education. This interview also lasted over an hour. After it concluded, the mayor publicly transferred the 1 million reward promised by the city for first place directly into Feng's bank account. At the same time, the provincial government's reward had also been approved. 5 million was deposited into Feng's bank account, and the keys to a luxury villa in the city center were handed to him. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received 6 million current balance. Looking at the numbers in his bank account and the villa keys in his hand, Feng was so overwhelmed with emotion he couldn't speak. After all, in his previous life, even if he worked his entire life, he never would have earned this much money. And now, he earned all this in one fell swoop just from a martial arts exam? However, Feng understood that this was just the beginning, merely the tip of the iceberg. The future would be even more brilliant. Once the interviews and awards ceremony were completely over, the mayor informed Feng that the admissions directors from the 3 top Seoul were already waiting in his office, ready to meet him. That fast? Feng asked in surprise. That's actually on the slow side. They actually arrived at dawn. As soon as they got here, they were desperate to see you, but since you were asleep, they didn't have the heart to disturb you, so they decided to wait until after the ceremony was over. On the way to the office, the mayor kept filling Feng in on the details. Soon, the two approached the office. Feng belongs to our starry sky Seoul University, we've already decided. You two, get the hell out of here. You're full of shit. Feng isn't your property. Just because you say he is from starry Seoul University doesn't mean he is yours. Exactly. Damn it, the provincial top scorer always goes to whoever offers the best admission terms. Go ahead and rant all you want. This time, Starry Seoul University has designated Feng for the highest special admission tier and significantly improved the terms. You two definitely can't compete with me. Whatever those terms are, we'll just have to wait until Feng gets here to find out. As soon as Feng approached the office, he heard people inside exchanging friendly greetings about their families. They seemed very well-mannered. He figured these must be the 3 university admissions directors the mayor had mentioned earlier. Chapter 29, The Offers from the 3 Universities. Hello, directors. Fong, I've brought him here for you. The mayor led Fong into the office. Since the door was open, there was no need to knock. Besides, it was his own office, why would he need to knock? Oh, so you're Fong. You really are a fine young man. You certainly look quite extraordinary. Come, have a seat, don't just stand there. Emerges in youth, Fong. The three directors were extremely courteous, their faces, which had been grim and contorted moments ago almost as if they were about to. Equipment and potions were naturally indispensable, especially as mana levels rose, when they became extremely expensive. The fact that Starry Sky University was providing them for free showed genuine sincerity. Even more compelling was the final point, having a Soul Saint level expert accompany them during the acquisition of a soul ring. After all, one of the most dangerous moments for a soul master is precisely when obtaining a soul ring. Not only must they contend with the desperate last-ditch resistance of a dying beast, but they must also guard against ambushes from organizations of evil soul masters, especially during the absorption of the soul ring, which is arguably the moment when a soul master is at their most vulnerable. With a Soul Saint level expert by their side, this perilous moment would be safeguarded to the greatest extent possible. Fong was indeed somewhat tempted, but since two conditions hadn't been laid out yet, he naturally wouldn't agree rashly. He still needed to weigh his options carefully. I'll speak first. Hao Rinchi, the director of Tianjin Soul University, was an impatient man and couldn't wait to jump in. At Tianjin Soul University, we offer a 10 million admission scholarship, with the same amount provided annually thereafter. We can also cover the costs of equipment and potions. As for obtaining the soul ring, I actually think having a Soul Saint provide escort is too low level. Our school can dispatch a sovereign above level 80 to accompany you. What do you think? Hao Rinchi's offer was clearly far more generous than Li Xing's. Fong thought it over carefully. During dangerous moments like acquiring and absorbing a soul ring, the higher the level of the escort, the better. Although a sovereign is only 10 levels higher than a Soul Saint, 3 Soul Saints still can't beat a single sovereign. Fong, I know you're tempted, but don't rush into anything, let me explain. At that moment, Xinping from Imperial Capital Seoul University also spoke up. Here at Imperial Capital Seoul University, we're offering a scholarship of 20 million, renewable annually, and we'll provide you with a private, high-end villa to ensure your personal space. As for the equipment and potions, I think they're of too low a standard. Therefore, we've switched to offering free training in one of our university's secret arts. As for obtaining a soul ring, once you have your own mentor, they'll guide and protect you. But if you don't have a mentor, we also promise to assign a sovereign to accompany you throughout the entire process. After this offer was made, the other two deans and the mayor were left speechless on the spot. There was no helping it. The reason was the second condition, free training in a secret art. What is a secret art? It's an arcane art conceived and created by a titled sovereign, possessing immense destructive power in the early and mid stages, far more potent than early stage soul techniques. For any martial arts exam candidate, this is an irresistible temptation. As soon as this condition was announced, Li Xing and Hao Rinchi knew they stood no chance against Seoul University in the imperial capital. After all, their school didn't offer any arcane arts. Student Fong, you may now make your choice, Xinping said. I choose Imperial Capital Seoul University. Fong replied almost without hesitation. After all, the imperial capital was offering the most, which meant their sincerity was also the greatest. Congratulations, Fong. Xinping took out a special admission letter and handed it to Fong. In 3 days, you can head to Imperial Capital Seoul University. Here's my business card. Once you arrive, give me a call, and I'll come pick you up personally. Now that it's over, let us head out. The 3 admissions directors also left the mayor's office. They're finally gone. Phew. The mayor wiped the sweat pouring down his forehead. Mayor, are you feeling faint? Faint? Do I look like the kind of person who is easily swayed by such things? It's just that King Stage's intangible aura was too overwhelming. I'm only a level 19 soul master. How could anyone withstand that? But speaking of which, didn't you feel any pressure just now? Pressure? I didn't feel a thing. Not a thing? The mayor was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't that Fong was bragging. Although the three admissions directors had high mana levels, the quality of their souls was far inferior to Fong's, especially with his supreme grade beast soul, primal dragon essence. Since it naturally enhances physical constitution, it was perfectly normal for Fong not to feel any pressure. After leaving the mayor's office, Fong headed toward the city center to check out the villa he'd been awarded. Considering the distance, he decided to buy a car first. It would make getting around much more convenient. When he arrived at the dealership, the owner who had shared drinks with Fong at the banquet earlier broke into a broad smile upon seeing him. He told Fong to pick any car he wanted in exchange. Fong just needed to help promote the dealership by filming a short video. Fong gladly agreed. After all, getting a luxury car for free in just a few minutes was a no-brainer. And so, a quarter of an hour later, Fong was driving a brand new Mercedes-Benz sports car with the license plate number JB18CM toward the villa in the city center. The villa was located in Tianyang District, the most luxurious real estate development in Changde City, which exclusively features villa projects. Prices start at 50,000 per square meter, so the people who live here are all big shots in Changde. The villa awarded to Fong was one of the 10 most luxurious villas in Tianyang District, spanning over 600 square meters and valued at more than 30 million. When he drove up to the entrance of the villa complex, Fong was stopped for registration due to the area's extremely strict security protocols. Fong, the provincial top scholar? The security guard at the gate was thrilled the moment he saw Fong. He immediately took a photo to post on his social media feed and show off. He then quickly processed Fong's registration, entering Fong's facial recognition data and license plate number into the community's security system. This way, the next time Fong entered the community, the automated gate would open automatically. Chapter 30: Becoming the Disciple of a Titled Sovereign. After entering the complex, Fong followed the directions to his villa. At first glance, it was indeed spacious and looked quite luxurious from the outside. It was a two-story structure. He wondered what it would be like inside. He took out his keys, unlocked the villa, and stepped inside. The first floor featured an indoor swimming pool, along with some fitness equipment quite in line with modern health trends. Next, he took a look at the second floor, which served as the living area. In addition to an ultra-luxurious bedroom, there were various entertainment facilities, such as electronic devices. There was also a state-of-the-art kitchen, complete with a simulation robot, a cutting-edge piece of technology capable of mimicking any appearance, and one that he could even customize himself. Things like facial proportions, legs, waist, and so on. This is probably worth well over 30 million. Fong exclaimed after the tour. The villa alone was worth 30 million, not to mention all the equipment inside. It was all cutting-edge technology. He'd never heard of a coming with such extras before. He figured the wealthy businessmen he'd been drinking with last night must have given them to him as a gesture of flattery. Not to mention anything else, just that 3D gaming setup he'd seen a moment ago cost $1 million to produce and had a starting retail price of $5 million, and they'd simply given him a whole set just like that. And that lifelike robot was even more expensive. Aside from these large-scale items, Fong noticed that everything else had been arranged with meticulous attention to detail. Take, for example, the 4-piece bedding set in the bedroom. It was made of snow silk, which would easily set you back over 100,000. These people really know how to spend money. Fong marveled. But come to think of it, it made sense. He was, after all, the provincial top scholar, and in this high martial arts world, combat prowess meant everything. Currying favor before a peerless powerhouse rises to prominence was undoubtedly the best choice. You have to admit, the wealthy merchant had real foresight. After touring the villa, Fong sat down at the electronic devices to rest a bit. It was still early, so he could play the latest game that had just come out, Black Myth, Wukong. He'd heard this game was all the rage lately. Oh, right, let us see if the level 4 system quest is complete, Fong said as he booted up the system to check. Host, Fong. First Soul, Fiend Slaying Spear innate. First Soul Ring, Year. First Soul Skill, Heavenly Demon Half Moon Slash. Second Soul, Primal Dragon Essence Supreme Grade. First Soul Ring, Year. First Soul Skill, Dragon Roar. System Level, 4. +4. +4. Available points. Current quest: find a titled sovereign to apprentice under. What the heck? Seeing that the level 4 system quest had been completed and checking his remaining points, Feng was still thrilled, but the moment he saw the new quest, he was completely baffled. He had to find a titled sovereign to take as his master just to advance to level 5? Where on earth was he supposed to find a super powerful expert of that caliber? There probably weren't even a handful of them in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, were there? But surely Seoul University must have experts of that level, right? I wonder if the presidents of the 3 top universities are among them. If so, I could go ask them to take me on as a disciple. If not, I'll just have to keep looking. When I get to the imperial capital, I'll ask Shinping about it. But with a super powerful figure like that, wouldn't the conditions for becoming a disciple be too harsh? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Feng was pondering this, a knock came from the door of the villa. Who could be looking for me? Feng couldn't figure it out. He'd only just arrived here and entered the villa. Hardly anyone knew he was here. Could it be the daughters of those wealthy businessmen? They failed to win the chicken last night. Are they back today to set their sights on him? Never mind, I'd better go check it out. The knocking persisted, and it would be a hassle if Feng didn't deal with it. He went down to the first floor, walked to the door, and opened it to take a look. Ruyan? Why is it you? Feng was stunned. Standing outside the door was none other than Ruyan. Hadn't he beaten her up back then? How dare she show up again? Was she a masochist who enjoyed being beaten by him? Feng, congratulations on winning the provincial top scholar title. Ruyan smiled faintly. Without waiting for Feng to invite her in, she tried to enter the villa. After all, a villa of this caliber held great appeal for her. Stop right there. However, Feng blocked her at the doorway. Feng, I'm here to get back together with you. I know you still love me, so let us start over. Ruyan said shamelessly. Get the hell out of here. Feng's expression was far from friendly. After all, he was a time traveler. It was the original host, had feelings for Ruyan, not him. Besides, he had no use for a woman so obsessed with material things. And last night, among all those wealthy business tycoons' daughters, wasn't every single one sexier than Ruyan? Wasn't every single one better in bed than Ruyan? Feng, I know you're still mad at me, but today, I'm wearing your favorite black stockings and lingerie. Didn't you keep saying you wanted that? I'm all set for you today. After saying this, Ruyan even put on a coy, flirtatious act. Based on the original hostess memories, Feng realized the original host had a thing for black stockings. He'd been dreaming every day of Ruyan wearing them for him, but back then, Ruyan had been completely unwilling. Now, she was probably just seeing that he was the provincial top scorer with a bright future ahead of him, and she could ride his coattails to enjoy the perks. Later on, she could go out and say she was the provincial top scorer's girlfriend. How cool would that be? It would perfectly satisfy this woman's vanity. I said, get the hell out. Feng barked again. Wah, Feng, I really know I was wrong. You have to believe me, I love you. Smack. The next second, Feng slapped her across the face so hard that Ruyan spun around several times on the spot. Then came another slap, sending her flying from the doorway straight out onto the street in front of the apartment complex. Cough, cough. Ruyan stood up, clutching her cheek, but she wasn't the least bit angry. Instead, she said in a coy, sweet voice, Brother Feng, you're so strong. It really hurts when you hit me. I absolutely adore you. That's gross. Feng got goosebumps all over. Hey, security patrol. Get this crazy woman out of here, and don't let her in again. Just then, the residential complex's security patrol arrived. Since Tianyang Residential Complex was an upscale neighborhood, there was always a patrol on duty, day and night. The only reason Ruyan had been able to get in earlier was because she claimed to be Feng's girlfriend, so the security guard at the gate had let her in. After all, the guy was somewhat good-looking, and with his earnest demeanor, the security guard had taken her at her word. Feng, the provincial top scorer?
The patrol team was overjoyed the moment they saw it was Feng. They had watched him during the martial arts exam livestream and were deeply impressed. "Don't worry, top scholar, we'll take care of it right away." Soon, the patrol team escorted Ruyan out of Tianyang residential complex and added her to the blacklist in the entrance access system. From now on, whenever Ruyan appeared at the entrance to Tianyang residential complex, an alarm would sound immediately. This would ensure she was detected promptly, preventing her from trespassing again and disturbing Feng's rest. After Ruyan was driven away, Feng entered the villa, closed the door once more, and made his way to the second floor, where Black Myth, Wukong was already ready to go. Black Myth, Wukong, activate. Chapter 31, Enrollment at Seoul University in the Imperial Capital. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and Feng decided it was time to head to Seoul University in the Imperial Capital. He parked his prized sports car in the underground garage and bought a plane ticket. He boarded the flight bound for the Imperial Capital. Since the Great Xia Kingdom in this world was much larger than in his previous life, the straight-line distance from Chengde City to the Imperial Capital was nearly 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, modern high-tech aircraft could reach astonishing speeds, so it took only a little over 7 hours to fly from Chengde to the Imperial Capital. Since he was flying today, Feng had stayed up all night playing Black Myth, Wukong the night before, so he was quite exhausted and fell asleep the moment he boarded the plane. He didn't know how much time had passed. "Hello, passengers, the plane has arrived in the Imperial Capital." Feng heard someone calling out near his ear through his daze. He opened his eyes and realized the plane had already landed in the Imperial Capital. By then, the other passengers had long since disembarked. If it weren't for the fact that the next flight was about to depart, the flight attendant wouldn't have wanted to disturb Feng. He was sleeping so soundly. After getting off the plane, Feng called Shinping to ask him to pick him up. They agreed on this during the admissions process, and since it was his first time in the capital, Feng wasn't familiar with the area and couldn't be bothered to look up which bus to take to Capital Seoul University. Walking out of the airport, Feng went to the spot Shinping had mentioned to wait. He noticed that, aside from himself, there didn't seem to be many other martial arts exam candidates around. Could it be that none of them were getting admitted? Then it occurred to him, he was a special admissions student, different from the rest. Judging by the martial arts exam schedule, today was probably just the day when candidates had just finished submitting their applications. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly afterward, a Mercedes-Benz SUV pulled up in front of Feng, and to his surprise, it was Shinping, the director of admissions. "Get in." "Okay." "Feng, welcome to Seoul University in the capital," Shinping said very politely in the car, then asked Feng what he'd been up to lately. As they chatted, more than half an hour flew by, and the two arrived at Seoul University in the Imperial Capital from the Imperial Capital Airport. "Let me take you on a tour of the campus first so you can get familiar with the surroundings." Shinping then drove Feng all over the campus, which Feng found a bit strange at first. "Isn't it just a college campus? Wouldn't it be better to walk around? Why drive?" But after Feng had taken a full tour, he realized just how vast Imperial Capital Seoul University really was. It took longer to walk around the entire campus than it had to drive here from the Imperial Capital Airport. It had to be said, the campus was truly massive. By the time they finished the tour, it was already getting dark. Feng, Imperial Capital Seoul University is the largest university in terms of area among all higher education institutions. "I'm sure you've seen that for yourself just now," Shinping said. "Alright, now that we've toured the campus, let me take you to complete your enrollment procedures." With that, Shinping led Feng to the enrollment office. To be honest, the process wasn't difficult at all. All he had to do was register his information at the enrollment center, undergo facial recognition, and get a student watch. As for the student watch, Feng took the opportunity to learn about its functions while going through the process. It was similar to the student ID card from his previous life, but in addition to verifying student status, the student watch had many other functions such as checking future classroom assignments. It could also be used to look up information on all professors at Seoul University in the Imperial Capital and track credits. "Feng, at our school, credits are the hard currency. You can use credits to exchange for many resources, such as access to the Mana Training Tower. Since you were specially admitted, the initial credits in your student watch aren't the usual 100 points, but 1,000 points. You'll be issued 1,000 credits every month going forward. Credits are issued by the school. You can transfer them to each other or trade them privately. If you run short, the school offers many ways to earn credits. For example, by taking on school assignments, winning awards in various competitions, or making it onto the school's top ranker list. There are plenty of ways, in short. I think, with your abilities, earning them won't be too difficult. Xinping explained patiently from the side. Also, I've already granted you access to the Arcane Studies section. Whenever you're ready to study, just head to the top floor of the library. Okay, thanks a lot. Also, regarding this year's 20 million scholarship, the finance office has already verified your bank card and transferred the funds. You can check your account yourself, and the payment will be made at this time every year going forward. Feng felt a surge of joy. He had expected the school to delay the scholarship payment, perhaps by going through a bunch of red tape, but he hadn't expected them to act so decisively. They're giving it to me on my very first day of school? He pulled out his phone and, sure enough, found a message waiting for him. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer. Current balance. Yeah, got it. Good to hear. 2 of the conditions the admissions office promised you have already been arranged. As for the third one, let me know when you need a soul ring, and I'll arrange for a sovereign level expert to escort you. I don't need that yet, but let me ask, what's the caliber of the teachers at our school? Speaking of teachers, I should remind you that after you enroll, it's best to check the teachers' profiles online right away and then decide who to apprentice under. Then let me ask one more thing, does our school have any titled sovereign level experts? I want to apprentice under one of them. Put. Upon hearing this, Xinping spit out a mouthful of tea. Who do you want to take as your mentor? A titled sovereign, of course. Our principal is only at the sovereign level. We don't have any titled sovereigns here. At that level, they're all top-tier powerhouses from our great Xia kingdom. They're hard to come by. Then could you please help me figure out where to find a titled sovereign, director? Feng explained that the university currently followed a mentor system if he took a school teacher as his master. He wouldn't be able to take anyone else as a master. Plus, due to the system's quest, he could only seek a titled sovereign as his master. Besides, only a teacher of that caliber, with such formidable strength, would be able to protect him. Come to think of it, our former principal seems to be a powerhouse of that level. However, successfully becoming his disciple will be extremely difficult. I want to give it a try. Alright, I'll send you the former principal's address and information. Xinping then handed Feng a document. Since it was already late, Feng decided not to go that day but to visit the next morning instead. Alright, it's time to find you a place to rest. Of course, I can't forget about the detached villa I promised you earlier. With that, Xinping led Feng to the dormitory area. Is this really the dormitory area? Feng looked at the scene before him. To be precise, calling it a villa district might be more accurate, since everything in sight was a detached villa. In fact, this place was even more extravagant than the Tianyang Fugue residential complex. It had to be said that Seoul University in the imperial capital really treated its students well. Feng, this building is your detached villa. The admissions office has already activated your access in advance, so from now on, all you need to do to enter the villa is scan your face. Plus, all your household essentials have already been taken care of though, of course, you'll still have to buy your own clothes. Oh, and you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you out for dinner first. Chapter 32, the first titled sovereign, Hammer Dolua. By the time he finished dinner with Xinping and bought some suitable clothes, it was already past 9 in the evening when they returned to the villa. After scanning his face to enter, Feng took a look around at the interior. It was no worse than his own villa in Tianyang residential complex. Indeed, geniuses receive special treatment wherever they go. After putting away his clothes and familiarizing himself with the villa, Feng took a shower, then pulled out his phone to look up information on that titled sovereign. After all, he was going to seek him out as his master tomorrow. He had to get acquainted with him beforehand. Soon, the information appeared before Feng's eyes. Dachui, level 94 titled Hammer, with a peak grade soul named Thunder Shattering Hammer, ranked 9th among the 82 peak grade souls. Over the past several decades, he has accepted only 2 disciples. After carefully reading the profile, Feng let out a wry smile. According to the information, this Hammer Doluwa had been accepting disciples for 32 years, yet only 2 had succeeded. The acceptance rate was rather low. But right now, he was the only titled sovereign still accepting apprentices. He was also the 6th president of Seoul University in the imperial capital, a veteran president. At that, so Feng had no other choice. After glancing over the information once more, Feng went to bed early, determined to go seek him out first thing in the morning. The next day arrived quickly. After a quick breakfast, Feng headed to the location where Hammer Doluwa was accepting apprentices, the back mountain of Seoul University in the imperial capital, which was quite a distance away. Upon arriving, Feng found the place already packed with people waiting in line. Aside from him, most were sophomores, with some juniors and even a few seniors. After all, according to Hammer Doluwa's requirements for accepting apprentices, as long as one could move the projection of the heaven-shaking hammer, they would be accepted as a disciple. There was no stipulation regarding which year of college one was in. As a result, quite a few people came here every day to try, but all of them returned home in failure.
Ugh, I failed again. This is already my 9th time.
Up ahead, a sophomore tried to shake the heaven-shaking hammer but, unsurprisingly, failed.
Is it just because I'm trash among the high-grade souls?
The student's name was Zhou Mu's soul. The Qingling sword, ranked only 39th out of the 132 high-grade souls. If you know you're trash, get lost, someone mocked.
He was also a sophomore last year as top scorer on the Yun Province martial arts exam, Malioja.
His awakened peak grade soul was the ground drilling mole, ranked 48th among peak grade souls. He had tried this challenge once last year but, unfortunately, failed. However, this year he decided to give it another shot, as his mana had increased by nearly 10 levels compared to last year. This time, he was confident. Malioja walked over to the projection of the earth-shattering hammer and began by stretching his limbs. This gesture naturally caught everyone's attention. After all, Malaka was quite famous at the imperial capital Seoul University. He had ranked 3rd in last year's freshman competition.
I think Malaka is definitely going to succeed this time. No way.
That guy's already at level 36 mana. He's among the absolute top tier of current sophomores. I heard his 3rd soul ring is already a Millennium Soul Ring, and his 3rd soul skill is a strength-based one too. With him wielding the heaven-shaking hammer this time, he is practically unbeatable. The crowd buzzed with speculation.
Upon hearing this, Malaka's face lit up with smug satisfaction.
Ever since his failure last year, he had been training relentlessly to improve his strength, determined to redeem himself this year. He gripped the handle of the heaven-shaking hammer. 3rd soul skill, Heaven and Earth Hand. With the boost from his 3rd soul skill, Malioja's aura surged dramatically, and his once fair, delicate arms suddenly became bulging with muscles.
Ha!
He roared, then attempted to lift the heaven-shaking hammer. However, to his and everyone else's surprise, the heaven-shaking hammer remained completely unresponsive, showing no sign of moving, let alone being lifted.
What? Malioja failed again? Ah, this is going to be a real laugh.
After all, this guy was bragging all over school that he'd definitely succeed. This time, he is really going to lose face.
I don't believe it.
Yet, in the face of everyone's mockery, Malioja refused to give up. He tried several more times, but still, there was no response.
If you can't lift it, just get out of the way. There are still so many people waiting behind you.
So, Malioja had no choice but to leave. After he was gone, quite a few more people stepped up to try, but the result was the same: no response at all. Even those few seniors had given it a shot.
Keep in mind, those guys were all over level 50 in mana. My turn,
Feng said excitedly. While waiting in line, Feng had observed the others' attempts and realized that the heaven-shaking hammer didn't seem to care about mana level. Instead, it seemed to care about soul quality. He come to this conclusion after analyzing the two apprentices Hammer Doluwa had taken on previously. Both disciples appeared to possess peak grade souls. One was the heaven-shattering greatsword, ranked 12th among peak grade souls, and the other was the sky-flying cloudbat, ranked 20th. Combining this with statistics from previous data, Feng deduced that only those with souls ranked within the top 20 of the peak grade category stood a chance of moving the earth-shattering hammer's projection. After all, the second disciple had to give it his absolute all just to move the heaven-shaking hammer that one single time. And since he had the dual bonuses of an innate grade and a supreme grade soul, lifting it shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, Feng stepped forward.
Damn, who was that guy? I've never seen him before.
Seeing Feng step forward, quite a few people behind him began to whisper among themselves, as they had been here many times before. Everyone knew each other well, but Feng was a new face.
I just talked to him.
He is a freshman, a special recruit who got admitted to our school early.
A special recruit? I thought only the top 10 arts exam candidates from each province qualified for that? So does that mean that guy is definitely going to succeed?
Succeed my ass. No one else managed it in over a decade. Clearly, no one in the crowd had high hopes for Feng.
Feng walked over to the projection of the heaven-shaking hammer.
He took a deep breath, gripped the handle, and judging by the expressions of those who failed moments ago knew this thing was heavy.
So Feng gave it a hard yank.
Whoosh! The next second, having exerted too much force, Feng flung the heaven-shaking hammer straight into the sky. It soared higher and higher until it was almost out of sight, reduced to a fleeting speck of light.
Damn! It's that light? Feng muttered in disbelief.
Seeing those guys earlier with expressions like they were constipated, he assumed it would be heavy, but this was it?
Meanwhile, the onlookers around him were instantly left speechless.
We didn't see that wrong, did we? But the crowd finally spoke up after a long silence. A freshman had just entered campus and immediately picked it up, and according to the records, even the Hammer Doluwa's two previous disciples had only managed to move the heaven-shaking hammer a tiny bit, lifting it was out of the question. Yet here was this freshman, who just hurled the heaven-shaking hammer straight into the sky. And it looked as easy as tossing a rubber ball. How were they, as upperclassmen, supposed to save face now?
Silence. Dead silence filled the entire arena.
No one spoke another word. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed that the crowd finally saw a dark shadow plummet from the sky. It was the heaven-shaking hammer that Feng had hurled into the air. At the same time, a rift in the void opened, and a teleportation array appeared beneath Feng's feet.
Chapter 33, Divine Grade Soul.
According to the rules, as long as one could move the projection of the heaven-shaking hammer even the slightest bit, the apprenticeship was considered successful. Upon successful initiation, one would be teleported to the Void Secret Realm, the exclusive residence of the Hammer Doluwa. The Void Secret Realm did not exist in the real world, but within the Void itself it was a powerful space that only a titled sovereign could create. And so, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Feng was teleported into the Void Secret Realm. Where is this? The next second, Feng found himself in an office. It was quite small, and an old man was seated in the office chair inside. This man was none other than Hammer Doluwa Dachui. Congratulations on becoming my third disciple. The old man looked at Feng with a warm smile and spoke very politely.
Hello.
Feng replied politely as well, surprised to find this titled sovereign so affable. After all, Shin had told him before that titled sovereigns were all old monsters. They were known for having very quirky and unpredictable tempers. Some liked to curse at the drop of a hat, some were always looking for a fight, and some were even more outrageous, constantly heading off to massage parlors and bathhouses. Feng, 18 years old, common grade 100 spirit spear, top scorer in the Hunan province martial arts exam, with a perfect score. The old man read aloud from the file in his hand. After all, he used to be the president of Seoul University in the imperial capital, and even now, he could access the files of new university students at any time, so Feng's information was laid bare. By the way, you have a senior sister and a second senior brother. I'll call them over so you can meet them. After saying this, Dachui opened a rift in space and waved his hand casually. Two teleportation arrays quickly lit up. Then, two people walked in through the door. One was a woman carrying a massive sword on her back, and the other was a middle-aged man. Both had assumed Dachui had called them for something important, but when they walked in, they saw. "Let me introduce you. This is your junior brother, Feng. She is your eldest senior sister, Jing, with the absolute heaven giant sword soul, a level 92 titled sovereign known as the Giant Sword. He is your second senior brother, Zhengping, with the flying heaven cloud bat soul, an 87th level sovereign nicknamed the Cloud Bat Venerable. His speed is said to be unmatched among those below the titled sovereign rank." Dachui patiently introduced Feng to the group. "Oh, so this is our little junior brother. If you ever run into trouble, just come straight to your senior sister here." Jing walked right up and slung her arm around Feng's shoulder, acting as if they were old buddies. This made Feng feel a bit uncomfortable, mainly because of those two thick, fleshy mounds. He thought to himself, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate in front of everyone?" "That's just how wild your senior sister is," Zhengping said. "It's a good thing she hasn't had any alcohol today. She gets even wilder when she drinks. Keep that in mind, junior brother. As long as your senior sister has been drinking, whatever you do, don't take her to your home or villa or you'll regret it," Zhengping warned sternly. "By the way, I wonder how far junior brother managed to move that heaven-shaking hammer?" Jing asked at that moment, pulling Feng even closer. Their faces were almost touching. Any closer, and Feng would have been unable to breathe. "Your junior brother is way more impressive than you two. He actually hurled my heaven-shaking hammer straight into the sky. It flew for over 10 minutes before coming back down," Dachui said. "What? Up into the sky?" Jing and Zhengping froze in their tracks upon hearing Dachui's words. After all, back then, they only managed to move it a little, Jing by 3 centimeters, and Zhengping by a mere 2 millimeters, which was practically imperceptible. They'd been planning to show off a bit in front of their junior brother, but he just hurled it straight into the sky. What was the point of showing off now? Flew up into the sky? What kind of soul must our junior brother have? It can't possibly be a peak grade soul, can it? It must be that legendary celestial grade, Zhengping said. But if it were celestial grade, our great Xia kingdom would have announced it long ago. Why don't we know about it? Master, do you know why? Zhengping looked at Dachui. At the awakening ceremony, your junior brother was registered as having a common grade 100 spirit spear. Common grade? That's impossible. A soul of that quality couldn't even move the projection of the earth-shattering hammer, Jing said, shaking her head. Although she was a bit wild and had a generous bust, she wasn't brainless. It seems there is only one possible explanation, a soul mutation. Dachui explained, and the other two nodded in agreement. After all, according to soul theory, this was the only possibility. Moreover, in the history of souls in the Great Xia Kingdom, there had been cases of soul mutations before. Although soul mutations often resulted in weaker souls, there was a minuscule chance that they could become exceptionally powerful. Therefore, everyone speculated that Feng fell into the latter category. Could it be that our junior brother has mutated into a celestial grade? My goodness, Master, please test him right away. Jing exclaimed excitedly, her chest heaving with emotion. It couldn't be helped. A celestial grade was simply too rare. Not to mention her, even Zhengping and Dachui wanted to take this opportunity to witness it for themselves. Feng, I don't know if you mind? Of course, Dachui still had to ask Feng first if he wasn't willing, then so be it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. I'm willing. Feng was open to the idea. Based on the information Shenping had sent him, as well as the intel Feng had obtained on the black market, he trusted Dachui's character. After all, the information from the black market was 100% accurate and reliable. Moreover, he went all out for his disciples. It could be said that half the credit for Jing becoming a level 92 titled sovereign at the age of 30 belonged to Dachui. As for the eldest senior sister and the second senior brother, the fact that they had caught their master SI meant their character was also trustworthy. Besides, now that he'd successfully become a disciple, showcasing his soul would help bridge the gap with the three of them in that sense. Feng stood to gain. Being able to showcase himself in front of two titled sovereigns and one sovereign was a rare opportunity, one that others could only dream of. However, Feng didn't reveal everything about himself, he merely summoned his first soul fiend-slaying spear. Upon seeing Feng's spear soul, Dachui's testing device sprang into action. Unable to test? Yet, after the device ran through several cycles, those 4 characters appeared on the display. How can it be unable to test? Jing finally let go of Feng. She took the device and ran the test again. It really can't be tested? Could it be? Dachui, Jing, and the other 2 suddenly widened their eyes in shock as a bold yet unbelievable thought crossed their minds. This instrument had been obtained from the starry sky long ago and was far more precise than any instrument currently available in the Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, the most advanced instruments in the Great Xia Kingdom could only test up to celestial grade. The instrument Dachui had acquired from the starry sky represented the most advanced technology, capable of testing divine grade souls, those above celestial grade. Yet if even this instrument couldn't test it, there could only be one reason. Could it be beyond a divine grade soul? The 3 exclaimed in unison. Divine grade soul? Feng asked. After all, this was beyond his current understanding. You don't know this, but the galaxy we're currently in is called the titled Sovereign Galaxy. That is precisely why powerhouses who reach level 90 are called titled sovereigns. They represent the galaxy's strongest combat power. There are many planets in this galaxy, and ours ranks in the lower middle tier in terms of strength. Celestial grade is already considered top tier, and one such soul appears only once every nearly a century. But on those higher tier planets, celestial grade souls are quite common. Moreover, on the most powerful planet of all, there is even a divine grade soul. It's said to represent the absolute limit of human souls, Dachui said, drawing on what he'd learned during his travels through the cosmos. And now, you've surpassed that limit, the 3 exclaimed, utterly thrilled. Chapter 34, The Generous Teacher and Senior Brothers and Sisters. Ah! Unexpectedly, Dachui sighed at that moment. It's a pity your junior brother comes from a poor region, so I'm afraid his first soul ring won't last very long. Dachui said, and the 3 of them sighed in unison. After all, they, too, had traveled through the cosmos before and knew the owner of that divine grade soul. That person's first soul ring was a 9,000-year-old one, whereas Feng had now surpassed the divine grade soul. The limit of his first soul ring was at least at the 10,000-year level. And the first soul ring is extremely important for a soul master. The closer it is to the limit, the greater the benefits for the future. But given Feng's background, what kind of soul ring could he possibly obtain? Probably just a white 10-year soul ring to make do, right? Ha! It's a shame we didn't meet our junior brother sooner, otherwise, his first soul ring wouldn't just be white, Jing said, sounding a bit downcast. Who said my first soul ring is white? Feng immediately summoned the first soul ring of the fiend-slaying spear. After all, he'd already shown them his soul and had it tested. There was no harm in letting them see the soul ring as well. Holy crap! Upon seeing Feng's gleaming black soul ring, all 3 of them gasped in astonishment. A 10,000-year-old black soul ring? To be honest, as titled sovereigns who had traveled across the cosmos, they'd seen far too much of the world. Aside from that one time they'd encountered the owner of a divine grade soul, nothing had ever surprised them again. But now, Feng's first soul ring was the second such instance. Great, just great! My great Xia is finally set to rise in the starry skies. Dachui was so moved that tears streamed down his face. From now on, we'll do everything we can to train you so you can rise even faster. Whatever resources you need, just let us know. The 3 of us will do our absolute best to help you. Oh, right, Master, I need a good meditation technique. Feng said. Since Dachui had told him to ask for anything, he wasn't going to hold back. Although he had a system that increased his mana every second, meditation techniques, especially high-level ones, were also extremely beneficial for mana growth. So he had to learn one. As a titled sovereign, Dachui surely possessed some high-level meditation techniques. He likely even had a celestial grade one. Very well. It's a good opportunity for me to take you to my treasure vault. With that, Dachui led Feng into his treasure vault. Feng was truly captivated by the sight before him. It had to be said that a titled sovereign-esque collection was indeed vast. The items here were all at least 7th tier. There were even many items that Feng had previously only encountered in theoretical terms in textbooks, but now he was seeing the actual physical objects right before his eyes. It was undeniably quite awe-inspiring. A quarter of my entire collection was devoted to your eldest senior sister, cultivating her into the youngest titled sovereign, and half of that quarter was devoted to your second senior brother. The remaining 5/8 are all yours. Whenever you need them, come and take them anytime, anywhere. After saying this, Dachui handed Feng a list. The list detailed all the remaining items, clearly specifying their tier, function, and origin. Seeing this, Jing and Zhangping didn't feel their master was being unfair at all. After all, their youngest junior brother was so outstanding, it was only right to use the best resources where they were most needed, so these resources should go to him. This is a celestial grade meditation technique I acquired early in my career. Given the quality of your soul, cultivating it shouldn't be too difficult. You'll definitely be able to master the basics within a week. By the way, what level are you at now? Level 17, Master. Once you reach level 20, I'll take you to the Starry Sky Great Forest to obtain your second soul ring. Given the speed of the celestial grade meditation technique, even with your high soul quality, I think 2 months should be about right. Okay, I'll count on you then, Master. Also, I have 2 vials of 100,000-year-old beast essence here. During the last beast invasion, your eldest senior sister and I were in the ocean and, together with 2 other titled sovereigns, managed to slay it. Afterward, we extracted the essence from that 100,000-year-old beast. I got 2 vials, and your senior sister got 1. This stuff is extremely beneficial for soul masters in the early stages. I think it should be helpful to you. When Feng saw the essence, his supreme grade beast soul, primal dragon essence, stirred the first time this had ever happened. Feng surmised that the 100,000-year-old beast must possess the bloodline of a true dragon. If this were sold on the market, it would be a priceless treasure. Yet now it had been given to him just like that. It seemed his teacher and senior sister were quite reliable after all. Since my teacher has given you hers, I'll give you mine as well. Also, junior brother, here is a void jade talisman. If you ever face a danger you can't handle, just crush it. Senior sister, I'll appear right in front of you instantly. After that, Jing produced another yellow jade talisman. Thank you, senior sister. Feng exclaimed excitedly. Void jade talismans could only be crafted by titled sovereign level experts, as they required void energy and a void teleportation stone. Any single one of these would fetch at least 100 billion at an auction house. As it happens, I've just crafted 2 void jade talismans myself. I'll give them both to you. Wait, what? Feng was momentarily stunned. He just received 3 void jade talismans all at once? If he ever faced danger in the future, he could simply shatter one. Having 2 titled sovereign level powerhouses appear instantly to act as bodyguards, that would be quite the spectacle. Since Master and Senior Sister have given you gifts, I, as your second senior brother, can't be left out. Although I can't craft void jade talismans, I can still give you a set of cloud bat wings. Just infuse them with mana to activate them. Once activated, you'll gain my 8th soul skill, cloud bat wings, allowing you to fly for a quarter of an hour. Anyone below the titled sovereign level will have no choice but to trail behind you, eating your dust. I guess you could call it a life-saving tool. Little junior brother, I also have projections of the heaven-shattering giant sword here. They contain a single strike from my strongest soul skill, another great life-saving item. To use them, all you need to do is infuse them with mana to activate them. It's not that many, just 10 of them. 3 hours later, Feng emerged from Hammer Dolua's Void Realm and returned to the campus. That's way too generous. Feng was at a loss for words. With the items given to him by his teacher, senior sister, and second senior brother, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He could go head to head with a titled sovereign just by relying on those items. Almost every single item was a priceless treasure, ones that would spark a fierce scramble if they were out in the open, and now, his storage ring was overflowing with them. I'll head back first and practice the celestial grade meditation technique,
Feng said, then walked toward his dormitory.
Upon arriving, he noticed that new students seemed to be moving into the rooms on both sides of his. The new arrivals at this hour were special admissions students. To his left was a chubby young man accompanied by a large entourage of bodyguards, while to his right stood a woman in a green robe, her voluptuous figure momentarily leaving Feng unable to look away. This woman was Qingxue, this year's top scorer on the martial arts exam from Baotang province. She, too, had arrived at Seoul University in the imperial capital. As Feng looked at her, Qingxue smiled back at him.
Chapter 35, Neighbors, Qingxue and Yang. Hello, my name is Qingxue.
I'm from Baotang province, and I'll be your neighbor from now on.
I look forward to getting to know you.
The young woman across from him flashed a sweet smile and greeted Feng right away.
Hello, I'm Feng, from Hunan province.
At that moment, the chubby guy standing nearby saw the two of them greeting each other and joined in uninvited. After all, there were only 3 villas in this area, so they'd all be neighbors from now on.
Qingxue, Feng, hello. I'm Yang, from Shanxi province. What is your name? Feng asked.
Yang.
Yan what?
Yang. After receiving an affirmative reply, Feng finally confirmed that this guy's name really was Yang, and he had to admit, it was a bit of a peculiar name.
How did you know our names?
Qingxue asked curiously.
He. Yang smiled slightly.
Before I enrolled, I went through the martial arts exam statistics for every province. I even know that you're the top scorer from Sup province, and that Seoul is just a gold spirit staff in the low grade. You could say you're Sup province's biggest dark horse, and you, Feng, are even more remarkable, a dark horse from Hunan province in the common grade. It's safe to say that the two of you are this year's martial arts exam. In fact, the biggest dark horses in the entire history of the martial arts exams. Yang said with a smug grin, then motioned for his men behind him to pull out 2 gift boxes.
It's our first meeting, so I've prepared a small token of my appreciation.
It's just a little something, please accept it.
Thank you very much.
Feng and Qingxue thought to themselves that, since they'd all be classmates and neighbors from now on, it would be rude to refuse such hospitality. Well then, I'll head back to tidy up the villa I just arrived in. Haven't had a chance to settle in yet.
After saying his goodbyes, Yang walked back. Young master, what kind of place is this? It's so run down. Why don't we ask the master to tear it down and rebuild it for you? What are you talking about? This is Seoul University. Do you think this is our house? Then why not ask master to build you a proper residence outside the campus?
I've said it before, college is where you come to endure hardships. This villa may be a bit run down, but it's still livable. By the way, once you've tidied up the villa, you can head back.
Yes, young master.
Meanwhile, over at Feng's place, after Yang left, Qingxue also returned to the villa to tidy up. Feng entered the villa, went up to the 2nd floor, took out his celestial grade meditation technique, and began studying it.
Once mastered, this technique would automatically convert the supernatural energy in the air into mana almost constantly.
The conversion speed depended on both the quality of the meditation technique and the practitioner's proficiency. Every meditation technique, whether common grade, low grade, medium grade, or even the celestial grade, currently the highest on Blue Star, is divided into 5 proficiency levels:
beginner, basic, proficient, advanced, and mastery. Each proficiency level corresponds to a different amount of mana converted. Feng opened the celestial grade meditation technique to study it.
And let us be honest, this stuff is really quite obscure and hard to understand. It takes quite a bit of time just to read through it from start to finish. No wonder my teacher said I could reach the beginner level in 2 months, but I can't wait that long now.
Feng opened the system. He had a system. Why bother trying to figure this out on his own? Why not just use the system to enhance it? It's the Infinite Soul Master Enhancement System. It can enhance anything. Enhancing this meditation technique is a piece of cake. Isn't it? Celestial grade meditation technique. +5. Sure enough, it can be enhanced. Feng immediately spent points to raise the celestial grade meditation technique to the beginner proficiency level. Celestial grade meditation technique, beginner. However, Feng didn't rush to upgrade it further. Instead, he took a moment to sense what benefits the meditation technique was currently providing him and looked inward at his soul sea. He discovered that mana was flowing into his soul sea every second. Feng surmised that this must be the celestial grade meditation technique automatically converting his special abilities into mana. Based on his subtle sensations, Feng discovered that this entry-level celestial grade meditation technique added nearly 5 points of mana every second. Since he currently had a level 5 system 5 points per second, with 1 point equals 1 mana, this meant the entry-level meditation technique was equivalent to a level 5 system. This filled Feng with delight. It seemed there was still value in continuing to improve his proficiency. Originally, he had planned to convert all those points into mana to level up. Now it appeared that improving his proficiency was a much better deal, so Feng immediately raised his entry-level proficiency to the minor proficiency stage. Celestial grade meditation technique, minor proficiency. After reaching minor proficiency, Feng checked the mana increase in his soul sea again and discovered it had actually reached 10 points per second, equivalent to 2 level 5 systems operating simultaneously. Keep strengthening it. Feng decided to push straight for perfection. He spent 100,000 points to advance to the mastery proficiency level. At this point, mana generation had reached 16 points per second, a much larger increase than before. Celestial grade meditation technique, mastery. However, although the increase was significant, the cost of continuing to advance had reached a staggering level. It would take a whopping 550,000 points to advance from mastery to great achievement. That was more than double the previous cost. But Feng didn't hesitate. Since the meditation technique functioned like a perpetual motion machine, never stopping, the sooner he upgraded it, the better. So he spent another 550,000 points. Celestial grade meditation technique, Grand Mastery. However, after reaching Grand Mastery, the next upgrade would require 1.5 million points, as Feng naturally didn't have at the moment, so he'd have to wait a while. He was currently 1.43 million points short. At the rate of 5 points per second for a level 5 system, it would take another 80 hours, a little over 3 days. Let us see how the great accomplishment proficiency is doing first, Feng thought as he checked his mana gain again, only to find it had reached 30 points per second. If this were perfect proficiency, wouldn't that mean over 100 points of mana per second? Feng was a bit taken aback. After all, the improvement in this meditation technique was simply too dramatic. However, it also required a lot of points. This was true even for someone like Feng who had the system. For anyone else, mastering the basics of a celestial grade meditation technique within 2 months would be considered genius. Reaching the minor proficiency level in 2 years would be nothing short of miraculous, and as for reaching Feng's current advanced proficiency, it would be impossible without several decades of practice. Yet Feng had achieved it in just a few seconds. Phew! Feng exhaled, feeling much more at ease. Alright, I've completed the quest to become a disciple of a titled sovereign, and the system has leveled up to level 5. New quests must have refreshed by now. Let us see what they are. He opened the quest panel. Level 6 system quest, first place in the Freshman Grand Tournament. Freshman Grand Competition? Feng had heard Shinping mention it before. 1 month after the start of the semester, the school organizes a competition with generous rewards. The rewards come in many forms: credits, resources, and various items, and the benefits are substantial. Moreover, if you perform exceptionally well in the Freshman Grand Competition, you might catch the eye of outstanding teachers who will take you on as a disciple on the spot. And every year, the first place winner of the Freshman Grand Competition is personally taken on as a disciple by the president of Seoul University in the imperial capital, who is an 88th level sovereign. As a result, the freshman competition is extremely fierce every year. Alright, let us see what Yang's gift is. After thinking through the details of the freshman competition, Feng took out Yang's gift box. He opened it to find a bank card inside. Feng opened his mobile banking app, entered the card number, and checked the balance. Current balance: 1 million? Feng was completely stunned. Giving 1 million as a welcome gift right after meeting for the first time and calling it no big deal?
Although Feng already had 26 million in his account from various previous rewards, to casually hand over 1 million just as a token of goodwill, this Yan was truly sincere. Chapter 36, Absorbing the Essence of a 100,000-Year-Old Beast. While Feng was studying the celestial grade meditation technique over at Qingshui's villa, she was sitting on the sofa in the second-floor living room.
So he's Feng.
I didn't expect him to be so handsome. In fact, as soon as the martial arts exam ended and the results were released by the exam center, Qingshui had made a point of checking the top scorers from each province. She had thought that, with her low-grade soul and a score of 9,480, securing the top spot in Baotang province, she was this year's biggest dark horse nationwide until she saw Feng from Hunan province. Only then did she realize that Feng actually ranked even higher than she did. So, when the 3 top Seoul universities were offering special admissions, Qingshui made a point of finding out which university Feng had applied to. Since the terms offered by the imperial capital Seoul University were quite satisfactory to her, Qingshui came here and even specifically requested to be Feng's neighbor.
Teacher, can you sense what kind of soul that guy has?
Qingshui spoke to the necklace around her neck. She'd gone up to say hello earlier specifically so her teacher could get a sense of him. A hazy human figure emerged from the necklace, a woman of unparalleled beauty, none other than the teacher Qingshui had mentioned.
I can't sense it, the figure said, sounding a bit frightened. Because when my soul tried to probe, a pair of terrifying eyes was staring right back at me. That can't be possible. Qingshui exclaimed in shock. Master, your divine phoenix soul is a holy grade soul. What's there to make such a fuss about? I've told you many times before, the galaxy you're currently in is merely a tiny speck. This universe is immeasurably vast. What's celestial grade? Above that, there are divine grade souls and holy grade souls. In fact, in the core regions of the universe, there are even souls beyond holy grade. However, I don't know exactly what lies beyond holy grade, because according to the inferences of the powerful beings there, anything beyond holy grade may only exist in theory. But one thing is certain, Feng is by no means as simple as common grade. Perhaps you'll come to understand this as you interact with him more in the future. For now, the most important thing is to evolve your golden spirit staff into a medium grade soul. Using my secret technique, it shouldn't take more than a week. Oh, and go to the library tomorrow to study the medium grade meditation technique in advance. Yes, Master. Qingshui nodded.
Meanwhile, over at Feng's place, after inspecting the gift box Yang had given him, Feng took out the 3 bottles of 100,000-year-old beast essence blood given to him by his master and senior sister. This stuff is top-notch. Absorbing it can strengthen one's physique, but it places high demands on the recipient.
First of all, if you're an artifact soul,
you'd need to use auxiliary potions to dilute the 100,000-year-old beast essence, since artifact souls generally have weaker constitutions, whereas beast souls fare much better. Beast souls can summon a soul to possess their body, reducing the risk of their body exploding from the essence.
However, even so, the beast soul must be of celestial grade. Therefore, on Blue Star at present, no one can absorb it without dilution.
Except for Feng, because he possesses the supreme grade beast soul, primal dragon essence. Soon, Feng summoned primal dragon essence to possess him, then began absorbing the 3 vials of essence blood. At first, he only felt a slight tingling sensation, but as the absorption accelerated,
Feng felt a mild ache throughout his body.
He surmised that this was the essence blood strengthening his tendons and bones, as streams of red blood energy swirled around his entire body. The crimson blood energy continuously flowed into Feng's tendons and bones, expelling all impurities from within them. As time passed, the amount of impurities expelled grew steadily.
3 hours later, Feng had fully absorbed all 3 vials of essence blood.
At that moment, faint golden glimmers began to emanate from within Feng's tendons and bones. Though not very obvious, they were still visible.
Golden light in the physical body? Feng exclaimed with great joy.
This was a sign that his tendons and bones had been tempered to the impurity-free realm. If he could obtain another dozen or so vials of 100,000-year-old beast essence blood,
Feng was confident he could refine his entire body to the impurity-free realm.
The benefits of the impurity-free realm were numerous. First, his physical constitution would be greatly strengthened, allowing him to engage in direct physical combat with powerful beasts of the same level. Second, free from the influence of impurities. His body's absorption and conversion of supernatural energy would accelerate significantly. In layman's terms, this meant the efficiency of his meditation technique would improve considerably. Feng tested his meditation technique again and found, as expected, that the mana gained per second had increased from 30 points to 36 points, a full 1/5 increase. Why does it smell so bad? After finishing the absorption, Feng noticed a foul odor lingering in the air. Looking down, he saw that his body was now covered in a thick layer of mud and impurities. I'd better go wash up right away. After taking a refreshing shower, Feng returned to his bedroom to lie down and rest. He couldn't stay up late tonight. Tomorrow he had to go to the library to select a secret technique to study. That was a privilege granted to him during the special recruitment period. Although secret techniques weren't as powerful as soul skills in their later stages, having an extra skill in the early stages meant one more chance to save his life. Therefore, it was still very necessary. Although his teacher and senior classmates had given him so many protective talismans, he had to rely on his own strength. In the end, being strong himself was the fundamental key. The next day arrived quickly, and Feng headed out for the library. "Good morning, Feng." Yang, the chubby boy, was just stepping out at that moment. "Are you heading to the library?" "Yes. I'm actually going there to switch up my meditation technique. Let us go together." Yang was the type to strike up a conversation easily. Even though he'd only met Feng once, it felt as if they were old friends. "Sure." Feng naturally didn't refuse. After all, who could say no to a friend who'd given him $1 million just to make a good impression upon meeting? "Hey, Qingxue's out too," Yang called out loudly. "Qingxue, Feng, and I are heading to the library. Want to come with us?" "Sure." Qingxue walked over with grace and poise. Today, she was dressed in casual clothes, but even that couldn't hide her voluptuous figure and the aura of a powerhouse, at least at the D rank level. And so, the three of them set off toward the library. Since Seoul University in the imperial capital was so vast, the library was quite a distance away, so they chatted casually along the way. During their conversation, Feng learned that this chubby guy, Yang, came from the Fei family, a prominent clan in Shanxi province. Feng vaguely recalled that this family owned a massive mining business. It accounted for nearly 40% of the mining trade in the Great Xia Kingdom. To put it simply, the Fei family lacked everything except money. They were so rich they had nothing but money. Feng now understood why Yang had handed him 1 million as a token of goodwill upon their first meeting, because in Yang's eyes, that amount wasn't even pocket change. Moreover, Yang had recently awakened a peak-grade soul, the immortal Firebird, and his current mana level was 16, on the verge of breaking through to level 17. He was considered the most outstanding genius in the Fei family's history and had already been unanimously selected by the family as the heir to the next family head. Chapter 37, Qingxue's First Soul Skill. Before long, the three of them saw the Seoul University Library in the imperial capital appear before them. Even from a distance, they could sense just how vast the library's grounds were, and upon reaching the entrance, the massive gates standing over 10 meters tall left even Feng somewhat astonished. It was truly impressive. But that was only to be expected. After all, Seoul University's library housed every book on soul-related knowledge since the dawn of the superpower era. Virtually any piece of knowledge could be found there, and it also contained numerous meditation techniques, so students streamed in and out of the library every day. "Come on, let us go inside." The three of them stepped through the library's main entrance. "It's so crowded." Qingxue looked around and noticed a large crowd gathered on the left side of the first floor lobby. That's the combat power testing steel. Just scan your student watch, then strike the steel, and it'll record your overall combat power. If your combat power is strong enough, you might even make it into the top 100. Yang explained to the other two. "You know about this too?" "Of course. Before I enrolled, I went through every single piece of school information. There's nothing I don't know. I even know what kind of underwear every teacher likes to wear."
Yang said, hands on her hips, beaming with pride. Feng, why don't we give it a try? Maybe we can make it into the top 100 on the freshman record board? Qingxue suggested. It's not that easy. Yang cut Qingxue off. It's really hard for freshmen to make it onto the freshman record list because you can set your record anytime before entering your sophomore year. The top 100 on that list were basically all set the day before students entered their sophomore year. That means the records were set a full year after enrollment. Even though you two are dark horse top scorers, you've only been here too short a time. Compared to the upperclassmen who've been trained for nearly a year by the strong faculty at Seoul University in the capital, we're still way behind. Yang's meaning was clear, don't go setting yourselves up for disappointment. Let us just give it a try and treat it as a record. We'll see how much our overall combat power improves in a year, Qingxue said, refusing to give up. Alright, there's no harm in trying. Feng and Qingxue walked up to the stone monument, ready to scan their student watches for the test, while Yang, afraid of making a fool of himself with a low combat rating, didn't bother taking the test. He stood to the side, smiling smugly. He was more than happy to watch others make fools of themselves. Don't say I didn't warn you if you two end up making fools of yourselves. He even pulled out his phone, ready to record a video. Qingxue, student ID, welcome. As soon as Qingxue swiped her student watch, the combat power steel immediately displayed her information. This steel was built with cutting-edge technology and contained records of every student at Seoul University in the imperial capital. What? A student ID starting with 2035? That means she's a freshman this year. Didn't the martial arts exam just end? Yeah, and she's already daring to take the combat power steel test? Don't they know that the people taking this test are mostly seniors about to graduate? Well, maybe she knows there's a credits reward for making the top 100 on the leaderboard? That's why she's giving it a shot. Clearly, no one had any high hopes for Qingxue. At that moment, Qingxue summoned the Golden Spirit Staff and launched her attack on the high-tech monument using her first soul skill. First soul skill, Heaven and Earth Strike. As Qingxue swung the Golden Spirit Staff, a massive staff-shaped shadow plummeted down, slamming violently into the high-tech monument. Crack! A number appeared on the wall. Immediately, an electronic voice from the textile echoed through the first-floor lobby. Congratulations, Qingxue. Your overall combat power has reached the required threshold, ranking you 89th on the freshman combat power chart. Reward, 100 credits. Since the Textiles system was linked to the school-wide network, the moment she made the list, 100 credits were automatically credited to Qingxue's account. Qingxue glanced at her student watch and saw that her credits had reached 600. She nodded in satisfaction. As for the remaining 500 credits, those had been awarded as part of her special admission package. Whoa, I never would guess this delicate-looking beauty was actually a bat-wielding soul? Instantly, the students around her exchanged knowing glances. In the history of soul awakening, Qingxue was likely the only female student to ever manifest a staff-type soul. She's just enrolled and already has that kind of combat power? Wow, are freshmen this strong these days? If she keeps improving for another year, she'll definitely break the record and become number 1 on the rankings. I think it's possible. After all, she is the first freshman to make the rankings right after enrollment. I doubt there's anyone else like her. Hey, beautiful, can I get your contact info? Seeing Qingxue's impressive potential, the students around her, the bolder ones, at least immediately approached her to ask for her contact information, but Qingxue turned them all down one by one. Qingxue, that's amazing. You're so awesome, praised Yang, the chubby guy. I bet Feng is even better than me. Why don't you give it a try too, Feng? Sure. Feng also walked up to the textile. After steadying himself, he swiped his student ID watch. Feng, student ID, welcome. After swiping, Feng immediately threw a punch, striking the textile directly. Another freshman. Ha, is this guy joking? You're supposed to use a soul skill to attack, not a physical attack. How much power could a person's physical first soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash? Chapter 38, Breaking 100,000 Combat Power. Boom! A massive crescent moon slashed directly at the stone steel, and instantly, the entire library hall shook. It's important to note that the library at Seoul University in the imperial capital covers a vast area and is constructed from extremely durable materials. Unless there's a minor earthquake, no one's soul skill attack could possibly cause the library to shake. And now, Feng's first soul skill had done just that. After the rumbling subsided, a brand new number appeared on the stone tablet. Then, an electronic announcement from the stone tablet once again echoed throughout the entire hall. Congratulations to Feng for reaching points in overall combat power, claiming the number 1 spot on the freshman combat power rankings, breaking the record, and earning a reward of 100 credits. After breaking the record, a golden glow radiated from the stone tablet, and a rankings list appeared. Number 1, Feng, Combat Power. Number 2, Chao Xin, Combat Power. Number 3, Gao Chao, Combat Power. Since he had broken the record, Feng's name naturally appeared in first place, while the other names each dropped down 1 spot. At that moment, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. It was unclear how long it took, but finally, someone was the first to react. A new record? Looks like it. This can't be real, it was broken that easily? Some felt as though they could have done it themselves. My goodness, a freshman who just started college actually broke a senior's record right off the bat? Isn't that a bit too much? Everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. After all, Seoul University in the imperial capital had been established nearly a century ago, existing since the dawn of the superpower era, and it had recorded the combat prowess of virtually every generation of prodigies in the Great Xia Kingdom. Coupled with Seoul University's rigorous admission standards, those ranked in the top 100 were all the cream of the crop, and the number 1 spot was reserved for a truly peerless prodigy. But for the record set by such a peerless prodigy after a year of training at the university to be shattered by a freshman, if the original record holder were to see this, wouldn't their resolve crumble? Whoa, I've got to post this on my moments right away. Yang quickly pulled out his phone to capture this historic moment. Yeah, I'll post on my moments too. Let us snap a photo with phone while we still can. Once this guy becomes a titled sovereign, I'll have something to brag about. Good point, I'm going over to take a photo too. Brother Feng, can I take a picture with you? In an instant, quite a few people went to ask Feng for photos, mostly his senior classmates. If you're a senior girl trying to act young and calling me Brother Feng, that's one thing. But what the hell is a senior guy calling me that for? Feng just got goosebumps. Is this guy really that good? Qingxue whispered as she watched Feng surrounded by the crowd. She had originally thought that with her teacher's help, the gap between her and Feng wasn't that big. After all, once she entered college, with the resources and her teacher's guidance, surpassing Feng before the freshman grand competition and taking first place would be no problem at all. Now it seemed all that was just a pipe dream. This Feng was simply too terrifying. His combat power was twice hers. How was she ever going to catch up? Teacher, do I still have a chance to catch up to him? Qingxue asked the empress inside her necklace. Yes, of course you do. As the saying goes, for a man to pursue a woman, there's a mountain in the way. For a woman to pursue a man, there's only a veil. I believe that with your beauty, winning Feng over won't be a problem. Oh, right, I have a little handbook here that might come in handy. Qingxue took a look and blushed. 36 strategies for seduction? Teacher, when I said catch up to him, I meant in terms of strength, not that kind of romantic pursuit, Qingxue explained desperately. I actually think he has quite a catch. Why don't you give it some thought, Qingxue? If you're not interested, hee. Teacher, you're not planning to go after him yourself, are you? Qingxue asked, speechless. What are you thinking? Do I look like the type to chase after men? What I mean is, although Feng is currently much stronger than you, under my guidance, in a semester at most, you'll definitely surpass Feng. After all, I was once one of the 4 great mentors who made a name for myself throughout the Central Universe, the Empress said confidently. I'm definitely going to catch up to Feng. Qingxue clenched her little fists, then headed into the library to meditate. Exactly. As a captain of the Fox Charm Club, I'm free to recruit whoever I want, said the alluring girl with her arm draped around Feng's. Is that really about masculine energy? You're clearly just lusting after Junior Feng's body. I'm almost too embarrassed to call you out on it. Exactly. I'm brimming with masculine energy too. Why aren't you recruiting me? Faced with these people's unreasonable outbursts, the Fox Charm Society paid them no mind. Instead, they continued to flirt with Feng, trying to recruit him and lure him into their fold. Of course, his good looks were only one reason they were recruiting Feng. His strength and potential were the real focus. A freshman who broke records the moment he arrived, such a future super powerhouse. They definitely had to win him over while he was still young. Hey, senior, why don't you let go of me first? I've got things to do. Feng tried to pull his arm free from that sea of curves, but she held him tight. It wasn't just his arm. Feng could even feel waves of sensation washing over him from all directions. Man, some people are so starved for attention, while others are drowning in it. The scene left the onlookers green with envy. They'd love to be treated like Feng, but their skills just weren't up to par. After all, the Fox Charm Club was one of the top clubs. Not just anyone could get in. Little brother Feng, my name is Xiao Qian. I'm the squad leader of the Fox Charm Club. Let us exchange contact info first. Hearing that Feng had things to do, Xiao Qian didn't dare press him too hard. After all, when dealing with a man, you have to take it slow. Sure, senior. Feng felt a bit exasperated. If he didn't give her his contact info today, Xiao Qian wouldn't let him go. Junior Feng, it's your first time here at the library, so you're probably not familiar with it yet. Why don't I show you around? After exchanging contact info, Xiao Qian tried to flirt with him again. No need, senior. I'm going somewhere you've never been and you can't go there anyway. Hee, Junior Feng, are you looking down on your senior here? There's no place in this library I can't go. Let me take you, don't worry. With that, Xiao Qian patted her chest. Feng's face flushed slightly. He felt a bit embarrassed. Senior, I don't mind you patting your chest, but could you pat your own chest next time? Chapter 39, 3 Secret Arts. Ahem, Feng, I'm sorry I got a little carried away. But there's no corner of this library I can't reach. Let me take you there. Xiao Qian said, refusing to give up. I'm going to the top floor to study the secret arts. Are you coming? Feng went straight for the shocker. The top floor? Not just Xiao Qian, everyone else sucked in a sharp breath as well. The top floor of the library was a restricted area. After all, it housed the 3 secret arts of Seoul University in the imperial capital. Only extraordinary individuals were eligible to study these arts. Students who had rendered outstanding service to the school or won first place in major competitions. For example, in last year's Global Elite Seoul Master Tournament, a senior from imperial capital Seoul University took first place, which is how he earned that opportunity. But now Feng was saying he was going to the top floor? He couldn't possibly be serious, could he? As far as anyone could recall, no one had ever been allowed to study the secret arts right after enrollment. Junior Feng, you're not joking, are you? At that moment, Xiao Qian simply couldn't believe it, because that was impossible. I have no reason to lie to you. With that, Feng headed toward the library, and the others followed behind him. After all, the library had 4 floors. To verify that Feng wasn't just showing off, everyone followed him up. Soon, Feng arrived at the entrance to the 4th floor. An elderly man stood guard there, and upon seeing the crowd approach, his expression turned stern. Go back down. This is no place for you to enter. As he spoke, the old man unleashed an overwhelming aura that left the students gasping for breath. A sovereign-level powerhouse, the students exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder this is the home of the secret arts. The guardian here is incredibly powerful. That aura is probably far more formidable than even our principal's. Thud. Some sophomores were actually forced to their knees by the sheer pressure. Oomph, still one heed my warning? That was merely a fraction of my might. If you don't retreat now, things won't be so simple.
The old man stroked his beard. These students won't learn their lesson unless. But remember, you're only allowed to choose one secret art.
Okay, thanks.
Feng walked straight inside, leaving the crowd standing there with dumbfounded expressions.
Did Feng really go in? Wow, I'm so jealous. He gets to study secret arts right after enrollment. Some people don't even get the chance until they graduate in their senior year.
It really drives you crazy when you compare yourself to others. We absolutely have to recruit this freshman Feng into our club, said Xiao Qian of the Fox Charm Club, watching Feng's retreating figure. Meanwhile, after Feng entered the fourth floor, he discovered that it wasn't filled with rows of bookshelves or relevant texts, but was instead a vast, white space. Feng surmised that since these were secret arts created by titled sovereigns and there were 3 of them, this space must have been carved out by those titled sovereigns themselves.
With that in mind, Feng walked into the blindingly white space.
After walking for an unknown amount of time, he saw stars swirling above his head.
Where are the secret arts? Looking up, Feng spotted 3 particularly bright stars and wondered, could these be the 3 secret arts? But how do I obtain them? I don't seem to know how to fly yet.
Just as Feng was pondering this, the 3 stars suddenly descended from the sky, circled around him, and transformed into 3 scrolls.
Feng was overjoyed and immediately began examining them one by one.
Although he could only choose one, there was no harm in taking a look to find the right one.
So, he opened them one by one.
Life's Secret Art, a powerful recovery technique created by the Life Doluo. Upon cultivation, it can greatly enhance one's recovery ability and bring proficiency to perfection.
As long as the injury isn't fatal, one can fully heal oneself within a day. Feng read through the descriptions of the Life Secret Arts one by one.
He had to admit, he thought this was quite impressive. After all, being alive is the only way to have hope sometimes, when severely injured. Even the most precious items cannot repair the damage. But now, with this secret art, it was practically like having a second life. However, even though he liked it, Feng decided to take a look at the other 2 secret arts first. Rage Secret Art, prolonged combat boosts all your attributes, significantly enhancing your soul skill consumption, mana regeneration, and soul skill potency. Upon reaching perfect proficiency, you can reach the maximum boost within 10 minutes, equivalent to 30% of your total bonuses.
Note, this is a passive secret art. Feng took a look and was quite satisfied, as passive secret techniques and soul skills are always hard to come by. This one doesn't consume any mana, it triggers automatically as long as you're in combat. Plus, a 30% boost to all attributes, combined with his 2 souls, would make his combat performance absolutely explosive in the late game. Let us take a look at the last secret technique. Feng's excitement grew. Judging by this trend, the 3rd secret technique must be even stronger, right?
Second secret technique, create a small space within yourself to store a percentage of your mana in critical moments. You can draw upon this space to restore your mana.
At perfect proficiency, you can store 100% of your mana.
After reading this, Feng thought it sounded pretty good. After all, perfect proficiency was essentially like having 2 of himself in battle. Whenever his mana ran dry, he could simply draw upon it to recover.
It was truly a game-changing weapon for pulling off a comeback from the brink of defeat.
For a moment, Feng found himself torn over which secret art to choose.
Chapter 40, First Floor of the Mana Tower.
After some thought, Feng decided to choose the Rage Secret Art. The value of a passive secret art, along with its potential and late-game combat effectiveness, was definitely higher. If he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he'd likely be killed outright, and the Life Secret Art wouldn't be of much use. As for the second secret art, creating a space, if he couldn't win, he simply couldn't win. Even if he could recover his mana 100 times, it wouldn't help. After thinking it through, Feng still believed that the decisive moment in combat would come during the first wave. Therefore, directly boosting his combat power to eliminate enemies was the best strategy, so he began studying that secret art. Upon opening it, Feng first skimmed through it and found the text rather obscure and difficult to understand. Fortunately, the system in his mind allowed him to allocate points.
But he currently lacked enough enhancement points.
Besides, Fong was still waiting to save up 1.5 million points to first elevate the celestial grade meditation technique to the great perfection realm. And so, Fong forced himself to study for several hours since he had nothing else to do anyway and didn't leave the library until a little past 4 p.m. Fortunately, those hours weren't wasted. He managed to raise his proficiency with the secret art of rage to the beginner level, which was at least some progress. At his current proficiency level, the secret art of rage would reach its maximum effect within a quarter of an hour of combat, granting a 5% bonus to his total combat power. This made Fong feel that, without further proficiency gains, the skill was still a bit of a letdown, but with the system on his side, he figured he'd just take it slow. After leaving the library, Fong headed back to his dorm. The freshman hadn't enrolled yet, and as a special admissions student with no classes scheduled for the time being, he didn't have much to do. In a few days, once his celestial grade meditation technique reached level 20, he could head to the starry sky great forest to obtain his second soul ring, and he'd bring his teachers along. With 2 titled sovereigns watching his back, he felt completely safe. Wait a minute, what's that? Shortly after leaving the library, Fong spotted a black tower soaring into the clouds. He figured this must be the Mana Tower at Seoul University in the imperial capital. Shinping had mentioned it to him before. The Mana Tower appeared after the dawn of the era of supernatural abilities, and no one really understood how it worked. Moreover, once inside, one would be subjected to immense pressure, though the upside was that mana would accumulate much faster there. The Mana Tower is divided into 9 levels, each with a different rate of mana accumulation. The higher you go, the faster your mana increases, and there are additional effects as well. Why don't we go in and take a look? Fong arrived at the entrance to the first level of the Mana Tower. Since credits are the standard currency at Seoul University in the imperial capital, Fong simply swiped his student watch and walked right in. Once inside, he found a lobby with an introduction to the Mana Tower. "Yang, what are you doing here?" Fong spotted a familiar face. Fong, I waited for you for ages, but you didn't come out of the library, so I left and came to the Mana Tower to give it a try. I have to say, the bonuses here are pretty good. My mana is increasing way faster now, the chubby guy said smugly. Too bad, though with my skill level, I won't be able to stay on the first floor for long before I have to leave. Can't I go to the second floor then? Fong asked. No, the pressure on the second floor is too intense. Only sophomores are allowed in there. You'd have to apply for access. If you don't believe me, scan your student watch. Fong scanned his watch and found that, sure enough, he only had access to the first floor. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he figured he'd give the first floor a try first and see just how magical this Mana Tower really was. Before long, Fong finally saw someone emerge from room 34, and he immediately headed in to give it a try. Upon entering the room, Fong did indeed feel a slight sense of pressure. He thought to himself that if even someone with his constitution was feeling it, the first level must be no joke. He sat down right away. As he began meditating, he noticed that his mana regeneration, which had been 36 mana per second, had actually jumped to 42 mana per second. It really works! Fong rejoiced. At this rate, it would take him much less time to reach level 20, and that was just the first level. Would the second level be even more powerful? If he made it to the 9th level of the Mana Tower, wouldn't his mana increase exponentially? Fong, looks like I'll have to earn some more credits. Fong knew that Seoul University in the imperial capital surely had tasks available for earning extra credits with his abilities. Earning them wouldn't be difficult. For now, I'll focus on boosting my mana. Since boosting mana was a passive process, Fong simultaneously studied the secret art of rage, attempting to raise its proficiency to the minor level. Finally, 3 hours later, darkness fell. The Mana Tower closed at 8:30 p.m. to ensure students got enough rest, and Fong was no exception. It was time to head out. Credits remaining, 2,070? Glancing at his credits, Fong noticed 30 credits had been deducted. It seemed 1 academic hour on the first floor cost 10 credits. For an average student, a month's worth of credits would only cover 10 hours of study. It seemed the Mana Tower was a monster that devoured credits. After all, when Fong had passed by the school cafeteria earlier, he noticed that even after gorging himself on all the dishes available, it had only cost him 4 points. Sure enough, cultivation was the most resource-intensive activity. With a sigh, Fong stepped out and prepared to head back with Yang. "Fong, you're here too?" Just then, another familiar figure appeared. It was Qingxue. Chapter 41, The Appearance of Mou. It turned out that Qingxue had also entered the Mana Tower earlier. In fact, she'd gone in before Fong. Once inside, she'd been boosting her mana while studying meditation techniques. She had exchanged a medium-grade meditation technique at the library. Although her soul hadn't yet evolved to the medium grade, it was still a good idea to familiarize herself with it in advance. That's why she'd been delayed for a few hours. "Let us go, we should head back." The three of them set off together toward the dorms. "I heard the university town is pretty lively at night. Why don't we go check it out?" Yang suggested. "Sounds good to me. It'll be a great chance to see if there's any late-night snacks." "Alright." Fong and Qingxue agreed readily, and the three of them soon arrived at University Town. Since the three top Seoul universities were located close to one another, this university town had been built right in the middle of them. This university town was built right there, and inside, there were all kinds of shops, including one selling various materials, such as ores and items. There was even a so-called black market in one area, where the goods were even more valuable. Along the way, the three of them each picked out items they liked, stopped by a few clothing stores to have several outfits custom-made, and kept browsing until it was nearly 11 o'clock. Only then did the three head back. Fortunately, their student watches had storage space, otherwise, they would have had to carry a huge pile of items. At Qingxue's villa, as soon as they returned to the dormitory, the Empress emerged directly from her necklace. "Today's shopping trip wasn't too bad. We bought some useful herbs. I had originally thought it would take a while longer before you could evolve your soul to the medium grade. But it looks like it can be done tonight." "Really? Then thank you so much, teacher," Qingxue said, utterly thrilled. Under the Empress's guidance, she had cultivated a secret evolution technique capable of evolving her soul. Originally, her soul was merely a common grade Tongling staff, but after learning the secret evolution technique, it had evolved into a low-grade Jinling staff, and now it was about to evolve into a medium-grade soul. After the Empress finished speaking, she began using the herbs to prepare a potion. Qingxue had originally been just a hair's breadth away from evolving into a medium-grade soul, but now, with the specialized ingredients, she could achieve it in one go. It was simply a stroke of good luck that she'd come across those materials. The Empress skillfully combined the various herbs, refined them into a potion, and finally had Qingxue drink it. Soon, a sound emanated from the golden spirit staff. Cracks began to appear on the low-grade soul, the golden spirit staff, as if something were about to burst forth. It then exploded open, revealing a brand new soul inside. "Let me see what kind of soul this is," the Empress said, glancing at it. "Not bad. It's a medium-grade soul, the heavenly source staff. Among the 146 types of medium-grade souls, it ranks 23rd, which is quite impressive." "That's wonderful, teacher." Qingxue was overjoyed. During her previous common grade evolution, the low-grade soul she had obtained ranked only 240th out of 244 types of low-grade souls. That had been absolutely terrible, but this time, fortune had truly smiled upon her. "This is great. I'm sure it won't be long before I surpass Fong." Glancing at her new soul, then over at Fong's villa, Qingxue was suddenly brimming with confidence. "Achoo! Who was thinking of me behind my back?" At that moment, Fong, inside the villa, let out a loud sneeze. Wow, could it be that a beautiful girl was thinking of him? Could it be those girls from the Fox Charm Club? Oh, right, let us see how much my mana has increased. Fong opened his interface and discovered that his mana level had reached level 18, something he had originally expected to achieve tomorrow. It must have been because he gained quite a bit in the mana tower. It seemed he'd have to visit the Mana Tower more often from now on, preferably the second floor. Fong decided to try and see if he could qualify for the second floor tomorrow. After making up his mind, Fong browsed the school forum again, then checked the school's quest board and found that currently, there were only quests for sophomores, juniors, and seniors. There were no quests for freshmen, since the freshmen hadn't enrolled yet. Only the special admission students had arrived so far. So, Fong had no choice but to put the quests on hold for now.
Wait a minute? Can't freshmen accept sophomore quests?
A thought popped into Fong's head. After all, sophomores are in a higher grade, so the quests are a bit more difficult. Naturally, the credit rewards would be higher, so Fong tried clicking on the sophomore quests and pressed the accept button directly.
Cannot accept quest does not meet grade requirements.
The result was no surprise, just as Fong had expected. If students could accept tasks across grade levels, wouldn't juniors and seniors simply grab the sophomore tasks, breeze through them due to their lower difficulty, and finish them in no time? He'd still have to wait for the freshman tasks to become available, but there were still nearly 10 days until the semester started. I'll just stay on the first floor of the Mana Tower for the next few days,
Fong said. After all, he had enough points to last him for now. The next day arrived.
After waking up, Fong first went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then packed 2 meals to go. He planned to go in and not come out.
He would spend the entire day inside the Mana Tower. After all, with his current celestial grade meditation technique, every second added 6 mana. Spending 12 hours there would mean gaining over 240,000 mana. If he stayed for a few days, he'd reach level 20. By then, he'd have enough system points to raise his meditation technique's proficiency to perfection, so it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Before long, Fong returned to the entrance of the first floor of the Mana Tower. "You're Fong?"
Just then, a figure appeared in front of Fong. Looking at him, Fong noticed the guy was dressed quite lavishly. He must be the wealthy son of some prominent family.
"I don't know you. Please move out of my way." "Ha ha ha, you don't know me? I certainly know you."
The figure didn't budge an inch and continued, "I'm Mou, from Hunan province. If you're here to slack off, just go slack off. Don't block my way, okay?"
Fong, it's all your fault. You cost me the top spot in the Hunan province exams and brought shame upon my family. Today, I'm determined to take back everything that's mine. Ha ha ha.
Mou laughed maniacally, but by the time he finished, he realized Fong had already vanished, having entered the Mana Tower, leaving him standing outside with an awkward grin.
Fong couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. Who was that guy? Is he crazy? No idea.
He's just standing there laughing, and there's no one in front of him.
Looks like a freshman. Should we call the school infirmary to check on that guy's head? That laugh is a little off.
Seeing Mou laughing hysterically, the people around him began to whisper among themselves, leaving Mou looking utterly embarrassed. Mou had originally been a shoo-in for first place in Hunan province this year, thanks to his peak grade talent and record-breaking performance, but Fong had snatched the top spot from him, which was why he followed him all the way to college. Determined to get revenge on Fong, he spent the last few days asking around and finally found out that Fong was here at the Mana Tower, so he come to ambush him.
Fong, don't think you can evade me just by going inside. I'll be right here waiting for you to come out. With that, Mou settled in to wait.
Chapter 42, Heading to the Starry Sky Great Forest to obtain the second soul ring. However, since Fong had decided to stay inside the tower all day, Mou naturally couldn't wait him out. By the time the Mana Tower closed that evening, Mou had even fallen asleep in the outer hall. When Fong emerged, he left immediately without paying any attention to this guy. He knew that with some people, the more you engage with them, the more they push their luck. Over the next few days, Fong continued his usual routine, spending all his time inside the Mana Tower, while Mou, refusing to give up, kept waiting. After several days, the people in the lobby had grown familiar with him.
Who was that guy?
He comes to the first floor of the Mana Tower every day but never goes in to train.
What is he doing here? Could he be a spy from Japan? He looks so timid and shy. It seems like he is waiting for someone. I see him here from morning till night. Could he be trying to confess his feelings to a senior student?
I don't know, but let us just stay away from him.
I just get the feeling there's something off about him.
Listening to the crowd's chatter, Mou felt extremely embarrassed. Finally, after waiting for 3 days, he couldn't take it anymore. Feng had gone inside first thing in the morning.
He'd come out every day right when the tower closed.
Mou had seen training fanatics before, but he'd never seen anyone dive into training so intensely.
Wasn't it boring in there? Or was Feng bringing some raunchy books in there to read? Whatever the case, Mou decided to leave.
Since Feng was avoiding him now, he'd just have to wait until the freshman grand tournament to settle the score with Feng once and for all. Meanwhile, over at Feng's place, after more than 3 days of cultivation, he was just shy of reaching level 19. The upside was that he now had nearly enough points.
He opened his interface to check. Host, Feng. Mana level, level 19. First soul, Fiend Slaying Spear in 8th grade.
First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second soul, Primal Dragon Essence Supreme Grade.
First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Available points.
Quest, win first place in the Freshman Grand Competition. His points had now reached just over 1.5 million. Feng couldn't wait any longer and immediately raised the proficiency of the Celestial Grade Meditation Technique to perfection.
Ding, the Celestial Grade Meditation Technique has reached perfection. With the boost from perfection, Feng felt that his ability to convert the energy in the air into mana had significantly accelerated.
He carefully sensed the change. Previously, his mana gain was 36 points per second after the boost from the first level of the mana tower. It was 42 points now, it had reached 60 points per second. With the mana tower's boost, it would reach 70 points per second, a massive improvement, even though the twin soul mana required a great deal of energy. But Feng was confident that in 3 days, he would definitely reach level 20, at which point he could enter the Starry Forest to obtain his second soul ring. Thinking of this, Feng felt elated.
However, staying inside the mana tower all the time was indeed a bit boring.
Moreover, sometimes, Feng felt that after leaving the mana tower, his mood seemed to shift slightly. He'd occasionally become irritable. He speculated that it might be due to spending too much time inside the mana tower. After all, being cooped up in a small training room day in and day out, it would be strange not to feel depressed. But he couldn't worry about that now. Improving his strength was the priority. And so, another 3 days passed. At noon, as soon as Feng reached level 20, he emerged from the mana tower. After all, without the second soul ring, he couldn't continue increasing his mana. Once outside, Feng first took a stroll around campus to clear his head, then prepared to contact his teacher to head to the Starry Sky Great Forest. From the storage space in his student watch, Feng took out the void key, the one Hammer Dolua had given him earlier. As long as he activated the key, Feng could enter the void realm. Whoosh! The next second, the teleportation at Feng's feet lit up, and he instantly arrived at the void realm.
Master, I've reached level 20.
Very good. I'll have your senior sister Jing come over right now. With that, Hammer Dolua waved his hand, and a figure teleported in. It was indeed senior sister Jing.
Whereas second senior brother? Isn't he coming?
Forget about that piece of trash.
What is a sovereign doing butting in on this? Jing said. Besides, he is busy right now and can't make it.
Alright.
Feng thought to himself. Second senior brother was actually called trash? He is at least a level 87. If he is trash, then what am I? A joke?
Alright, let us set off for the Starry Sky Great Forest. Hammer Dolua put down what he was working on as one of the top powerhouses in the Great Xia Kingdom. He wasn't just sitting around doing nothing every day.
Master, the Starry Sky Great Forest is so far away. Are we taking the bus or flying? Feng asked.
Inside the Starry Sky Great Forest, there were many types of beasts, and he could search for one that suited him. This would ensure he obtained a compatible soul skill, and that the beast's age wouldn't be too low. But the downside was that it was too far away, and the beasts there were extremely dangerous. If he was lucky, he might even encounter a 100,000-year-old beast. Why not just teleport through the void?
I'm a titled sovereign now, why would I take a plane? Dachui immediately sliced open a portal in the void and stepped through it. Alright. Feng conceded. Powerhouses of this caliber always traveled in style. When he became a titled sovereign himself one day, he'd have to show off like that too. If this were his past life, just think how much on fuel costs he'd save. We're already here? Stepping out of the void gate, Feng looked at the starry sky great forest before him. Although it was his first time here, he'd seen the scenery in videos. So he knew this was the starry sky great forest. Sure enough, traversing the void in a second, a titled sovereign truly lived up to their reputation as a top-tier powerhouse. This is the central region of the starry sky great forest. Based on the quality of your soul, your second soul ring, it's definitely at least 10,000 years old, so coming straight here was the fastest way. However, it still depends on the type of beast. Let us take our time searching for one, then hunt it based on our theoretical knowledge. Dachui said. Although there were 10,000-year-old beasts in the central region, not every type would be suitable. After all, Feng had a gun-type soul. You couldn't very well go out and kill a tree spirit, could you? It would definitely have to be a powerful, attack-type beast to yield correspondingly powerful soul techniques. The three began searching for suitable beasts from low altitude, but the downside was that the overwhelming aura emitted by a titled sovereign-level powerhouse had already driven the beasts far away. Let us go down to the ground, Master, Jing said. A titled sovereign commands the void, so their aura naturally radiates outward, but once they're on the ground and suppress their mana, the aura can be temporarily contained. Very well. For the sake of your junior disciple's soul ring, we'll have to do this. With that, the three descended to the ground and began weaving through the forest. They moved slowly, searching specifically in the vicinity of 10,000-year-old beasts, ready to strike the moment they found a suitable target. Chapter 43, Battle against a 10,000-year-old beast. The three searched the central area slowly. Since the starry sky great forest was so vast, and beasts came and went frequently, many without fixed habitats, drawing a map proved exceptionally difficult. So they had no choice but to search slowly. If they were lucky, they might finish in a day. If not, it might take more than a week to find what they were looking for. After all, hunting is simple, but finding the right match is difficult. Thankfully, Feng uses a gun. If he had some other strange and unusual soul, he might have to head out to the seas to hunt beasts. That place is far more dangerous than here. As they moved forward, Feng soon discovered a scene littered with corpses, more than a dozen of them. Among them was a young man who looked like a student. Feng knew immediately without even thinking. These guys had probably come in to get a soul ring too. Although Feng didn't know their exact strength, the fact that they made it into the inner region of the starry forest meant they were definitely king stage level experts, at least two of them. And judging by the gruesome state of the bodies, they'd likely been brutally beaten to death by some kind of beast. Their flesh was practically reduced to mincemeat. Roar! Just as Feng was examining the scene, a massive black frenzy bear burst out, standing over 8 meters tall, covered in thick, shaggy fur, with blood-red eyes. Holy crap, a man-eating frenzy bear? Knowledge about beasts flooded Feng's mind. This man-eating frenzy bear possessed incredibly high attack power and the innate skill rage. Once it goes into a frenzy, it completely loses its sanity, and its combat power skyrockets. These beasts are only 3 meters tall at the 1,000-year level, but for every additional 2,000 years, their height increases by 1 meter. Now that it's over 8 meters tall, this beast is likely already a 10,000-year level creature, Feng thought in astonishment. He wondered if he stood a chance against it. He glanced back at his teachers and noticed that his master and senior sister had already stepped back, signaling for Feng to handle it on his own while also intentionally observing his actual combat prowess. Feng knew it was time to prove himself. After all, if he couldn't win, his teachers would certainly step in. It was the perfect opportunity to see if, at level 20, he could actually slay a 10,000-year-old beast. Killing 1,000-year-old beasts or those around 1,000 years old had been easy before, but this time, it wouldn't be so simple. Fiend-slaying spear. Feng immediately summoned his first soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Immediately, a massive crescent moon shot forth, heading straight for the man-eating frenzied bear. Roar! A beam of light shot out from the bear's mouth, shattering the massive crescent moon. By the time it looked again, Feng had already vanished. SSSSH. Suddenly, the man-eating berserker bear felt as if something had pierced its calf, sending a wave of excruciating pain through it. Looking down, it saw that Feng had somehow slipped behind its calf without it noticing. The man-eating berserker bear was massive, its movements were sometimes slow, and its field of vision was limited. Combined with the fact that it had been preoccupied with countering Feng's first soul skill, it hadn't spotted him. Unbelievably, this human brat had launched a sneak attack. It roared loudly and slammed its massive paw down on the ground, causing the earth to tremble like an earthquake. He. Feng smiled slightly. He hadn't expected to defeat the man-eating frenzy bear with just his first soul skill. The beast was naturally tough-skinned and thick-furred, with extremely strong defenses. On top of that, being a 10,000-year-old beast, its body had long since undergone a qualitative transformation. Even if the heavenly demon crescent slash had landed a direct hit, it likely wouldn't have caused much damage. Feng was already grateful to the heavens that he managed to pierce through its fur and inflicts even a small wound. Therefore, Feng's strategy was to engage in close combat, using his innate grade fiend-slaying spear to break through the bear's defenses. The sharpness of this weapon far surpassed that of the heavenly demon crescent slash. The downside, however, is that you must get close enough to the beast to engage in melee combat. This kid has a flexible, strategic mind. The moment he laid eyes on the man-eating berserker bear, he decided on his attack strategy. Very impressive. Dachui chuckled, stroking his beard. That is for sure. My junior brother is quite clever, but dealing with a 10,000-year-old beast will likely take some time. In my opinion, it might take about a quarter of an hour. If he really manages to take it down, your junior brother will definitely be the first freshman in history to slay a 10,000-year-old beast. That achievement alone is enough to make him the pride of every freshman in the history of our great Xia kingdom, Hammer Dolua said, growing more and more proud as he spoke. That's right. Jing puffed out his full chest. Meanwhile, after Feng's spear pierced the fierce bear's calf, the fiend-slaying spear's bloodthirsty property kicked in, directly draining a portion of the beast's blood from the fierce bear's body. At the same time, it siphoned off some of the fierce bear's energy. Realizing this, the fierce bear swung its massive paw directly at Feng, aiming to smash him into mincemeat with a single blow. Feng, of course, couldn't take the blow head-on. Although he inflicted some damage, such minor wounds were nothing to a 10,000-year-old man-eating fierce bear. The beast's powerful physique would recover quickly if he didn't keep inflicting wounds. The advantage he gained from the surprise attack would vanish completely. Soon, Feng used his speed and the agility that came with his smaller frame to dodge several of the man-eating fierce bear's attacks. Roar! The man-eating frenzy bear grew incredibly frustrated. This kid had managed to dodge its attacks several times in a row. Whoosh, whoosh. The next second, the man-eating frenzy bear slammed its paw into the ground. The violent tremor nearly knocked Feng off his feet. He used the power of the pack to briefly hover in midair and absorb the shock. Summoning soul to possess me one work. Feng thought to himself. He couldn't reveal the primal dragon essence soul even though soul possession could enhance his physical attributes and significantly increase his speed. But there was no need to reveal it just yet. After all, he still had the speed potions he bought a few days ago while browsing the university district, tucked away in his student watch. Gulp, gulp. Feng downed a vial of speed potion, and his movements immediately became much faster. With this, it would be very difficult for the berserker bear to land a hit on him. Once his speed increased, Feng immediately looked for an opportunity to close in, once again unleashing the heavenly demon crescent slash. He planned to use the same tactic again. After all, it was just a 10,000-year class beast. Its intelligence had always been a bit lacking, so the man-eating rampaging bear saw through Feng's intentions. It once again shattered Feng's crescent slash, but Feng was moving too fast, so he still closed the distance. This time, Feng thrust his spear straight into the bear's anus. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. Feng always aimed for the vital spots. Roar aloud, satisfying roar erupted from the man-eating frenzied bear as blood gushed from its anus, and once again, a portion of its internal energy was absorbed by the fiend-slaying spear. This wound was indeed quite severe. The fierce bear never expected Feng to be so unscrupulous.
Beasts may be powerful, but even the strongest physique still needs to eat, drink, and relieve itself, superscript 1. Therefore, the anus is a beast's most vulnerable spot. Ha! Dachui and Jing watched as Feng pulled the spear out of the fierce bear's body, and their own anuses instantly clenched. Chapter 44, The Pitiful Death of the Man-Eating Fierce Bear. This guy? When Dachui and Jing were fighting, they never even considered such a dirty trick as stabbing the rear end during their previous battles with the beast, but now it was clear. Feng not only made strategic decisions quickly but also struck at weak points with lightning speed. Damn it, who could possibly withstand his junior brother shoving that long spear right in there? Jing's face flushed instantly. Damn it, you lowly human. Originally, the man-eating berserker bear Hen Ti wanted to speak, it just wanted to end the fight as soon as possible. It never expected this to pull a stunt like this. Very well. You're the first opponent to give me such a hard time. Not even those two king stage level powerhouses from the previous team could do that. The man-eating rampaging bear said. In truth, it wasn't that king stage experts couldn't do it, it was that they couldn't think of such a despicable move. And even if they had, those king stage souls weren't as sharp as Feng's. The sharpness and power of a soul don't depend on your mana level, but on the soulless quality, something that's practically determined the moment you awaken. Take a low-grade soul, for example. Even if you were the number 1 low-grade soul, you still couldn't break through the man-eating frenzied bear's defense. It could just stand there letting you stab at it, and you still wouldn't be able to hurt it. Feng was truly reaping the benefits of his soulless quality. Rage. As the bloodthirsty frenzied bear activated its rage, it completely lost its sanity, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped Feng. It actually has a domain skill? Feng's face was filled with astonishment. Beasts also possess bloodline skills, similar to human soul skills, and these skills all have a hierarchy. That hierarchy is domain skills, passive skills, active skills. After all, within the range of a domain skill, all enemies are restricted. The probability of awakening such a skill is extremely low, but for a beast of the 100,000-year level, awakening at least one is a certainty. And now, this man-eating frenzied bear had actually awakened one. You have to admit, this guy really was lucky. Feng even felt a twinge of envy. However, even if he killed the man-eating frenzied bear, Feng had no intention of absorbing its soul ring, because according to theoretical research, after absorbing the man-eating frenzied bear's soul ring, the soul art acquired by Chi Soul would almost exclusively be defensive skills, which clearly didn't align with Chi Soul's offensive nature. In my domain, mana consumption multiplies exponentially. If you try to drag this out, let us see how long you can last, said the man-eating berserker. Within this domain, all opponents consume twice as much mana in the second as in the first, twice as much in the third second as in the second, and so on, increasing exponentially in powers of 2. The longer the battle dragged on, the more terrifying it became. Therefore, Feng decided to end it quickly. He activated his speed boost, closed in once more, and inflicted another wound on the bear. This time, the bear had learned its lesson. Knowing that the human's soul was extremely sharp, it began to keep its distance, denying Feng any opportunity to close in. However, its speed wasn't particularly fast, and its massive size created blind spots in its field of vision, allowing Feng to continuously inflict new wounds. Feeling the energy draining from its body, the man-eating berserker bear grew increasingly frenzied, but it was powerless to act. Lacking any area of effect soul skills, it could only wait for Feng to exhaust his mana. And so, the battle continued. Although Feng felt his mana depleting rapidly, fortunately, the two great souls had long since made his soul sea exceptionally vast. 2.5 minutes later, Feng finally killed the man-eating frenzied bear. By this point, the bear's body was covered with hundreds of wounds, none large enough to be fatal, but the fiend's slaying spear had absorbed the vast majority of its internal energy. Without sufficient energy to sustain itself, coupled with the enormous drain of maintaining its domain skill, the man-eating frenzied bear ultimately met its end in bitter resentment, its eyes filled with unwillingness. It had imagined many ways it might die. But to meet such a humiliating end at the hands of a mere soul master, he never would have imagined it. This guy was just so damn. Thud. The massive corpse collapsed to the ground, and Feng began to harvest the useful parts from the man-eating berserker bear.
Aside from its soul ring, many of a beast are highly valuable.
Take the beast core, for example, especially a 10,000-year beast core. That was raw material for crafting high-tier potions, with a single one selling for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Plus, the bear's hide was tough enough to make defensive armor, and the bear's penis was a powerful tonic among medicinal ingredients. In short, there were plenty of benefits.
Master, didn't you just say it would take a quarter of an hour?
Our junior apprentice brother finished it in 2.5 minutes, Jing said proudly, as if she were the one who had slain the beast.
I misjudged him. But this is definitely the last time it'll never happen again. Wait, it sounds like someone is coming? Although Jing and Dachui hadn't activated their powers, their high levels gave them exceptionally keen spiritual perception. It's a small squad, and there's one guy I don't recognize.
He is probably a young master from a family in one of the cities surrounding the starry sky great forest, here to obtain a soul ring. Let us see how your junior brother handles this.
If necessary, wait until the very last moment to act. Dachui said.
Sure enough, just as Feng brought down his bear whip, the squad arrived on the scene.
Young master, look. It's a man-eating frenzied bear.
You've hit the jackpot with your 5th-tier battle armor, and it's a freshly killed one at that.
The hide is top quality. One of the henchmen said excitedly to a lavishly dressed young man, as if the man-eating rampaging bear were their own prey. Kid, you can go now. My young master wants this carcass, another henchman said. If you want it, pay up.
But don't offer too much for a 10,000-year-old beast like this, 10 million should do. Feng had been out shopping and had passed by a beast purchasing shop. Knowing the price of a 10,000-year-old beast, he figured it would be better to sell it right now rather than take it home to sell later.
Haha, you actually want money? You must be dreaming. In the starry sky great forest, who wouldn't immediately hand over their catch the moment they see the Zhou family's young master? The Zhou family's young master? Never heard of him. If you're not buying, please leave. Feng couldn't care less about some young Master Zhou or Lord Zhou. Oh ho, I'm giving you a chance and you're turning it down?
The young man stepped forward. If it weren't for your good luck running into this young master in the starry sky great forest, you might never have been worthy of even seeing me in your entire life. If you know what's good for you, get lost, the young man said haughtily.
What are you staring at? You don't think you can beat me up, do you?
Let me tell you, given your status, if I hit you, you'd have no choice but to swallow your anger.
And if you hit me, your entire family will be wiped out, the young man said smugly once more. What if I just kill you right now? Crack!
But in the very next second, Feng's spear pierced right through the young man, killing him instantly.
What?
The young man stared in disbelief at the wound in his chest. All his life, his status as a young master of the Zhou family had caused countless people to keep their distance from him.
No one had ever dared to talk back to him, and now someone had actually killed him? Thud.
Before he had time to think, he collapsed to the ground, his vision gradually blurring until everything turned to darkness. Chapter 45, The senior sister pays a visit to wipe out the clan.
What? The young master was killed by him?
The henchmen were in a complete panic. They were all bodyguards from the Zhou family, and now that their young master was dead, they were certain to be executed upon returning. In that case, their only option was to capture this guy. Fortunately, the man before them didn't come from any prestigious family. He didn't even have a decent escort team to enter the starry sky great forest.
That meant they could act without hesitation.
After all, their team included 2 king stage practitioners. They were confident they could take down this kid.
Master, should we intervene? Jing asked. Let us wait and see. Your junior brother's true combat prowess is far greater than this. Dachui gave a look that said, just wait and see.
At that moment, Feng, having killed the so-called young Master Zhou, didn't stop there. Instead, he went straight after the rest of the group. They were all part of the same gang, so naturally, he wouldn't let them off the hook.
Bring it on.
That group was actually quite strong, with most members at the Grandmaster realm, so several of them immediately surrounded Feng.
Soul Black Striped Bear, Soul Possession. One of the Grandmasters summoned his beast soul and cast Soul Possession, instantly transforming his entire body into that of a black bear. Take this.
A massive bear paw slammed toward him.
Crack.
However, Feng's speed potion was still active, and combined with the razor-sharp edge of the fiend's slaying spear, he pierced the bear right through with a single thrust. This scene naturally startled everyone.
Without using a soul technique, this kid had taken down a Grandmaster with a single thrust?
Although the opponent had been somewhat careless, it still proved that the young man before them was no ordinary opponent. At the very least, he was far more formidable than their own young master.
No wonder he dared to come here. Your luck has run out.
Another Grandmaster, whose soul took the form of a wolf's tooth club, charged forward, swinging the weapon down with a mighty blow.
Bang!
The sound of metal clanging echoed as Feng's fiend's slaying spear blocked the attack head-on, then seized the momentum to counterattack with a downward thrust.
Thud!
The Grandmaster fell to his knees right in front of Feng. There was simply no way to withstand the sheer force of that thrust. Since a soul's weight is determined by its quality and the user's mana level, this innate grade fiend slaying spear, combined with Feng's high level 20.
Weight over 2,000. Gene, how could the Grandmaster possibly withstand it?
As a result, he fell to his knees instantly, shattering both of them in the process, sending excruciating pain shooting through his body.
Attack together.
Aside from the two king stage fighters, the rest all charged forward at once. Perhaps having witnessed Feng's prowess, they launched their attacks with full force from the very start. First soul skill, Spiked Attack.
Second soul skill, Immortal Vine Cage.
In an instant, 5 or 6 soul skills surged toward Feng. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash.
Feng first unleashed his first soul skill, counterattacking the group head-on.
As this Crescent Slash struck out, it directly shredded their soul skills to pieces. The Crescent Moon continued its flight, slicing the Grandmaster cleanly in half. However, 2 of them managed to dodge the attack, one of whom had used the Celestial Vine Cage. His vines had already surged up from the ground, binding Feng's left leg.
Snap! Feng lifted his left leg with all his might, snapping the vines clean off. How is that possible? The user of the Divine Vine Soul was completely dumbfounded.
Although his Divine Vine was only a medium-grade soul, it ranked 34th among all medium-grade souls.
Moreover, it was incredibly resilient and bolstered by 2 soul rings. Even a Grandmaster of the same rank would be unable to break free. Yet with just a single lift, it snapped?
But before he could react, Feng had already charged forward and finished him off with a single spear thrust.
This kid's no pushover. Let us go in too, said one King Stage practitioner.
To play it safe, another King Stage practitioner charged in as well, bringing the total to 3. Facing 2 King Stage practitioners and 1 soul spirit, Feng didn't hesitate to pull out a sword talisman and crush it in his hand. 8th soul skill, Heaven-Shattering Sword Chi. Sharp streaks of sword energy erupted, instantly killing all 3. Is this the power of a titled sovereign? Feng marveled as he looked at the 3 corpses, riddled with holes like honeycombs. Feng had just used one of the 10 sword talisman Jing had given him. He'd already used up quite a few killing the 10,000-year beast, and now, facing King Stage opponents, if he had to play his trump card, victory wasn't out of the question. But with a cheat at his disposal, why bother fighting? He'd take the quickest route possible. If Senior Sister could give him 10 talismans, she could surely give him 20.
He.
You rascal, I thought you were going to fight them yourself, Jing said as she approached.
I'm not that stupid. But Master, Senior Sister, is the Zhou family very famous? They seemed pretty cocky just now. The Zhou family?
I don't think I've heard of such a clan in the capital.
After all, the capital is too small. However, while the 3 were talking, a jade talisman on the Zhou family's young master seemed to be recording something.
I didn't know earlier, but now I do. Dachui walked straight over and snatched the jade talisman. Young masters like this always carry recording talismans. They're made by their families specifically to record who killed their offspring.
Now we can follow the trail. With that, Dachui traced the source and performed a reverse scan on the jade talisman. Oh, so it's that Zhou family. Just outside the capital lies Jintian province, and the second most powerful family in that province is the Zhou family. They have an 85th level sovereign among them. I'm sure that guy just used the recording jade talisman to identify your junior brother. Dachui said, giving Jing a knowing look. I get it, master. Jing said, waving her hand to part the void, stepping through it, and vanishing. Master, where did senior sister go? To wipe out a clan. Wipe out the Zhou family. That's exactly right. Dachui said it matter-of-factly, as if wiping out a family were nothing more than a trivial matter. But that's a family with a sovereign. Teacher, aren't you afraid the Great Xia Kingdom will investigate? Feng asked. After all, the Xia Kingdom placed great importance on protecting high-level soul masters. Ha ha ha. The Great Xia Empire has a population of hundreds of billions and at least 1,000 sovereigns. That's nothing. They're just trash. But as for titled sovereigns, there are no more than 20. Besides, I know those people in the Great Xia Empire well. Even if they didn't know me, they'd have to turn a blind eye once they found out. Given your senior sister's temperament, what could those people possibly do? No one's willing to pick a fight with a titled sovereign just for the sake of a sovereign. Feng, let me tell you this, in this world, it's all about your strength. As long as you're strong enough, those rules and regulations are meaningless to you because you can rewrite them at any time. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Once you've made an enemy, remember to wipe out their entire clan, leave no survivors. Never let a grudge go unavenged overnight. In this world, the one thing we have in abundance is people. After Dachui finished speaking, the void rift opened once more, and Jing stepped out from within. You're back already? Feng was stunned. Had she wiped them out in just over 10 seconds? The Zhou clan's influence was no small matter. There must have been several thousand people across the entire clan. Pfft, no big deal. I wiped them out with a single soul skill, Jing said nonchalantly. Chapter 46, Second Soul Skill. Best Beast, Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Seeing his senior sister like that, Feng's understanding of the power of a titled sovereign rose to a whole new level. After all, she was someone who could effortlessly slice through the void. Wiping out an entire clan with a single soul skill seemed like no big deal to her. I wonder when I'll reach that level myself and experience that show-off feeling of wiping out a clan with a single gesture. Alright, let us keep moving forward and look for a suitable beast. The three set off once more, and as they traveled, Feng discussed the direction of his second soul skill with the others. Since his first soul skill was a directional / primarily a single target attack, he lacked the ability to deal with large-scale attacks. Therefore, Dachui and the others suggested Feng's second soul skill should still lean toward area of effect attacks, so he wouldn't be limited to a single tactic in battle. Feng himself agreed, so the three of them reviewed their soul theory once more, searching for a suitable soul ring. Master, I found it. This firebird has an area of effect fire attack. Once we obtain its soul ring, there's a high probability it will become an area of effect soul skill. Jing said excitedly. No way. Although the firebird has an area of effect attack, its power is too weak. Your junior brother has such high soul quality, he definitely needs one with formidable power, preferably a beast with a bloodline. Beasts with the king's bloodline would be ideal. Those creatures are extremely volatile and highly aggressive. Take this Thunder Tyrannosaurus, for example. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Dachui mentioned is a beast with royal bloodline. Among all beasts, 80% lack any bloodline, while 1.9% possess an ordinary bloodline. Don't let the term ordinary bloodline fool you, it's more than enough to easily outclass beasts without any bloodline at all. Above ordinary bloodlines lies the royal bloodline, and above that is the extremely rare bloodline of ancient mythical beasts. But such creatures are far too rare. A beast with the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast can generally hold its own against a 10,000-year-old beast with an ordinary bloodline even after just 1,000 years without being at a disadvantage. This shows just how formidable ancient beast bloodlines truly are. Yet even Dachui has only ever encountered one such beast, a 100,000-year-old specimen from the starry sky Great Forest. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus is probably heading toward the inner region of the starry sky Great Forest. Isn't it, Master? Feng asked. With his vast store of knowledge, he was well informed about this creature. Then let us head to the inner region. What is there to fear? Dachui said. With the two of them together, the outer and inner regions made little difference, though the core might prove a bit tricky. After all, every beast there was at least 10,000 years old, and there were even 100,000-year-old behemoths lurking there. If they joined forces, even two titled sovereigns would have a tough time. Upon reaching the inner ring, Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. Theoretically, the soul skill the Thunder Tyrannosaurus bestows upon spear-type souls has a 90% chance of being an area of effect skill, and a pretty decent one at that. As for what the remaining 10% chance entails, it hasn't been fully researched yet. Historically, only 3 people have ever had a spear-type soul imbued by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. However, there is a high probability that the remaining 10% could be an even more powerful soul skill. On the way from the middle ring to the inner ring, Feng encountered quite a few beasts along the way, including a 4,000-year-old Thunder Tyrannosaurus. He had originally wanted to choose that one, but Dachui thought its age was too low. They absolutely had to find a 10,000-year-old one, so Feng had no choice but to follow along. After all, he couldn't exactly claim that he could increase the age of a soul ring on his own, could he? Boom, boom, boom. As they entered the inner circle, the 3 saw a swath of thunder and a swath of flames intertwining in the sky. It's a thunder raptor, definitely a 10,000-year-old one. It can even summon thunderclouds, Jing exclaimed joyfully, surprised by their good fortune. Then that flame must be some kind of beast with a special bloodline, right? The 3 were quite a distance away, but they quickly closed in on the battle zone. By now, all the weaker beasts in the area, those below the 1,000-year level, had retreated, leaving the area relatively open. With a clear line of sight, the trio could see the scene at a glance. It was a red ape, enormous in size, no smaller than the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. It's a flame ape, Feng exclaimed. Like the Tyrannosaurus, this flame ape was a beast with royal bloodlines. No wonder it was fighting for territory in the inner circle. Only beasts of the same bloodline rank would dare to engage it, otherwise, who would go out of their way to provoke a beast with royal bloodlines? It looks like the flame ape is at a slight disadvantage. Everyone looked on as the flame ape's fiery cloud couldn't hold its own against the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, and in close combat, the flame ape had also been wounded by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. This was mainly due to the different abilities granted by their bloodlines. The flame ape's fiery bloodline could scorch its opponents, while the Thunder Tyrannosaurus could paralyze them imperceptibly. Consequently, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus gained a slight upper hand. Combined with the flame ape's slightly lower level, it gradually began to lose ground. But a royal bloodline is, after all, a royal bloodline. It possesses remarkable endurance. Damn, there are people here. Just as the Thunder Tyrannosaurus and the flame ape were locked in a fierce battle, both noticed what appeared to be 3 humans within their vicinity. Hold off for now, take out those 3 humans first. As beasts, while territorial battles were inevitable, joining forces to eliminate the humans was the top priority. So, at their call, all their subordinates surged forward. Many were 10,000-year beasts, and the rest were at least 6,000-year beasts. Charge, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus roared, leading the charge. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Jing leapt into the air, standing high above the beasts and looking down at them as she shouted sharply. Got it. The beasts knew their place. After all, a human titled sovereign was equivalent to a beast with a 10,000-year lifespan, and with Thunder Tyrannosaurus leading the pack, none dared to act recklessly. So they all scattered like birds and beasts. You're not getting away. Jing blocked Thunder Tyrannosaurus's path. First soul skill, Giant Sword. In the sky, a sword aura hundreds of meters long appeared, causing the void to tremble instantly, a truly terrifying sight. Then, the sword aura slashed down toward the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. With a crack, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus was split in 2, and a black soul ring rose into the air. Junior brother, hurry up and absorb it, Jing said. In this world, a soul ring doesn't require the person who killed the target to be the one to absorb it. Anyone can absorb it, regardless of who killed it. Therefore, to save time and effort,
Jing had killed it herself after all. Dealing with this creature would still be a challenge for her current junior brother.
Okay, thanks, senior sister.
Feng stepped forward, ready to absorb the soul ring. With two titled sovereigns guarding him, he had nothing to fear. Sitting cross-legged, he drew the soul ring above his head. Feng calmed his mind and began the absorption. This was his first time absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, though the second soul ring of the fiend's slaying spear was indeed a 10,000-year level one. But absorbing a 10,000-year level soul ring as his second one, would there be any side effects he couldn't handle? Chapter 47, The Appearance of a 100,000-year-old Beast. As he began absorbing the soul ring, Feng didn't feel anything at first, but later he experienced a slight sensation of swelling, though not the kind that would cause his body to explode. Judging by the soul ring, this Thunder Tyrannosaurus was about 100,000 years old, but with its sovereign bloodline, it was comparable to an ordinary 30,000-year-old beast. Therefore, it was only natural that its powerful bloodline made Feng feel that swelling. Due to its advanced age, Feng couldn't complete the absorption in just a few seconds or minutes as he had before. He estimated this process might take about 10 minutes. As the absorption accelerated, Feng also sensed a hint of thunder power being infused into him. It seems my second soul skill is no ordinary ability, he thought to himself with great delight. As the seconds ticked by, Feng's soul ring gradually finished absorbing the energy. He then opened the system panel to check the detailed descriptions of his soul skills. Host, Feng. Mana level, level 21. First soul, Fiend Slaying Spear in 8th grade. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second soul skill, God Slaying Thunder Spear. By wielding the spear, summon a thundercloud condensed from lightning, unleashing bolts of lightning upon targets within the spear's range. Each time a target is struck by a lightning spear, a layer of thunder accumulates on their body. Upon reaching 5 layers, it detonates, inflicting a brief stasis effect on the target, rendering them unable to use mana. The soul ring's duration can be extended. Doing so enhances the soul skill's effects. Looks pretty good. Feng took a quick look. First off, this 10,000-year soul ring had boosted his mana by 1 level. No wonder he felt that surge earlier. It was his mana after all. This second soul skill seemed solid too. For starters, it was an area of effect attack. Its power should be enough to instantly kill a level 25 Grandmaster, right? And even if it couldn't kill the target instantly. If the target is struck by lightning, they'll also suffer a stasis effect, which counts as a brief crowd control effect, though it's nowhere near as powerful as Dragon Roar. I'll go ahead and enhance it now to see what happens. Since Feng had reached level 21, he could significantly increase the duration of each soul ring. The first soul ring had previously been upgraded to 1 year. Now, Feng decided to boost it again. He didn't dare to add too much at once, so he started by adding 1,000 years at a time. After adding it 12 times, he finally felt he'd hit the limit. Now, the first soul ring of the Fiend Slaying Spear had reached years. At the same time, he checked the effects of the enhanced Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash slices a 5-meter-long crescent moon in a designated direction, cutting through targets in its path. After a careful comparison, Feng realized that the Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash had previously been 4.4 meters, but now it had reached 5 meters. The range had increased significantly, and its power had undoubtedly become much stronger. Then I'll continue enhancing the second soul skill. Currently, the second soul ring was at 1 year. Feng reasoned that its duration should at least exceed that of the first soul ring, so he immediately increased its first. As a result, after this enhancement, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus soul ring reached 1 year. Feng felt it had reached its limit, so he stopped there. He opened the second soul ring to take a look. Second soul skill, God Slaying Thunder Spear. Swing the long spear to summon a thundercloud condensed from lightning range expanded, unleashing bolts of lightning that strike targets within the attack range. Each time a target is struck by a lightning spear, a layer of thunder accumulates on their body. Upon reaching 3 layers, it detonates, inflicting a stasis effect on the target, rendering them unable to use mana. Currently upgraded to the maximum level. Feng compared the stats again. The range of his second soul skill had expanded significantly, and its power should have increased as well. Furthermore, whereas the control effect previously required 5 layers of thunder, it now triggered at just 3 layers.
Overall, the enhancements were quite good. Junior brother, have you finished absorbing it?
Use your second soul skill to attack me and let us see how it works, Jing said as she stepped forward.
Alright, senior sister, watch out. Feng was just looking to test its power.
Given his senior sister's strength, he decided to attack at full force and see if the lightning had any control effect on a titled sovereign. If it did, that would make him incredibly tough to take down. Summoning the fiend's slaying spear, Feng activated his second soul skill. Instantly, a vast area enveloped Jing, followed by spears of condensed lightning streaking down.
They were aimed straight at Jing.
However, Jing simply stood there, letting the lightning spears strike her without making a single defensive move, until they had all been fired.
Not bad. The power is decent.
From my experience, a level 26 Grandmaster could be taken down with a single spear. If the attack were sustained, even a soul spirit over level 30 wouldn't be able to withstand it. Also, these lightning spears have a control effect that is quite impressive. It seems you're not just the theoretical 90%, but that remaining 10% as well,
Jing commented. Attack combined with subtle control that's indeed impressive. Dachui stroked his beard as well.
Alright, now that the second soul ring is complete, let us head back. Dachui prepared to slice through the void and slip away. In truth, Feng was still thinking about imbuing the primal dragon essence with a soul ring. But it wasn't the right time to reveal himself just yet. Besides, theoretically speaking, he and found a suitable beast or settled on a specific soul skill direction, yet he'd better wait until later. Once he made up his mind, finding a suitable beast would be no problem after all, he could extend the lifespan of the soul ring himself.
Why can't I tear open the void? Dachui asked in confusion. No way. Jing tried as well. You really can't?
Trouble.
Dachui bellowed.
Thud. Sure enough, the next second, a giant hand came crashing down from the sky, slamming Dachui into the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust.
Master?
Jing's expression turned grave as well. Although he'd been protecting his junior brother while he absorbed the soul ring, he hadn't let his guard down, so how had they still been ambushed?
Fixing his gaze on the giant hand, Jing furrowed his brow. 8-armed demon ape.
Jing's heart sank.
How did this creature get into the inner perimeter? Wasn't it supposed to be in the core region the whole time?
Seeing his senior sister's grave expression, Feng guessed what this massive creature was. After all, their high school textbooks had covered it. The 8-armed demon ape was the overlord of the starry sky great forest, a 100,000-year beast. It even possessed the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast. The reason their teacher and senior sister hadn't been on guard earlier and hadn't been able to tear open the void was most likely because they'd been sealed off by the domain derived from the 8-armed demon ape's bloodline ability.
Things were looking pretty grim now. Cough, cough.
As the 8-armed demon ape released its grip, Dachui's staggering figure flew out, his face a mess and his body covered in blood.
Oh ho, you old codger, you're tougher than I thought? One slap wasn't enough to finish you off? Looks like your strength has improved since back in the day. But no matter what, you're both going to die here today.
Chapter 48, You're a real piece of work, Old Six. I'm truly impressed. The 8-armed demon ape looked at Dachui and Jing, then suddenly noticed another Feng nearby. A piece of trash who has just reached Grandmaster must be this old geezer's disciple.
Fine, I'll take care of you all at once, the 8-armed demon ape said dismissively.
In its eyes, calling a Grandmaster trash was actually an overstatement.
You bastard, you've truly awakened the domain derived from your innate bloodline.
Dachui coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sudden attack from a 100,000-year-old beast had left his body on the verge of falling apart. If it weren't for the high-tier artifact protecting him, that single strike from the 8-armed demon ape would have killed him today.
Immediately, he furrowed his brow.
The 8-armed demon ape's derived domain not only prohibited the use of void power but also weakened the potency of attacks within its range. Had the domain not been awakened, the two of them would have had more than enough strength to handle it,
but now that the domain had been awakened, they would likely face a difficult battle. Coupled with the injuries sustained from the sneak attack, the situation was even more challenging. But no matter what, it was time to fight with everything he had. Summoning his peak-grade soul thunder-shaking hammer, Dachui directly harnessed the anomalous energy in the air to manipulate the void. As a titled sovereign, he could not only wield the power of the void but also summon the supernatural energies of the heavens and earth at any time and place the 8-armed demon ape's domain was powerless to block the supernatural energies present in the air. After all, there were simply too many of them. Consequently, Jing also summoned the heaven-shattering greatsword and began a joint assault on the 8-armed demon ape. As for Feng, he had already been surrounded by the 8-armed demon ape's minions. This time, it wasn't just that creature, there were several massive beasts as well. Among them was the battle-raging bull. Though it didn't possess the bloodline of an ancient beast, it did have a sovereign-esque bloodline, had lived for 70,000 years, and possessed extremely formidable combat prowess. There was also the 9-headed lion, another beast possessing royal bloodlines, whose lifespan had reached 80,000 years. Faced with this situation, the teacher and the senior sister found themselves almost completely at a disadvantage. Feng was inwardly speechless. Hadn't he just hunted down a thunder tyrannosaurus? Was all this commotion really necessary? Had the hunter now become the hunted? But Feng didn't have time to dwell on it. Surrounded by numerous 10,000-year-old beasts, he wasn't about to foolishly go head-to-head with them even now that he had reached the Grandmaster realm. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Any beast serving as a minion to the 8-armed demon ape possessed a bloodline. Even the lowest ranked among them had an ordinary bloodline. Without a bloodline, the 50,000-year threshold was the absolute minimum requirement, so the pressure on Feng multiplied. Without hesitation, he pulled out the sword talismans Jing had given him. He'd been given 10 earlier, now he had 9 left. They'd have to do for now. Crack! He crushed one of the talismans, and instantly, the heaven-shattering sword chi surged out dense and widespread. The first 3 10,000-year-old beasts that charged at him were instantly riddled with holes like honeycombs. Several others were critically wounded without medical treatment, they likely won't survive. What does that guy have in his hand? Why, it's so powerful? This display stunned the multitude of 10,000-year-old beasts for a brief moment, not a single one dared to charge forward. It must be the protective talismans given by those 2 titled sovereigns. But even having just one of those is impressive enough, he surely doesn't have any left now. Let us go. A giant gray ape spoke up. These words instantly sent some of the 10,000-year beasts into a frenzy. That's right, he's out of them now. Let us go stomp this kid to death. And so, 5 10,000-year beasts including a black 2-headed snake and a twisted tree spirit launched another charge. Bayou. Soon, Feng produced another sword talisman, crushed it in his hand, and the heaven-shattering sword chi once again killed those beasts. Holy crap, didn't you say he didn't have any left? How come he has another one? Asked an emerald green mantis. Thank goodness I didn't charge in just now, otherwise, I'd be dead. Ahem, I misjudged the situation just now. This guy is a disciple of those 2 titled sovereigns, it's only natural he'd have an extra one. But I guarantee you, he definitely doesn't have any left. Are you sure? The emerald mantis still didn't believe him. I swear on my honor, the gray giant ape declared, pounding his chest. Alright, everyone, charge. And so, at the emerald mantis's shout, several more beasts charged once again. Crack! 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 The result was predictable. Feng used his 4th sword talisman, leaving him with 6 remaining. Damn it, you scoundrel! Didn't you swear on your honor that the guy didn't have any left, said the emerald mantis. Thankfully, he'd been cautious enough not to charge in just now. I'm a beast, not a human, where would I get an honor from? The gray giant ape spouted nonsense with a straight face. The beasts. After this charge, none of the 10,000-year-old beasts dared to advance any further. After all, going forward meant certain death, so who would risk it? But on the other side, at the battlefield of the titled sovereigns, they didn't dare join the fray. Their either joining meant certain death.
On that battlefield, beasts had to be at least 50,000 years old, and without even a trace of bloodline, they'd likely be blown to bits by the battle-less aftershocks and turned into cannon fodder. So they had no choice but to stand by and act as spectators.
The boss is awesome. Yeah, that's it. Kill those two humans. Go on, hit him. Hit him. That's the way to do it.
A group of beasts cheered excitedly, as if they were watching an action movie.
Meanwhile, Feng wasn't idle. He quietly used the fiend-slaying spear and primal dragon essence to begin devouring the soul rings and flesh of the fallen beasts. After all, these were all 10,000-year-old beasts, and such a potent source of nourishment. As he devoured them, Feng could clearly feel his soul growing bit by bit. It wouldn't be long before he could evolve another star, would it? Once the devouring was complete, Feng noticed that the 10,000-year-old beasts were all staring toward the battlefield. He pondered for a moment. He crushed another sword talisman, and the heaven-shattering sword chi within once again mowed down a host of beasts. Holy crap, I'm really impressed by you, old six. We've all stopped attacking you, and you're still coming after us? Just how many of those things do you have left? The gray giant ape immediately retreated to a safe distance. It was starting to feel a bit afraid of Feng. Just moments ago, the emerald mantis had been ambushed and killed. Luckily, it had been cautious enough to hide beside a giant rock monster, which had perfectly shielded it from the attack. Send one over there, take out that guy. He killed so many of our brothers. Meanwhile, the 8-armed demon ape on the main battlefield, seeing this, dispatched a 50,000-year-old beast with ordinary bloodlines from this side. A bloodthirsty mad wolf. Since their side already held the upper hand, losing a single bloodthirsty mad wolf wouldn't make a difference. Those two titled sovereigns were doomed to defeat. The bloodthirsty mad wolf charged over at breakneck speed. Cloud bat wings. Feng, of course, dared not take this lightly. A 50,000-year-old beast with a bloodline required caution, so he immediately pulled out the flying device Zhengping had given him. The cloud bat wings were reputed to be the fastest item available to anyone below the rank of titled sovereign. They were more than sufficient to deal with this 50,000-year-old beast. Chapter 49, The Fierce 100,000-Year-Old Beast. Feng didn't use the sword talisman right away, because the bloodthirsty mad wolf's bloodline was all about speed. This kind of beast was naturally swift, so the sword talisman might not even hit its mark. Moreover, even if it did hit, given the bloodthirsty mad wolf's defense, a single strike wouldn't be enough to kill it. Once injured, the beast would become even more frenzied, and he might end up getting swatted to death by a single claw. So, to be on the safe side, Feng immediately took flight using his cloud bat wings, rising into the air to put distance between himself and the bloodthirsty mad wolf. Oh ho, you can fly too? But it's not that simple. Watch this. The bloodthirsty mad wolf spat a blood-red breath from its mouth, which split into several balls of light and charged toward Feng. The attack's range was enormous, covering nearly half the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Feng's cloud bat wings were simply too fast. He dodged them with ease, unable to help but marvel at this contraption his second senior brother had created. The next time he saw his second senior brother, he'd definitely have to ask for a few more of these. Once in the air, his field of vision opened up considerably. Feng took out his sixth sword talisman, preparing to finish off the bloodthirsty mad wolf. Attacking from the air allowed for a much wider range. He unleashed another burst of sword energy. Its razor-sharp aura was overwhelmingly intimidating. One could even sense the bone-chilling intent to kill. Feng thought to himself, if that were him, he'd likely be sliced to death in a single strike. Bloodthirsty shield. However, as a 50,000-year-old beast with a powerful bloodline, the bloodthirsty mad wolf wasn't so easy to kill. A blood-red glow flickered across its body. A thick shield appeared, enveloping its entire body and providing excellent protection. It knew the attack's range was vast and that it likely couldn't outrun it, but this was the perfect opportunity to test how effective its shield really was. Crack, crack, crack. The shield's glow was indeed intense, but the sword talisman was, after all, a full power strike from a titled sovereign. Consequently, the bloodthirsty mad wolf's shield was quickly shattered, and it was immediately engulfed by the sword energy. Fortunately, the shield had significantly reduced the sword energy's power,
and thanks to its 50,000-year-old status and bloodline enhancement, the bloodthirsty mad wolf didn't die instantly, though it was severely wounded. Several massive, terrifying blood holes gaped in its body, from which blood gushed out ceaselessly. Due to its enormous size, the blood flowed down like a small river. Judging by the situation, it probably wouldn't survive. "Senior sister, this thing isn't bad either. When I get back this time, I'll ask for a few more," Fong muttered. It could even kill a 50,000-year-old beast. It was practically a life-saving artifact. Oh no, it's a tool for murder, arson, looting, and burglary. At that moment, not a single beast dared to approach Fong. Even the fire phoenix, reputed to be the ruler of the skies, dared only to watch from afar. After all, no one knew how many of those things Fong still had in his possession. Judging by the power it displayed, it was definitely titled sovereign level. Aside from the 8-armed demon ape, the only others capable of withstanding such power were the 9-headed lion and the battle-raging bull, both of whom had awakened their bloodlines. Seeing the intimidating effect take hold, Fong was quite satisfied. He then turned his attention to the main battlefield, where his teacher and senior sister were already locked in a fierce battle. First soul technique, heavy hammer sparks. Dachui struck the beast below with his earth-shattering hammer, instantly unleashing a massive burst of sparks that completely engulfed the 8-armed demon ape. With that strike, master, that 8-armed demon ape must have taken quite a beating. Fong speculated, given the astonishing might of the attack. "Ah, you old fool, is that all you've got? It's nothing but a tickle to me." However, once the sparks faded, the 8-armed demon ape was completely unscathed. What? Fong was taken aback. Was the bloodline of this ancient beast really that powerful? A titled sovereign's first soul skill had no effect at all? Perhaps it was because his teacher had been injured by a sneak attack earlier? First soul skill, sword formation. Jing seized the opportunity to attack as well, condensing a circular sword formation in the air. Raging bull's roar. A piercing sound wave erupted from the massive muzzle of the battle-crazed bull, so shrill it made Jing's heart sink. Lion's roar. The 9-headed lion seized the moment to attack, materializing a massive lioness head that roared as it charged forward. These two beasts combined actually put Jing on the defensive. True to their royal bloodlines, they were formidable, not to mention their combined age was staggering. 1,500,000 years in total. Second soul skill, heaven-shaking giant hammer. Dachui roared once more. A gigantic shadow of Dachui, a full 100 meters long, plummeted from the sky, striking the 8-armed demon ape head-on. "Old man, I'm getting serious now. I'm done playing around. Let me show you my bloodline skill." The 8-armed demon ape smiled slightly, then conjured 6 more arms from his back. Now fully transformed into the 8-armed demon ape, every arm was bulging with sinewy muscles, seemingly brimming with unmatched power. Boom! 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 All 8 arms attacked simultaneously. Each punch was ferocious and full of overwhelming momentum, shattering the sky-shattering hammer's shadow with just a few blows. "You bastard!" Dachui's expression turned completely serious. The last time he fought this guy was 3 years ago, and back then, he hadn't been nearly this powerful. He never expected that simply awakening a domain of an ancient bloodline would make him this strong. Now, with his own injuries and the reduced power of his domain, he feared he wouldn't be a match for this guy. If he tried to run now, he certainly wouldn't get away. Besides, Fong was still there. Dachui thought he had to get Fong out of there first. Unless Fong was sent away first, there was absolutely no way he could escape the 8-armed demon ape's pursuit. Relying solely on his cloud bat wings, that creature was reputed to be the fastest below the rank of titled sovereign. But the 8-armed demon ape is even more ferocious than a titled sovereign. "Master, can't even your attack break through this creature's defenses?" Fong asked. Right now, if they didn't deal with the 8-armed demon ape, not a single one of the 3 of them would be able to escape. After all, in this forest, the 8-armed demon ape need only issue a single command for all the beasts to come after them. The cloud bat wings could only hold out for a quarter of an hour, so they had to take down the 8-armed demon ape. This creature's domain has weakened the power of my soul skill. It's a pity that neither I nor your senior sister possesses a domain soul skill, Dachui sighed.
Domain soul skills were truly rare. Not even a titled sovereign is guaranteed to have one. Master, if I could hold off the 8-armed demon ape for just 1 second, could you and my senior sister team up to take him down? Take him down? That's impossible. It has fully awakened its ancient beast bloodline, and with the boost from its domain, its physique is exceptionally powerful. We might be able to severely wound it, though. Unless it's a titled sovereign above level 95, Dachui said he was currently only level 94.
Then, Master, when I give the signal, I'll use the sword talisman my eldest senior sister gave me to separate the 9-headed lion and the battle-raging bull, then control the 8-armed demon ape for 1 second. You and senior sister will team up to attack its vital points.
Junior brother, can you really control it?
Your second soul skill, God-slaying Thunder Spear, requires 3 hits just to have a brief effect. Besides, don't you know that 100,000-year beasts and titled sovereigns are immune to any control effects from beings below their level? Jing stepped forward to explain.
I have my own way of handling this. Trust me. Chapter 50, Dragon Roar unleashed a second of strong control.
Although the two found this hard to believe after all, how could a Grandmaster possibly control a 100,000-year-old beast? They decided to trust Feng anyway, because he was so serious. If he really succeeded, the 3 of them could escape with their lives.
Begin! Feng roared.
First, he used his remaining 5 sword talismans to separate the battle-crazed bull and the 9-headed lion as much as possible, while also preventing other beasts from interfering.
Then, Dragon Roar Roar.
Feng unleashed the first soul skill of the primal dragon essence, yet he still did not reveal his soul ring or soul. If questioned later, he would have an explanation. He would simply say that before the martial arts exam, he had entered a secret realm where he obtained the legacy of a titled sovereign and inherited his secret art and art of control. This explanation would certainly hold water after all. A titled sovereign-level secret art would naturally possess some control capabilities. Besides, matters concerning secret realms are inherently shrouded in mystery. Accompanied by Feng's Dragon Roar, the 8-armed demon ape who had previously looked down on him was instantly struck with dizziness.
Perfect opportunity. Third soul skill, one sword opens the heavenly gate. Sixth soul skill, Destruction Hammer Cannon.
Dachui and Jingwan summoned a massive sword shadow to slash down, while the other fired a colossal cannonball from his heaven-shaking hammer.
Boom!
The 2 powerful offensive soul techniques struck the 8-armed demon ape directly, sending it flying backward more than 10 meters, its body drenched in blood.
Damn it, how did I get stunned just now?
It still couldn't believe it had been stunned after all. Within the prohibition of flight domain, even titled sovereign-level soul techniques were significantly weakened.
A Grand Master stunned me?
That just doesn't make sense, does it? But by the time the 8-armed demon ape came to its senses, Dachui and the other 2 had already slipped away, because its prohibition of flight domain had vanished while it was severely injured.
The trio managed to tear open a rift in the void and escape. Damn it!
I finally caught him off guard, but now that this old guy knows I have a domain, he'll probably spread the word all over the place once he gets back. It'll be much harder to ambush a titled sovereign next time.
The 8-armed demon ape growled furiously, getting angrier the more he thought about it.
It was all his own fault for being careless. After speaking, he stomped a minion to death to vent his frustration, and only then did he feel a little better.
Elsewhere, above Seoul University in the imperial capital, the void split open. 3 staggering figures emerged from it and entered Dachui's void realm. Holy crap!
After returning, he paused to reflect and still felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for that move your junior brother pulled just now, it's anyone's guess whether we'd have made it back today. Dachui stroked his beard. His hands were still trembling.
Master, this guy has a domain now. The core realm won't be so easy to access from now on.
We need to notify others about this first. It'd be best to post an announcement on the official website.
Let everyone see it. As for the titled sovereigns of our great Xia kingdom, we should notify them individually. Otherwise, if they rush in and get ambushed, that wouldn't be good.
You're right.
This is a tricky situation for both of us. If a titled sovereign were to go in, they'd be as good as dead. They're all top-tier experts of our great Xia kingdom. We can't let them die under mysterious circumstances. After speaking, Dachui compiled today's events into a news article, though he omitted many details such as Feng's restraining skill. Of course, neither Dachui nor Jing asked any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets. It's best to keep your mouth shut and not pry. Soon, a post titled "The Eight-Armed Demon Ape Possesses a Domain" appeared on the official website, a site specifically established for the titled sovereigns of the Great Xia Kingdom. Only warriors of this caliber were eligible to publish news there, making it one of the most visited websites. After all, this was the circle of the top-tier powerhouses. Any news posted there was bound to be explosive. Hammerdoluwa posts news: the ancient beast of the starry sky great forest, the eight-armed demon ape, has awakened its sky-sealing domain. As soon as this news broke, it instantly caused a huge stir online. In an instant, everyone from ordinary citizens to college students to university professors began clicking on the post to view the details. Even within certain secret realms, titled sovereigns were watching. Old Huang posted something? Did something major happen? Check it out. Ha ha. Upon opening the post, in addition to the text, there were several images showing Dachui battling the eight-armed demon ape, some rather gruesome shots of him getting beaten up by the beast. This was Dachui's way of guaranteeing the post's authenticity while also showing everyone just how formidable the eight-armed demon ape was when it activated its domain. It actually managed to beat old Huang into such a state? I remember 3 years ago, when I entered the core with him, old Huang was still able to hold his own against it. This time, even with the giant sword Doluwa, they still couldn't beat it? Several titled sovereigns wore serious expressions after seeing the news. After all, this was truly formidable. If any one of them had gone up against it, they'd probably have had no choice but to flee. Presumably, only those few above level 95 would be capable of handling it? I wonder if this creature will start a riot once it gains its domain and sees the opportunity to attack our border, some people worried. Stay on high alert, beasts are unpredictable. Heated discussions kept popping up online, and a few of Dachui's friends even made a special trip to his secret realm just to see him in such a pitiful state. Whoa, who is this young man? Upon entering the secret realm and seeing Dachui's condition, one of them couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter subsided, his gaze fell on Feng. My third disciple, Feng. Dachui introduced him. It's a pleasure to meet you, seniors. Feng said with neither arrogance nor subservience. Not bad. The young man is full of vitality. We were able to join forces and defeat the eight-armed demon ape this time thanks to Feng. This guy is no ordinary fellow. Dachui said smugly, bragging quite a bit. Right now, his third disciple was, without a doubt, his greatest source of pride. Don't let the fact that Jing was a titled sovereign fool you in terms of future potential. He was far outclassed. Oh? Is young brother Feng really that formidable? The others also looked surprised. After all, Feng was only at the Grand Master level in a battle of that caliber. He'd be lucky just to have survived. And he actually managed to help? This piqued their curiosity. What kind of help could a Grand Master possibly provide? Could he have even injured the eight-armed demon ape? However, Dachui didn't elaborate on exactly how he could help. He just smiled it off. The group then asked a few more questions about the no-flight zone, since some of their younger disciples were planning to venture into the inner reaches of the starry sky great forest to hunt beasts and needed 10,000-year soul rings, so it was best to clarify the details in advance. Chapter 51, Testing the Combat Power of the Second Soul Skill. After the visiting old friends had left, Feng asked his senior sister for some more sword talismans. There are only 5 left, Jing said, pulling out 5 sword talismans. Is that all? My dear senior sister, you're the most beautiful. Give me a few more. Just give me 1,000, whatever. Feng shook Jing's arm, pleading playfully. 1,000? Do you think they're toys? These require space stones to craft, and top-grade space stones at that to lock in my soul skill. Spatial stones?
Fong had heard of them before. They might form in certain areas deep within the Earth's core or in naturally formed secret realms. These stones were born from the compression of the heavens and earth during their formation and were extremely precious, especially high-grade spatial stones, which were exceptionally rare. It seemed getting 1,000 of them would be difficult. "Please, senior sister, give me a few more. Come on." Since it was something from the titled sovereign and the more he could get, the better it would be, a powerful life-saving tool in the future, so Fong didn't mind acting cute and pleading. "I really only have 5 left." "You've completely drained your senior sister," Jing said helplessly. "But if you have any spatial stones, I can craft some for you." "Alright." Fong let go of Jing. It seemed she really didn't have any left. "Alright, you should head back to school too. Your senior sister and I need to recover," Dachui said. The battle against the 8-armed demon ape had truly left them physically and mentally exhausted. If it hadn't been for Fong's control, they probably wouldn't have made it back. They'd have to figure out a way to deal with that guy in the future. Meanwhile, after emerging from the Void Realm, Fong didn't head straight back to his dorm. Instead, he went to the library to brush up on his knowledge. During this journey, he encountered quite a few new beasts, all of which were beyond what he learned in school. After all, high school couldn't possibly cover every single beast. Typically, they only taught about the more common, ordinary beasts, but with at least tens of thousands of species out there, Fong decided to catch up on his knowledge so he'd know how to handle them if he encountered them in the future. Furthermore, Fong needed to study soul and soul skill theory, as well as knowledge about those new beasts, in the hope of finding a second soul ring suitable for the primal dragon essence during this intensive study session. As for his second soul skill, Fong gave it some thought. Currently, his fiend slaying spear already possessed both single target slashes and area of effect attacks, making his offensive capabilities quite powerful. As for the primal dragon essence's first soul skill, Dragon Roar, which has a fairly significant crowd control effect, he now needed a soul skill geared towards self-preservation. A defensive soul skill would be ideal, but a flight-based soul skill if available would be even better, since many soul masters can't fly. Having a way to fly would be much better, but it's no big deal if I don't. I'll just ask second senior brother for some more cloud bat wings. Those things really work a treat. Unlike senior sister's sword talismans, these don't require a space stone, do they? Next time I run into second senior brother, I'll just ask him for a few hundred cloud bat wings, and then I can fly up into the sky and wander around whenever I feel like it. With that thought, Fong had already arrived at the entrance to the library. "It's Fong! Oh my god, Fong's here again." As soon as they spotted Fong, the crowd immediately got excited. After all, the last time Fong came here, he shattered the combat power record in one fell swoop. "Little brother Fong, I've been waiting for you for ages. So, how's it going? Have you thought it over? Want to join my Fox Charm Society?" The speaker was one of the captains of the Fox Charm Society. She exchanged contact info with Fong last time and had been privately sending him her artistic photos and pictures of her in black stockings, all in an effort to lure him into the Fox Charm Society. To get Fong to give in, she tried just about every trick in the book. The only thing she hadn't done was send a full nude photo. Still, Fong didn't pay much attention to Xiao Qian. Of course, he did take a look at the photos. After all, as another philosopher once said, a man needs to look at girls every day. 10 minutes of looking at girls is equivalent to a half-hour jog. Let us talk about it after the freshmen start school. Fong brushed her off. He did indeed have thoughts of joining a club. It would help him expand his social circle and meet other outstanding people. But right now, there was only the Fox Charm Club, along with a few other clubs that weren't particularly strong. The powerful junior and senior clubs hadn't made an appearance yet. Those clubs were all preparing to emerge after the freshman grand competition, because their motto was to only the cream of the crop, no nobodies. That is not to say the Fox Charm Club was scrub, though it had its own unique criteria, accepting only attractive female students who also possessed natural talent. Although Fong currently ranked first on the freshman combat power list and had even broken the record, the clubs for juniors and seniors generally operated at a higher level, so none had extended an invitation to him yet. "Everyone, step back a bit. I'm going to test the power of my second soul skill."
At that moment, Feng returned to the textile. The last time, when he reached level 17, his combat power had already surpassed 100,000. Now that he was level 21, his mana, soul ring duration, and soul skill power had all significantly increased. Consequently, Feng was deeply curious to see just how high his combat power would rise this time. So, summoning the Fiend Slaying Spear, Feng unleashed his second soul skill. Second soul skill, God Slaying Thunder Spear. As Feng swung the spear, a thundercloud coalesced, and then streaks of thunder spears descended, striking the steel. Crack! 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 A combat power reading, flickering at an extraordinary speed, assaulted the vision of those around him. Unlike the Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash, which focuses on single target attacks, the God-Slaying Thunder Spear is an area of effect attack. Its true combat power won't be revealed until all the Thunder Spears have struck their targets. Oh my goodness, his combat power and it's still rising? Xiao Chen's smiling face flushed slightly as her plump, pink lips parted in surprise. She recalled that Feng's last test had been 6 days ago, hadn't he it? That meant within those 6 days, Feng had leveled up to level 3 and acquired his second soul skill that was really quite fast. My goodness, this was the first time she'd ever seen a man progress this quickly. Although sometimes it's not good for a man to be too fast, when it comes to mana level, the faster, the better. This Feng is practically a monster. Look, his combat power has been finalized. Are you kidding me? That's an increase of nearly 40,000 combat power from last time? Even though the second soul skill is more powerful than the first, it's impossible for two mana levels to have a 40,000 combat power difference when both are still relatively low in the early stages, right? I think the biggest gap we've ever seen at our school was just a few points, right? Never mind anything else, just that Thunder Spear Junior Feng just fired. If that had hit me on the head, I'd definitely have been blown to smithereens. No way, let us snap a pic and post it on Moments. This is mind-blowing. Some people rushed to take photos to capture the moment, while others crowded around Feng. Several girls from the Fox Charm Club also grabbed hold of Feng. Some were even bold enough to secretly slip him a Durex condom. As if to say, Junior Feng, if you're up for it, you can do it anytime. Chapter 52, I won't see the club president either. Before long, Feng's pockets were stuffed full of those things. This had the guys around him green with envy. After all, they usually tried to chase after the girls from the Fox Charm Club. That was practically impossible, and even if they occasionally managed to get a date, it was just for a meal. Holding hands was out of the question. To reach the level where a girl would take the initiative to ask Feng for a deeper conversation was even more unrealistic. It was even more unrealistic, but now, Feng was actually being swarmed by a group of Fox Charm Club girls vying for his attention. This was just ridiculous, wasn't it? Senior, please get a grip. Feng naturally turned them down. He was a bit speechless. Did these Fox Charm Society seniors actually carry those kinds of things in their storage rings on a daily basis? Could it be that they prepared them specifically for him? But he didn't dwell on it. After stepping away from the crowd, Feng made his way to the second floor of the library, where the books on beast theory were housed, a collection that contained virtually all existing knowledge on the subject. There were countless books, a veritable sea of knowledge, but for Feng, with his insatiable thirst for learning, this was undoubtedly the perfect place. So Feng began poring over the materials, starting with the Beast Atlas. These atlases were meticulously detailed, featuring actual photographs of every type of beast. From the juvenile stage, through the growth stage, to the mature stage, and finally the fully developed stage, the atlases documented all 4 life stages with photographs, and each stage came with a detailed description. This included information on skills for each stage, estimated combat power, physical prowess, and vulnerable attack points. If the beast possessed a bloodline, the records also noted which bloodline skills might awaken at each stage. Additionally, if a beast could be equipped with a soul ring, the records detailed which soul skills it would gain, as well as whether it was suited for an artifact soul, beast soul, plant soul, or elemental soul. Feng pored over the volumes, completely engrossed. While absorbing this knowledge, he was also searching for a beast compatible with the primal dragon essence.
Blood Phoenix. A beast possessing the bloodline of a sovereign. Feng came across a suitable beast, the Blood Phoenix. Theoretically, the soul ring of this beast. After being slain, its beast soul would likely acquire one of two soul skills, either the Blood Phoenix's flame-based attack skill or its flight ability. The Blood Phoenix was a beast skilled in flight with exceptional endurance, which piqued Feng's interest. After all, flight was one of his weaknesses, and he couldn't keep relying on his second senior brother forever. But after checking the Blood Phoenix's habitat, Feng pretty much gave up on the idea. These Blood Phoenixes are almost exclusively found in the border region between the inner reaches and the core of the Starry Sky Great Forest. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Feng had become more cautious. At least he wouldn't be heading there anytime soon. Never mind, I'll just look at other beasts. Feng skipped right ahead. He only looked at a few dozen types of beasts so far, and with so many more to go, he was sure he'd find one eventually. And so, just like that, by the time night fell, Feng had reviewed nearly 300 types of beast knowledge, yet he still hadn't found one more suitable than the Blood Phoenix. With no other choice, he had to log out of the library and go back to rest. After all, the trip to the Starry Sky Great Forest had left him quite exhausted. Junior Feng, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for ages. Our club president is back from a mission and wants to meet you. As soon as he stepped out, Feng ran into a familiar face, Xiao Qian. While Feng was inside reading, they naturally didn't dare disturb him, so they'd been waiting outside the whole time, and had also sent a message about Feng to the club president. Coincidentally, Humei, the president of the Humei Society, had just returned from a mission. Upon seeing the message, she immediately decided to recruit Feng into her society. With talent like this, wouldn't he likely surpass her before long, perhaps as early as his sophomore year? That was Humei's reasoning. She was currently a senior with just 1 year left until graduation, and during that year, she had to find a future president for the Humei Club. Although there was no precedent for a male president or male members in the Humei Club, rules could be broken when faced with a prodigy of this caliber. Sorry, I need to go back and rest. I'll meet your president next time I have a chance. Feng flatly refused. He was indeed a bit tired. With that, he left, leaving behind a bewildered Xiao Qian and several club members. This junior Feng, is he really not attracted to beauty? Xiao Qian remarked. Her own looks were rated at 90 out of 100, while the club president, Humei, was rated at 98. Truly the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. Normally, it was difficult for many other club presidents to even catch a glimpse of Humei. Only during missions might they have the chance to spend a little more time with her, and even then, it was limited to the presidents of other clubs. In particular, the presidents of the most powerful clubs had once even joked about wanting to drink Humei's bathwater, which clearly showed just how stunning she was. Moreover, Humei's soul is that of a nine-tailed fox, granting her immense seductive power that further enhances her alluring charm. As a result, the line of people hoping to see her stretches all the way outside the school gates every day, yet few ever get the chance. Now that Feng had turned her down, Xiao Qian felt a pang of disappointment. After leaving, Feng headed straight to the school cafeteria to grab a bite to eat. The food there was quite good, featuring a variety of delicious dishes. The most famous item is the beast meat sourced by the school's hunting squad from nearby beast forests, specifically selected for its tender and flavorful texture. Feng was eating with great relish. Feng! A familiar voice rang out, and two figures approached. Feng looked up to see Yang and Qingshui. Feng, where have you been these past few days? We haven't seen you around at all, Yang asked. Hanging out at the Mana Tower, of course, and then I went to get my second soul ring. He. What? You've got a second soul ring too? That was fast. I was actually planning to show it off to you, but I didn't expect you'd already got one. Yang said with a chuckle. He had also leveled up to 20 over the past few days. Under the guidance of his school teachers, he had gone to the outskirts of the Starry Sky Great Forest to obtain a soul ring, and his match had been a huge success. Since you both have your second soul rings now, I won't try to show off anymore, he. But this time, I actually ran into something really unusual. What happened? While the teachers and I were out in the outer region getting soul rings, we heard this earth-shattering commotion coming from the inner region.
We quietly crept closer to take a look. Guess what I saw? A 100,000-year-old beast, the 8-armed demon ape. That's a 100,000-year-old beast, the chubby boy exclaimed excitedly, spitting out mouthfuls of rice as he spoke. But we were too far away at the time to dare get closer. It looked like someone else was already fighting the 8-armed demon ape, so for safety's sake, we just took a quick look and left. Yang said with a hint of regret. What he didn't know was that Feng had actually been right at the center of the action at that moment. Oh, right, Feng Qingxue also got her second soul ring. Her soul skill is pretty powerful. You two are doing great, impressive. Feng remarked. It seemed both of them had decent talent. They leveled up 20 levels this quickly. Chapter 53, The Fox Spirit's Invitation to Meet Feng. By the way, Feng, didn't you say last time you were going to try to get the qualification for the second floor of the Mana Tower? Did you manage to get it? Yang shoveled a mouthful of rice in, spraying it out as he spoke. I haven't gone yet. I plan to go tomorrow. I've looked into the qualification process. It's a bit of a hassle. Feng replied. While he'd been spending time in the Mana Tower the past few days, he'd made some inquiries. To upgrade his eligibility for the second level of the Mana Tower, he first needed to reach Mana level 20, then apply to take the second level trial. This involved staying in any training area on the second level of the Mana Tower for 1 hour. If, after an hour, he didn't experience any discomfort such as dizziness or nausea, after that, you pay a 300 credit upgrade fee to obtain the qualification. So overall, it's still quite a hassle, and it costs quite a few credits. After all, 300 credits is equivalent to 3 months' allowance for an average student. Even though Feng receives 1,000 credits every month, he still felt that was a bit much. After all, credits are burned through incredibly fast inside the Mana Tower. Just 1 hour on any given level costs dozens of credits. Having spent several days there earlier, Feng's 2,100 credits had already dwindled significantly. When his credits were deducted for his meal just now, Feng took a moment to check. He had 1,130 credits left, and there were still nearly 20 days until his next monthly allocation. That's why Feng was thinking about finding some extra credits. He'd even considered paying for them, but money doesn't cut it here. They can only be obtained through the school's official channels. Otherwise, wealthy families could simply use their money to stay in the Mana Tower and level up indefinitely, which wouldn't be fair to many students. That's why they must be obtained through the school. Feng actually thinks this is a very fair system. Well, good luck tomorrow. I can barely stand being on the first floor for 2.5 hours. I really don't know how you two manage to stay in there all day long. And Qingxue, you stay in there for 12 hours straight. Even I, a peak grade soul, can't take it, but you two, 1 common grade and 1 low grade, seem to be just fine. If people didn't know better, they'd think peak grade souls were the newbies. Alright, Fatso, stop complaining. You're doing pretty well yourself. After the three of them finished eating, they headed back to the dorm together. Once they got back, Feng opened his phone. It was flooded with private messages from Xiao Qian, and there was also a friend request from a stranger who identified herself as Humei, the president of the Fox Charm Club. Feng tapped accept without hesitation. After all, Senior Humei was a senior, so she likely knew quite a bit about the school. Besides, even a stunning beauty has her pride. Usually, people ask to add her, but now she's reaching out to you. If you turn her down, what will she think? Shy Humei, hi, Feng. I'm Humei, president of the Humei Society. Gao Lu Feng, hi, senior. Nice to meet you, dog face. Shy Humei, are you that shy, Feng? Is it really that hard to meet up with me? Gao Lu Feng, I just got back today from the starry sky great forest after obtaining my second soul ring. I'm really exhausted, and I'm afraid seeing me looking so worn out might ruin your mood, senior. Shy Humei, alright, but you should have time tomorrow, Junior Feng. How about we meet at Moon Lake at 6:30 p.m.? Feng, sure. I can't wait to see your breathtaking beauty, senior pervert. The conversation ended there. Feng naturally agreed, though Moon Lake seemed a bit inappropriate. The Moon Lake at Seoul University in the imperial capital was exceptionally beautiful.
but it's widely recognized on campus as a spot for couples to meet secretly at night. In fact, there have even been some couples seeking a bit of excitement who, unable to contain themselves in one of the pavilions at Moon Lake, started. I won't go into detail here. Although it's a bit of a stain on moral standards, well, young people who doesn't have a bit of passion? My senior must have something serious to discuss, right? Fong muttered to himself. After all, he was a man of integrity. With that thought, Fong took a shower, played a few rounds of Black Myth, Liu Kang, and then went to rest. Today had been absolutely exhausting. After waking up the next day, Fong first had breakfast, then got ready to head to the Mana Tower. He wanted to secure access to the second floor as soon as possible. Once inside, the mana regeneration rate from his celestial grade meditation would increase significantly. Currently, he was gaining 60 mana per second. On the first floor, it jumped to 70. Who knows what it would be on the second floor? 80 points? No matter what, he had to secure it today. When he arrived at the Mana Tower, it was still early, so there weren't many people around. Fong went straight to the second level, having already applied for the trial qualification in advance via his student watch the night before. So, upon arrival, a teacher on duty greeted Fong and escorted him to the Mana Tower trial. Hello, Fong. I'm Ma Yun, a teacher on the second level. Welcome, the teacher said politely. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. Please let us begin the trial as soon as possible. The rule for the trial is to stay for 1 hour. However, the second level differs from the first. It's divided into 3 zones: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Which zone would you like to go to? Teacher, are there any differences between these 3 zones? Of course. Different zones offer different levels of efficiency, and the pressure you'll face increases accordingly. However, regardless of which zone you choose, the number of credits deducted per hour remains the same. Generally speaking, I'd recommend the beginner training zone. That way, you can pass the trial quickly, and paying 300 credits will be enough. Many of the sophomores before you did it this way. The pass rate is high. Why don't you give it a try? Nah, teacher, I'll go with the advanced zone, Fong said. Since the credits deducted are the same, wouldn't I be losing out if I chose the beginner zone? Besides, it's only an hour. How much pressure could the advanced zone really be? It'd be great to gain a bit more mana, too. How do you bridge the level gap? Isn't it just through little bits and pieces every day? After all, a philosopher named Ward Tian Wazen Moana Mo Shui once said, the reason I succeeded is simply that I spent the time others spent drinking coffee on checking out girls and practicing mana. Are you really sure you want the advanced zone? The pressure in there is intense, you know? A lot of sophomores can't even last an hour. If you don't stay in there for a full hour, you'll still be charged a full hour's worth of credits, Ma Yun kindly reminded him. Let us go for the advanced zone. Fong replied without hesitation. Ma Yun then led him to the advanced zone's trial chamber, and Fong walked right in. The timer started right then and there. An hour later, the session ended automatically. After paying the remaining credits, the qualification was secured, and the Mana Tower access would be automatically upgraded in the student's watch. Well, I hope you can last the full hour, Ma Yun said, staying outside and not daring to leave. After all, aside from the pressure, the advanced zone could also affect one's emotional state. There had been students just like Fong in the past who insisted on entering the advanced area right away, only to end up nearly driven insane. Fortunately, the teachers discovered them in time and rescued them. That student had even graduated from his freshman year and entered his sophomore year. He'd spent a whole year training on the first floor of the Mana Tower, yet he still couldn't handle it. Therefore, Ma Yun didn't think Fong would be able to hold out. Chapter 54, Ma Yun, Let Us Be Friends, Student Fong. After entering the advanced level training room in the Mana Tower, Fong did indeed feel immense pressure, and this pressure seemed to affect his mood as well. Even now, after staying there for just a short while, he found himself becoming inexplicably irritable. Consequently, Fong became quite curious about the Mana Tower. It was just a building. Why did it have the effect of boosting mana? Could there be something beneath the Mana Tower? However, he didn't seem able to investigate that just yet.
He'd better first see how much it actually boosted his mana.
After carefully sensing the effects of the celestial grade meditation technique, Feng discovered that his mana regeneration rate, which had previously been 60 points per second, had now risen to 78 points, an increase of 18 points per second. After the first tier upgrade, the rate was 70 points per second, so it seemed the second tier boost wasn't all that significant. Feng had originally thought that the second tier, combined with the high level zone, would instantly boost it to 100 points per second.
Looks like I was overthinking it.
Still, 78 points was better than 70. Staying here for a day would yield at least 600,000 extra mana for his 2 high-quality souls.
Leveling up would be faster, but there was one drawback: it was too costly in credits.
At 20 credits per hour, staying for 12 hours a day would cost 240 credits. Wow, the remaining points in Feng's student watch would only last him a little less than 5 days. This only strengthened Feng's resolve to earn credits. After all, no matter where one trains, improving one's strength requires resources. After finishing his thoughts, Feng slowly began to build up his mana while calming his irritability.
An hour isn't too long, nor is it too short.
Feng took the opportunity to glance through some theoretical books he'd borrowed from the library, something he'd planned in advance, since simply staying inside the mana tower was too monotonous. Since mana accumulation is a passive process, many students bring entertaining items into the mana tower, some even bring the latest game consoles. They play for an entire day, others bring books to reinforce their theoretical knowledge, and some, believe it or not, bring pornographic books bought on the black market, hiding in the training rooms to secretly. A perfect illustration of the saying, in books, there are naked beauties. Of course, Feng was a model student and wouldn't do anything like that. He was fully focused on studying beast theory after all. He still hadn't secured the second soul ring for his primal dragon essence. He absolutely had to find a compatible one at the very least. Its soul skill couldn't be too weak. Turning the pages one by one, Feng read with rapt attention, imprinting every piece of beast knowledge into his mind.
Is this kid okay?
It's been half an hour already.
Could he have passed out in there? A second-tier teacher standing outside asked worriedly.
The training room was sealed off, making it impossible to check inside, but there was a distress button inside. If a student couldn't hold on, they could press it so the teacher could enter. Often, students would press it, but sometimes they didn't have time, meaning the pressure was too much, and they fainted from the strain. And if they fainted and weren't rescued in time, they could very well develop mental illness.
Although the school had many treatments for the soul, the teacher would still face severe punishment. Should I go in or not? Ma Yun was incredibly torn.
And so, an hour later, the door to the trial chamber opened, and Feng strode out with a confident air.
Feng, you're out?
Ma Yun rushed over to take a closer look as soon as he saw Feng emerge. Are you okay? He asked, filled with curiosity, because he noticed that Feng seemed completely unharmed. His aura was stable from head to toe, and there was not a single sign of agitation. In the past, he had sensed quite a few unusual emotions from those students.
Could it be that he really is fine?
A bold thought surged through Ma Yun's mind. If that were truly the case, then this freshman would be truly formidable. A freshman who had just arrived before the semester even began, admitted early through a special recruitment program, could already demonstrate such prowess. This young man had limitless potential. At the very least, the titled sovereign had something to rely on. With that in mind, a smile spread across Ma Yun's face. He had to build a strong relationship with a genius of this caliber. Student Feng, congratulations on passing the qualification test.
Now, please follow me. I'll activate the second level access on your student watch.
Once it's activated, you can simply scan your watch whenever you come to the second level in the future. Ma Yun led Feng to the registration center with a cheerful smile. Along the way, he thoughtfully explained some of the rules of the second level to Feng, such as the 3 types of training areas and their respective regulations. His tone was exactly like that of a sales clerk in a department store, patiently explaining products to a customer.
What has gotten into Teacher Ma today? Seeing Ma Yun's demeanor, some nearby sophomores were a bit baffled. Ma Yun usually had a gruff demeanor. He never spoke kindly to anyone, so why was he being so affable today? Did he take the wrong medicine today? Or is that student the principal's son? Someone speculated.
I haven't heard of the principal's son, but that student's face looks familiar to me.
Isn't that phone? What? He is phone? The guy who topped the record board right after enrollment and then broke the record again, reaching a combat power of 140,000? No wonder teacher Ma Yun is being so polite to him.
The crowd suddenly realized, it wasn't that teacher Ma was strict, he was just strict with them. When it came to those once-in-a-lifetime geniuses, he was actually quite affable. Before long, Ma Yun, leading phone, had arrived at the record center. Ma Yun logged into his account on the device. It was the school's intelligence system.
Everyone's identity and account information were all linked accordingly.
Soon, Ma Yun logged in, clicked on the Mana Tower eligibility application module, verified his identity once more, and began processing Phone's application.
The process moved quickly. It was completed in just over a minute. Once finished, Phone received a message on his student watch.
Student Phone, congratulations on obtaining unrestricted access to the second level of the Mana Tower.
Current credits, 1,090.
Upon seeing this, Phone felt a slight surge of joy.
Thank you so much, Teacher Ma. You're too kind, Phone.
Huh, teacher, why weren't the 300 credits for my promotion qualification deducted?
Phone checked his credits and noticed something was off. He'd already spent 20 credits on breakfast and the transaction just now. How could he still have 1,090 credits? Shouldn't he only have 790 credits left?
Phone, consider those 300 credits a personal gift from me as a friend, said Ma Yun.
Teachers also need credits at school.
Since teachers also need resources for cultivation, they naturally have their own sources of credits, but 300 credits is no small sum. However, it was worth it for the favor he was doing Phone. He knew he wouldn't come out short.
Thank you so much, Teacher Ma. Phone thanked him again.
He was short on credits himself right now, and since the teacher was willing to befriend him, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, Teacher Ma wasn't a bad person. Having a teacher as a friend at school would make things much more convenient in the future. Chapter 55, Beast the Hybrid, the second best soul ring. After completing the qualification promotion procedures, Phone didn't rush to leave. Instead, he went back into the advanced cultivation room on the second floor. He didn't have anything else to do today anyway.
It wasn't even 6:30 p.m. yet, far from it.
He hadn't finished reading his book, so he might as well stay in there for a few more hours. Otherwise, once the new semester started and the student population swelled, he wouldn't have as much free time as he did now.
Phone knew that the month following each martial arts exam was Seoul University's vacation period.
During this time, many students returned to their hometowns. Or they might be off exploring other secret realms, or the like. Many were off campus, so the place was relatively quiet.
Once the semester started, this prime spot, the Mana Tower, would definitely be packed to the brim.
He decided to make the most of the current lull and stay a few extra days. And so, Phone pulled out his theory books and began reading again. It was only 10:30 a.m., so he still had 8 hours to go before heading out. Flipping through the books, Phone looked up beasts. This time, he focused on dragon-type beasts and historical records of dragon-type souls that had appeared in the past, examining their soul ring configurations. After extensive reading, Phone discovered that the celestial grade soul that had once appeared in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom was also a dragon-type soul, named the Thunder Dragon. The books even described the appearance of this soul. Phone compared the illustration. Although it differed slightly from his own primal dragon essence, it still looked extremely majestic and imposing. The Thunder Dragon soul ranked 8th among the 10 great celestial grade souls. As for why only 10 celestial grade souls are currently recorded, it's because, throughout global history. After all, such souls are incredibly rare. Of course, there are certainly others out there, it's just that no one has awakened them yet. According to the books, the individual who possessed the Thunder Dragon soul later became a titled sovereign and reportedly reached level 99, only to perish during a subsequent expedition into the starry skies. However, his soul and soul ring were meticulously documented by the people of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Beast 4 on likes?
Fong keenly noticed a special soul ring belonging to the Thunder Dragon Dolua, the 4 unlike soul ring. The soul skill attached to the soul ring seemed rather extraordinary. The 4 unlike soul that the Thunder Dragon Dolua had obtained at the time came from a 20,000-year-old 4 unlikes creature. It was a black soul ring, and upon acquisition, the soul skill was named Heaven's Will, for phases. As the name suggests, this soul skill has 4 transformations, each with a specific purpose, making it extremely versatile. Moreover, these 4 transformations represent 4 extremes: attack, defense, flight, and healing. This undoubtedly convinced Fong that the 4 unlikes was absolutely his best second soul ring, as these 4 forms were inherently compatible with a beast soul. His primal dragon essence was also a supreme grade beast soul. Although he didn't know exactly what level that was, with the Heaven's Will, for phases soul skill, both his offensive and defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Fong felt a surge of excitement. The next step, then, was to find out where he could locate a 4 unlikes beast. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've ever heard of a 4 unlikes beast, Fong murmured. He hadn't studied it before, and even after arriving at university and reading so many books, he hadn't come across it. He didn't have any relevant information on hand at the moment, but he decided to search online right away to see if he could find anything. Opening his student watch, Fong typed in 4 unlikes beast, and sure enough, he found some information. The 4 unlikes a beast possessing the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts is extremely rare. Good news, he found something. Bad news, there wasn't a single location listed where this beast could be found. Could it be extinct? Fong felt a twinge of disappointment. But if it were extinct, how had the Thunder Dragon Dolua obtained it back then? So Fong looked up more information on the Thunder Dragon Dolua and discovered that the Thunder Dragon Dolua had encountered his 4 not-like soul ring in a beast secret realm. Fong was familiar with secret realms. Since the dawn of the era of supernatural abilities, there had been many types of secret realms, but beast secret realms were rare. Whenever one appeared, it was certain to contain a beast with the bloodline of a sovereign. With good luck, the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast might even appear. The power of a soul skill is also tied to the beast's bloodline. Beasts with the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast grant additional soul skills. Their effects and power are certainly much stronger than those of other beasts. Let us see if there are any beast secret realms right now. If there are, I can go check them out. Fong searched again but came up empty-handed. Since secret realms only appear for a short time and don't remain open indefinitely, even if a beast secret realm exists, it's a matter of pure luck to stumble upon one. Right now, Fong was just hoping there might be such a beast secret realm. I can't pin all my hopes on this. Fong immediately began flipping through other books. Does that mean if there's no 4 not like, he shouldn't add a second soul ring? That's ridiculous. Ancient beast bloodlines are powerful, but the potency of soul skills depends on other factors as well. The age of the soul ring matters too. Besides, his system could still be enhanced. And so, Fong kept reading until 6 p.m. before finally emerging from the second floor of the Mana Tower. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a soul ring more suitable for him than the 4 unlikes. Not a single one met his expectations. It seemed he'd have to head back to the library to look some more. But shouldn't I head to Moon Lake now? Fong hurried toward Moon Lake Senior, who Mei was waiting for him there. He had no idea why she wanted to meet him. Wouldn't it be better to make a reservation at a restaurant, order a table full of food, and chat over a meal? Meanwhile, at Moon Lake, Mei had already arrived early. She'd been there since 5:50. She'd gone early simply because the scenery at Moon Lake was so beautiful. She wanted to take it all in. Lately, she'd been busy leveling up her mana and completing quests, and she was tired. Her mind needed some relaxation. Look, isn't that our campus beauty, Senior Mei? What is she doing here? Yeah, I'm a bit confused too. Moon Lake is a spot for couples, and Senior Mei doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. I heard that the presidents of the strongest clubs at our school have all tried to pursue Senior Mei, but they were all flatly rejected. Guess what? Do you think Fox Charm has a boyfriend now? Why else would she be here? Isn't Moon Lake the place to wait for your boyfriend? As Fox Charm appeared, many of the guys among the couples at Moon Lake turned their gaze in her direction. After all, a 98-point beauty rating isn't just for show. Add to that the natural allure of the nine-tailed fox, Soul, and once you catch a glimpse of her, you simply can't look away. Looks like Senior Humeya's boyfriend hasn't arrived yet. Don't guys usually show up early for dates? Yeah, but this time Senior Humei came early. It seems she's waiting for him. Who on earth could have captured her heart? I bet this guy is no ordinary guy. Let us wait and see. Hee, get ready to snap some photos and post them on the campus news site. This is definitely going to be a big story.
Chapter 56, The Sensational News About Fox Charm.
As time passed, quite a few nosy onlookers had already secretly snapped photos of Fox Charm, and they were incredibly clear, even from such a distance. After all, they were using the latest Huawei Mate 790 with 12G connectivity, 8 SIM slots supporting 8 simultaneous connections, capable of calling aliens, and ultra-long-range photography that could even capture the surface of Mars, down to every pore on her face.
As a result, Humei had been secretly photographed by many people.
After all, even catching a glimpse of her was a rare treat, and some had been pining for her day and night. Now that they could take candid shots, naturally they weren't going to let this golden opportunity slip by. Once they had the photos, they could secretly use them for self-pleasure under the covers at night. Some went even further, using photo editing tools to try and remove her clothes. On the campus network, some planned to wait until the person Fox May was waiting for arrived before posting, but others, quick on the draw, had already posted. Breaking news, campus queen Fox May spotted at Moon Lake. Judging by her expression, she must be waiting for her boyfriend. As soon as this post went live, it sent massive ripples through the campus news site of Seoul University in the imperial capital, drawing out all the veteran trolls who'd been lurking in the shadows. In addition to students from Seoul University in the imperial capital, students from other Seoul University campuses also flocked to the official website to check out the post. Below the post was a video showing Humei pacing back and forth as she waited for someone. In the video, she wore a smile that was so captivating it made the hearts of many scumbags behind their screens melt.
7 times a night, holy crap, does Senior Humei really have a boyfriend? No way, my goddess? Why isn't at me? Shichiro's dad, with a loser like you, how could it possibly be you? Yeah, it's definitely your old man here. Serious clown, Senior Fox May has really high standards for boyfriends.
She has been single for 3 years in college. How did she suddenly get one without even making an official announcement? Wu Feng, sophomore at Imperial Capital University, I'd love to see who is so bold as to dare be Fox May's boyfriend.
Bystander 1, whoa, even Wu Feng has shown up.
This post, along with the short video, caused quite a stir. Setting others aside, let us just talk about Wu Feng. He is one of the top students among the sophomores at Seoul University in the imperial capital. He even bought a full day of advertising time on streets across the capital, specifically to display Humei's artistic photos in celebration of her birthday. Wu Feng thought this would win Humei over, but to his surprise, all he got in return was a simple thank you. He had even picked out a hotel. From that moment on, Wu Feng realized that Humei wasn't too materialistic. It seemed he'd have to win her over with more than just material things. Wu Feng had made significant progress during this time and was planning to reach out to Humei, but then came the bolt from the blue. Humei was waiting for her boyfriend. Woni Baba, Senior Humei isn't your girlfriend, nor is she a member of the Wu family. Whoever wants to be her boyfriend has every right to do so. What business is it of yours? Naturally, some netizens who disliked Wu Feng also spoke up. This post went live at 6 o'clock. In just 15 minutes, it had spread like wildfire across all universities in the imperial capital except for the 3 top-tier Seoul universities with staggering view counts and reposts. Some opportunists, sensing a traffic goldmine, jumped on the bandwagon, constantly filming short videos and taking photos of Foxy May out for a walk, with post titles each more sensational than the last. Shocking, Humei waits for her boyfriend at Moon Lake. They agreed to check into a hotel after their walk. Unbelievable, imperial capital campus beauty Humei, holding a hotel keycard, waits desperately for her faithless boyfriend. Who exactly has let Humei down? Stay tuned. Heartbreaking, Fox May, with a slightly rounded belly, waits for the man who abandoned her. A campus beauty's looks have been so desecrated. It must be said that, in their quest for clicks, these busybodies posted all sorts of content with no moral boundaries, but it really did cause a huge uproar. These posts went live at 6:20, but by 6:26, the comments had already surpassed tens of thousands. Joyu from Starry Sky University, my goddess, who may please don't let anyone find out who defiled her. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces, wah. From his tone, it's clear he is one of Hume's devoted fans. But Joyu knows his place, he merely admires her from afar and doesn't dare to pursue her. After all, his family background, soul quality, and mana level were all far inferior to those of the suitors surrounding Fox Charm. However, if anyone were to betray her, Joyu would definitely be the first to charge, and he had even drawn his sword, ready to rush forward. Jolly from Tianjin University, no, this is fake. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Fox Charm would never do something like that. Maybe she is just out for a walk. Another person jumped in to speak up. This individual had once battled Hume during the 3-university exchange and had later gone on quests with her, so he knew her fairly well. He, too, had a crush on Hume, but he was furious at the rumor monger. Bystander 3, let us wait and see. There is definitely more to come. Dog head emoji. Since the post's content was so explosive, quite a few people had already gathered here to wait for updates before phone even arrived, including students from outside Seoul University in the imperial capital. It couldn't be helped Hume was incredibly popular on campus and was widely regarded as the imperial capital's #1 campus beauty. Hey, buddy, you're here to take sneaky photos too, right? As phone neared Moon Lake, he noticed quite a few guys around him jogging along, some even holding professional cameras. Sneak shots? I'm not here to take any, Fong said. Come on, don't deny it, everyone knows what is going on. After all, Hume is a total stunner. My camera is professional grade, by the way. How about it? I'll sell you the photos for 1,000 each, special price. Let me tell you, everyone is scrambling to get photos of Hume. This left Fong speechless. What on earth was going on? At that moment, Fong naturally had no idea what was happening and just kept walking on his own. Finally, at 6:30, Fong arrived at the spot Hume had mentioned, the pavilion in the center of Moon Lake. You must be Fong, the underclassman. Hello, Senior Hume. Fong saw the stunning figure at the lake pavilion turn around and, sure enough, discovered she was a stunning beauty. It seemed the rumored 98-point beauty rating was no exaggeration. Moreover, Fong felt that once he glanced at her, he couldn't tear his eyes away. This must be due to the soul across from him. Roar! Within Fong's soul sea, the primal dragon essence let out a mighty roar. Instantly, Fong's mind cleared, and he thought to himself, this Hume really is a seductive vixen. But it couldn't be helped. Hume was dressed almost like an anime cosplayer, with a pair of long, shapely legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. Behind her was a delicate, adorable foxtail, and her voluptuous curves were completely unlike what one would expect from a college student. They could even rival those of some mature women. Chapter 57, The 6th-Tier Beast Secret Realm. Who is that? Is he the person Senior Hume is waiting for? He can't really be her boyfriend, can he? While Fong and Hume were in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, this scene was naturally witnessed by the people around them. Do you think he might just be a passerby? A passerby? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see the smile on Senior Hume's face? A passerby wouldn't get that reaction. It means that guy must be seeing Senior Hume. You're right. Senior Hume never talks much to strangers. In my opinion, there is definitely something going on. Quick, zoom in and film this. Huh, that guy looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He is pretty handsome, but I think he is still a bit below my standards and those of our readers. That looks like Fong. Someone immediately recognized him. After all, Fong had made quite a name for himself in the library at Seoul University in the capital, so many people had seen him before. That's why he was recognized after just a few glances. Who is Fong? Dude, fill me in. I just got back from the wilderness zone and haven't heard of him.
He is one of the first special admissions students at our imperial capital Seoul University. The guy who broke the freshman combat power record shortly after enrolling. Rumor has it his combat power is now approaching 140,000. That's terrifying. Come to think of it, he really does have a lot of potential. After the crowd finished discussing, they started snapping photos from every angle, preparing to post another round of news on the campus network. As for Fong, Senior Hume, if you have something to say, just get to the point. It's a bit embarrassing with so many people watching around us. Fong had naturally noticed the crowd nearby. Among them were even quite a few hostile glances, presumably from Senior Hume's suitors. Junior Fong, you're a straight shooter. Since that's the case, I'll get right to it. On my latest mission, I stumbled upon a 6th-tier beast secret realm that just happens to contain exactly what I need. However, the guardian beast is far too bizarre, so I'd like to invite you to join me. All you'll need to do is help control it, nothing else. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Once the job is done, I'll give you 500 credits as a reward. Senior, I'm sure there are plenty of people among your friends who possess soul techniques for control. Wouldn't it be better to ask them instead of me? Given your circle, they're probably all at least level 50 king stage. Why aren't you asking them, but coming to me, a grandmaster? Fong asked warily. Although 500 credits was certainly tempting, he was only level 21 himself, whereas many of his senior classmates in their 4th year were already in the 50s. There was still quite a gap between them. Besides, she said beforehand that he wouldn't have to do anything, but once she lured him there, who knows what she might make him do. A 6th-tier beast secret realm was extremely dangerous, and how did this fox charmer even know he had control abilities? He didn't think he'd ever used them at school, did he? Junior Fong, I know what you're worried about. I can guarantee you this, all you have to do is apply a little control, you won't have to get involved in anything else. And if you're afraid I'll go back on my word, I can give you the 500 credits right now. The reason I invited you is because the Beast King in that Beast Secret Realm has immunity to control skills, though it's not as strong as the immunity possessed by a titled sovereign. But at least control skills from Soul Masters below level 61T work on him, and your control skills are powerful enough to subdue even the 8-armed demon ape. How do you know that? Fong asked, puzzled. My mom heard it from Hammer Dolua. Your mom is a titled sovereign? Yeah, so what? All right. Fong understood. Since his teacher was also a titled sovereign, everyone in that circle must be powerhouses of that caliber. So the information about his control skills must have come up during a casual conversation between his teacher and Fox Beauty's mom. But it didn't matter anyway. After all, he hadn't revealed his second soul or soul ring. With this ability, who knows, maybe even more people would ask for his help in the future. So, what do you say, Fong? Will you agree? Fox Charm asked again. All right. Fong nodded in agreement. Since Fox Charm's mom was a titled sovereign, she clearly had connections. He might as well do her a favor and build some rapport. Besides, inside the beast secret realm, he could see if any beast 4 not-like creatures were lurking. Although the probability was practically zero, it was still better than not going at all. Beep 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 received a credits transfer from Fox Charm. Current credits, 1,420. Sure enough, the very next second, Fong received 500 credits from Fox Charm. You have to admit, this senior was pretty efficient. When do we set off? Right now. Hume said. As you know, the Beast Secret Realm usually stays open for no more than 3 days, the sooner the better. Plus, there is no day or night inside, so even though it's dark now, it doesn't matter. Alright, the sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Let us go. With that, Fong followed Hume out of the campus. Hop in my supercar. It's quite a distance from here to the starry sky Great Forest. Hume opened the car door, and the sight of this supercar truly made Fong envious. He'd always been a car enthusiast. Fong recognized this luxury sports car as the latest rocket model released today in the Great Xia Kingdom, a limited edition of just 10 units, priced at 35 million. It seemed Humayas' background was truly impressive. The number of powerful figures backing her was likely no less than that of his own teacher and senior classmates. He'd have to find a time to latch onto the senior classmate's coattails. The drive from Seoul University in the imperial capital to the starry sky Great Forest took over an hour in the supercar. Phong found himself missing the days when he'd travel with his teacher, simply slicing through the void to arrive in a second. Why go through all that trouble, driving for over an hour? Fox Charm, you're here. When they reached the entrance to the starry sky Great Forest, Phong saw the other three again. Judging by their appearance and age, they were definitely older than him. Phong surmised that these must be Humayas' friends. Given that this was a 6th-tier beast realm, she couldn't possibly go in alone, that would be far too dangerous. But why hadn't Humayas' clan sent any specialized experts to accompany her, given her background? Perhaps they wanted her to gain some experience on her own. Besides, since the 6th-tier beast realm is inaccessible to anyone below level 60, the clan could only send king stage experts in their 50s. Her friends were a better option, even though they were also only in the 50s, their souls were all top-notch. Let me introduce you. This is Phong, one of our university's first special admissions students this year, the top scorer on the martial arts exam in Hunan province and a definite dark horse. Hello, Junior Phong. I'm Wu Tian, a senior at Seoul University in the imperial capital. I'm very pleased to be working with you on this mission. Hello, Phong. I'm Zhao from Seoul University in Tianjin. I've heard a lot about you, a super genius capable of controlling even an 8-armed demon ape. We're counting on you for this secret realm mission. Hello, Phong. I'm Wang Tong from Seoul University in Shinkong, a level 54 king stage. This is our first time working together, but I'm sure it won't be the last. We've all been mission partners for a long time. Although this is your first time working with us, from now on, we're friends too. The three of them were also very courteous to Phong, their smiles warm and friendly. They showed no airs of seniority and no hostility whatsoever. This made Phong a bit puzzled. Shouldn't they be jealous upon meeting him, then publicly teach him a lesson to intimidate him? Chapter 58, Wu Tian's Tech Gun Soul. However, Phong didn't dwell on it any further. Instead, he followed them into the 6th-tier beast secret realm, which was located inside a hidden cave. As a result, aside from the mission team, no one else had discovered it, which meant there were no competitors. Get ready, we're going in. There might be beasts at the entrance. Humay warned. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Those with artifact souls summoned them, while those with beast souls performed a direct soul possession. By observing their summoned souls, Phong was able to gauge the group's strength. Among them was Zhao from Tianjin Seoul University, whose beast soul was the swift jaguar specializing in attack and speed, with a mana level of 55. Wu Tian from Imperial Capital Seoul University was at level 54. His soul was a high-tech gun that looked incredibly futuristic from the outside, making it a rather unique soul. Wang Teng from Starry Sky Seoul University is also level 54. His soul is a support-type soul called Genesis Blue Lotus. These three individuals are truly capable of both offense and defense, and when combined with Fox May's nine-tailed fox soul, they form a powerful control synergy. They make for an excellent team. Their mutual chemistry clearly shows that the four of them frequently go on missions together. This is to be expected, though the three top universities often release joint missions to promote friendly exchanges among students. Teams like Fox Charm are far from rare. Soon, the group entered the 6th-tier secret realm. Fortunately, they didn't seem to encounter any beasts upon entering, which came as a bit of a surprise to Phong. Moreover, as they made their way toward the core of the secret realm, they still didn't encounter any beasts. Something's off, Wang Tong said. Although his Genesis Blue Lotus soul was a support-type soul, it possessed a soul skill capable of sensing life energy. There isn't much life energy in the outer and middle zones, and what there is weak, which means those creatures have gathered in the inner zone. Hearing Wang Teng's words, the others fell deep in thought. It must be because we startled them the last time we were here. Plus, there is something inside that we need. 6th-tier beasts already possess a high level of intelligence, so it seems those creatures are certain we'll come back a second time. Are you saying they're lying in wait for us? Waiting for us to enter the inner ring?
Hu Mei asked, her expression grave.
Let me sense the area first.
Wang Tang summoned his creation Blue Lotus Soul.
Second soul skill, life sensing. Immediately, concentric rings of blue ripples radiated out from Wang Tang, spreading toward the inner circle. The sensing was interrupted. It must be that Beast King. Wang Tang said solemnly. What do we do? Should we still go in? Of course we're going in.
My tech gun is made for brawls, said Wu Tian, who possessed the tech gun soul. He actually hoped there would be more of the good kind of beasts.
We're all at full strength right now. What is there to fear?
Even if things go badly, they can't kill us.
Let us just go for it, Zhao Li added.
Feng, what do you think? Everyone else was in favor of charging in, but Feng's opinion mattered just as much as anyone else's in the team. Although Feng was a freshman, once he was part of this team, he couldn't be ignored. That was their team's motto.
Let us do it, Feng said. It would be a good chance to see if there were any four not like beasts among the dense horde. If there were, they'd hit the jackpot.
Great.
Junior Feng, you've got guts. Don't worry, we'll do our best to look out for you.
You won't need to step in unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, Fox Charm promised you that earlier. Then, the group activated their agility boosts and charged toward the inner circle. In fact, just as they had suspected, all the beasts in the 6th-tier beast realm had been summoned by the Beast King to the inner circle, preparing for a beast-tide assault. Therefore, the moment Hu Mei and the other four entered the inner circle, they realized the beast tide had begun. The entire ground trembled as if an earthquake were occurring.
Get ready, it's time to fight. I'll scout ahead.
Zhao Li channeled his swift leopard soul, transforming his entire body into one as agile as a leopard. He scaled a giant tree and began surveying the area.
Here they come, Wu Tian, you can use your big gun now.
As soon as Zhao Li finished speaking, a high-tech rifle in Wu Tian's hand instantly transformed, growing to an immense size.
The barrel was as thick and long as a cannon. First soul skill, swap the shotgun for a cannon,
Wu Tian declared, and from within that thick, long, black barrel, a barrage of shells fired out one after another.
Boom! After the shells hit the ground, continuous explosions echoed out. Some weaker beasts were blown sky high and reduced to a pile of mincemeat, yet the barrage continued unabated.
More than a dozen rounds per second. This left Feng speechless.
What an amazing soul skill!
It was practically a long-range killing machine. However, though the shells were new, the beast horde was even larger. So, after losing a few beasts, the horde still closed in on Feng and his group, and they prepared for close combat.
Second soul skill, penetrating machine gun.
Facing the beasts at close range, Wu Tian's tech gun soul transformed once more, turning directly into a machine gun.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The penetrating bullets fired relentlessly.
This time, it wasn't just over a dozen rounds per second, it was hundreds per second, with the bullets pouring out in an almost endless stream.
It's safe to say that every man would love to have a gun like this.
The penetrating bullets had high armor-piercing power and a wide range, so beasts kept falling before Wu Tian. This barrage of fire immediately made the beasts hesitate to approach him. At the same time, Zhao Li and his companions were also being surrounded and attacked by the beasts. Third soul skill, Rip. Zhao Li roared, his hands transforming into leopard claws incredibly sharp, like indestructible blades, and tore straight through the beasts. Even a 1,000-year-old beast was instantly torn to shreds by these claws. He charged into the swarm of beasts, his fighting spirit soaring. First soul skill, Nine Tails. Hu Mei, of course, wasn't idle either. She conjured 9 tails behind her, each 5 or 6 meters long, a formidable weapon capable of all-around attacks.
Second soul skill, Demon Fox Beam.
Facing the overwhelming tide of beasts, Hu Mei didn't intend to attack directly with her tails. Instead, she activated her second soul skill. From each tail, a laser beam shot out, like a deadly reaper scythe. As they swept across the field, vast numbers of beasts fell. The three of them had already held off the entire beast horde, not a single one getting through, so Feng and Wang Tang stood comfortably in the rear. That's really impressive,
Feng remarked from the sidelines.
It seemed they truly didn't need his help, but that was to be expected. These were all top-tier competitors among the seniors, with peak-grade souls and all of them at the king stage over level. Dealing with this beast horde was a breeze. This top-tier soul university really is a place where hidden talents abound. Feng thought to himself as he continued to watch from the sidelines with peace of mind.
Chapter 59, 5th Soul Skill, Leopard Wind Star Cloud Rift.
Feng then glanced at Wang Teng. The guy was even more relaxed than he was. He pulled out a bottle of Qualuo and actually started drinking it, showing absolutely no sign of danger, as if victory were already in the bag. Feng surmised that these four must have been working together for a long time, having developed a strong combat synergy. They made precise judgments in every battle, and Wang Teng had clearly seen that this fight was a foregone conclusion. That was why he was so relaxed. Come to think of it, Feng even felt a bit envious of these four. He wondered when he'd be able to find a team like this for himself. As time passed, the number of beasts in the horde was rapidly dwindling. Humei and Zhao hadn't expended much mana, but Wu Tian's consumption was massive after all. He'd been firing hundreds of rounds per second for so long. Who could keep that up? By now, he had only about 20% of his mana left, but nearly 70% of the beast horde had fallen to his penetrating machine gun, so it was a trade-off. First soul skill, Light of Creation. Wang Teng shouted as he activated the Creation Blue Lotus, unleashing a beam of green light that enveloped Wu Tian's head. Immediately, Wu Tian's mana was fully restored, and he was instantly revitalized. No words are even needed to continue. Just by analyzing his teammates' expressions, he can precisely tell who needs what kind of support. Senior Wang is no pushover. Feng praised inwardly. Wang Teng might seem nonchalant, but in reality, he analyzed the entire battle and the situation more clearly than anyone else. Sure enough, even though it was just a support soul, it was still very powerful. In this team, no one was an easy opponent. Before long, the entire beast horde was wiped out. After a brief rest, the group rushed toward the core area, where even more formidable beasts awaited. The ones they just faced weren't the real threats. The core area resembled a valley. Upon entering, Feng caught the scent of medicinal herbs. It seemed the area was rich in medicinal resources. I wonder how it compares to the Yin Yang spring from last time. Feng's mind was filled with curiosity. Continuing forward, once he reached the core area, Feng saw that there were indeed several beasts there, the most conspicuous of which was the Beast King. The four unlikes? Feng took one look and was overcome with joy. He couldn't believe it had this four unlikes, possessing the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast, actually appeared? He suppressed his excitement. This four unlike stood a full 6 meters tall, clearly a 10,000-year-old beast, and likely close to 20,000 years old. It would be quite a challenge to fight, but with 4 king stage-level fighters working together at full strength, combined with his own control soul techniques, it shouldn't be too difficult. You again? You actually dare to come back? Upon seeing Feng and his group arrive, the four unlikes spoke in human language. Enough talk, attack. Zhao Li activated his swift jaguar form and charged forward, claws outstretched. They'd already crossed paths once. There was no need for small talk this time. I'll take you on. A 10,000-year-old black striped bear stepped forward from beside the four unlikes. Though this creature didn't possess the bloodline of an ancient beast, it still had a common bloodline. Combined with its 10,000-year-old status, it was quite powerful and actually managed to exchange blows with Zhao Li. Go all out, don't waste time. Wang Teng downed the Qualuo in one gulp. Third soul skill, Blessing. 3 streaks of green light shot out from the Genesis Green Lotus, landing precisely on Humei, Zhao Li, and Wu Tian. This was Wang Teng's third soul skill, capable of temporarily enhancing a person's attack and speed attributes. Sure enough, after receiving the boost from the blessing, Zhao Li immediately forced the black striped bear into a steady retreat. This left Feng somewhat stunned. After all, when Zhao Li was fighting at full strength, he and the black striped bear had been roughly evenly matched, given that it was a 10,000-year level beast with a bloodline. Yet now, the balance had shifted to about a 30-70 split in Zhao Li's favor. The supportive effect of this blessing boosted Zhao Li's overall combat effectiveness by nearly 20%, a truly terrifying feat. Meanwhile, over on Humei and Wu Tian's side, they had either killed or wounded all the remaining beasts.
I really did underestimate you lot, said the four not like.
These three had charged in right from the start, costing him a few subordinates, but, heh.
Bloodline skill, Beast Berserk Field, said the four unlikes.
Its ancient beast bloodline had awakened a field ability once activated, its minions would instantly be fully healed. Moreover, the combat power boost was no less impressive than Wang Tang's, which was precisely where Humei and the others had been at a disadvantage earlier.
Junior Phone, keep it under control. Don't let it activate the berserk field in combat, said Humei.
Got it.
Watch this dragon roar.
Ha 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 ha. My bloodline grants me immunity to control effects below level 60, so your soul skills are useless against me. Today, you're all destined to die right here.
The four not like said proudly. For these king stage cultivators to think they could control him? That was laughable.
What? But just as it was gloating, it suddenly found its mind plunging into a state of dizziness.
Perfect opportunity.
The three fended off their subordinates and then joined forces to attack the four not like. They knew they had to take down this behemoth and they had to give it their all.
Fifth soul skill, Omnipotence.
Wang Tung unleashed his power once more, casting his fifth soul skill on the trio, boosting all their attributes by
another 10%.
Combined with the previous blessing, that amounted to a 30% attack bonus.
Fifth soul skill, Death Laser. Wu Tian's tech gun transformed once more, firing a dazzling laser beam. Fifth soul skill, Firefox Blaze. Fifth soul skill, Leopard Wine Nebula Slash.
Zhao Li's massive leopard claws crisscrossed, slashing out a massive cross-shaped strike.
Boom!
The triple attack struck the four not like directly. Although the creature possessed the bloodline of an ancient beast, it hadn't activated any special states yet and was instantly subdued by Feng's lightning-fast control. Having fought it before, Fox Charm and the others knew its weaknesses, so they killed it effortlessly.
Thud!
The massive corpse collapsed to the ground, and once the four not like was dead, its minions were quickly disposed of as well.
Junior Phone, we owe you one.
The group breathed a sigh of relief. Although Feng had only played a controlling role, they all knew that without his control.
Forget about killing the four not like, it would have been a question of whether the few of them could even escape.
The only reason they managed to escape last time was because the beasts hadn't gathered yet. Junior Phone, there's a medicinal garden inside that valley with some rare treasures.
Once we go in, you can pick first.
No, I won't be going in.
You guys go ahead and gather them.
Feng refused. He still needed to stay outside to absorb the four unlike soul rings. Alright, since Junior Feng trusts us, we'll head in first, the four said, entering the valley and leaving Feng outside. Feng first scavenged through the beast cores. Of course, he only picked the 10,000-year grade ones. He didn't have time for the rest, and besides, the chances of a non-10,000-year grade beast having a core were slim. These cores were decent for Feng, but for Humei and the others, they were unnecessary given their family backgrounds. 10,000-year grade cores were nothing special. The rare treasures inside were what truly mattered.
Alright, time to absorb the soul ring. Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and began channeling the four elephant's soul ring to absorb its energy. Chapter 60, The Ancestral Dragon's Second Soul Skill, for Elephant Shift.
While Humei and the others went inside to collect rare treasures, Feng channeled the soul ring to begin absorption. The black soul ring hovered above his head, gradually enveloping his body. Feng found that this soul ring, imbued with the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast, was truly exceptional. He absorbed it for a full 3 minutes, whereas with a soul ring from an ordinary beast, even a 10,000-year-old one, it would have taken no more than a minute. As the soul ring was completely absorbed, Feng felt his soul sea growing fuller. Previously at level 21, and after receiving a boost from the mana tower, it was now approaching level 22, and his soul sea was rapidly filling up.
Level 22? Feng exclaimed joyfully.
However, his soul sea, which had felt empty just after leveling up, didn't run dry. Instead, it became full once again. Feng was overjoyed once more. It seemed he was about to level up again.
Level 23. Level 24.
And just like that, Feng's soul sea was filled to the brim twice more, propelling him straight to level 20 for a full Kuan level jump. I'll say, a soul ring imbued with the bloodline of an ancient beast really is something else. Feng recalled that when he had previously absorbed that 10,000-year soul ring, he didn't seem to gain any mana boost. It seemed that in the future, when absorbing soul rings, he should try to kill as many beasts with bloodlines as possible, preferably those of ancient beasts, so he could level up a few grades at the same time. Otherwise, leveling up these two high-quality souls would be quite a challenge. Alright, let us check my soul skills. Feng settled his mind and began reviewing his soul skills. Host, Feng. First soul, Fiend Slaying Spear in 8th grade. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second soul skill, God Slaying Thunder Spear. Second soul, Primal Dragon Essence Supreme Grade. First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Second soul skill, For Elephant Shift. Soul skill description: For Elephant Shift possesses 4 transformations, corresponding to the abilities of the 4 great mythical beasts of ancient times. First transformation, White Tiger transformation. Gain the White Tiger's lethal prowess. Once imbued with the White Tiger's power, your attack and armor penetration will receive a slight boost. Second form, Vermilion Bird form. Gain the Vermilion Bird's ability to soar through the skies. Once imbued with the Vermilion Bird's power, you will possess its wings. Third form, Azure Dragon form. Gain the Azure Dragon's extraordinary healing ability. Once imbued with the Azure Dragon's power, your mana regeneration will receive a slight boost. Fourth transformation, Black Tortoise transformation. Gain the Black Tortoise's defensive and healing abilities. Once imbued with the Black Tortoise's power, your defense and wound healing capabilities will receive a slight boost. Through the soul skill panel, Feng was first surprised to discover that Primal Dragon Essence seemed to have risen from 2 stars in the Supreme Grade to 3 stars. He surmised this was likely due to his previous consumption of some soul rings, as well as the bloodline of the 4 unlike ancient beast he had obtained this time. After all, the bloodline of an ancient beast was extremely rare and powerful, so a 1-star increase was to be expected. Next came the details of the soul skill, which delighted Feng even more. With the 4 Elephant Shift, his attack, defense, and recovery would all be enhanced, and he would also gain the ability to fly. From now on, for everyday matters, he wouldn't have to rely on his second senior brother's cloud bat wings. He could fly on his own. Let us test the power of the 4 Elephant Shift, Feng said as he immediately activated it, beginning the 4 transformations. First came the White Tiger transformation. Once imbued with the power of the White Tiger, Feng carefully compared his attack power before and after and found the increase to be around 5%. That's a bit small, Feng muttered to himself. While 5% might not seem like much in the early stages, it would become significant later on, especially in battles above level 90, where a 5% boost could be a game changer. Next, Feng tested the Vermilion Bird transformation. Compared to second brother's cloud bat wings, the Vermilion Bird transformation's speed was less than 1/10 as fast. It was quite slow, to say the least. But for Feng, now at the Grand Master level, it was already relatively fast. The recovery rate of the Azure Dragon transformation was also around 5%, while the Black Tortoise transformation offered 8% defense and healing. As for healing speed, Feng cut a small wound on his hand. It would heal in about a quarter of an hour. Still not good enough. Looks like I'll have to upgrade it, Feng said. As things stood, the soul ring was only at the year level, so it was normal for the stats to be low. The first soul ring of the Primal Dragon Essence is currently at X years, so the second soul ring shouldn't be any lower. System, check how many points I have. Host, Feng. Available points. +6. +6. With over 3 million points currently available, Feng decided it was time for a round of enhancements. First, he increased the duration of the Primal Dragon Essence's first soul ring. After all, he was already at level 24. As a result of this enhancement, the Primal Dragon Essence's first soul ring jumped directly to years. That was a full year increase. After the upgrade, the first soul skill also improved, extending from 1 second of hard control to 1.1 seconds. Although it was only a 0.1 second increase, it was enough to turn the tide in high-level battles. On to the second soul ring. Let us boost it by a year first.
Ding! Consuming points. Soul ring duration being increased.
Soon, the black soul ring he just absorbed the one that looked like a hybrid of 4 creatures turned directly from black to red. But Fong still wasn't satisfied, as it hadn't reached its limit yet, so he continued to enhance it. It wasn't until it reached a year that Fong felt he couldn't keep up anymore, so he stopped.
Excellent.
Looking at the 2 red soul rings in his soul sea, Fong nodded with satisfaction.
Ding! The 4 elephant shift soul skill can be further enhanced. Do you wish to enhance it? Enhance. Fong nodded. In addition to extending their duration, soul skills could also be further enhanced by allocating system points. Ding! Points consumed. Enhancement successful.
Come to think of it, the effect of the soul skill should have improved significantly.
Fong checked the 4 elephant shift again.
With the soul ring duration increased, there was no way the effect could still be so weak. Second soul skill, 4 elephant shift enhanced version.
Soul skill description: the 4 elephant shift possesses 4 transformations, corresponding to the abilities of the 4 great mythical beasts of ancient times. First form, white tiger form. Gain the white tiger's lethal prowess.
When imbued with the white tiger's power, your attack and armor penetration receive a moderate boost. Second form, vermilion bird form. Gain the vermilion bird's ability to soar through the skies. When imbued with the vermilion bird's power, you gain its wings and move faster.
Third form, azure dragon form. Gain the azure dragon's extraordinary regenerative ability. Once imbued with the azure dragon's power, your mana regeneration and resilience will both receive a moderate boost.
Fourth form, black tortoise form. Gain the black tortoise's defensive and healing abilities. Once imbued with the black tortoise's power, your defense and wound healing capabilities will receive a moderate boost, and you will gain a persistent periodic shield. Fong carefully compared the results and found that the enhancements were indeed significant, so he tested them again. He discovered that the 5% boost from the white tiger transformation had now increased to 15%. The speed boost from the vermilion bird's wings had nearly doubled. The recovery from the azure dragon transformation was also at a 15% rate, and the resilience reduced the duration of control effects on him. After all, many soul masters possess control skills, so having resilience greatly reduces the likelihood of being caught off guard and controlled. As for the final skill, Black Tortoise Transformation, its healing ability could now heal a minor wound in just a few seconds, unlike before, when it took a quarter of an hour and its defense boost had reached 20%. The most terrifying aspect was the cyclical shield. It now granted a shield every quarter of an hour, and further enhancements would shorten that time. Fong speculated that if it were enhanced to its limit, wouldn't that mean a shield every second? Chapter 61, The Imperial Capital, A Den of Hidden Talents. After Fong finished reviewing the descriptions of the soul skills, he realized that Humei and the others hadn't come out yet, so he had to wait a little longer. After an unknown amount of time, he finally saw them emerge. Ah, Junior Fong, we've had some great luck this time. Wu Tian stepped out first, his face beaming with a broad smile. It seemed they indeed found quite a few good items this time. Immediately afterward, Zhao Li, Wang Tang, and Humei also walked out. Bringing up the rear, Humei held a strand of green vines in her hand, adorned with several red fruits. "What's this?" Fong asked curiously. While he knew quite a bit about beasts, his knowledge of rare treasures was limited. That sort of thing was typically taught in college, and the semester hadn't started yet. "This is called Kylan Essence. It's a rarity among rarities. It rapidly boosts your mana," Wang Tang said excitedly. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Each of us can level up at least 2 levels, Humei said as soon as everyone had gathered, beginning to count the number of Kylan essence berries on the vine. "There are 15 Kylan essences in total. There are 5 of us, so 3 each. No objections, right?" After saying this, Humei looked around at the others. "I have no objections," the others replied in unison. "I'll do whatever you say." Fong hadn't expected such a windfall. He originally just tagged along for the ride, and Humei had already paid him 500 credits as compensation. Plus, aside from a bit of control here and there, he'd basically been a bystander the whole time, and now they were giving him stuff on top of that.
These people, they're so kind. Come to think of it, Fong really did feel he owed Humei and the others a debt of gratitude. Not only had they given him credits, but they also allowed him to unexpectedly obtain a second soul ring and a soul skill. His mana had also increased by 2.5 levels. With this, the Kylan essence was about to level up again. On this secret realm run, he contributed the least, yet his rewards seemed to be the greatest. Here, these are yours. Take them. Humei distributed the items to everyone on the spot. That was how their team always operated. Once they obtained loot, they divided it up immediately. Soon, 3 Kylan essences were in Fong's hands. Fong looked at the blood-red fruits. They seemed to contain astonishing energy. By the way, Junior Fong, you can't consume this Kylan essence directly. You have to take it with a 6th tier buffer potion. After distributing the items, Humei made a point of reminding him. Fong Henti learned about Kylan essence until his sophomore year, so he wasn't aware of this. She was just giving him a friendly heads up. Got it, thanks, senior. Alright, this trip to the secret realm is over. Let us head back. Immediately, the group exited the secret realm. By then, dawn had already broken outside. Fong Henti expected time inside the secret realm to pass so quickly. It felt like only a short while had passed since last night, yet it was already this morning. He checked the time. It was nearly 12 noon. The group hurried back, all looking a bit exhausted. After leaving the starry sky great forest, Fong hopped into Humei's rocket supercar. The others each had their own sports cars, and Fong could tell that, compared to Humei's, they weren't much inferior. Looks like these guys are really loaded. Upon returning to the imperial capital, the group didn't head straight back to the university or their respective families. Instead, they went to the university city together first. The imperial capital's university district was built among the 3 top-tier Seoul universities. It was a bustling area filled with all kinds of shops. Here, you could see street vendors selling stinky tofu by the roadside. You could also see luxurious stores, shops, potion shops, and the like, with a constant stream of people coming and going. The foot traffic was truly massive. And it was all pain-free. Alright, we're here. This is the best potion shop in the imperial capital. The group got out of the car together. The reason they came to the university district was, of course, to buy 6th tier buffer potions first. Kylan essence needs to be refined as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, if left for too long, its effectiveness will diminish significantly. As the saying goes, better to act now than wait for the right day, so let us do it today. Imperial Capital Potion Shop. Fong read aloud, looking at the sign in front of him. A shop this big should guarantee quality, though he wasn't sure how expensive it would be. Let us go, Fong, don't just stand there, Wang Tung urged. This shop belongs to my family. If you go in to buy something, I'll have them give you a 20% discount. It's yours? Fong asked in shock. The last time he been to the university city with Yang and Xingxue, they wandered around for a while and had already noticed the Imperial Capital Potion Shop. It was widely regarded as the most luxurious and largest potion shop in the Imperial Capital, staffed by all kinds of high-level alchemists. Rumor had it that the shop's daily turnover reached hundreds of billions, yielding enormous profits. At the time, Fong had been filled with envy, but he never imagined it actually belonged to Senior Wang Tung's family. Moreover, it was said that even the shop's top-tier members only received a 10% discount, so Senior Wang offering him a 20% discount was certainly a special favor. Young Master Wu, Young Master Zhao, and Miss Humei. Upon seeing Wang Tung walk in, the store manager immediately approached them with a courteous greeting. Wang Tung had already called ahead. What is the name of this exceptional young man here? My friend, Fong. Young Master Luo. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. As soon as he heard that Fong was Wang Tang's close friend, the owner's eyes lit up. How is the preparation going for the 15 vials of 6th tier buffer potions you were asked to get ready? Don't say that, young master. How could I not take your instructions seriously? Waiter. At the owner's command, a hostess brought over a box. Inside the box were exactly 15 vials of 6th tier buffer potions. Since you're all the young master's friends, I'll give you a special price, just 500,000 per vial, the owner said. He then packaged them in sets of 3 and handed them to the group. Thank you very much. The group paid smoothly and didn't linger, as they still had to return to refine the Kylan essence. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading back now. Once outside, Wang Tong, Jelly, and Wu Tian each hopped into their supercars and sped off. Junior Phone, let us go, we should head back too. The two walked toward Hu Mei's sports car. But just then, at the entrance to University City, a squad of law enforcement officers approached, escorting an evil soul master. Evil soul master organizations frequently cause trouble in University City. So it was common to see law enforcement teams arresting them. But this time, something unexpected seemed to have happened. The evil soul master, using some unknown soul skill, suddenly broke free from his shackles and charged toward the stinky tofu vendor with a ferocious expression. Don't come any closer. The vendor, an elderly man, shouted loudly as he saw the evil soul master approaching. He, if I take you hostage, I'll be saved, the evil soul master said as he rushed forward. But the very next second. Crack! With a single swift swing of his knife, the old stinky tofu vendor cut him down on the spot. A man wandering the martial world, how could he not carry a knife, the old man said, wiping the blood from his blade. I told you over and over not to come here, but you had to come looking for death. After saying that, the old man resumed his hawking, while the law enforcement squad came forward to collect the body. This scene didn't surprise the people around them. On the contrary, everyone found it perfectly ordinary. Only Feng's mouth hung open, because he had just seen 6 soul rings on the old man's body. Hu Mei looked at Feng's astonished expression. Junior Feng, you'll get used to it eventually. In the imperial capital, there are hidden talents everywhere. Don't underestimate even a beggar, Hu Mei said with a chuckle. Chapter 62, Hu Mei's mother, Hu Bu Yao. Junior Feng, I'll see you off here. Shortly afterward, after Hu Mei dropped Feng off at the entrance to the imperial capital Seoul University, she left, but she didn't return to her own school. Instead, she went to another place to refine Kylan essence. As for Feng, upon returning to campus, he noticed it was quite crowded today. The campus was teeming with freshmen, some of whom had been brought there by their parents. He recalled that today seemed to be the last day for new students to register. Son, study hard. The Wang family's future depends on you, our high-grade soul. Don't worry, Dad. I've got what it takes to become a titled sovereign. Seoul University in the imperial capital is really huge. I can't find my way around. Thank goodness for the volunteer teams. Hello, young lady over there, could you please show me to my dorm? Of course. Scenes like this were playing out in every corner of the campus. The final group and the largest one naturally received the most basic treatment. No one was there to greet them specifically, only a volunteer service team made up of sophomores was on hand. They didn't receive any scholarships, and their monthly credits were the minimum of 100. Hi. Wow, are you Brother Feng? I really like you. Feng was just about to head back to his dorm when suddenly a sweet-voiced freshman girl ran up to him. You know me? Even though I'm in the last batch, I naturally had to check the school's news site before registration. Brother Feng is a freshman whose combat power is nearly 140,000. Everyone knows that. After saying this, the girl deliberately acted cute and coquettish. Brother Feng, I came here alone and don't know my way around Seoul University in the imperial capital yet. Could you show me around? After saying this, she gave him an expectant look. I'm busy. Find someone else. However, Feng completely. Does this stuff really work? Feng took a mental look at his soul sea and couldn't help but feel delighted. It seemed that this 6th-tier rare treasure, the Kylan essence, was indeed formidable after all. There weren't many rare treasures in the world capable of boosting mana. 6th-tier ones are even rarer. He really had to thank Senior Foxcharm for his good fortune this time. Boom! As he was thinking, Feng's soul sea had already filled to capacity. Accompanied by a faint explosion, Feng broke through from level 24 to level 25, and half of the Kylan essence was still left to be refined. Feng estimated that if he fully refined it, he would definitely reach level 26, a 2-level jump.
While Foam was refining the Kylan essence, elsewhere, in a certain void secret realm, Hume had just finished refining her own Kylan essence as well, and her level had also jumped by 2 levels in one go. She was now at level 57. Phew, Hume slowly exhaled. The mental clarity she felt after leveling up completely dispelled the exhaustion from staying up all night to tackle the secret realm. 2 levels up this secret realm wasn't too bad. Standing beside Hume was a woman even more alluring than she, one with a voluptuous figure. Moreover, the snow-white skin exposed halfway down her chest, adorned with alluring patterns, added an air of mystery that made one irresistibly curious to explore further. Compared to Hume, this woman lacked some of her innocence but possessed far more maturity. Coupled with her voluptuous, sensual figure, she wasn't merely still in her prime, she was truly in the full bloom of her youth. And she was none other than Hume's mother, Hubu Yao. This time, you came into contact with that Foam, didn't you? Is his control technique really that miraculous? The woman asked. Mom, I saw it. His control technique truly stabilizes the target. That hybrid creature was instantly stunned for 1 second, a full second. 1 second? Upon hearing that duration, both mother and daughter gasped in surprise, their chests heaving violently like surging waves, a sight too dazzling to take in. Such a long duration of control? The alluring mother's face was filled with astonishment. After all, she was a titled sovereign. Yeah, I thought it was outrageous too. Generally speaking, soul techniques that control others lose their effect when used against targets 20 levels stronger than the caster. But Feng's skill doesn't seem to be limited? Back when Hammer Dolua was bragging, he also said 1 second. At the time, I thought the guy was just blowing smoke after all. What teacher wouldn't praise their own student in front of outsiders? It seems now that Feng really can control a 100,000-year-old beast for 1 second. If that's the case, this control ability alone is a highly sought-after skill. Mom, why don't I try to bring him over to our side? Hume asked tentatively. You can go ahead with that, but remember, don't be too impatient, you'll give yourself away. Build a relationship with him gradually and subtly let things develop naturally. If necessary, you could even. Huh? Mom, I don't want to. What are you thinking? I mean that if necessary, you can offer high-grade resources and money. Whatever you spend, you can get reimbursed by the clan. Oh, that's what you meant. Hume's face flushed red. She thought it was something like what she read in a book she picked up at a street stall earlier. Scenes like this weren't limited to Fox Charm's clan, other clans were also brimming with interest in Foam. First, as the third disciple of Hammer Dolua, he was already a valuable asset. Second, his terrifying control abilities were undoubtedly a game-changer on the battlefield. In the Wang clan, the clan to which Wang Tang belonged, clan head Wang Tian was currently holding a meeting with a group of clan members in the clan hall. Ladies and gentlemen, in just over a month, I will reach level 90. Congratulations, head of the family. Ha ha ha. The crowd offered their congratulations in unison, their faces beaming with smiles. After all, the Wang family is a lineage of support-type soul masters, with every member specializing in support-type souls. As the head of the family, Wang Tian possesses the Chaos Blue Lotus Soul, widely regarded as the premier support soul beneath the celestial grade. He was also the only support-type soul master in the Great Xia Kingdom on the verge of reaching level 90. This was undoubtedly a historic moment, as the Wang family was about to produce a support-type titled sovereign. Head of the family, do you have a soul ring in mind for your 9th soul ring slot? Someone from the family asked. Chapter 63. Checking the quest, the Stalking Thief. I do have a soul ring in mind, and theoretically, that soul ring is a perfect match for my Chaos Blue Lotus. It's just that the target is incredibly difficult to kill. Family head Wang Tian said with a frown. Family head, with the strength of your support soul, why would you worry about not being able to recruit someone? Just find a few more titled sovereigns. After all, you assisted them all when they acquired their soul rings in the past. That's right, head of the clan. With all the favors you've accumulated over the years, you should be able to invite at least 3 titled sovereigns, shouldn't you? No, you've misunderstood me. I mean that the beast is difficult to kill. It's a 100,000-year-old beast. Wang Tian continued, upon learning that he was about to reach level 90. He was naturally overjoyed inside, and after delving deeply into the theory, he finally found the perfect candidate for his ninth soul ring, a dragon-type sea beast. It resided in the waters east of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it was a 100,000-year-old beast. If he could obtain it, his support capabilities would undoubtedly be elevated to a whole new level. After all, the soul skills of a 100,000-year-old soul ring are truly no joke.
A 100,000-year-old beast?
Are you referring to that 8-armed demon ape, head of the clan? The others asked.
No, that clumsy oaf isn't a good match for my soul. I'm talking about that creature in the East Sea. Head of the clan, are you saying? The others instantly realized that Wang Tian was referring to the black-scaled dragon in the eastern waters of the Great Xia Kingdom, the dominant beast of that region. It was said that its age might be no less than that of the 8-armed demon ape, but as for its bloodline or whether it possessed any bloodline domain skills, they had no idea. Because the sea was so vast and deep, the black-scaled dragon rarely showed itself. As a 100,000-year beast, it naturally possessed a certain level of intelligence and knew that humans coveted its soul ring. Therefore, it never reveals its true capabilities unless some theoretical soulmasters dare to venture into the deep sea to extract blood from the black-scaled dragon for research, though, of course, no one would risk their lives for such a task. This is because a soul master's combat effectiveness is greatly diminished in the ocean, and marine beasts possess overwhelmingly superior attributes giving them a complete advantage of terrain. After all, if they can't win, they'll simply dive into the deep sea. Even if they have some powerful killing moves, they'll still retreat to the depths. No matter how strong a soul skill is, it loses its. However, as Wang Teng scanned the list, he noticed that Feng's name was missing. Dad, aren't we going to invite Feng?
His control abilities are incredibly strong. He even managed to subdue the 4 not like during the 6th-tier secret realm. The Wang family currently knew little about Feng, as they lacked a titled sovereign and were thus unable to breach the void and enter Hammer Dolua's void secret realm. However, they had heard some rumors about him through unofficial channels.
Young master, are you talking about that disciple of Hammer Dolua?
Don't be ridiculous.
A level 21 soul master controlling a 100,000-year-old beast, the 8-armed demon ape? Isn't that just pure bullshit?
Exactly.
That Hammer Dolua guy has always loved to brag, but this time, he has really gone too far, hasn't he?
Young master, you're still young, don't let yourself be fooled. Clearly, the Wang family didn't know Feng very well and didn't trust him much. Meanwhile, back with Feng, after he had finished refining the Kylan essence, his mana level had reached level 26. By then, it was almost dark. Although he felt incredibly energetic, he was still a little hungry, so Feng decided to head to the cafeteria to grab a bite to eat.
As he walked, Feng pulled out his phone to check his student account.
He discovered that the course schedule had already been posted in the account system, listing all the classes for each week: theory classes, practical classes, and so on. He could clearly see the location of each class and the number of students enrolled.
Moreover, since new students had just registered, the credits taskbar for freshmen had now been unlocked. It's finally unlocked! Feng exclaimed with delight. With the taskbar, he could earn extra credits. He took a look at the tasks. Daily Task Bar. Daily Task 1, the school's herb room is currently short on herbs.
Please go to the wilderness zone and collect 100 cores from century-old beasts. Task reward, 10 credits.
That low?
Seeing 10 credits, Feng was stunned.
The cores of century-old beasts were extremely rare to begin with. Collecting 100 of them for just 10 credits? Selling that many cores at the shop would fetch over 100,000 credits. But on second thought, it seemed normal.
For students at Seoul University in the imperial capital, dealing with century-old beasts was a piece of cake these days. It's practically as easy as killing a chicken.
Even though 100 cores is a lot, it shouldn't take too long, right?
I'd better check out other quests and find one with a higher reward.
Feng continued browsing.
Daily Quest 2, the instructor in the forging department wants to craft a set of second-tier battle armor but is missing 1 black iron Oregon.
A bounty of 20 credits is offered for its retrieval. Black iron ore?
Feng had attended Seoul University in the imperial capital and was familiar with those mining areas. This particular one was located on the outskirts of the starry sky Great Forest, a relatively dangerous place. For freshmen at Seoul University in the imperial capital, venturing there was quite risky. No wonder the reward was higher.
Nothing but daily quests? Are there no other missions? Fong grumbled.
He previously glanced at the quest logs of sophomores and juniors, which included not only daily quests but also dangerous quests and challenge quests. A single dangerous mission was worth 50 credits, and challenge missions were even higher, starting at 100 credits, though they were relatively scarce and usually snapped up quickly once posted. After all, challenge missions didn't have to be completed alone. A group could team up and split the credits afterward. Maybe they figured freshmen are still too green and not suited for those high difficulty missions.
Fong speculated.
However, it's not just the school that posts missions. The authorities also issue them, such as pursuing fugitives or apprehending human traffickers, and these also come with credits.
In addition to credits, there are bounties offered by the authorities, so it's a double reward.
However, the danger is self-evident and can sometimes be even higher than that of challenge missions.
Wanted missions.
Wanted Mission 1, a thief who specializes in stealing women's underwear and stockings, has recently appeared in the imperial capital. He is as elusive as a ghost, and so far, women's dormitories at various universities have fallen victim to him.
Even several women's lingerie stores have suffered the same fate. Mission requirements: find clues and apprehend the thief.
Mission reward: 200,000 cash and 150 credits for the corresponding school.
Suddenly, Fong spotted an official mission. Chapter 64, The Imperial Capital Freshman Auction. That's insane! Fong exclaimed.
He'd seen people steal wallets, resources, and potions before, but this was the first time he'd encountered a thief who stole stockings.
What the hell kind of kink is that? Even I, a pervert, think that's a bit twisted. Fong definitely wasn't going to take on a mission like this.
He glanced at the other official missions but couldn't find any that suited him. Some involved pursuit and reconnaissance, not his forte. He wasn't a famous detective, after all. Others were investigations of one sort or another, best left to specialized investigators.
Let the professionals handle professional work. Fong, I finally found you. Just as he reached the cafeteria entrance, Fong spotted the chubby Yang. What's up?
Today is the first day of classes for all freshmen at Imperial Capital Universities. Because of that, the Imperial Capital Auction House is holding a grand auction.
Want to come check it out with me? Yang pulled out 3 admission tickets. The Imperial Capital Auction House? Fong remembered the place.
He passed by the entrance the last time he was walking through the university district, though he hadn't gone inside. It seemed like a pretty decent auction house. Auctions were held there frequently, and the items were generally of high quality. The annual freshman auction, in particular, featured plenty of great items, and this one was exclusively for freshmen. Admission tickets were naturally hard to come by unless you were exceptionally wealthy, but that wasn't a problem for Yang, who was poor but loaded.
Sure, let us check it out, but let us grab a bite to eat first. Oh, come on, why bother eating now? The Imperial Capital Auction House is hosting a buffet, a freshman buffet, and it's free.
I heard there are over 100 dishes, and you can go back for seconds if you're still hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I've been saving myself for this, said the chubby guy.
Well, let us go then.
The 3 of them walked out of the Imperial Capital University gates and spotted a luxury supercar.
Yang, is that your supercar? Fong asked. Yeah. I've been exploring the university town these past few days and realized it's huge, so I bought one on purpose.
Plus, I can drive it right on campus, which saves me the hassle of running back and forth.
Is that the Rocket Supercar logo? Fong recognized the emblem at a glance, having seen it before on Foxy's car. Whoa, you know your sports cars? And you even know this is a Rocket Supercar? Not bad.
That's the model released last year. This year's limited edition is already sold out. Come on, I'll take you guys for a ride to experience the Rocket Supercar's speed.
With that, the 3 got in the car, and the sound of the engine roaring filled the air.
At the Imperial Capital Auction House, the entrance was absolutely bustling. The reception staff were naturally swamped with work, and the entrance was packed with luxury cars, many belonging to the new generation of the imperial capital's prominent families.
"Oh, young Master Ma, you're here. Quick, please come inside."
Usually, new arrivals were greeted by hostesses, but for the young master of a renowned imperial capital family, someone else had to step in. They were then greeted by the auction house's manager, a lean, elderly man with a broad smile on his face. The young Master Ma he referred to was Ma Buping, the young master of the Ma family, one of imperial capital's prominent clans. The Ma family ran extensive business operations in the capital, spanning everything from minerals and medicinal herbs to sparring teams. Consequently, he was personally greeted by the manager upon arrival. "Young Master Lin is here as well. Welcome, welcome." Before long, several more young masters dressed in lavish attire arrived. Meanwhile, Yang and his group pulled up in their supercars at a parking lot. After parking, considering how overly polite the hosts were, they chose a spot where there were fewer people. After all, the freshman buffet had already begun, and if they arrived too late, they'd miss out on the fresh, delicious food. Qingxue was still somewhat composed, but Feng and Yang immediately turned into ravenous wolves, diving in to stuff their faces, especially Yang. He grabbed a whole roasted suckling pig and perfectly demonstrated what it means to devour a whole pig in 3 bites. Are those 2 reincarnated starving ghosts? Seeing how they were eating, some people nearby were completely dumbfounded. Good grief, even a beggar wouldn't go this crazy. Feng, this wine is great, try it. And these prawns, they taste different from regular shrimp. Yang found chopsticks too cumbersome, so he just dug in with his hands. After arriving, all freshmen gather in the freshman hall to enjoy the buffet, so at this moment, nearly 1,000 people had gathered inside. Half of the crowd's attention was focused on Feng and Yang. The other half, however, was fixed on the beautiful women throughout the hall. After all, Imperial Capital University recruits only the top students from each year's incoming class. Naturally, their looks were top-notch as well, so the attractive young women throughout the hall were almost all surrounded by crowds of people. Take Qingxue, for example. Her beauty ranked among the top in the entire hall. Already naturally stunning, the Empress's guidance had made her even more outstanding, and several young heirs from Imperial Capital University were greeting her. "Hello, beautiful, I'm Ma Butang. Nice to meet you." "Oh hi, I'm Qingxue." Qingxue was also chowing down at the moment, though not quite to that extreme. She was keeping her distance from the crowd. Unlike the other girls trying to network with the Imperial Capital's young aristocrats, Qingxue was a complete outlier, which led many of them to speculate about her identity. Could she be the scion of some mysterious power? After all, aside from the Imperial Capital, the Great Xia Kingdom had many clans in other provinces. Some of these clans were just as powerful as those in the Imperial Capital, and some were even more formidable. "Hello, Qingxue, I'm Lin Yu from Seoul University in Tianjin. Can I get your contact information?" "Huh? I'm from Seoul University in the Imperial Capital. It seems we go to different schools." Qingxue's face flushed slightly. She wasn't very good at making small talk. Hearing Qingxue's polite refusal, Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Usually, it was the girls who took the initiative to add him, but today, after finally working up the courage to ask, he'd been turned down? However, this only further fueled Lin Yu's desire to win her over. He decided that once the auction began, he would give a proper display of his wealth to impress Qingxue. What a coincidence, I'm also from Seoul University in the Imperial Capital. Can I add you? Ma Butang said. Okay. Qingxue replied somewhat reluctantly, which only fueled the speculation among the young masters from the Imperial Capital, that Qingxue must have an extraordinary background. After all, there were almost no girls who would refuse to give them face. "Look over there, that looks like someone from the island nation." Just then, the freshmen turned their gaze toward the entrance. Although people from the island nation and the Great Xia nation were of the same race, that particular style of dress instantly revealed the distinct air of an island nation native. "Why are people from the island nation here joining the fun too?" someone asked in confusion. Well, you probably don't know this, but the Imperial Capital's freshman auction features rare treasures sourced from secret realms.
Since the age of superpowers began, Japan has become even more impoverished.
Not a single secret realm has appeared there, so they have no choice but to attend auctions.
As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone began examining their lists. From the list, it was clear that this auction featured a total of 36 lots. Each lot was a valuable item for newly enrolled students, so everyone was eager to bid. I'm sure you've all had a chance to review the list. Alright, let us officially begin our auction. First up is lot number 1, a third-tier battlesuit. Crafted using the latest technology, it automatically fits once your fingerprint is verified. It keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer, and when in mode, this tier 3 battle armor can withstand attacks from soul masters below level 32. As for its durability, it's rated to last until around the year 1900, truly an essential item for completing quests in the wilderness zone. The hostess introduction naturally got the freshmen all excited. After all, as new students, they needed a life-saving tool, and a third-tier battlesuit was indeed a great choice. The starting bid isn't expensive, just 1 million Disya coins. Bids must be increased in increments of no less than 30,000 Disya coins. Now, students, let us see your passion in this auction. Host Jiba let out a loud shout, and the entire hall erupted into a frenzy of bidding. 1.1 million. I'll go 1.4 million. I'll go 1.9 million. At the start, since the starting bid was relatively low, some students immediately drove the price up sharply to eliminate their opponents more quickly. They added hundreds of thousands at a time, as if those hundreds of thousands weren't a significant sum at all, as if it were pocket change. Fong, aren't you tempted? Yang asked at that moment. It's not for me. Fong said. When it came to self-preservation, he now possessed the control soul skill Dragon Roar, the vermilion bird transformation of the 4-elephant shift, and the ability to fly. Which of these wasn't he superior to a third-tier battlesuit? If he found himself outmatched in combat, he could always pull out the sword talisman given to him by the senior sister and instantly kill his opponent. Qingxue, what about you? Yang turned to Qingxue. I don't need one either. Although Qingxue's soul skill wasn't particularly powerful and her soul hadn't evolved to its fullest potential, with Empress Teacher by her side, she naturally had nothing to fear from ordinary dangers. Moreover, Fong and Qingxue noticed that the young masters from the imperial capital didn't seem to be bidding at all, only members of obscure clans were placing bids. After giving it some thought, Fong realized, would the young masters of the imperial capital really be in need of a third-tier battlesuit? Just as he had his teacher and senior sister backing him, anyone bidding now must lack any real connections. They could only rely on a third-tier battlesuit to save their lives. 3 million once, 3 million twice, sold. As people in the hall kept raising the bid, the price of the third-tier battlesuit soared to 3 million, far exceeding its actual value. Consequently, no one bid any higher. The buyer was a freshman at Seoul University in Tianjin. After winning the bid, he looked thrilled, though the pained expression on his face was unmistakable. Having shelled out 3 million, his savings were likely completely drained. However, as long as a soul master is alive, there are plenty of ways to make money. He was confident he would recoup his investment before long. Alright, next up is the second lot. As she finished speaking, a hostess brought out a tray holding a white stone that radiated a chill. This item is called the Frost Stone. I'm sure some of you have heard of its effects. It protects you from negative emotions inside the mana tower, preventing you from suffering mental breakdowns. As all of you freshmen surely learned during orientation today, every university has a mana tower, a place where you can level up quickly. However, freshmen can't stay in there very long. You'll have to come out after no more than an hour on the first floor. But with this Frost Stone, staying in there for a whole day won't be a problem. Fellow students, a whole day, it's neither long nor short, but it's more than enough to give you a head start at this university. The starting bid is 3 million. Subsequent bids must be in increments of at least 500,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, there was hardly a soul in the room who wasn't excited. Even those young aristocrats from the imperial capital wore obvious expressions of delight. After all, this frost stone was truly rare. Only a tiny fragment could be mined from certain rare ores. With this item, one could stay inside the mana tower indefinitely. Wouldn't that make leveling up your mana incredibly fast?
I'll bid 10 million, Linyu said, standing up immediately. Bidding too low would be pointless. This prized item was sure to spark a bidding war among the young aristocrats of the imperial capital. So, when he spoke up, he had to outbid the paupers right off the bat.
Is young Master Lin's family broke? Who are you trying to disgust with a measly 10 million? At that moment, Ma Budding also stood up and spoke. I'll bid 20 million.
He called out an even higher price, because even their families couldn't get their hands on this frost stone. It was purely a matter of luck. Sure enough, after the 20 million bid was made, about 80%, the freshmen in the hall immediately fell silent. After all, many came from ordinary families, and just scraping together $1 million was a struggle. Tens of millions were out of their league. They simply didn't have the cash.
Young Master Ma has bid 20 million. Any other bids? The auctioneer goaded. I'll bid 30 million.
At that moment, the two young men from Japan who had entered the auction hall earlier spoke up.
This left everyone puzzled. Could it be that Japan also had a mana tower?
After all, this frost stone was virtually useless anywhere other than inside a mana tower. All right, the young master and young lady of the Takayanagi family from the island nation had bid 30 million.
Any other bids? The auctioneer said.
Since all guests are required to register their information backstage at the auction house, he knew exactly who these two were, even if others didn't. The two young people, a man and a woman, were both from the Takayanagi family of the island nation.
The man's name was Koji Takayanagi. The woman's name was Mitsuko Takayanagi. Chapter 66, Various Fees.
The reason both of them were bidding was because Takayanagi Mitsuko's soul was of the ice element, and for elemental souls, frost stone provided a significant boost to her.
What are you two here for? Ma Budding said.
With several rich kids from the imperial capital here, if you want to compete, I'll play along, but I won't let you off easy.
I won't stop until you've taken a hit. I'll bid 40 million. How about it, you Japanese devils, are you still in?
After saying this, he shot a defiant glance at the two Takayanagi guys. Unexpectedly, however, the two remained surprisingly calm. They didn't get angry at the provocation, but instead conferred with each other for a moment before speaking. Where do we dig for potatoes?
Japanese slang, meaning, we absolutely have to get our hands on this.
Go dig behind the back mountain, 1 sack per dig.
Then let us go for it. After all, we've got the entire empire's finances backing us. Nita Nishigiri Guru Wawa, exactly, we're playing with public funds. We've got nothing to fear from them. Let us go. Once the two had fully agreed, Mitsuko Takayanagi spoke again. 50 million.
Her gaze was impassive, betraying no emotional fluctuation. She didn't even look at the provocateurs, but simply stared calmly at the frost stone in the center of the room.
60 million. Lin Yu shouted next. 80 million. 500 million.
And so, the two sides kept raising the bid, with quite a few others joining in along the way, all of them, of course, from wealthy families. But when the Japanese guy shouted the price up to 500 million, the group of rich kids from the imperial capital fell silent. They weren't fools. They wouldn't act on impulse. While the frost stone could allow them to stay in the mana tower for a long time, it wasn't the only way. There were plenty of other options. Things like potions and other aids were all effective, and the frost stone's maximum value was, at most, 100 million. Now that the Japanese were offering 500 million, they must have really set their hearts on it.
If they kept bidding, those two might just give up, so it was best to call it quits right away. Sure enough, Mabu Tong and the others were spot on. The two Japanese were already planning to drop out in the next round. By the time the price hit 200 million, they'd mentally given up.
They just wanted to trick those guys a little, but unexpectedly, those guys had given up early. Congratulations to both of you on winning the frost stone. The auctioneer then approached the pair, accompanied by an usher. Excuse me, but according to auction rules, foreign bidders must pay immediately after winning an item. This is because there have been instances in the past where people bid recklessly and then ran off without paying. The auctioneer explained the situation in detail. Mitsuko Takayanagi had no choice but to pay, as they had indeed heard this rule when they arrived. Foreign bidders who failed to pay would be permanently blacklisted.
Here is 500 million, Mitsuko said, pulling out a card. I'm afraid 500 million isn't enough, the auctioneer replied. Wasn't 500 million the agreed upon amount?
Well, the thing is, foreign bidders at auctions also have to pay a security deposit, service fee, gratuity, processing fee, storage fee, venue fee. The auctioneer listed over 30 different fees. In reality, there wasn't nearly that much money. It was all a deliberate scheme by the Imperial Capital Auction House to rip off those two bastards.
Are you trying to take advantage of us? Where are all these fees coming from? I protest. Koji Takayanagi stood up and shouted. Are you two trying to renege on the payment and force me to get physical? Very well. Since you two refuse to reason, I'll have to resort to force, the auctioneer said.
Then his soul rings lit up, 8 of them in total, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. He was, in fact, a sovereign over level 80. This scene left some freshmen who had just arrived in the Imperial capital completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, a powerhouse over level 80 working as an auctioneer? Fong, on the other hand, was fine with it, having seen that old stinky tofu vendor earlier. He wasn't all that surprised now.
How much?
Facing the guy with 8 soul rings right in front of them, the 2 Japanese guys had no choice but to back down. After all, he wasn't the only powerhouse in the auction house. Even if all the experts they brought along were present, if it came to a fight, there was a high chance they'd be wiped out entirely. 1.5 billion, the auctioneer said with a faint smile.
What?
The two were completely dumbfounded.
I've never even bid more than 500 million on anything before, and the total fees alone come to 1.5 billion? Damn, that's way too steep.
But even though they thought this, the two dared not say it out loud. Even if they were using public funds, paying 1.5 billion all at once would still be incredibly painful. Ding, payment successful, funds credited to account. Only after hearing the sound of the funds being credited to the Imperial Capital Auction House's account did the auctioneer hand the item to Mitsuko Takayanagi, then address the entire audience. Let us give a round of applause for the top bidder from the island nation. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, though it wasn't meant as congratulations, but rather as mockery of the two suckers who'd just been ripped off.
This auction house is interesting. Fong narrowed his eyes.
While others rip off customers behind the scenes, this place does it right out in the open.
After that, the auctioneer began auctioning off the third item. Ladies and gentlemen, this third item is a small elemental stone. Although it's only useful for elemental souls, regardless of the element wind, fire, water, lightning, using it will greatly enhance elemental attacks. After the auctioneer's introduction, an usher brought out a sparkling stone. When Takayanagi Mitsuko saw it, her eyes lit up. If the frost stone had previously boosted her power by a factor of 10, then this small elemental stone was a 20, a direct doubling of that effect. Ice elements were already formidable, and using the small elemental stone would provide a noticeable boost to her combat power. That's why she decided to bid on this item as well. Starting bid, 100 million. Bids must be in increments of no less than 10 million. Perhaps sensing the Japanese bidder's excitement, the auctioneer deliberately set the starting bid very high. After all, the previous list hadn't specified any starting bid. 1 he just making it up on the spot anyway? The auctioneer was, after all, over level 80. From the previous Frost Stone auction, he knew that at least one of those two Japanese bidders must be an elemental soul. Since that was the case, he might as well take advantage of the situation a little more. I'll bid 200 million, Ma Budang immediately chimed in. I'll bid 600 million, Lin Yu said as well. Neither of them was an elemental soul, but they were both quite level-headed. 800 million, said Koji Takayanagi. Why only 200 million more? That's so boring. I'll bid 1.5 billion, Ma Budang continued. 2 billion. Are you two still in? He dared to raise the stakes this high because any elemental stone holds a fatal allure for elemental souls.
Of course, as long as the bid didn't exceed the other party's budget by too much, they'd still win it, but at least he wouldn't let them win it easily.
3 billion.
Takayanagi Mitsuko gritted her teeth. A flicker of emotion had already appeared on her otherwise calm face. After all, she was still young, so it was impossible for her to remain completely emotionless. Damn it, if our island nation actually produced these things in its own secret realms, I wouldn't be bidding this high, she thought bitterly to herself.
At most, this little elemental stone was worth a sky-high 2 billion. Chapter 67, The Shattered Soul Bone.
I'll bid 3.1 billion, Lin Yu said. Hearing the other side jump from 2 billion to 3 billion in one go, he knew they were determined, intending to force everyone else to back down in one fell swoop. But this was clearly not their limit. Lin Yu was also afraid that if he raised his bid too much now, the other side might suddenly give up, leaving him to take home a worthless stone, so he only added 100 million. After this bid, Ma But-Ang-Hen-T called out a price, yet he was waiting for Takayanagi Mitsuko to bid.
3.2 billion. Takayanagi Mitsuko continued, already torn inside.
She had decided that if the price exceeded 4 billion once the limit was crossed, she would walk away. After all, auctions weren't limited to the kingdom of Dacia, there were others elsewhere, and she could always try her luck there later.
3.3 billion, Ma But-Ang called out decisively.
From the other party's expression and the firmness of their bid, he knew they still had some room to go.
3.4 billion. 3.9 billion. The crowd continued to drive up the price until Mitsuko Takayanagi called out 3.9 billion.
At that moment, she felt a surge of smug satisfaction. As long as any of them bid one more time, she would back out. 4 billion simply wasn't worth it. However, after she called out 3.9 billion this time, all the young aristocrats from the imperial capital fell silent. From the subtle expression on Mitsuko's face just moments ago, that hint of smugness at the corner of her mouth, they knew she had definitely given up.
So, they stopped bidding as well.
The auctioneer immediately brought down the gavel. Congratulations to our distinguished guest from Japan on winning the little elemental stone.
He then proceeded to collect payment for the item. Hello, the winning bid for this little elemental stone was 3.9 billion.
Add to that the venue fee, processing fee, storage fee, emotional distress compensation, miscellaneous fees, mining fees. This time, the auctioneer rattled off over 40 different charges in one breath.
That was even more than before.
Only after wrapping up the list did he state the final price: please pay a total of 13.9 billion.
Thank you, the auctioneer said politely. After all, the people across from him were total suckers, big spenders. Weren't the processing fees just 1 billion a moment ago? How did they jump to 10 billion now?
The two from the Gao Lu family were so furious they practically leapt to their feet.
Damn it, wasn't this blatantly taking advantage of honest people? Naturally, the handling fee is higher for valuable items.
You two had better pay up quickly, there are still many more items to be auctioned, so don't hold up the others.
Damn it. Although reluctant, the two had no choice but to pay.
This time, the Japanese financial department had provided them with 200 billion, but they never expected to have spent a tenth of it so early on. If it were for buying items, that would be one thing, but these are all fucking handling fees. Let us give our big brother another round of applause. Once again, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The next dozen or so lots were fairly standard, either battle armor or high-tech weapons more suited for the average new student. Among them, Qingxue bought some special potions, while Yang purchased a few specially formulated elixirs. From lot 21 until the very last lot, the items were quite unconventional.
The Japanese bidders bought quite a few of them, though the transaction fees were simply too high. Then came the final lot. Ladies and gentlemen, this final lot is a fragment of a soul bone.
The moment these words were spoken, they immediately sent shockwaves through the entire hall. After all, everyone knew just how important a soul bone was. This item has only a minuscule chance of dropping from a 10,000-year beast, though a 100,000-year beast is guaranteed to drop one. Possessing a soul bone results in a truly terrifying boost to one's combat power. Even a titled sovereign might not possess a single one of these precious items. Even a fragmentary soul bone is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Feng found it a bit strange, though, even if it's broken, why would it be put up for auction at the newborn auction house? Before long, the auctioneer brought the broken soul bone to the front. Is it really that broken?
After getting a closer look, everyone was a bit stunned. The soul bone had practically shattered into 5 pieces.
Putting it back together.
It would be nearly impossible, because once a soul bone is shattered, it cannot be repaired. Ladies and gentlemen, this soul bone is a fragmented wisdom skull that our auction house obtained during an expedition into a secret realm. As for which beast it came from, one tens of thousands of years old, we simply do not know. Considering you're all newcomers, we're offering a special price of 10 million.
The auctioneer announced a very low price.
In fact, when the expedition team first obtained this item, they already consulted specialized appraisers, all of whom had concluded that this soul bone was practically useless. After the auctioneer announced the price, he expected bidding to begin, but not a single person in the room made an offer. After all, no one was stupid enough to pay 10 million for something in such a shambles. It'd be better to buy a few ribs to make soup. However, at that moment, Fong was scanning that soul bone using his system panel. Soul bone name: severely damaged spiritual wisdom skull. Soul bone origin: a 60,000-year-old beast of deception, can be repaired and have its age increased using system points, granting certain special abilities. Upon seeing the System-S description, Fong felt a slight thrill. It seemed he scored a bargain, and he could even extend the soul bone's age. He just wondered what abilities it would grant.
I wonder how many points it'll cost to repair it.
After all, it's a 60,000-year-old soul bone. Still, this is far better than searching for one blindly. With this first soul bone, my survival chances and combat power will get another boost.
No bids?
A friendly price would be fine, but the minimum can't be less than 1 million. Our expedition team has costs to cover, the auctioneer said, making a last-ditch effort. But even at 1 million, no one was falling for it at this point. Anyone who bought it would be labeled a fool.
I'll take it.
At that moment, Fong made a stunning announcement. The moment the words left his mouth, he captured the attention of the entire room.
Isn't that guy an idiot? I wouldn't even want this thing if someone gave it to me for free, and he is offering 1 million?
Maybe he is a freshman from a poor region who doesn't know any better.
Do you guys think he is going to buy it just to try and repair it himself?
Don't be ridiculous. The soul bone is shattered into pieces. There is no way it can be repaired. As the crowd chattered, Yang and Xingxue also shot him incredulous glances. After all, when that thing first appeared, Empress Teacher had said it was nothing but a pile of junk. Given Empress Teacher's knowledge and experience, if she said it couldn't be repaired, then it definitely couldn't be repaired. Could Fong possibly have a way to fix it?
Absolutely not.
Fong, don't be stupid.
You can't spend money like that, Yang said. Fearing Fong might change his mind, the auctioneer immediately brought down the gavel.
All right. Congratulations to the guest at seat number 8972 for winning the soul bone. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Thankfully, it had sold. With that, the auction concluded, and Fong headed backstage to pay and collect the shattered soul bone. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, Fong felt absolutely nothing. Normally, no matter what kind of soul bone it was, holding it would evoke a sensation. For example, a spirit wisdom skull would leave one's mind feeling refreshed. Or his spiritual power would receive a massive boost, but this thing gave him absolutely no sensation whatsoever, which just goes to show how shattered it was.
Available system points.
After his last enhancement, Fong had accumulated another 2.29 million points by now. He figured that should be enough to repair and enhance the soul bone this time. However, he wouldn't do it here. He'd have to wait until he got back to perform the enhancement. Chapter 68, Repairing the Soul Bone. The Empress is shocked. After leaving the auction house, it was already 8 p.m. Fong and the others naturally had to head back to school. After all, classes were starting tomorrow, and they had morning classes. On the way back, Fong sat in Yang's sports car and checked his student watch to familiarize himself with tomorrow's class locations and schedules. As it stood, the course schedule at Seoul University in the imperial capital was as follows. From 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., there were 2 hours of theory classes covering soul theory, beast theory, and rare treasure theory. Don't let the word theory fool you. If you don't study it thoroughly, you might not even recognize a rare treasure if you encounter one in a secret realm later on. There had been students in the past who missed out on life-changing opportunities in the secret realms because of this.
After the morning classes, there are no afternoon sessions.
As for practical training, Seoul University in the imperial capital believes that leveling up as a soul master is the ultimate path to mastery.
And there is no faster way to level up than at the Mana Tower.
As for combat experience, the school assigns freshmen missions mostly involving battles against beasts in the wilderness. It's only in the face of a real life or death struggle that combat skills truly improve. Therefore, the course schedules at major Seoul universities are essentially identical: theory in the morning, free time in the afternoon.
Oh, right. Let us see if there are any freshman missions that suit me. Foam opened the school as freshman mission panel.
The rate at which the Mana Tower burns through credits is nothing short of rocket-like. Even though he currently had over 1,000 credits left, it was far from enough. With more than half a month to go until next month, he still needed to earn more credits. After some thought, Foam spotted a quest that seemed suitable for him. Freshman Quest 12, the Fireheart fruits in the school's third wilderness zone have ripened. Please go and collect 10 Fireheart fruits. Quest reward, 30 credits. This was the quest offering the highest credits reward at the moment, so Foam accepted it immediately.
Current number of acceptors, 8. After accepting the quest, Foam could see how many others had accepted it as well.
After all, university quests aren't limited to a single person. Anyone can accept them as long as no one has submitted a completion report yet. The number of acceptors for this particular quest was relatively low. Some easier quests had dozens of people signed up.
Let us check the details.
Foam discovered that University in the imperial capital has 8 wilderness zones of its own, numbered from Wilderness Zone 1 to Wilderness Zone 8. The wilderness zones were established by the university's former president. They are located within the Void Realm and were jointly created by the titled sovereigns. Inside, there are not only beasts but also various rare treasures cultivated by the school. The difficulty of the wilderness zones also increases sequentially with their numbers. Given the typical strength of freshmen, the first wilderness zone is the most suitable, while the second wilderness zone is already quite challenging. As for the third wilderness zone, for freshmen, it's practically hell-level difficulty, which is why the reward for this quest is as high as 30 credits.
And anyone daring enough to accept this quest is undoubtedly a tough customer.
Alright, we're here. Before long, Yang's car pulled into the dormitory complex, which even had its own private parking garage. Since the university doesn't prohibit students from driving their own cars, you can drive right up to the entrance of the dorm. And to be honest, it's so convenient that Foam was even thinking about buying one himself.
But right now, he only had a little over 25 million in his account. Who knows if he might run into something worthwhile that requires money later on? So he'd better save it for now.
Besides, most of his future missions would likely take place within the university's own wilderness area. No need to venture outside, so he'd hold off on buying a car for the time being. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Foam couldn't wait to get back to the second floor of the dormitory and begin repairing the soul bone.
Reparable spiritual wisdom skull, repair requires points. Do you wish to repair it?
Repair. Foam didn't hesitate for a moment. It was only 1 million points, after all. The last time he upgraded his celestial grade meditation technique to perfect proficiency, it had cost him 1.5 million points.
Ding! 1 million points spent.
The soul bone has been repaired. In practically a single second, Foam watched as the shattered soul bone on his desk transformed into a complete one, emitting a faint glow.
Foam could clearly sense the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the skull.
It seemed that once he integrated it, his spiritual power would definitely increase.
What is going on? Why are there spiritual fluctuations over there?
At the very moment Foam repaired the skull, inside Qingshui's villa, the empress who had just emerged from the necklace sensed it immediately.
Master, why are there spiritual fluctuations?
Qingshu asked. Although I can't fully fathom that, boy, there is no way he could be emitting them on his own right now.
Could it be that he really repaired the soul bone?
Suddenly, a bold thought crossed the empress's mind.
Impossible.
She immediately shook her head violently, causing the twin peaks on her chest to jiggle.
Repairing a soul bone is no simple matter. Even just cracking it open, even a tiny crack, requires vast quantities of rare treasures and a great deal of time from the repairers. But that kid's soul bone is practically reduced to dust. He has only been back for a short while, probably not even a minute since he walked through the door, and it's already been repaired? Absolutely impossible, the Empress declared, drawing on her past experiences traveling across the cosmos. But the persistent spiritual fluctuations still left her feeling puzzled. If it wasn't a repaired soul bone, then what could it be? The scene shifted back to Feng. After repairing the spiritual wisdom skull, Feng first fused it into his body. With a whoosh, the skull successfully integrated without any discomfort, taking almost no time at all, which was different from what Feng had expected. Maybe the system repaired it. Since I'm the system's master, that's probably why it was so easy. Feng mused. After the skull was integrated, Feng sensed the changes within himself. 60,000-year-old spirit wisdom skull, your mental power has received a slight boost and will continue to increase as your mana level rises. Additionally, you now possess a certain degree of immunity to mental arcane arts and control-type soul skills. Do you wish to increase the age or enhance it? To Feng's pleasant surprise, soul bones, just like soul rings, could be enhanced using the system. Let us increase the age first. Feng thought with immense joy. Unlike soul rings, soul bones had no age restrictions. Their immense value stemmed precisely from this lack of limitations. A 60,000-year-old soul bone could be fused by a soul master, a grand master, or even someone without a soul ring. However, soul bones do very different durations, mean different functions. For example, a 10,000-year soul bone is certainly far less effective than a 100,000-year soul bone. And a 100,000-year soul bone is less effective than a 200,000-year soul bone, so naturally, the higher the better, and there is no upper limit to this. I wonder how many points equal 1 year of a soul bone's duration. Feng mused to himself. If 1 point equaled 1 year of a soul bone's age, then damn it, he'd go straight for a million-year soul bone. Chapter 69, Enhancing Soul Bones, Scanning the Spiritual Realm, Qingshui is. Feng opened the system's points enhancement store. Beast soul bone without bloodline, 10 points equals 1 year of soul bone age. Ordinary bloodline beast soul bone, 20 points equals 1 year of soul bone age. Beast soul bone of a royal bloodline, 50 points equals 1 soul bone year. Beast soul bone of an ancient mythical beast bloodline, 100 points equals 1 soul bone year. Feng skimmed through the list and noticed that the number of points required to enhance soul bones varied depending on the beast's species. But that made sense after all, the quality of the soul bones differed. Their power and the abilities they grant differ, and the soul bone before him was clearly just an ordinary one. Feng felt a little worried. What if he encountered a higher quality soul bone in the future? Ding! Host, there is absolutely no need to worry. If necessary, you can spend a certain number of points to safely remove the soul bone, and you can choose whether to recover the points previously spent on enhancing it. Note, no processing fees charged were fair. That puts my mind at ease. Feng smiled. After all, if he encountered a high-quality one later, he could revert the enhancement without having to remove the soul bone and suffer a drop in mana. Just enhance it to the maximum duration. Feng declared boldly. Exchanging points for mana was clearly not worth it. With the bonuses from the celestial grade meditation technique and the mana tower, his mana had already increased sufficiently. Increasing the soul bone's lifespan, on the other hand, would yield much greater benefits. Ding! Points consumed. The mental wisdom skull's lifespan has been increased by X years. Current lifespan, Y years. After the lifespan increase, Feng could clearly feel a significant boost in his mental power. He checked the benefits again. 190,000-year spirit and wisdom skull, your spiritual power has increased dramatically. It radiates outward from you in a sphere. The vision of any target within your sphere will appear clearly in your mind. Soul bone passive, you have extremely high immunity to control skills such as spiritual arcane arts and spiritual soul techniques. Not bad. Feng nodded in satisfaction. The passive immunity to control meant that those underhanded types with control soul techniques would no longer be able to ambush him.
After all, soul masters in the open aren't usually the most dangerous, it's the sneaky ones lurking in the shadows who are the most lethal. As for the active spiritual domain, Feng viewed it as a sort of radar-like device, though he wasn't sure how far its detection range extended. Feng decided to give it a try. Since he was currently on campus, he wanted to see how far the domain could radiate out from his villa. Soon, a ring of spiritual fluctuations gradually spread out, and any targets within its range of, in Feng's mind for example, Yang, who was currently on the phone with his dad. The conversation was about a project the family was investing in and developing recently. His allowance for this month would be a bit less, only 10 billion, so Yang was told to spend it sparingly. His dad also asked if he was getting used to life in the imperial capital and so on. Oh, right, let us see what Qingxue is up to, Feng thought, and immediately saw where she was. At that moment, Qingxue was taking a shower, but unfortunately, she was covered in soap suds. Feng scanned her from head to toe and could vaguely make out some private areas, but they were all pixelated. He couldn't make out the parts readers were hoping to see, but Feng was a patient man. You've got bubbles all over you, you've got to wash them off, right? He. To give readers a real treat, Feng, will have to wait too. Someone else scanning? But there are always troublemakers. The Empress detected the mental fluctuations immediately. At first, she thought it was just a field scan and didn't pay it any mind. She assumed it was a school teacher monitoring campus security, but when she noticed the mental fluctuations briefly lingered near Qingxue's bathroom, she knew something was off. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. The Empress has always been ruthless when dealing with lecherous scoundrels. Back when she traveled the universe, she dealt with lecherous young masters from any family. She de-strike without hesitation, ensuring they could never commit evil again for the rest of their lives. Even now, despite the inconvenience, she was determined to inflict mental damage on her opponent. However, the Empress dared not let her mental fluctuations grow too strong, for fear of being detected by the school. Crack! With a sharp sound, the Empress's mental fluctuations shot out in pursuit. Over on Feng's side. Few having sensed the mental fluctuations coming from Qingxue's location, Feng quickly ended his scan, so the Empress's mental attack caused him almost no harm. Combined with his passive immunity to mental attacks, the damage was practically negligible. That's strange, Feng mused. He knew Qingxue's soul was Korean, so logically, her mental power shouldn't be that formidable. Yet just now, inside that villa, even that faint trace of mental energy she emitted was no weaker than his own. It seemed his opponent had some secret of her own. A look of curiosity flashed across Feng's face. What would Qingxue look like without the bubbles? However, now wasn't the right time to probe again. But he could investigate other areas after all. Qingxue's location wasn't the only one. Besides, Feng hadn't yet determined the exact extent of his own range. So, he released another wave of mental energy and discovered that his domain spanned a circle with a radius of approximately 3,000 meters, a respectable range. Inside the secret realm, this domain was definitely a powerful tool for detecting danger. Later, Feng probed further with his mental energy alone and found it extended even farther, almost 7,000 meters. It even possessed a certain degree of mental penetration, capable of ignoring many mental defense items. It seemed that this 190,000-year-old skull of mental wisdom was truly extraordinary. After finishing his tests, Feng decided to take a shower. He planned to go to bed early tonight. He had class at 10 a.m. tomorrow and 8 people had already accepted the mission. He couldn't afford to put it off until the afternoon. He'd complete it first thing in the morning, leaving the other 7 no chance to beat him to it. Meanwhile, at Qingxue's villa, she had already rinsed off the soap suds, finished her shower, and emerged wrapped in a bath towel. Teacher, what's wrong? Qingxue asked, noticing the serious expression on the Empress's face. Someone was just using mental energy to spy on you while you were bathing. Qingxue's face, and she quickly wrapped the towel tighter around herself. Did you figure out who it was, teacher? No. That person was extremely cautious. The moment I gave chase, they vanished. Teacher, you mentioned earlier that there were spiritual fluctuations coming from Feng's villa. Do you think they might have been coming from him? Qingxue asked.
That's unlikely. The spiritual fluctuations just now were very intense, far beyond what someone of Feng's level could produce. But teacher, didn't he buy a soul bone? I've examined that soul bone. It's no more than 60,000 years old. Setting aside whether it can be repaired, even if it were, someone of his level couldn't possibly emit such a powerful fluctuation. I suspect it came from one of the school's surveillance teachers. Her speculation wasn't without merit. After all, Seoul University wasn't exactly safe at night, especially with the recent appearance of the stalking thief in the imperial capital. Nighttime was the perfect opportunity for such crimes, so extra caution was naturally required, which is why dedicated teachers patrolled the campus at night. Teacher, you won't get caught, will you? Don't worry, little one. With my strength, there's no way I'll be discovered. The Empress patted her impressive chest as she spoke, her breasts bouncing with each movement. Chapter 70, Zhao Hai, top scorer of the Sichuan province martial arts exam. Early the next morning, Feng got up at 8 o'clock. After washing up and eating breakfast, he headed to the school's third wilderness zone. The wilderness zones at Seoul University in the imperial capital are void realms, so they have dedicated entrances. The entrance to the third wilderness zone is located in the rock garden of the East District. It wasn't very far, and Feng arrived in just a few minutes. Upon arrival, there was no need to wait in line. He simply had to swipe his student watch over the entrance scanner to prove he was a student at imperial capital Seoul University. Whoosh! As soon as Feng swiped his watch, a teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. He vanished from where he stood and reappeared inside the void secret realm of the third wilderness zone. Kelly, open map for the third wilderness zone, Feng said to his student watch, which was equipped with an intelligence system independently developed by imperial capital Seoul University. For any school-related matters, all you had to do was call out Kelly, and this intelligence system would handle everything for you. Map opened. Soon, a map appeared, clearly displaying the third wilderness zone before Feng's eyes. In terms of total area, this wilderness zone was nearly 100 times the size of imperial capital Seoul University. But that was to be expected. After all, it was a secret realm opened in the void. Size didn't matter. Moreover, since the wilderness zone housed beasts and areas for cultivating rare treasures, it simply had to be large. Feng scanned the map quickly and soon located the cultivation area, the destination for today's mission. The fireheart fruit was there, but to reach it, he'd first have to traverse the beast's territory. The beasts here were at least 1,000 years old, with many running into the thousands of years, and there were even several 10,000-year-old specimens, a fact that couldn't help but send a chill down Feng's spine. This was in a completely different league from the wilderness zones he declared in Chengde City. If 10,000-year-old beasts appeared in the third wilderness zone, what would the highest difficulty 8th wilderness zone be like? Wouldn't it be filled with nothing but 10,000-year-old beasts? As for 100,000-year-old beasts, Feng surmised there certainly wouldn't be any. Even a titled sovereign capable of creating a void realm couldn't possibly confine a 100,000-year-old beast within it. The immense power of such a creature would overwhelm them. Seeing Feng about to step forward, the 6 of them rushed over to stop him. Stop right there. You can't go any further. Our boss is in the middle of a mission. Huh? What does him completing a mission have to do with me? Feng was taken aback, wondering to himself, which provincial aristocratic family's young master is this, bringing bodyguards to college? As for these 6 guys, they all seem to be around the same age, probably freshmen. I don't care if you have bodyguards, but the university's wilderness area belongs to everyone. Anyone has the right to forage here. What gives you the right to tell me I can't? We said you can't go any further. Don't force us. Wham! 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 Feng wasn't about to reason with them. He immediately unleashed a flurry of punches at lightning speed. The 6 of them hadn't expected Feng to strike before they could even finish their sentence. In just a few seconds, the 6 of them were already piled up on the ground like a tower of blocks. And every single one of them had suffered multiple comminuted fractures throughout their bodies. If it weren't for the no-killing rule in the university's wilderness zone, you'd all be dead by now. Feng said to the 6 of them. After all,
Seoul University in the imperial capital was a top-tier institution, and everyone admitted there was a promising talent. Therefore, killing one another was strictly prohibited on campus even within the university's wilderness zone. Of course, once you stepped off campus, that was a different story.
Ha ha ha, a sneak attack? That's a bit underhanded, the remaining man said disdainfully, looking at Fong.
In fact, the moment he laid eyes on Fong, he had recognized him. Ever since arriving at Seoul University in the imperial capital yesterday, he had gone through the university's news website, reviewing every recent incident involving freshmen. Among them, the story of Fong breaking the combat power record on the freshman rankings had caught his eye. He read it several times and memorized Fong's appearance.
Thus, he decided to find an opportunity to test whether Fong was truly as formidable as rumored. This man's name was Zhao Hai. He was the top scorer on the martial arts exam in Sichuan province and one of the first batch of specially recruited students. The reason he only arrived yesterday was that the Zhao family possessed a secret realm. The secret realm is called the Trial Realm. Every year, after the martial arts exams conclude, the Zhao family's examinees this realm to undergo trials and enhance their combat abilities. These trials are graded on a scale of 0 to 100. The higher the score, the more successful the trial and the greater the improvement. Zhao Hai's score this time shattered the Zhao family's all-time trial record. He actually scored 99 points, coming very close to 100. This achievement was more than enough for Zhao Hai to be proud of. So, after arriving at the university, Zhao Hai intended to make a name for himself. But what was the quickest way to do that? An idea popped into his head: to replace Fong. He had originally planned to go to the library today to break Fong's record, but he didn't have time because he had to complete a task this morning. However, now that he'd run into Fong, defeating him here would serve the same purpose. Blue Steel Sword. Zhao Hai summoned his peak-grade soul. Among the 82 peak-grade souls, the Blue Steel Sword ranked 54th, a fairly powerful soul. Moreover, the combat skills Zhao Hai had honed in the trial realm had reached a level of mastery. Before coming to the imperial capital, he had even defeated a level 34 elder from his own clan. Since freshmen couldn't exceed level 30, Zhao Hai believed he held the advantage in this battle. Zhao Hai, will surely win. Chapter 71, Is my senior sister giving me something again? Fong, let us settle this. After saying this, Zhao Hai activated the video recording function on his student watch. He intended to record the entire battle. Once he defeated Fong, he would post the video on the campus news site. By then, he was sure to steal the spotlight and become the Rookie of the Year. Zhao Hai even made a prediction in his mind: this battle won't last more than a minute. Alright. Although Fong didn't know who he was facing, if he didn't deal with this guy right now, he would inevitably block Fong from picking the fire-hard fruit, and this guy recognized him. If he didn't teach him a proper lesson, he'd keep opposing Fong in the future. However, Fong was still thinking about how to control the power of his soul skill. Its power was simply too great. What if he accidentally killed someone on campus? That would be a disaster. Maybe he should skip the soul skill and just use the fiend-slaying spear instead? Fong furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Zhao Hai assumed Fong was afraid of him and immediately grew even more smug. Zhao Hai didn't use his soul skill right away. Instead, he planned to employ his blue steel sword technique, combined with his skilled combat tactics. Defeating Fong this way would make him look even more impressive. Take this. He charged forward, sword in hand. Crack! Fong's fiend-slaying spear slashed out, and the two souls intertwined. Zhao Hai blocked with his sword, but Fong's fiend-slaying spear was simply too heavy. After all, the weight and quality of an artifact's soul are tied to its mana level. Zhao Hai's blue steel sword currently weighed nearly 1,200 jin, but Fong's fiend-slaying spear now weighed well over 10,000 jin. As a result of that single strike, Zhao Hai was knocked to his knees. This startled Zhao Hai into quickly turning off the video recording function. Why are you paying me such a grand tribute out of the blue? Fong mocked deliberately, which left Zhao Hai feeling frustrated. As if I wanted to kneel. It seems I won't be able to defeat you without using a soul skill. Zhao Hai rolled on the ground to escape the range of the fiend-slaying spear,
then swung his blue steel sword. First soul skill, blue steel sword shadow. As he spoke, he gathered his energy to condense sword energy. Crack! However, in the very next second, before he could even finish condensing the sword shadow, Feng's right roundhouse kick sent him flying straight backward. Am I a failure? A tremendous sense of defeat welled up in Zhao Hai's heart. He thought that completing the Clan S trial dungeon would make him the newcomer king? But Feng hadn't even used a soul skill. He simply sent him flying like a soccer ball with a single right roundhouse kick. Two clear tears silently trickled down the corners of Zhao Hai's eyes. It wasn't that Feng had ambushed him, rather, Zhao Hai's soul skill required a long build-up. Seizing that opening, Feng had simply decided to finish him off. I thought you were so tough, Feng muttered in exasperation, then walked over to the fireheart tree to start picking fireheart fruits. Looking up at the fireheart tree, which stood 1,000 meters tall, Feng showed not a hint of panic. He immediately activated the vermilion bird transformation from the 4-elephant shift, and instantly, a pair of massive vermilion bird wings appeared, carrying him straight to the top. Once he reached the top, Feng took a look around. There were nearly 100 fireheart fruits up there, all fully ripe. However, since the quest only required 10, there was no need to pick more than that. What if this quest came up again later? He could cash in a few more times 30 credits each time. Why not? Once he was done, Feng left the third wilderness zone and headed to the mission center to turn in the mission. While accepting missions could be done right on his student watch, turning them in required a visit to the dedicated mission center, where a staff member would verify the completion. Only after verification would the mission reward credits be credited to his student account. Ding! 30 credits have been credited to your student account. Current balance, 1,110. Only after seeing the credits credited to his account did Feng leave with peace of mind. The theory class started at 10 o'clock, and it was just past 9 o'clock, so Feng took on 2 more simple quests. After completing these 2 quests, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and Feng made it to the theory class classroom just in time. The first month of theory classes for freshmen is designed to prepare them for the freshman grand competition. After the competition, the top 10 students from each of the Imperial Capital S universities will enter a legacy realm. Inside, there are all kinds of rare treasures to be gathered, but they're a mixed bag. Distinguishing the valuable from the worthless is the key, and this crucial knowledge is precisely what this month-long course covers. Therefore, Feng listened with great attention. Perhaps due to the effect of the spiritual wisdom skull, Feng found that after hearing the material just once, the theories and rare treasure illustrations were firmly imprinted in his mind. He could be said to have a photographic memory. And so, the 2-hour theory class flew by. Since the school had no afternoon schedule, Feng's plan was as follows. Spend 2 hours completing quests to earn points, and 4 hours training on the second floor of the mana tower to raise his mana level. As for the evening, he'd decide on the fly if there were any worthwhile events, he'd attend. If not, he'd head to the mana tower or take on quests. Time flew by. At 6 p.m., Feng emerged from the second level of the mana tower and received a message from Dachui asking him to head to the Void Realm. Master, what's the matter? Feng asked curiously. From the message, it seemed that the senior sister and second senior brother were both there, which was fine by him. He could ask them for a few things. Feng had the key to the Void Realm, which Dachui had given him earlier. All he had to do was press the key, and he would be automatically teleported into the Void Realm. Thus, in a single second, Feng arrived. Master, senior sister, senior brother. You're here. Have a seat, Dachui said. Over the past few days, the Wang family has been reaching out to soul masters who specialize in control soul skills. Based on my estimation, Wang Tian is about to break through to level 90 and needs to acquire his 9th soul ring. The reason he is seeking out those control soul masters is most likely because Wang Tian has his sights set on a beast soul ring, most likely from a 100,000-year-old beast in the ocean. You're right, master. I've been doing some digging myself these past few days. Wang Tian is planning to slay that black-scaled dragon. Whoa, that guy's really bold. That black-scaled dragon usually lurks in the deep sea. No one knows its true capabilities. Wang Tian is incredibly daring.
But master, that guy hired so many control soul masters, why didn't he invite my junior brother? Didn't word of my junior brother controlling the 8-armed demon ape spread throughout the major clans in the imperial capital a while back? Jing asked. Dachui stroked his beard. Haha, that bunch from the Wang family thinks they're so high and mighty. They probably just think I'm blowing smoke again. Master, did they invite you? Feng asked. No, he didn't invite me or your senior sister. But I wouldn't have bothered to go anyway. Dealing with a 100,000-year-old beast whose true capabilities are unknown is too risky, especially a sea beast. Even a titled sovereign could suffer casualties. Enough. It's none of our business. Feng, I called you here today because I have something to give you. After saying this, Dachui pulled out 3 beads. These are 9th tier void beads I crafted myself. Activating one is enough to withstand 3 attacks from a titled sovereign below level 95. 3 beads mean 9 attacks. Consider them your trump card for protection for now. Junior brother, these are the sword talismans. I've just refined only 20 of them. Make do with them for now. Junior brother, take these 15 cloud bat wings. If you run out, come ask your senior brother for more. You can even fly around with them just for fun. Everyone pulled out quite a few life-saving trump cards for Feng, which touched him deeply. After all, he only mentioned it in passing after the incident with the 8-armed demon ape. He hadn't expected his teachers, senior sisters, and senior brothers to care so deeply. If these items were put up at an auction house, they'd practically be priceless treasures. For a moment, Feng's heart felt warm. Chapter 72, Principal Chaoran 7. After emerging from Hammer Dolua's void secret realm, it was already 9 p.m. Upon returning to his dorm, Feng first checked his freshman task list. He then mapped out his plans for the next day. As things stood, it seemed he wouldn't need to leave campus before the freshman grand competition, since the level 7 system quest was to win first place in that competition. With nearly a month left until the freshman grand competition, Feng decided that during his free time aside from completing the freshman quests he would thoroughly study theoretical knowledge and hone his secret techniques in the wilderness zone. Come to think of it, he had chosen the rage secret art from among the 3 options earlier, but so far, he hadn't really honed it properly. According to the description of the rage secret art, the more practical combat experience one gains, the faster one's proficiency improves. Feng was confident that in a month, he could at least raise his proficiency in this secret art to the mastery level. Time flew by, and a month passed quickly. Inside the 4th wilderness zone of Seoul University in the imperial capital, 2 corpses of 10,000-year-old beasts lay before Feng. After a month of training, his proficiency in the rage arcane art had fully reached the mastery level, leaping 2 proficiency tiers in one go. Time to head out. Feng glanced at his student watch. The freshman grand competition was set to begin at 3 p.m. It was already 2:30 p.m., leaving just half an hour. By now, the freshmen must have already gathered at the competition venue. Putting away his fiend-slaying spear, Feng left the 4th wilderness zone. As he walked, he checked the campus news website. Currently, almost all the posts were about the freshman grand competition. Spotlight, a roundup of the top 10 contenders for this year's freshman grand competition. Soon, Feng's attention was drawn to a post listing the 10 most popular freshmen at Seoul University in the imperial capital who were expected to win the competition. Ranked 2nd through 10th were the top scorers on the martial arts entrance exams from various provinces. After all, during the last round of special admissions, Seoul University had admitted a total of 11 provincial top scorers. The post analyzed each of the top 10 candidates, highlighting their strengths and weaknesses, but it did not reveal any of their hidden cards. After all, no student determined to win the freshman grand competition would ever expose their hidden cards before the event. Before long, Feng arrived at the venue. Every year, the freshman grand competition was held at the martial arts arena on the East Campus, which featured 10 small combat platforms. This is where students usually settle their personal scores. In addition to the freshmen in attendance, several elite clubs were present, such as the Fox Charm Club, the Heavenly Spring Club, and the Flying Heaven Club, along with a number of smaller and medium-sized clubs.
After all, not all freshmen are elite. Aside from the top performers, those in the middle and lower tiers are also recruited into clubs, and joining a club is naturally much better than going it alone. Within a club, if you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask upperclassmen for help, or if you have a particularly difficult task, you can invite others to join you. All in all, the atmosphere is great.
Behind the club stood the mentors from Imperial Capital Seoul University. They had come here to recruit promising students during the annual freshman competition.
Each mentor can take on at least 3 students, though they only accept the elite. Their principle is to reject slackers. It may sound a bit blunt, but that's just how it is.
Look, there's Zhou Ling, the dean of the Spirit Beast Academy. He is here too.
Rumor has it he is already level 73 and recently slain a 50,000-year-old beast. It would be amazing to be taken on as his disciple.
Come to think of it, my soul is a beast soul, too.
That one over there seems even more powerful. It's Chen Fan, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. He is level 74, and I've heard that the fastest students under him can level up by 10 levels in a single year.
If we could catch his eye, wouldn't our leveling speed be off the charts? And over there is another one who is.
The crowd buzzed with discussion. Over the past month, while attending classes, they spent plenty of time checking the teachers' profiles on campus. After all, choosing a mentor depends on whether their souls are of the same type as yours. If they aren't, you definitely can't take them as a mentor. It wouldn't do you any good.
For example, if you're a beast soul and take an artifact soul as your mentor, wouldn't that be pure idiocy? But just then, 2 more figures descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire venue in an intense aura of authority. It's the president and vice president, the crowd exclaimed excitedly.
At Imperial Capital Seoul University, the president and vice president don't teach classes. Aside from events like the Freshman Grand Tournament, these two are rarely seen. Naturally, the students were most eager to see the university leaders they never met before. After all, these two were the top combatants at Imperial Capital Seoul University. The moment they appeared, they immediately captured the attention of the entire crowd.
Isn't that our vice president on the left? Yeah, didn't you know?
The vice president is Chao Zhengchun, an 85th level sovereign whose soul is the Wind Spirit Shield, ranked 32nd among peak grade souls. The Wind Spirit Shield is the #1 defensive soul below the celestial grade.
The principal on the right is Chao Renqi.
His soul is the 29th ranked peak grade Scarlet Flame Blade, which boasts immense offensive power. The two are twin brothers, and rumor has it they even have a soul fusion technique. Once unleashed, it can hold its own against a titled sovereign.
A buzz of discussion once again rippled through the crowd.
As time passed, the freshman tournament was about to begin. Vice Principal Chao Zhengchun stepped forward to announce the rules.
Ahem, fellow students, let me briefly explain.
This year's freshman tournament consists of only 2 rounds. The first round is the arena free-for-all.
There are 1,000 of you freshmen in total. Every 100 students will form one arena. The last one standing is the winner. There will be 10 arenas, resulting in 10 winners in total.
These 10 students will be the top 10 finishers of this freshman grand competition. The second round is the draw and battle round, where the 10 contestants will spar against one another. Based on the rankings of the battle arenas, the one with the most wins will be declared the champion. Those are the rules for the freshman grand competition. Now, let us discuss the prizes. In addition to the top 10 and the students from the other 2 top universities gaining access to the rare treasure realm, the top 10 will also receive generous credit rewards. First place gets 5,000 credits and 10th place gets 500 credits. Of course, to show our appreciation to all the freshmen, every participant will receive a participation prize of 100 credits.
Alright, I'm done. Does the principal have anything to add?
After Chao Zhengchun finished speaking, he returned to his seat, and Principal Chao Renqi stepped forward to speak.
I'd like to add 2 more points. Chapter 73, Who doesn't know how to activate a soul ring?
After Principal Chao Renqi briefly added his 2 points, the freshmen were thrilled, especially those who were confident they could win the freshman grand competition. Their hearts were truly racing. What had them so excited was that first place actually came with 5,000 credits. They remembered that last year's freshman grand tournament had only offered 3,000 credits. This year, 2,000 credits had been added.
Could this be reserved just for them?
That's 5,000 credits, enough to live it up for over a month, or even to spend every day in the Mana Tower. With that, they wouldn't need to take on quests to earn credits. The first round, the arena free-for-all, was organized by the school through a random draw, ensuring that every arena would have at least one provincial martial arts exam champion, with the remaining 99 participants selected at random. The draw results scrolled across the 10 giant screens, each corresponding to one of the 10 arenas.
Feng saw that he was assigned to Arena 3. Phew, thank goodness I'm not in the same arena as you. I might actually stand a chance.
Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past month, he'd improved significantly thanks to his financial clout. With all his trump cards combined, as long as he won tee up against Feng, Yang was confident he could secure a spot among the final winners. Once he secured that spot, regardless of whether he won or lost, the worst-case scenario in the second round would be 10th place, which would still grant him entry into the rare treasures realm. By then, he'd just have to cling to Feng's coattails. Over the past month, he'd treated Feng to countless massages at bathhouses, all for this very day.
As for Feng, after stepping onto arena number 3, he surveyed his opponents.
It seemed that, aside from himself, there were no other martial arts exam champions on this arena. As for Qing Shue, she was assigned to Ring 8. Besides her, the top scorer from Soup Province, there was one other person, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was quite surprised and delighted to find he hadn't been matched against Feng. Ever since Feng had sent him crashing into a tree with a right roundhouse kick last time, Zhao Hai had been training relentlessly. Alright, the arena brawl begins. Once everyone was in position, the vice principal bellowed, and the first round officially began. However, the fighters on each arena didn't immediately start fighting. Instead, they began forming small groups, since after a month here, everyone had made friends they were comfortable with. Sticking together with familiar faces was better than going it alone. Even the top-ranked student in the martial arts exam was actively seeking out his own small group. After all, everyone who had made it this far was no ordinary person. Taking on the other 99 competitors single-handedly was something that had never happened in the history of the competition. Essentially, the first round consisted of battles between small groups. After eliminating the other groups, the remaining teams would then face off against each other. Our opponent is actually Feng, the one listed in the post as having the best chance of winning the championship. Everyone, let us band together first. Feng stood on the stage. The moment the other freshmen laid eyes on Feng, they were immediately struck with fear.
Let us join forces first and eliminate Feng. I don't believe this king can beat all of us, someone stepped forward and said. It was clear this guy had a lot of influence. All the freshmen sided with him. After all, unless they defeated Feng, none of them stood a chance, but if they defeated him, anyone could win. Whatever. Don't bother forming a team, just come at me all together.
Faced with a team assault, any other freshman wouldn't dare go head-to-head alone, but Feng was an exception. With the bonuses from both an innate grade and a supreme grade soul, plus 2 soul skills from soul rings over 100,000 years old and 2 black soul rings dating back tens of thousands of years, why would he be afraid of them?
Feng, you dare to underestimate us? Brothers, since he is asking for trouble, let us go. That's right, brothers, charge. Summon souls.
Immediately, all 99 of them summoned their souls at once: wolf souls, tiger souls, elemental souls, blade souls, and the like. At the same time, soul rings of various colors lit up. A small number had 2 yellow soul rings, while most had 1 yellow and 1 purple. After all, they were all top students from provincial martial arts exams, so it was impossible for them to have trash configurations like a white 10-year soul ring. In the middle of the crowd, there were even 2 people with 2 purple soul rings each. Generally speaking, if the first soul ring is a 1,000-year-old configuration, that's a peak grade soul, that level of quality. They were all among the top ranks in their respective provincial martial arts exams. Feng on Ring 3 is in for a world of trouble. While the other rings were still forming teams, Feng's ring was incredibly chaotic. Everyone was out to take
him down. This naturally caught the attention of many instructors.
6 peak grade souls, all with peak grade soul ring configurations, 2 of them purple, plus so many attackers closing in on him. I'm afraid Feng won't even make it to the second round, said one instructor. Well, every year as freshman tournament has its share of arrogant students, but someone as arrogant as Feng who dares to challenge every freshman on the entire stage is definitely a first. He still doesn't understand teamwork, said Chen Fan, dean of the Weapons Academy. The school organizes these arena free-for-alls precisely to teach students the importance of teamwork. Oh well, just one round, and Feng will be knocked out. Almost all the instructors sighed and shook their heads, because they'd been through the same thing back in their day. Immediately sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the face of Chao Zhangchun, standing right next to him. What? 2 black soul rings? No way, the first soul ring is already a 10,000-year-old black configuration? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Many of the instructors present were master theorists, and they were all too familiar with the first soul ring configurations for every type of soul. But even for the strongest, the terrifying celestial grade, the first soul ring configuration was only around 3,000 years old, would absolutely never be a black, 10,000-year-old soul ring. If the teachers were already stunned speechless, the freshmen on the arena were even more so. On Feng's stage, the remaining 99 contestants stood frozen in place with their mouths agape, a wave of fear washing over every one of them. On the other 9 stages, all eyes turned toward Feng's side. This guy? Chapter 74, Victory instantly wiping out the entire arena. Godslayer Thunder Spear. Taking advantage of the momentary daze of his 99 opponents, Feng struck swiftly, unleashing his second soul skill. A thundercloud instantly enveloped arena number 3. Crack! Crack! Immediately, several thunder spears rained down from the sky, striking his opponents directly. Fortunately, Feng had restrained their power somewhat and wasn't using his full strength. As a result, his opponents were merely knocked off the stage, though many were charred black by the lightning spears, and some even ended up with frizzy hair from the electric shock. It wasn't until the deafening roar of the lightning spears had eliminated all opponents on Arena 3 that the dazed students on the other 9 arenas finally snapped out of it. Holy crap, is Feng already done over there? Arenas 2 and 4 were the closest. Looks like it's really over? Holy crap, and it's only just begun. That Feng guy is truly terrifying. Not only is he the first person in history to challenge every opponent, but he also wiped them all out in an instant. Given time, this guy will at least become a titled sovereign-level powerhouse. You're thinking way too small. With Feng's potential, he'll definitely rise above the titled sovereign level. He might even venture beyond the galaxy, break into the cosmos, and become the ruler of the stars. Instantly, a grand vision unfolded before the eyes of the many contestants. Lost in endless daydreams, they had almost forgotten they were still in the competition. Ahem, students, stop daydreaming, the matches must continue, said Principal Chowrenchi. Only then did the students on the 9 arenas resume forming their teams. After Feng had settled his affairs, he found himself bored and sat alone on Arena 3, watching the matches on the other arenas. Many of them had already completed their team formations. Competition among the small teams was fierce. On Yang's side, the small team he had joined was considered one of the stronger ones, and they had also formed an alliance with other teams. As a result, they emerged victorious quickly. A few minutes later, only that team remained in the competition, and the strongest contenders were, of course, Yang and the top-ranked student from that arena. That person was Han Bing, the top-ranked student in the martial arts exam of Jintian province. His soul was an ice elemental peak-grade soul, an elemental soul. At that moment, Yang was facing off against Han Bing. Their battle would determine who would emerge as the winner of that arena. First soul skill, Ice Spikes. Han Bing unleashed an ice element attack, and instantly, a wave of frigid air surged toward Yang's feet. Soul Possession. Yang summoned his peak-grade soul, the undead Firebird, and immediately possessed it, soaring into the air. Against ground-based soul skills, this ability to fly was an absolute counter. Damn it! Han Bing said, gazing up at Yang in the air. His first soul skill was effectively rendered useless, his combat effectiveness significantly diminished, and to make matters worse, the undead Firebird was engulfed in blazing flames. His ice elemental attack would likely be greatly weakened. Second soul skill,
hail. But Han Bing refused to give up. After all, he was the top scorer on the provincial martial arts exam. Wouldn't it be a disgrace not to claim the title of champion? And so, in the next second, a dark cloud loomed overhead. Its appearance caused the temperature all around to drop significantly, even on the nearby battle stages. The students there all felt a bone-chilling cold. A wide area attack, this Yan won't be able to escape, several instructors remarked from the grandstand. After all, Han Bing is the top scorer on the Jintian province martial arts exam, and in terms of soul rank, he is even ahead of Yang. I'd say his victory is a foregone conclusion. That's not necessarily true. After all, everyone has been at the university for a month now, and no one knows the full extent of anyone else's abilities. It's not certain that Yang's improvement in strength is any worse than Han Bing's. I'm actually rooting for that chubby kid, said Zhou Ling, dean of the Spirit Beast Academy. His gaze was sharp, he could tell at a glance what advantages Yang's beast soul held. Meanwhile, in the arena. First soul skill, blazing fire sweeps the plains. Although Yan was fast, his opponent's attack was an area of effect strike. With the hailstorm descending, there was almost no place to dodge, so he had no choice but to use his soul skill to defend. A vast wall of flames surged toward the hail. As ice and fire clashed, elements that naturally counter each other, the outcome depended on whose strength was greater, or rather, whose mana reserves were more abundant. Ice and fire intertwined, and thick mist rose above the arena, making it look like a fairyland. After a minute-long stalemate, Han Bing finally ran out of mana and was defeated. Yang emerged victorious, though he was nearly depleted as well. Had the battle lasted just a little longer, the outcome might have been uncertain. Following Yang's victory, winners had been decided on the other arenas as well, leaving only Qingshui's match remaining. Earlier, during the team battle, she had demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess, so after her team's victory, she became the target of unanimous hostility from the others, led by none other than Zhao Hai. At first, Zhao Hai had assumed that with his peak-grade soul, he could win easily. But now it seemed that Qingshui was something else entirely. Despite being only a medium-grade soul, she was actually outplaying opponents with high-grade souls? Zhao Hai believed that Qingshui must have obtained some secret technique. She was truly lucky. In reality, over the past month, under the Empress's guidance, Qingshui's medium-grade soul had evolved once again into a high-grade soul, and she also mastered the secret technique the Empress had taught her. As for her combat prowess and mana reserves, aside from Feng, virtually no one else stood a chance against her. Qingshui, just admit defeat. There are 8 of us, you don't stand a chance, Zhao Hai said. You sure talk a lot. Qingshui's soul had now evolved into a high-grade heaven-reaching staff, and she wielded it with absolute mastery. Charging into the crowd, she knocked a student off the stage with just a few swings of her staff. Not bad. Over the past month, your mastery of the Qiankuan staff technique which I taught you has reached the level of expertise. The Empress's voice of praise echoed from within the necklace. The Qiankuan staff technique was a high-level secret art the Empress had obtained during her travels through the cosmos. Although it was also created by a titled sovereign, this one was crafted by a titled sovereign of level 95 or higher. The secret techniques they created are known as advanced secret techniques, and their power is undoubtedly greater, though this is merely a minor aspect among the many secret techniques the Empress has mastered. If it weren't for Qingshui's low level and her soul not yet meeting the requirements, she could almost have taught her something even more powerful. A month ago, Qingshui's Qiankuan staff technique was still at the entry-level stage. Now, having advanced 2 proficiency levels, her progress can be considered remarkable. Of course, this was also thanks to her diligent guidance and the comprehension potions she had concocted. This staff technique of Qingshui's doesn't seem to be a soul skill. On the podium, some teachers had also noticed something amiss. Qingshui's staff technique was truly exquisite. Even the dean of the Weapons Academy couldn't help but offer his praise. Not bad. This girl's future achievements will rival my own. I'll take her on as a student, said Qin Fan, dean of the Weapons Academy. Regardless of whether Qingshui won or lost, he had already decided to accept her. That exquisite staff technique alone was reason enough. Besides, among all his students,
She was the only one who had mastered the staff, and the fact that a girl could wield it so skillfully only further demonstrated her extraordinary talent.
Chapter 75, Feng vs. Jingxue. They were knocked out that quickly?
Zhao Hai saw that several high-grade souls beside him had already been eliminated, and he instantly felt a twinge of panic. However, as a peak-grade soul, he still had confidence. First soul skill, Blue Steel Sword Shadow. He summoned his Blue Steel Sword Soul, and a massive sword aura slashed down. First soul skill, Heaven and Earth Staff Strike. Qingxue swung her staff in response, shattering the Blue Steel Sword Shadow outright, though her arm tingled slightly as a result. Her opponent's mana level was no joke, and combined with his peak-grade soul status, she couldn't completely ignore the force of that strike. After all, she had only evolved to a high-grade soul herself. Crackle, crackle. Once they closed in, she and Zhao Hai engaged in close combat. Having spent time in his clan's trial realm, Zhao Hai's close-quarters combat and practical fighting skills were undoubtedly top-notch. "Ha, if you're going to compete with me in close combat, you've picked a tough opponent," Zhao Hai said smugly. In his view, he could never lose when it came to practical fighting skills. Bang! 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 As their weapons clashed, Zhao Hai gradually sensed something was off. He was being forced into a steady retreat. Qingxue's skills seemed to surpass his own, perhaps even by a significant margin, which alarmed him immensely, especially considering he'd been trained under his clan's guidance. He hadn't seen this Qingxue mentioned in any of the campus news reports before, nor had he come across her name in any of the prediction threads. "This girl is a real dark horse," said Qin Fan, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. The other instructors were also full of admiration, not only for her exquisite staff technique but also for her exceptional close-quarters combat skills. "I've decided to take this girl under my wing," said Zhou Ling, dean of the Spirit Beast Academy. "Old Zhou, you're a beast soul, and she is an artifact soul. What are you getting involved for?" "Who says a beast soul can't take on an artifact soul? I have my own methods for guiding her." My Elemental Academy wants to admit this student, too." Instantly, the deans of several academies began arguing, practically chattering non-stop. It wasn't until Principal Chaorenqi stepped in. "Everyone, stop arguing. It's best if I admit Qingxue." "Principal, that's not right. You only accept one student each year. Isn't Feng a better choice? You've definitely taken him already, and now you're going to compete with us for Qingxue too?" "Exactly. If the principal insists on taking Qingxue, then just give Feng to us." "Alright, I'll give Feng to you, I agree. But there is still someone who disagrees," Principal Chaorenqi said with a smile. "Who disagrees?" "Hammer Dolua disagrees, because Feng has already been his student for a while. He enrolled a month ago," the principal explained, referring to Feng's apprenticeship. Apart from him, the other deans and mentors were unaware of this. During that time, the school was on a collective break, and they had gone on vacation with their spouses. "All right." Upon hearing the words Hammer Dolua's student, the other mentors also gave up. Come to think of it, it made sense with Feng's terrifying talent. Why would he wait until the freshman grand tournament was over? He already had a teacher, and that teacher was a titled sovereign, no less. As the crowd's discussions died down, over at the final arena, Qingxue successfully defeated Zhao Hai to claim victory. With that, the first round of the 10 arena free-for-all came to an end. Next up was the second round, the draw for matchups. The 10 winners took the stage to draw lots, 5 blue numbers and 5 red numbers. Whoever drew a specific number would face that opponent. I hereby announce that the draw is complete. The first match, Feng vs. Qingxue. The second match, Zhou Qian vs. Yang. With Principal Chaorenqi's announcement, the 5 matchups were set. To everyone's surprise, the 2 most outstanding contestants of the entire event were pitted against each other in the very first round. Both Feng and Qingxue were dark horses, and the crowd was eagerly anticipating which of the 2 would come out on top. The matches took place on the stage, though not simultaneously. They were held one after another. After all, since everyone was a winner, the battles were sure to be spectacular. Holding the matches separately also allowed the other eliminated students to observe the fighting styles and techniques of the top freshmen. Feng and Qingxue stepped onto the arena and looked at each other. Qingxue, in particular, was brimming with anticipation. She had long wanted to fight Feng, since she lived right next to him. On top of that, based on the Empress teacheress' previous assessment, Feng was far too mysterious. Even her teacher couldn't figure him out, not to mention the soul within his black first soul ring. Qingxue was even more eager to see if there was any gap between herself and Feng, and if so, just how wide it was.
Feng, I look forward to your guidance. Bring it on. Feng summoned the fiend's slaying spear. He, too, was curious about Qingxue. What secrets did this woman truly hide? He looked into Qingxue's background. She didn't come from any prominent family. On the contrary, her family was extremely poor. Moreover, at first glance, she appeared to possess only a low-grade soul. Now, judging by the form of the soul in her hand, Feng determined it to be the high-grade soul artifact, the Tontian staff. Therefore, Feng surmised inwardly that she must have also stumbled upon some extraordinary stroke of luck. Could she be another time traveler? Could it be Sister Wang who has traveled through time to find me? Impossible, Feng shook his head. Take this. At that moment, Qingxue on the opposite side launched her attack. That thick, long staff aimed to knock Feng to the ground with a single blow. Boom! The fiend's slaying spear and the heaven-reaching staff clashed. Qingxue's arm trembled uncontrollably. She had no choice. The impact of the fiend's slaying spear was simply too great. Her high-grade heaven-reaching staff currently weighed only 1,200 jin. But the force coming from her opponent must be well over 10,000, right? After all, the weight of an artifact soul is tied to its mana level. She used her mana to dispel the numbness in her arm, then continued to unleash her close-quarters combat techniques. Feng's soul was of much higher quality than hers, and his soul ring configuration was also significantly superior. Therefore, Qingxue had no intention of competing with Feng in soul skills. Instead, she planned to rely solely on her technique. Over the past month, under the guidance of Empress Teacher, her skills had improved significantly, and she believed she could hold her own against Feng. Smack! 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 However, after several rounds, Qingxue was left somewhat bewildered. Feng's combat skills seemed far superior to her own. This puzzled her. Empress Teacheress' knowledge and experience naturally surpassed that of anyone in this galaxy, so how could Feng be even more skilled than the techniques her teacher had taught her? Little did she know that Feng had also been training in the wilderness zone every single day for the past month, honing his secret techniques and working even harder than Qingxue, all while benefiting from the system's enhancements. There was also the bonus from the spiritual realm, which allowed Feng to keenly sense her opponent's intentions and moves, essentially a form of anticipation. Since combat techniques are, after all, limited in variety, it was only natural that Feng would dominate Qingxue. You're very strong. I've lost. After holding out for nearly a minute, Qingxue said reluctantly. The strength she took such pride in hadn't even lasted a full minute. However, this didn't dishearten her. Rather, she felt it was good to have a goal to motivate her. Otherwise, under the guidance of Empress Teacher, she might easily become overconfident. She believed that one day, she would catch up to Feng. Chapter 76, Sorry, I refuse. This Feng is truly formidable. He is practically an all-around genius, the many instructors and students remarked. After all, Feng's previous instantaneous victory over the entire field had relied on his powerful soul techniques. His first soul ring was a 10,000-year-old black soul ring. Needless to say, his soul skills were formidable. Many had assumed Feng could only win by relying on long-range soul skills. Unexpectedly, even in close combat against Qingxue, Feng was able to defeat her swiftly. Judging by this, Feng's close-quarters combat skills were even more terrifying. This left many students who had planned to test their close-quarters skills against Feng feeling utterly disheartened. Perhaps because of the thrilling battle between Feng and Qingxue that had just taken place, many mentors felt the next 4 matches weren't particularly exciting. After the first round concluded, the draw for the second round took place. The second phase consisted of 5 rounds, with rankings determined by the number of wins across all 5 rounds. In the second round, Feng was drawn to face Zhou Qian. Before they even stepped into the arena, Zhou Qian conceded defeat outright. However, no one mocked him. Instead, they thought he was being practical. At least he spared himself a beating.
What left Feng speechless was that in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, all his opponents conceded defeat, not a single one wanted to fight him. This left him standing on the sidelines like a bystander, watching the matches. But Feng couldn't be blamed for this after all. He was the most talked about figure at Seoul University in the imperial capital, and his freshman record showed a combat power of nearly 140,000. Add to that his 10,000-year Seoul ring setup, and any sane person would have conceded defeat. As Feng watched the matches with extreme boredom, an hour and a half passed, and the freshman tournament finally came to an end, with Feng naturally taking the well-deserved first place. Qing Shuai came in second, while the chubby Yang surprisingly took 8th place. He managed to defeat 2 provincial martial arts exam champions out of the blue by playing his trump card.
Now, let us begin the awards ceremony and credits distribution. After the event concluded, Principal Chao Renqi began presenting awards to the competitors, each receiving credits along with a cash prize. Congratulations, Feng.
Here is your cash prize. The credits will be deposited into your student watch account shortly. Chao Renqi handed Feng a bank card containing a cash prize of 10 million. Now, with this 10 million added, Feng had nearly 56 million in his account. Of that, 40 million was the scholarship the school had agreed to pay him over 2 months, as negotiated upon enrollment.
20 million every month. Ding! 5,000 points have been credited to your student account. Current balance, 7,890. The very next second, Feng's credits reward also arrived. Although he had spent every day of the past month on the second floor of the Mana Tower, Feng's speed in completing tasks was nothing short of astonishing. As a result, he accumulated quite a few credits, now totaling nearly 8,000. Feng was ready to splurge a bit. "Thank you, Principal," Feng said gratefully. If for nothing else, he had to thank the principal for the speed at which the rewards were dispersed. It took barely a few seconds. It was nothing like the universities of his past life. There, going through all the red tape would take at least a month or so. Congratulations, Qing Shuai. Here is your bonus. The second person to receive her award was, of course, Qing Shuai. Second place came with a substantial number of credits, 4,000 credits, and a bonus of 8 million. Thank you, Principal. Qing Shuai, I'd like to take you on as my apprentice. I wonder if you'd be willing, said Principal Chao Renqi. As for Feng, the first place winner, he had no chance. Unless he could defeat the hammer Dolua, though that was impossible, since Dachui would hammer him to death. So, the only option for taking on an apprentice was the runner-up. Fortunately, Qing Shuai's performance this time had been quite outstanding. To be personally taken on as a disciple by the principal, how enviable. Although the deans and teachers had previously been scrambling to take Qing Shuai under their wing, when it actually came time to choose a disciple, they naturally didn't dare compete with the principal. Many students also envied this moment, wishing it were them instead. I'm sorry, Principal, but I decline. However, just as everyone was filled with anticipation and joy, fully expecting Qing Shuai to accept, they were stunned to hear her say, I refuse. What? Did I hear that right? She refused? The students and teachers were baffled. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yeah, I just don't get what Qing Shuai is thinking. Are all dark horses this aloof? Does she think the principal isn't strong enough? Nonsense. The principal is an 87th level sovereign. Isn't that strong enough? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chao Renqi felt a bit awkward for a moment. Qing Shuai, what did you just say? He thought he must have misheard. After all, the principal only takes one apprentice a year, and it's a tremendous honor. With the principal as her mentor, even the school's teachers would treat her with respect in the future. This would undoubtedly make Qing Shuai's life at Seoul University in the imperial capital much smoother. She'd even get priority access to resources. Anyone else would have accepted without hesitation, but Qing Shuai actually turned it down. Chao Renqi couldn't wrap his head around it. Qing Shuai, do you already have a teacher? Chao Renqi asked. In the Soul Master realm, a Soul Master can only have one teacher. Qing Shuai's refusal implied she already had one. But he had investigated Qingshui's background. She was born in a poor examination district in Baotang province. Where would she have found a teacher there? Moreover, since entering the university, no teacher had ever received a letter of apprenticeship from her. Yes, principal, I already have a teacher. All right, then. Xiao Renqi didn't press the matter further. A student's choice of mentor is a personal matter, and as principal, he understood that. Since the first and second place finishers were out of the question, he had no choice but to turn his attention to the third place finisher, Zhou Qian. This young man was the top martial arts exam scorer in Jinshui province, and throughout the previous 5 rounds. Apart from conceding defeat to Feng and being defeated by Qingshui, he had no other losses. His centipede soul was exceptionally ferocious. As a result, he had won the favor of many, and numerous mentors had even decided that, once the principal had taken Qingshui as a disciple, they would rush to recruit Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian, would you be willing to become my student? Xiao Renqi asked gently. Surely he couldn't be rejected again this time, could he? I'm sorry, principal, but I already have a teacher, Zhou Qian replied. Xiao Renqi. Xiao Renqi suddenly felt that this freshman competition was starting to look more and more like a rejection festival for his attempts to recruit disciples. Rejected twice in a row? That had never happened before. It was even starting to shake his confidence a bit. It's okay, I'm not the one who was embarrassed, it's the other person. Xiao Renqi took a deep breath, reassuring himself, then turned to the fourth place finisher. Zhao Hai, would you like to be my student? I would. Zhao Hai nodded. His family had specifically instructed him to seek out Principal Xiao Renqi as his mentor when he came to Seoul University in the imperial capital, but Xiao Renqi only accepted the first-place winner of the annual freshman competition. When Zhao Hai first arrived in the imperial capital, he thought winning first place wouldn't be difficult. But after Feng sent him crashing into a tree with a right roundhouse kick in the third wilderness zone, he lost all confidence. He assumed his chances of becoming the president's disciple were slim this time, but who would thought that such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that others might even turn down, would actually fall into his lap? Zhao Hai was overjoyed and decided that tonight, he absolutely had to head to the massage parlor in the university district to find a few young models and really unwind. Chapter 77, Support Soul, Milk. According to the rules, after the president had finished accepting students, it was Vice President Chao Zhengchun's turn. Generally speaking, the president took 1 student, the vice president took 2, and the remaining spots were left for the instructors to compete for. That left only 4 spots for students ranked in the top 10 of the freshman grand competition. However, there was still a group of freshmen who hadn't yet chosen a mentor. After the mentor recruitment session concluded, these students would go to the podiums where the various mentors were seated to submit their letters of intent. The mentors would then evaluate them to determine whether they were suitable to be accepted as students. After all, the top 10 weren't the only talented students among the freshmen. It was simply that the top 10 were considered the cream of the crop. The rest of the freshmen were also quite capable. While the freshmen were bustling with the mentor selection process, several elite clubs also began recruiting members. Among them, 3 were particularly lively. The liveliest, of course, was the Fox Charm Club. After all, this club only accepts female members, all of whom are exceptionally attractive and have great figures. Even the teachers couldn't help but take a second look. Almost all the female freshmen, after completing their mentor-seeking rituals, flocked toward the Fox Charm Club. As an elite club, it naturally needed to recruit the best and brightest. Feng, you didn't agree last time. You said you'd wait until after the freshman grand competition. How about it this time? Fox Charm asked as she approached. She was eager to recruit Feng into the club. Ever since her mother, Hu Buyao, told her to get closer to Feng, who may have been constantly looking for opportunities over the past month. Her efforts had paid off, and her relationship with Feng had indeed improved significantly. This had also made Feng develop quite a bit of affection for her. Qingshui, have you thought about joining the Fox Charm Club? Qingshui was standing next to Feng, so Hu Mei took the opportunity to ask her as well. Feng, are you joining? Qingshui passed the question on to Feng. Hey, Junior Feng, don't rush into it. My Tianquan Club isn't half bad either.
Just then, an acquaintance of Feng's walked over. It was none other than Wu Tian. He was the guy who had entered the 6th tier beast realm with Feng earlier. He was also a student at Seoul University in the imperial capital and the eldest son of the imperial capital's Wu family. He had a rather generous and straightforward personality, and Feng had met him several times over the past month.
Feng, come join our Fei Tian Club, I'll make you vice president. Another person approached and said. This was Zhu Chang, a senior in his 4th year and the president of the Fei Tian Club. In terms of strength, he was on par with Wu Tian, Hu Mei, and the others all at the top tier.
Feng, come join us. It wasn't just the 3 elite clubs. Numerous other top tier and mid tier clubs were extending invitations as well, and even some smaller clubs were joining in. Although they didn't hold out much hope for these smaller clubs, what if Feng agreed? If they didn't invite him, they'd have no chance at all. Well, Feng suddenly found himself surrounded by the presidents of dozens of clubs, but he understood that as the top-ranked student, he was a highly sought-after prospect. It seemed that if he didn't join a club today, things would definitely not stay quiet. For the past month, nearly a dozen people had come to invite him almost every day. And joining a club naturally had its benefits: learning what first-year students needed to watch out for, discovering hidden realms around campus, and understanding the dangers in the wilderness areas within the school grounds. Clubs would share all this information with you, and sticking together was always better than going it alone. Feng joined the Fox Charm Club precisely because he wanted to stick with them. So, Feng, what is your choice? The club presidents asked in unison. I choose the Fox Charm Club. In the end, Feng, just like so many of his handsome readers, succumbed to the allure of the ladies. As the saying goes, even heroes can't resist a beautiful woman, one temptation after another. Then I'll join the Fox Charm Club too, Qing Shuas said. She chose to follow Feng on the advice of the Empress first, to be close to a strong player and give herself the motivation to catch up. Second, being in the same club would give her more opportunities to get to know Feng. This is great. This time, the first and second place winners of the freshman competition have both joined my Fox Charm Club. Fox Charm laughed heartily. This scene left those around them filled with envy. Especially the male students, they were so envious their mouths were watering. After all, what kind of treatment did the Fox Charm Club offer? Every day, a group of stunning, curvaceous young ladies would be swarming around you. They were all worried, would Feng be able to handle it? Wow, I want to join the Fox Charm Club too. After seeing Feng join the Fox Charm Club, all the female freshmen chose to join as well, and in no time, the club was overflowing with members. Yay, yay! Tonight, all members new and old of the Fox Charm Club will have a team-building event. The location is the Chiyu Grand Hotel. Everyone, don't forget 7 p.m. tonight. With the Fox Charm Club having recruited so many new members, the president was naturally overjoyed and immediately decided to generously foot the bill out of her own pocket. The Chiyu Grand Hotel, mentioned by Fox Charm, is one of the most luxurious hotels in the capital. A banquet table starts at least 100,000. With so many members in the Fox Charm Club, this time, Fox Charm wouldn't be able to pull it off without spending several million. Junior Feng, I'm Xiao Qian. We met before. After joining the Fox Charm Society, Feng and the others didn't leave right away. Instead, they wanted to get to know the veteran members. Junior Feng, I'm Mumu, a junior. My soul is Milk, a support class. My healing is incredibly strong. When we team up in the wilderness zone later, you can experience my healing for yourself. At that moment, a busty girl stepped forward. While her looks weren't exactly top tier, her E-cup figure was definitely top-notch, the kind of bust that makes you literally unable to see your toes when you look down. Her soul was also a bit unusual, a milk soul, a food type. She hadn't entered through the martial arts exam, since food souls often aren't well suited for combat. That's why there's a special recruitment track designed to bypass the martial arts exam. Mumu was one of them, and she was actually the top student in that food soul special recruitment track back then. Her milk soul is a peak-grade food soul. Some theoretical experts have even claimed that once it reaches a higher level, it could rival a celestial-grade food soul. No matter what kind of injury you've suffered, broken bones, depleted mana, unconsciousness, or even if you're Yang Wei,
Just one sip of her milk will definitely get you back on your feet. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior. If I get the chance, I'll definitely have to try your milk.
Fong greeted her politely, of course. Right now, the type of companion he needed most was a support-type soul. Peak-grade support souls are rare to begin with, and now that he'd finally come across a major one, he definitely had to build a good relationship with her first.
Here's my student watch contact info. Add me first, Junior Fong.
Mumu said, her face flushing slightly. It was clear she was a rather shy girl.
After exchanging contact info with Mumu, Fong was added to a Fox Charm Society group chat.
The group showed a total of 143 members. It was the group where all members of the Fox Charm Society were present.
Looks like the Fox Charm Club is top-notch, Fong remarked.
With at least 1,000 students in each grade at Imperial Capital Academy, 4,000 students across 4 grades, the Fox Charm Club had only 143 members.
What did that mean? It meant these people were truly enigmatic. Chapter 78, could it be that the Fox Charm Mom has set her sights on me?
By the time Fong had gotten to know most of the veteran members, the new member recruitment drive had come to an end, and it was already 6:50 p.m. Let us go to the Fortuitous Encounter Grand Hotel.
All members, let us head out.
This time, Fox Charm didn't drive her own supercar, since the Fox Charm Society had over 100 members.
A supercar couldn't carry that many people, so they chartered 2 luxury buses to transport the members.
When they arrived at the Serendipity Hotel, Fong noticed there were quite a few people there today. The first floor of the hotel had already been reserved for another Club S event, though it didn't appear to be from Seoul University in the capital, but rather from another university. The second floor was also reserved by Wu Tian, and the third and fourth floors were reserved as well. Every year on this day, freshman clubs from various schools hold recruitment drives and team building events, so every floor gets booked in advance.
Fox Charm had reserved the 6th floor yesterday. Everyone, order whatever you like. Fox Charm called out, then sat down.
The others took their seats as well, with Fong joining Fox Charm's table. After picking up the menus and placing their orders, the group began chatting casually. Junior Fong, Junior Qingxue, in 3 days, the 3 top universities will be entering the Rare Treasures realm together.
You'll need to be careful then.
I heard that this year's freshmen at Tianjin Seoul University and Starry Sky Seoul University are pretty impressive. They've specially recruited several top scorers from major martial arts exam provinces, and a few Rookie of the Year winners have emerged from their ranks. Plus, Imperial Capital Seoul University took first place in the Rare Treasures realm last year. So this year, those 2 universities might team up to target you too. But I believe that with your abilities, you should be more than capable of handling it, said Hume. She knew this information because she had contacts at both universities. She heard the news from those contacts, and Fong was also somewhat aware of these matters. They added each other as friends when they entered the 6th tier beast realm together earlier. They had added each other as friends, and Zhao Li and Wang Tang were students at those 2 universities. As soon as Fong's victory in today's freshman grand competition was announced, the 2 of them sent him congratulatory messages. They also warned Fong that he might be targeted this time, but Fong wasn't afraid. Over the past month, his progress had been nothing short of remarkable. With a celestial grade meditation technique at the perfect proficiency level, combined with the acceleration effect of the 2nd floor of the Mana Tower, Fong had risen from level 27 a month ago to level 34, a full 7-level increase. He had also obtained his 3rd soul ring. The 3rd soul ring of the Fiend Slaying Spear was a 60,000-year-old configuration, and its 3rd soul skill was Spear Strikes Like a Dragon. As for the 3rd soul ring of Primal Dragon Essence, Fong had directly enhanced it to a 200,000-year configuration. Its 3rd soul skill, Dragon Wave, is an extremely powerful single-target attack. With his mana having risen by 7 levels, Fong had also correspondingly enhanced his other soul rings and soul skills. Now, with his high-level and top-tier soul ring configurations, Fong was confident that even if the top 10 freshmen from both Seoul universities were combined, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the Rare Treasure realm. After all, when your strength far surpasses that of others, any petty tricks seem utterly insignificant.
While Fox Charm was giving him instructions, Fong took the opportunity to check his current system points. Host, Fong. Mana level, 34. First Soul, Fiend Slaying Spear innate. First Soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second Soul skill, God Slaying Thunder Spear. Third Soul skill, Spear emerges like a dragon. Soul Ring configuration in order, 40,000 years, 50,000 years, 60,000 years. Second Soul, Primal Dragon Essence Supreme Grade. First Soul skill, Dragon Roar. Second Soul skill, for Elephant Shift. Third Soul skill, Dragon Wave. Soul Ring configuration in order, 160,000 year, 180,000 year, 200,000 year. System level, 10. Current quest, obtain the second soul bone. Plus 10. Plus 10. Available points. It's worth noting that over the past month, Fong has been relentlessly honing the secret art of rage. In addition to the wilderness area of Seoul University in the imperial capital, he has also ventured into the starry Sky Great Forest to battle. Due to slaying so many beasts, the Fiend's slaying spear devoured a great deal of flesh and blood, evolving directly from innate 2-star quality to innate 3-star quality. Another point is that the system level has also risen from level 6 to level 10, currently granting 10 points per second. As for what made him happiest, it was naturally the massive amount of points. Over the past month, thanks to the system's accumulation even after deducting the points used to enhance his soul ring and soul skills, Fong still had 12.4 million points remaining. Previously, he had intended to enhance that spirit and wisdom skull, but over the past month, he hadn't used many points for that. So he decided against it and chose to save them for future upgrades instead. By the way, Fong, after dinner tonight, come with me to meet my mom. After the food was served, Humei suddenly said. Her voice was soft, but everyone around them heard her. Instantly, everyone adopted a look of curious onlookers. Meet your mom? Fong was a bit taken aback. He hadn't met Humei's mom yet. If her daughter was already so alluring, wouldn't her mom be even more? Wait, no. Fong shook off the thought. He shouldn't be thinking about that. Humei wanted him to meet her mom. Could it be to meet his future mother-in-law? Over the past month, Humei had been going all out to build a good relationship with him. Fong surmised that Humei's mother was likely the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. Could it be that Humei wasn't interested in him after all? But rather, her mother had set her sights on him? Fong was lost in endless speculation. Here's the thing, the head of the Wang family is already at level 90 and is about to acquire his 9th soul ring. He has gathered quite a few people for this, and among the top-tier members are 3 titled sovereigns. My mother is one of them. But considering the black-scaled dragon is a 100,000-year-old beast, and its background is unknown, this mission is extremely dangerous. Even with so many control soul masters, it's still not entirely safe. That is why my mother wants you to go with her, so that if she is in danger, you can step in and subdue the black-scaled dragon. As Humei explained it step by step, the furrowed brows of the others gradually relaxed. So it wasn't what they thought after all. They assumed. I'm supposed to protect your mom? Fong was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're overestimating me. With so many control soul masters already there, you don't need me, do you? Fong said. He witnessed the power of a 100,000-year beast firsthand, that 8-armed demon ape, which even 2 titled sovereigns combined couldn't defeat. If it hadn't been for his dragon roar holding it in check for a single second, it would been a question of whether they could even escape. And since this black-scaled dragon was a sea beast, the battle would undoubtedly take place in the ocean, the sea beast's home turf, making the danger even greater. Fong had no desire to face another 100,000-year beast ever again. At least not right now. He'd think about it later, once his level had risen a bit more. Chapter 79, Enhancement: The 1,000,000-Year-Old Skull of Spiritual Wisdom. By the time they left the Serendipity Hotel, it was already past 10 p.m. The others took a luxury bus back to school, while Fong and Humei headed to Hubuyo's Void Secret Realm. Hubuyo's void secret realm wasn't like Dachui's, it wasn't built in the shape of an office or anything like that. Feng thought to himself that perhaps the teacher had once been a principal. That's why it was built like an office, whereas the secret realm was filled with flowers and plants, resembling a fairyland. Hubuyo's residence was built atop the giant tree right in the center. It had quite the look of a magical castle. Feng wondered if Hubuyo's mother had read fairy tales or if she simply had a youthful spirit. "You must be Feng. You're as handsome as I expected. Make yourself at home." "Thank you, Auntie." Feng was instantly captivated by Hubuyo's voluptuous, curvaceous figure. Compared to Hume, Hubuyo was a bit more curvaceous. She had what one might call ample breasts and a curvaceous figure, and her demeanor was far more mature, unlike Hume, who still had a touch of youthfulness and wasn't quite fully mature yet. "Feng, what do you think about what Hume told you?" Hubuyo was, of course, referring to the plan to slay the black-scaled dragon tomorrow, with Feng protecting her and providing support from the sidelines. As for this matter, Feng had discussed it privately with his teacher over dinner. Dachui's advice was to agree, since Feng, after all, had quite a few trump cards to save his life. If it came down to it, he could always use the 3 9th-tier void pearls Dachui had given him, but in exchange, Feng would gain the goodwill and favor of another titled sovereign. That way, should any major events arise in the imperial capital in the future, he'd at least have the backing of another titled sovereign behind him, giving him greater confidence. However, Dachui instructed Feng not to participate in the battle against the black-scaled dragon, but only to step in at critical moments to control the dragon and rescue Hubuyo. As for the Wang family and the other soul masters, he was to ignore them, since they hadn't offered any compensation. "I agree, Auntie." Feng addressed her affectionately as Auntie, though in reality, Hubuyo looked very young, more like Humea's older sister than an aunt. "In that case, don't go back tonight. Stay the night, and we'll set off together tomorrow." "Ha? Isn't that a bit awkward?" Feng said. Inside this secret realm, there were only Hubuyo and Hume. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward for him, a grown man, to stay here? "I'd better go back." Feng refused repeatedly, so Hubuyo had no choice but to escort him back to his dorm at Seoul University in the imperial capital. Inside the villa, Feng sat on the sofa on the second floor. "Wow, what an incredibly powerful charm." Feng let out a long sigh. Just spending a short while with Hubuyo, her entire aura alone had nearly pushed him to his limit. If it weren't for the boost from his mental wisdom skull, he probably would have succumbed. Sure enough, as expected of the 9-tailed celestial fox soul, her greatest ability was seduction. And she hadn't even used her seduction skill yet. If she had, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist. "No way. I need to further enhance the mental wisdom skull to boost my resistance to control effects." Feng immediately opened his interface. His available points had now reached over 12.4 million. He didn't need to worry about running out of points. Mental Wisdom Skull, duration. You now possess strong resistance to control skills. Currently available for upgrade and enhancement. Do you wish to upgrade and enhance? I'll upgrade the duration first. I wonder what a 1,000,000-year mental wisdom soul bone is like. Will its immunity to control be high? Feng was filled with curiosity. After all, once enhanced, he'd get his points back when he eventually swapped out the soul bone. So Feng decided to upgrade it directly to 1,000,000 years. He was currently short by 1 year based on the standard rate of 10 points per year for a regular soul bone. This would require consuming. Ding! Points consumed. Soul bone upgrade successful. Current duration. Once the spiritual wisdom skull was upgraded to 1,000,000 years, Feng faintly saw that the skull within his mind was actually emitting a golden glow, a sacred aura. Feng sensed that this had already surpassed the current limit of this planet. At the same time, a powerful spiritual fluctuation emerged in his mind. Feng knew this was a leap in his spiritual power, so he quickly opened his spiritual realm to investigate. He discovered that after the soul bone reached 1,000,000 years, nearly the entire Seoul University in the imperial capital fell within the scope of his spiritual domain. Anything he wished to see appeared instantly.
Feng found it somewhat terrifying. Seoul University in the imperial capital was so vast, yet it was completely covered by his spiritual power. After all, even a titled sovereign could not cover even a quarter of Seoul University. This clearly demonstrated that the difference between possessing a spiritual wisdom skull and not having one was immense, and with a million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull, the difference was even greater. Thanks to the boost from this soul bone, Feng's ability to detect danger had increased many times over. What is going on? Such powerful spiritual fluctuations? Just as Feng detected them, the Empress exclaimed in utter shock from within Qingshua's villa. Could it be that one of the school's teachers is monitoring security again? She tried to trace the source, while at the same time, the teachers at Seoul University in the imperial capital, including those secretly guarding the school, naturally sensed the widespread spiritual fluctuations. At first, they assumed another teacher was conducting a scan, but after checking with one another, they discovered none were doing so. Could a soul master from the evil soul hall have infiltrated our school? Everyone, be on high alert immediately and investigate the source of that spiritual energy fluctuation. Consequently, the faculty at Imperial Capital University, including the two presidents, were thoroughly alarmed. After all, that spiritual energy was far too formidable. Not even a titled sovereign could achieve such a level. The only possibility was an enemy attack. It had happened before. It was a titled sovereign from the Hall of Evil Souls. Just thinking about it sent shivers down everyone's spines. Principal, why don't we alert all the top martial artists in the imperial capital right away? Several teachers suggested. Don't rush into it. Let's first determine the source of this spiritual energy. Immediately, everyone began conducting various investigations. We found it's coming from a villa. The fluctuations are emanating from that villa. A villa? This is bad. A soul master from the evil soul hall has taken our students hostage. Principal Chaorenchi cried out in alarm. He never would have imagined that this was being emitted by a student. What student could possess spiritual power stronger than that of a titled sovereign? It's impossible. But when they investigated further, they finally realized that, damn it, it really did seem to be coming from a student, because there was no trace of any evil soul hall soul masters at that villa. Then who lives in that villa? I just checked the student records. It seems the resident is Feng. What? Feng? At the mention of Feng, the image of a handsome young man naturally popped into everyone's minds. After all, Feng had stolen the show during the freshman competition earlier that day. That soul ring configuration, the power of his soul skills, his combat techniques. Does this guy have such a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation too? Everyone was baffled. Feng seemed to have no weaknesses whatsoever. He was practically a jack of all trades. Each aspect was stronger than the last. To put it simply, when it came to spiritual energy alone, even the old-timers in the imperial capital probably couldn't match Feng right now. I really can't imagine just how terrifying this guy will be once he matures. Chaorenchi remarked with a sigh. Chapter 80, Enhanced Immunity, Completely Ignoring Control. Only after confirming that the commotion had been caused by Feng did Chaorenchi breathe a sigh of relief, then order the teachers to disperse. Meanwhile, over at the Empress's side. It was actually that kid who caused it? The Empress froze in her tracks. As an Empress who had traveled the cosmos for so many years, this was the first time she had been genuinely shocked in such a small titled sovereign star system. A month ago, when that kid stepped forward to buy that shattered spirit wisdom skull, I sensed something was off. Logically speaking, that kind of junk is impossible to repair. There were spiritual fluctuations that very night, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems that kid must have repaired that soul bone. The more the Empress thought about it, the more puzzled she became. With all her abilities, she hadn't been able to repair that soul bone, yet that kid had managed to do it that very night and seemingly without using any materials. Could it be that he had a mentor behind him who was even more powerful than she was? The Empress couldn't help but nod. Yes, that must be it. Only then did it make sense. There was no way that kid could have done it on his own. Of course, she had no way of knowing that Feng had a system. But even if he did repair the soul bone, given his level and a 60,000-year-old soul bone, he shouldn't he be able to emit such powerful spiritual fluctuations, should he, the Empress asked, still puzzled. With her own strength, the spiritual fluctuations she emitted couldn't he cover the entire campus unless she restored her full power. Could this fluctuation be coming from a million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull? The Empress speculated inwardly. After all, having come from the starry sky, she possessed considerable knowledge and experience, allowing her to immediately form a hypothesis. Impossible. A million-year-old soul bone is far too rare. Even if all the titled sovereigns in this galaxy combined were to face a million-year-old beast, they'd be instantly wiped out. The Empress shook her head. She knew just how ferocious a million-year-old beast could be. Meanwhile, over at Feng's location, he had no idea he'd caused such a commotion. He retracted his spiritual domain and then sent out a solitary probe to gauge the distance. Setting out from the imperial capital Seoul University, his destination was the university city, a distance of several dozen kilometers. Yet Feng's probe reached the university city in mere seconds. That surge of spiritual energy had already reached the university city. He wanted to scan the imperial capital auction house, but it appeared to be protected by a shield. Feng surmised that the shield must have been specifically set up to prevent outsiders from scanning it, but for Feng at this point, it was a piece of cake. His mental energy effortlessly penetrated the protective shield and scanned the interior. At that moment, an auction was in full swing at the imperial capital auction house. Feng could even see the auctioneer and the rest. He continued his scan, penetrating into the auction house's private rooms and collection chambers as well. The technological barriers designed to prevent detection were child's play to Feng. And sure enough, Feng spotted quite a few valuable items. I sense psychic energy fluctuations. Inside a private room at the imperial capital auction house, the auction house's owner was discussing business with an elderly man when the old man suddenly leaped out of his chair. "Old Master Ma, what's the matter? Someone's probing us? Let me teach him a lesson." With Old Master Ma stepping in, it'll be a piece of cake, the owner said. Old Master Ma was a renowned powerhouse in the imperial capital. Anyone daring to play with mental energy in his presence was likely still a bit green. Boom! Old Master Ma's mental energy coalesced into a spear, thrusting directly toward Feng's mental energy. "If this strike of mine doesn't severely wound your mental energy, I'll change my surname," Old Master Ma said confidently. "What's attacking me?" Feng felt as if he sensed something, yet at the same time, he didn't. After checking several times, he finally realized someone was attacking him with mental energy. Seriously, who is this? A 3-year-old? Their mental energy is that weak? Feng muttered in disbelief, but he still decided to teach the other side a lesson. Crack! Feng's spiritual energy transformed into a giant hammer, smashing Old Ma's spiritual spear straight into the ground. Boom! As for Old Ma, 1 second he was still smug, thinking he was sure to finish off his opponent, but the next second, his mind went completely blank. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, falling fast asleep. Old Ma, Old Ma? The owner of the imperial capital auction house was startled and quickly summoned a healing soul master to attend to him. The scene cuts back to Feng. After measuring the distance of his spiritual energy, Feng withdrew it and checked the immunity to control granted by the million-year spiritual wisdom skull to see how much he had gained. Million-year spiritual wisdom skull, your spiritual power has increased dramatically. You can now virtually ignore all obstacles on this planet. Passive derivation, you have reached a point where you can virtually ignore control-type soul techniques, secret arts, and similar skills. It's still not enough. Then I'll keep enhancing it. Feng said. He increased the age rating, but the enhancement itself wasn't complete yet. Ding. Points spent. Enhancement successful. So, Feng checked the status again. Enhanced million-year spiritual wisdom skull, your mental power has reached the limit of this planet. You can completely ignore all obstacles on this planet. Passive derivation, control skills cast by million-year beasts and soul masters of equivalent strength or lower will no longer have any effect on you. Now I'm unstoppable. Feng said happily. With this, he would no longer fear control skills in the future. Any underhanded scoundrel trying to ambush and control him would never succeed. Moreover, when facing Hu Buyao again, Feng was confident that he wouldn't let her charm affect his mindset.
More crucially, he was heading to the black-scaled dragon tomorrow.
As a 100,000-year beast, it would inevitably possess control skills and exceptionally powerful ones at that. If he were ever controlled by a 100,000-year beast,
the consequences would be unimaginable.
But he was different after all, he was immune to control. Thinking of this, Feng couldn't help but feel elated, but the shrinking points on his system panel immediately made him wince a little. This upgrade had cost a whopping 10.08 million points. Now, he had only 2.32 million points left.
Let us convert it all to mana, Feng thought to himself.
Since he was preparing for the challenge, he might as well go all out. At the moment, the only thing left to upgrade was his mana level.
Ding, obtained 2.32 million mana.
As this surge of mana flooded into his soul sea, Feng leveled up from level 34 to level 35. Although it was only a single level increase, with his twin high-quality souls, even a one-level boost brought about a significant change in his strength.
Now I just have to wait for tomorrow to arrive.
For some reason, after this round of enhancements, Feng even felt more hopeful about slaughtering the black-scaled dragon tomorrow.
I wonder what kind of soul bone that black-scaled dragon will drop when it dies.
As a 100,000-year-old beast, it's certain to drop a soul bone.
Moreover, based on theoretical knowledge, dragon-type beasts are highly likely to drop an external soul bone. I wonder if I'll have a chance to get one.
Chapter 81, The Two-Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword.
The next day arrived quickly.
Since it was Saturday and school was out, there were no classes. At 9 a.m., Hu Buyao picked Feng up, and the two headed to the Wang family compound to meet up with the others. According to the plan set by Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family, everyone was to assemble by 9:15 a.m. and then head to the East Sea together. It was just past 9 a.m., and not everyone had arrived yet, but the Wang family's grand hall was already quite crowded. There were quite a few soul masters present, each at least level 70. There were even many level 80 control-type soul masters, a testament to the Wang family's influence with their connections. Inviting these individuals was no big deal. The most elite among them, however, were the three titled sovereigns.
Besides Hu Buyao, there were two others. One was the Mad Blade Doluo, at the peak of level 94 and rumored to be on the verge of reaching level 95. The other was the Heavenly Sword Doluo. The latter possessed strength on par with the Mad Blade Doluo, and the two were actually fellow disciples. At that moment, they sat on the left, resting with their eyes closed, paying no heed to anyone else. Even when Fox without a demon arrived, he didn't open his eyes, and no one thought anything of it. After all, you're a titled sovereign, you're a big shot. But as soon as Feng walked in, he caught quite a few people's attention. After all, everyone present had been invited by the Wang family, and Feng was naturally not on the guest list. This guy looks like just a freshman.
Why did the nine-tailed Duluo bring him here? The crowd murmured.
Who knows? Maybe he is going to fight the black-scaled dragon too?
That guy looks like Feng, the first-place winner of this year's Imperial Capital Seoul University freshman competition. Someone mentioned his name, but still no one took him seriously. After all, in front of a group of soul masters who were all at least level 70, a freshman, no matter how much potential he had, wasn't worth mentioning until he'd proven himself. After all, the Imperial Capital had no shortage of geniuses throughout history. There had been countless geniuses whose careers had been cut short.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Just as the crowd was discussing this, Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family, stepped out. As soon as he appeared, both Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword finally opened their eyes.
They sat up slightly and smiled faintly. Head of the Wang family.
Please take a seat, all three of you. This time, you're the main force, the others are just support, handling crowd control. Nine-tailed Doluo, why did you bring a freshman along?
Wang Tian asked in puzzlement.
He naturally knew it was Feng, since Wang Tang had mentioned Feng to him before, though he hadn't given it much thought at the time. Feng was, after all, the Hammer Doluo's disciple.
Why was he tagging along with Hu Buyao? For this mission, the Wang clan only invited you, Nine-tailed Doluo. We didn't invite him.
Afterward, I won't be paying any extra compensation, Wang Tian said, folding his arms. Heh heh heh, head of the Wang clan, you needn't worry about Feng.
Hearing Wang Tian's tone, Hu Buya wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. This was far too condescending.
However, she had once received Wang Tian's help in the past, and this time she was repaying the favor. She had no choice, but after this, she decided she would have little further dealings with the Wang clan. Haha, Hu Buyao, if you're so afraid of dying, you should at least hire a higher level control soul master.
What good is this greenhorn? Mad Blade Dolua sneered. Exactly. You don't really expect him to protect you, do you? Tianjian chimed in.
Humph, what the hell is it to you? Just mind your own business, Hu Buyao retorted. All right, everyone, stop arguing.
It's time, and everyone else here, let us get moving. Wang Tian said.
This time, the Wang family had invited nearly 40 people, and combined with the Wang family's own contingent, the total came to about 60 soul masters. Among them were combat type, support type, and most notably control type soul masters. For this hunt, the Wang family was confident of victory.
Boom!
The Mad Blade Dolua sliced through the void, and the group stepped right in. The distance from the imperial capital to the East Sea was nearly several hundred li. Traveling by vehicle was out of the question. By traveling directly through the void, they reached the East Sea in practically a second. The control type and support type soul masters took their positions at the planned locations, while Feng stood at the spot designated by Hu Buyao. Thank you all for your hard work, Wang Tian said, clasping his hands in a bow. I'll go face that black-scaled dragon first. The Mad Blade Dolua might not be the strongest in the imperial capital, but he was certainly the most impatient and the most reckless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Mad Blade Dolua. He arrived above the ocean and was just about to strike when he spotted a massive black shadow swimming below. Knowing this stretch of ocean well, he recognized it as the black-scaled dragon, the ruler of these waters. But the black-scaled dragon had also spotted Mad Blade Dolua after all. It could sense any enemy entering the waters or the airspace above. Boom! Its massive body burst through the surface of the sea, thick, black, and long, entirely covered in black scales that reflected a dazzling glow. The black-scaled dragon's head was that of a colossal dragon. Its two whiskers alone were nearly 10 meters long. The portion of its body protruding from the water stood over 100 meters tall, but that wasn't even the whole of it. It was merely 1/3 of its body. Impressive. Let me see just how powerful you really are, the Mad Blade Dolua roared with laughter, immediately summoning the Soul Mad Blade and unleashing his first soul skill. First soul skill, Chaotic Slash. Infusing the Mad Blade with mana, a massive blade aura 10 meters long coalesced in the air, slashing straight down toward the black-scaled dragon. Wave Cannon. A stream of breath erupted from the black-scaled dragon's massive jaws, colliding directly with the blade aura and shattering it to pieces. The remnants of the breath surged toward the Mad Blade Dolua. Holy crap, the Mad Blade Dolua exclaimed in shock. He had no idea how powerful the black-scaled dragon was. After all, no one had ever fought this creature before, so he didn't know what skills it possessed or how powerful they were. He thought his first soul skill would be enough to exchange a single blow with the opponent, but it had been defeated in an instant. Second soul skill, Frenzied Blade Slash. He swung his greatsword, and swift blade shadows immediately surrounded him, forming an impenetrable shield of soul energy. Crack! The remaining breath attack was blocked by the shield. Wave Cannon. The black-scaled dragon seized the opportunity to attack again, unleashing another breath strike directly at him. Boom! The Mad Blade Dolua's shield suddenly collapsed. He was knocked back a great distance by the breath strike, spit out a mouthful of blood from 82, and his aura grew noticeably weaker. This guy? The Mad Blade Dolua's previously arrogant expression had now turned serious. Witnessing this scene, everyone else's expressions grew grave as well. In just a single exchange, he had directly wounded a titled sovereign, and with only a single skill at that. This black-scaled dragon was undoubtedly no weaker than the 8-armed demon ape, and its age certainly far exceeded 100,000 years. First soul skill, Healing Light. Wang Tian quickly summoned the Chaos Green Lotus Soul. The advantages of the top support soul below the celestial grade were now evident. A beam of green light enveloped Mad Blade Dulua's head, instantly healing his injuries and fully restoring his mana.
Let us all go at him together, this guy's pretty strong. Chapter 82, this young man is quite skilled.
Although he didn't care for Mad Blade Dulua, this was also a chance to repay a debt to the Wang family, so Fox No Demon had no choice but to join the fray. The three launched their respective attacks, with Mad Blade Dulua striking from the front. Sky Sword Dulua and Fox No Demon attacked from the flanks. If an opportunity for a sneak attack arose, they would naturally strike. After all, it was best to eliminate a 100,000-year-old beast as soon as possible. Fifth soul skill, Heaven-Shattering Flying Knives. Mad Blade swung his blade, conjuring a black cloud filled with sharp little knives, each about half a meter long. Yet their icy glint was utterly unsettling, and they possessed a certain armor-piercing capability. It was an extremely aggressive area of effect soul skill. With this strike, Mad Blade intended to see what other tricks the black-scaled dragon had up his sleeve. Although the wave cannon from earlier was powerful, it was, after all, merely a single-target attack skill. Now, he wanted to see how the black-scaled dragon would respond. Second soul skill, Flying Swords. The Heavenly Sword Dulua also joined the attack from the side. The heavenly sword in his hand transformed into countless flying swords, well over 1,000 of them forming a vortex of flying blades. The two major soul skills directly surrounded the black-scaled dragon. Only a fool would take that head-on. However, the black-scaled dragon was extremely intelligent. It actually made a clean getaway, turning and diving into the deep sea and diving very, very deep. It knew that the ocean was the best barrier. As long as it dove deep enough, it could block the enemy's attacks without expending a single ounce of energy. There was no need to rely on brute strength to block them head-on. Instantly, the heaven-shattering flying daggers and flying swords struck empty air. All their attacks hit the ocean, churning up massive waves. By the time the waves had settled again, the black-scaled dragon had long since vanished. To be sure, this black-scaled dragon was clever. Knowing that 3 titled sovereigns had been deployed against it, it wouldn't engage. Even if it could win, doing so would reveal its true strength. Moreover, there might even be a sliver of danger involved. It was better to simply slip away. Once those people were gone, it would still be the undisputed ruler of these waters. It could be said that the black-scaled dragon's approach to combat left both Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword feeling a bit annoyed, especially Mad Blade, who was still eager to avenge that single strike. Damn it, that bastard actually just ran off. Looks like we'll have to drag it out from the ocean floor. Senior brother, are you suggesting we use the power of the void to force it out? But these waters are extremely deep. Forcing it out would likely consume far too much mana. What is there to fear? With Wang Tian supporting us, we can recover at any time, said Mad Blade. Alright, I'll back you up, said Fox Not Demon. Immediately, the three began channeling the power of the void, piercing straight through the seawater to search for the black-scaled dragon's trail. For the first few hundred meters, the three sensed nothing, but when they reached nearly 3,000 meters, the intense turbulence of the seawater and the extreme depth made the task increasingly difficult. By the time they reached 7,000 meters, the three were beginning to feel physically and mentally exhausted. At this point, Wang Tian and the others from the Wang family noticed their struggle and promptly cast supportive soul techniques to aid them, which made things much better. Damn it, where the hell is that thing hiding? Crazy Blade roared angrily. They had been searching for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of the black-scaled dragon, and the three of them had no idea just how deep the ocean actually was. While everyone's attention was focused on the sea surface, Foam actually sensed something amiss. Thanks to his spiritual wisdom skull, his spiritual power was unprecedentedly strong, allowing him to detect a faint aura approaching. That aura seemed to be masked by something. Although it was rather faint, Foam could still sense it. If it struck a person, the result would be either death or serious injury. To better track its trail, Foam locked his mental energy onto the target. After carefully sensing the area, he discovered that the trail was indeed created by the black-scaled dragon. Invisibility? Foam wondered aloud, though it didn't seem to be a true invisibility skill. Rather, it appeared the sea beast was simply using the power of the ocean to conceal itself. The black-scaled dragon is on the left. Everyone, spread out. Foam used his spiritual power to predict the black-scaled dragon's trajectory and immediately bellowed the command. After all, everyone present was a high-level soul master of the Great Xia Kingdom. If two of them died, it would be a loss for the Great Xia Kingdom. Out of goodwill, he wanted to issue a warning and at the same time, give Fox Buyao a heads up. Haha, give me a break. Even I can't sense that black-scaled dragon. How could a greenhorn like you possibly have stronger spiritual power than me? Mad Blade Doluoy's previously stern expression suddenly broke into a laugh so hearty his snot nearly bubbled out of his nose. The hammer Doluoy's disciple is just like him, he loves to brag. Is this kid trying to make us laugh? The crowd was also laughing heartily. After all, 3 titled sovereigns hadn't sensed anything unusual, yet one Feng had. This was beyond everyone's comprehension, so they all concluded that Feng was just bragging. But Hu Buyao trusted Feng completely. She believed he wasn't making things up out of thin air with so many people around. Feng wasn't the type to tell a joke just for the sake of it. So the very next second, Hu Buyao immediately stepped back, quickly moved to Feng's side, grabbed him, and pulled him backward, retreating a full 1,000 meters or more. The ocean is boundless. Boom! Just as Feng and Hu Buyao retreated, the black-scaled dragon's massive body burst out of the water, followed by a gigantic water column surging upward. The water column erupted exactly where Feng had predicted, and because it came so suddenly, the others were completely caught off guard. After all, just a second earlier, they had been mocking Feng. Fortunately, the black-scaled dragon's boundless ocean was a small area skill, so it only struck Mad Blade, Heavenly Sword, and the 8 people nearby. The massive water column completely engulfed the 10 figures, its sheer force terrifying those who hadn't been hit, causing them to scatter like rabbits. A few seconds later, the water column subsided. Of the 10 who had been struck, aside from Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword, the other 8 had vanished without a trace. Not even ashes remained. Clearly, they had been shattered to pieces in the attack. As for Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword, they were in slightly better shape. Knowing who they were up against today, they had equipped 9th-tier defensive gear before arriving. By now, their defensive gear had also been shattered, and both were looking utterly exhausted. Mad Blade was missing his right hand, which was drenched in blood, while Sky Sword's left leg was gone. Clearly, they had sustained serious injuries, but it wasn't over yet, as the black-scaled dragon's wave cannon struck again. If this had been earlier, the two would have had no trouble handling the wave cannon, but now, missing an arm and a leg, it was proving quite a struggle. Fortunately, some people nearby rushed to their aid in time, pulling them back from the battle zone to an altitude of over 1,000 meters above the sea surface. 7th Soul Skill, Chaos Spirit Light. Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family, immediately began treating the two. Under the effect of Chaos Spirit Light, new arms and legs quickly regrew on both of them. But Wang Tian's mana was completely depleted as a result. Still, he didn't give up. Since he'd come this far, he was determined to finish the job and repay the debt he owed these 3 titled sovereigns. Asking for favors from them in the future would be a hassle, so he had to succeed today even if it meant paying a higher price. Wang Tian quickly downed a mana potion to recover. Pfft, ha. Fox Buyao saw the 2 men's embarrassing predicament and couldn't help but burst out laughing, though inwardly she was also shocked by Feng. Her own spiritual energy hadn't detected any fluctuations at all, so how had Feng been able to pinpoint the black-scaled dragon's presence so precisely? It seemed this young man was quite the force to be reckoned with. But that's fine, she liked a tough challenge. Chapter 83, Feng, the one who doesn't give a damn. Kid, how did you sense that black-scaled dragon? Having recovered from their injuries, Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword turned to look at him, while the others pricked up their ears to listen. According to their speculation, for a freshman to possess such powerful mental energy, he must have obtained some advanced mental technique that was the only way he could have sensed it. No comment. However, all they got in response were 4 words delivered in Feng's icy tone. Truth be told, Feng couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this bunch. Earlier, when he kindly warned them, they actually thought he was bragging, mocking him? And mocking his teacher at the same time? This was something Feng found hard to stomach. After all, his teacher had been quite kind to him, even giving him a 9th-tier void pearl. How dare you speak to me like that? Mad Blade was always arrogant, and now that he'd been confronted by a freshman, especially with so many people around, he naturally felt his pride had been wounded.
Young brother Phone, when those three make their move later, could you please sense the black-scaled dragoness location so we can take timely precautions? After all, you've seen just how powerful that black-scaled dragon is. It's just too powerful. Wang Tian, seeing the tension in the air, stepped in to defuse the situation. Besides, Feng's unique sensing ability would indeed be a huge advantage. If the black-scaled dragon launched a few more surprise attacks, today a soul ring hunting mission would be doomed to failure. Sorry, I'm not interested. However, Feng still refused. The Wang family Han Ti invited his teacher and the others in the first place, and they even been gossiping behind their backs. They said Dachui was full of hot air, and today, the Wang family members Han Ti held back on their mockery either. With subordinates like that, the family head couldn't be much better himself. Even if he were about to be promoted to titled sovereign, Feng wouldn't go out of his way to curry favor with him. Well, the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Wang Tian Han Ti expected Feng to refuse outright after all, given the Wang family's background and influence. Which young person wouldn't seize the chance to curry favor? Never mind, head of the Wang family. Don't overestimate this guy. I think he was just lucky earlier, he just guessed right by chance, Mad Blade blurted out, for an excuse. The others also hurried to save face. After all, Wang Tian was today's financial backer, and it wouldn't do for him to feel embarrassed. So, one after another, they began to echo Mad Blade's words. That's right, that's right. Mad Blade de Loi is right. In my opinion, this kid was definitely just guessing. After all, there are only so many possible directions here. One time he guessed left, the next time he guessed right. Head of the Wang clan, don't go easy on this kid. We all have soul control techniques. Next time we force the black-scaled dragon out, we'll just subdue it together. As the group kept talking, Wang Tian finally found a way out of the awkward situation. Consequently, he, too, came to believe that Feng was just guessing. The slightly polite look in his eyes from earlier instantly turned haughty and condescending again. His gaze toward Feng was instantly filled with contempt and disdain. But Feng wasn't about to let that bother him. If these people continued fighting the black-scaled dragon, he believed there would be even more casualties, because he had just sensed a strange fluctuation emanating from the black-scaled dragon. The skull of a million-year-old, supremely intelligent being allowed Feng to sense that the black-scaled dragon had previously revealed only half of its true power at most. Even with just half its strength, it had nearly taken down 2 titled sovereigns in 2 or 3 rounds. As for the other half it hadn't displayed yet, its power might be even greater. It was highly likely that it possessed abilities within its domain, so much so that Feng had even secretly prepared a void pearl. He'd use it immediately if the worst happened. After all, if he lost it, he'd just ask Foxbooyao to reimburse him later. Since everyone has said so, let us continue. That beast has caused us such a heavy loss today, I won't be able to vent my hatred unless I kill it. Gentlemen, we of the Wang family will boost your power to the fullest. You, in turn, use the power of the void once more to force the black-scaled dragon out. Ha ha ha, great. With your full support, we've got nothing to fear, laughed Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword. There were over a dozen members of the Wang family, several had died earlier, leaving 8 now. These 8 each had their own specialties. Some were skilled in healing and restoring mana. Some were skilled at boosting others' combat abilities, while others specialized in enhancing attributes. Among them, the second elder of the Wang clan was exceptionally adept at boosting mental power. With the full support of these individuals, the 3's attributes and perceptual abilities would receive a massive boost. With that, at least Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword felt confident. They would definitely be able to sense the black-scaled dragon's presence in advance. At the very least, a situation like the one just now wouldn't happen again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A variety of enhancement beams from the Wang family members descended upon the 3 titled sovereigns. The trio returned to the skies above the ocean and jointly unleashed the power of the void. Thanks to this rapid enhancement, the power of the void expanded with extraordinary breadth and speed, quickly reaching a depth of over 8,000 meters below the surface. Moreover, the 3 felt their mental powers had become exceptionally acute. Even at a depth of over 8,000 meters, they could clearly perceive even a tiny shrimp swimming just a few centimeters forward.
However, despite this amplification, Feng still chuckled inwardly, because with just a slight probe of his spiritual power, he could tell that even if everyone combined their spiritual power, they still couldn't detect the black-scaled dragon, which was concealed by the power of the ocean, and this was the ocean's power in this region, immense beyond measure. Did they really think the three of them titled sovereigns plus a few supporting soul masters could handle it? Give me a break. He himself was boosted by a million-year-old soul bone essentially cheating, and even he could only sense a tiny fraction of it. At that moment, Feng was also scanning for the black-scaled dragoness trail. He discovered that the creature was extremely clever. After landing that successful strike, it didn't continue its attack but instead dove deeper into the ocean. There were still some ferocious beasts on the seafloor, and the black-scaled dragon was currently communicating with them in the language of the beasts. Feng deduced that they must be discussing some kind of plan. Unfortunately, Feng didn't understand beast language, though he did know a bit of the language of the island nation words like Amad and Iku. Even the theoretical masters who specialized in studying beasts hadn't yet managed to decipher beast language. Because beasts' languages varied by region and some even had dialects, researching them was extremely difficult. Step back a little, Feng thought to himself. Although these sea beasts weren't exactly 100,000-year-old beasts, several of them, theoretically speaking, were definitely at least 80,000 years old. That was already close to 100,000 years, and since they could harness the power of the ocean, their combat strength was likely on par with that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old beast on land. If they went berserk, even with his void pearl, he'd probably be in some danger, so it was better to stay a bit further away from the battlefield. So Feng retreated another 1,000 meters or so before he finally felt at ease. But when Feng retreated, the others assumed he had sensed that the black-scaled dragon was about to launch another attack, so they all followed him, retreating 1,000 meters as well. The three titled sovereigns, along with the entire Wang family, also retreated instantly. Even with their enhancements, they didn't dare to face that water column head-on. Its power was simply too great. Moreover, although they said Feng was just lucky and had guessed correctly, what if he guessed right again this time? Who could guarantee that the attack wouldn't be aimed at them? So everyone retreated as well. Seeing everyone retreat, Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Why isn't there any commotion? After everyone had retreated, they looked at the calm sea surface and, realizing there was no attack from the black-scaled dragon, immediately turned to Feng and demanded an explanation. After all, the void power had just been probing to a depth of nearly 10,000 meters. Now that they retreated, rescanning later would consume a massive amount of mana. What does it matter to me if there's any movement? Didn't you all get the boost? You can't possibly fail to detect even the slightest movement, can you? No way, right? Feng immediately adopted a sarcastic tone. Besides, your legs are attached to your own bodies. If you want to back off, how could I possibly stop you? His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 84, Stalling the Group. The Black-Scaled Dragoness Temptation. Well, the group stood there speechless, while only Hu Buyao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She hadn't expected Feng to pull such a stunt on everyone. And to be honest, this little guy was actually quite entertaining. Everyone, forget about him. Let us continue, Wang Tian said. Today was the hunt for his 9th soul ring. If he succeeded, he'd become a titled sovereign. He couldn't help but feel excited. But after that earlier retreat, the support soul masters had suffered significant mana depletion. They could only replenish their mana slightly with mana potions before resuming their search. Thus, the three of them returned to the skies above the ocean. However, at that moment, Feng sensed something amiss. During the brief window when the group had retreated, the black-scaled dragon and the sea beasts on the ocean floor had taken advantage of the ocean's power to conceal their movements. They had now risen to within about 100 meters of the surface, all in combat readiness, with their various skills primed and waiting to strike. Yet the three titled sovereigns had still not noticed a thing. Feng surmised that this must be the black-scaled dragoness doing. Retreat quickly. Faced with such a massive and fierce onslaught, Feng didn't believe the three of them could hold out. However, he didn't want to worry about Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword, so he simply used his mental power to send a telepathic message to Fox Buyao. Whoosh!
Upon hearing the message, Fox Bu Yao immediately retreated. Nine-tailed Dolawa, Hu Buyo's sudden retreat caught Kwang Dao and Tian Jian off guard. The two were about to rebuke him. Boom!
But in the blink of an eye, the calm sea surface suddenly churned into raging waves. Several massive forms emerged, followed by a barrage of beast skills, breath attacks, light beams, and water jets, all unleashed at once.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
Almost all of them struck Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword with pinpoint accuracy. In the black-scaled dragon's eyes, these three titled sovereigns were the first to be eliminated, wiped them out completely.
The rest would be easy to handle.
However, for some unknown reason, that female titled sovereign had actually managed to escape. But it didn't matter with two already dead and only her left, she wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Shit, Mad Blade, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now struck by several skills. Before he could even finish shouting shit, his entire body was engulfed by the black-scaled dragon's colossal water column. Last time, he had a 9th-tier artifact protecting him. This time, he had nothing. Aside from these two, most of the supporting soul masters in the outlying areas had also been wiped out.
Of the 8 remaining members of the Wang family, 6 died in an instant.
Except for Wang Tian and the second elder, who narrowly escaped, the rest had their bodies pulverized. Even these two weren't in good shape. Their shoulders were pierced with several bloody holes, and blood was gushing out. If they hadn't been wearing protective items themselves, they would have died just now.
I wonder how those two are doing.
Everyone watched the water column unleashed by the boundless sea. It was even more powerful than last time.
Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword must be in a tough spot too, right?
Soul fusion technique, blade and sword shadows. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, and a tornado formed from blades and swords emerged from within the water column, shattering Da Hai Wuliang's attack completely.
Thank goodness, they're not dead yet. That's their soul fusion technique, Wang Tian and the others exclaimed with relief.
After all, titled sovereigns weren't so easily killed, especially not when they possessed a soul fusion technique. This blade and sword shadows is a soul technique capable of holding its own against a level 96 titled sovereign. Its power is undeniably formidable.
Control soul masters, act now.
Fox, you two take control of that black-scaled dragon while our soul fusion technique is still active, shouted Mad Blade from within the whirlwind of blades and swords. And it really was a golden opportunity. If they could subdue the black-scaled dragon and strike it down while the soul fusion technique was still in full effect, they might just take it down in one blow. Got it, the group replied in unison, and immediately began unleashing a barrage of control soul techniques. Third soul technique, Stunned Silence.
6th soul skill, Immortal Vine Cage.
Most of the control-type soul masters were only level 70 or 80, so their soul skills could only serve in a supporting role. The real weight of the battle would rest on Hu Buyo's control soul skills. Only soul skills cast by someone of her caliber over level 90 could effectively restrict the black-scaled dragon.
4th soul skill, Enchantment.
Hu Buyo activated her soul skill, and instantly, a red heart shot toward the black-scaled dragon.
7th soul skill, Fox Tails.
To enhance the control effect, Hu Buyo immediately followed up with her 7th soul skill, which summoned 9 fox tails. Each one was immense. As long as she had enough mana, they could grow infinitely large. Reaching 100 meters was no problem at all.
Besides attacking, these fox tails could also bind the enemy.
Sure enough, after the red heart struck the black-scaled dragon, it fell into a brief state of confusion and disorientation, the very effective enchantment, while the 9 giant tails bound it tightly. For a moment, the black-scaled dragon was immobilized, leading everyone to realize this was their chance.
Perfect opportunity.
You dared to provoke me, Mad Blade. You've really hit a brick wall today. Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword charged forward, their blades and swords flashing in unison.
Ha ha ha, excellent.
This time, the black-scaled dragon is as good as dead, and my 9th soul ring is finally within reach. Wang Tian was overjoyed, as if the deaths of so many members of the Wang clan moments ago no longer mattered.
In fact, it truly didn't matter anymore.
On the verge of becoming the Great Xia Kingdom's first support-titled sovereign, the deaths of those clan members could be seen as a contribution to his own cause. With a support soul master possessing a 100,000-year beast soul ring, any titled sovereign regardless of rank would have to take him seriously. Even those old-timers above level 95 would have to treat him with respect. In the future, the Wang clan's influence in the imperial capital would surge significantly. By then, they could simply expand their family tree further. Congratulations, clan head, on your imminent ascension to titled sovereign. The second elder of the Wang clan offered his congratulations.
Congratulations, head of the Wang clan.
Several support and control soul masters, having finished casting their soul skills, also offered their congratulations one after another. Instantly, the scene erupted into celebration, filled with a joyful atmosphere.
Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right?
As he watched the crowd assume victory was assured, Feng's spiritual sense detected an anomaly. Logically speaking, if the black-scaled dragon had been hit by a control skill, if he had truly been controlled, he would have entered a brief state of mental stagnation. If not, his mind would remain normal. Feng clearly sensed that the black-scaled dragon's mind was in a normal state.
That guy is luring us in,
Feng realized. The reason the black-scaled dragon was pretending to be controlled was to draw those soul masters closer, and the three titled had also stepped forward. After all, many beasts' control or domain skills have a very limited range. Once the distance is too great, they're virtually ineffective. And since this creature was immune even to the control of a titled sovereign, it was clearly no ordinary foe. By luring them in close, it must possess a skill of immense destructive power or a formidable domain.
Trouble.
Just as Feng confirmed this in his mind, he saw exactly what he feared. As the group approached the black-scaled dragon, a black domain spread out, instantly immobilizing everyone. The immobilization was so powerful that it even interrupted the soul fusion technique of Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword.
Oh no, we've fallen for a trap.
Only then did the three titled sovereigns and the other control soul masters realize what was happening, but it was too late.
Not only were they immobilized, but their mana was instantly sealed as well.
Quick, use the control-breaking items and skills. The group pulled out various items. Mad Blade even produced a 9th-tier control-breaking item, but it was completely useless. Even the items were rendered ineffective within this field.
What the hell is this field?
The group was filled with immense regret. As expected, they shouldn't have rashly provoked a 100,000-year-old beast without knowing its true capabilities. But it was too late for regrets now.
Demon Dragon Shockwave.
After immobilizing everyone around it, the black-scaled dragon formed a ring of black light waves centered on itself. The nearby void was torn open
for 1,000 li, plunging into chaos.
What kind of horror is this? Seeing the 1,000 li long tear in the void, Mad Blade and the others were horrified. As titled sovereigns, they naturally knew that to tear open such a vast expanse of the void, this black-scaled dragon must be at least 300,000 years old. Unless it's one of the three supreme titled sovereigns of the Great Xia Kingdom, anyone who comes here is courting death.
It's over, I'm as good as dead.
The group closed their eyes in despair. They wanted to struggle, but they couldn't. As long as they remained within the domain, they would remain immobilized and under its control. At this moment, no one had the courage to step forward and save them.
Chapter 85, Feng, Save Me. Dragon Roar. Feng decided to act. If he didn't intervene immediately, Hubuya would be struck by the demon dragon's shockwave. With immobilization and mana stagnation, she was virtually defenseless.
If she were hit, not even a speck of ash would remain. As for the others, Feng simply couldn't worry about them.
Even with its recent enhancement, his Dragon Roar could only maintain a strong control effect for 1.2 seconds. Saving Hubuya was the absolute limit.
As for the rest, they'd have to rely on their own luck.
Crack!
With a loud crack, the black-scaled dragon was forcibly stunned by Feng's Dragon Roar.
Its domain was slightly weakened, and everyone's mana shortage was temporarily alleviated.
However, escaping the black-scaled dragon's domain within those 1.2 seconds was impossible unless someone came to their rescue.
What's going on?
How did the black-scaled dragon get stunned?
It was Feng's Dragon Roar just now.
Someone caught on to what was happening, and their mind was instantly thrown into turmoil. So Hammer Dolua was telling the truth. After all, this Feng really can control a 100,000-year-old beast. It wasn't just the two Duluos, Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword. The others only realized this now as well.
It turned out that the braggart Hammer Doluwa wasn't just blowing smoke, he was telling the truth. This Fong truly possessed godlike control abilities. After all, this was the black-scaled dragon that even the nine-tailed Doluwa couldn't subdue with both of his soul skills. And it had actually been stunned unconscious by a single roar from Fong? Everyone was utterly stunned. At the same time, the Wang family members were filled with deep regret. Why hadn't they invited Fong earlier? If they had, so many people wouldn't have died, and neither they nor the titled sovereign would be in this predicament now. But there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. They had previously ignored Fong, and now he was far beyond their reach. While the black-scaled dragon is still stunned, let us try the control-breaking items and soul skills again. At Mad Blade Dolua's shout, everyone pulled out their items 6th, 7th, 8th, and even 9th tier control-breaking items. However, to everyone's despair, those control-breaking items were still unable to be used or lift the immobilization effect. Yet, just as despair was setting in once more, Fong burst into the black-scaled dragon's immobilization field. Acting as if nothing were wrong, he wrapped an arm around Hu Buyao from behind and swiftly darted off into the distance. That guy isn't immobilized? The group exchanged bewildered glances. It was one thing for Fong to possess powerful control abilities, but to have such an absurd immunity to control effects as well? That is the black-scaled dragon, a beast far surpassing 100,000 years in age and a sea beast at that. Now, on its home turf, you act as if nothing is wrong. Doesn't the black-scaled dragon have any pride? And what about all the people here who've been immobilized? Don't they have any pride either? Fong, save me. Seeing Fong's formidable control and immunity to control, Mad Blade Doluwa could no longer maintain his arrogance. Faced with death, he had no choice but to set aside his pride, but unfortunately, Fong didn't take the bait. Fong wouldn't risk his own life. Mad Blade and the others were too far away. 1.2 seconds wasn't nearly enough time. The demon dragon's shockwave had already begun to spread, and he still needed to lead Fox, not Demon, as far away from the battlefield as possible. But Fong wasn't going to stand by and do nothing either. A titled sovereign was of the utmost importance to any nation, a figure who defended a region and ensured its security. If the Great Xia Kingdom were to lose two titled sovereigns at once, restless evil organizations and foreign spy networks would surely extend their claws toward the kingdom. Moreover, Beast might even launch an attack on the borderlands. Besides, if he lent a hand now, and by some chance those two survived, they'd owe him their lives, and that is no small favor. After all, he had 3 void pearls on hand. Tossing one out was no big deal. Having made up his mind, Bayou. Fong hurled 2 9th tier void pearls, shielding Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword. As for the others, he didn't bother, he was saving the 3rd one to protect himself. The demon dragon's shockwave was rapidly spreading, causing the void to collapse wherever it passed. For safety's sake, Fong used the last void pearl to shield himself and Hu Buyao. He channeled mana to activate the void pearl, and a transparent light shield enveloped Fong and Hu Buyao. He activated the Xuanwu transformation within the 4-elephant shift, first casting a shield over himself, then using the cloud bat wings given to him by his senior brother to flee as far as possible. Disaster is always one step behind me. After activating the cloud bat wings, Fong sprinted at an extraordinary speed. He wasn't called the 2nd fastest under titled sovereign for nothing. That was his genuine, hard-earned skill. When it came to fighting, the 2nd senior brother might not be the best, but when it came to running, he was top tier. Even with the demon dragon's shockwave chasing him from behind, it simply couldn't catch up to Fong. Next time I get the chance, I'll ask Beiji for more cloud bat wings. Fong muttered to himself. Last time, the 2nd senior brother had given him 15, he used 1, so now he had only 14 left. With something like this, Fong could never have too many. Meanwhile, boom! The black demon dragon shockwave moved with incredible speed. In just a few seconds, it obliterated every city near this stretch of sea and everyone in the air. The black glow was blinding. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to collapse. Every target within the demon dragon shockwave was reduced to, not even the towering buildings were spared. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the seas.
Even the entire eastern region of the Great Xia Kingdom witnessed this spectacle, for the very fabric of space above had completely torn apart. The blast was visible across a distance of several thousand li. Even the island nations to the east and other countries near the waters observed it. What overwhelming might! That's the Eastern Sea. Could someone be targeting that black-scaled dragon? The deafening roar naturally drew the attention of many powerful figures. In the major cities near the eastern seas, numerous powerful figures rushed to witness the battle, but none dared to approach the combat zone. Such intense battle fluctuations meant that even a mere aftershock could reduce them to ashes. Boom! Black radiance continued to spread across the sky, and the rift in the void kept expanding. This is damn more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Feng glanced back over his shoulder as he fled. The demonic dragoness shockwaves had already destroyed several nearby cities, and the aftershocks were still spreading. Let us get out of here. Feng didn't look back again, sprinting several hundred li in one go. About 5 minutes later, he returned to the imperial capital. Last time with the 8-armed demon ape, I'd only gotten a taste of the cloud batwing's ability to soar through the air. This time, I've truly experienced just how fast they are. Feng whistled in amazement. The distance from the imperial capital to the edge of the East Sea was nearly 800 kilometers, yet the cloud batwings had flown back in just 5 minutes. Talk about fast. But now wasn't the time to keep marveling at the cloud batwings. Feng still had someone in his arms. Fox Buyao had fainted, and Feng didn't know how to save her. With no other choice, he activated the void key and entered Dachui's secret realm. Master, it's bad. What's wrong? Seeing Feng holding the 9-tailed Doluo, who was covered in blood, Dachui's expression turned grave. With injuries this severe, this mission to hunt the black-scaled dragon had failed. Let us go to the treatment room first. Chapter 86, Why don't you just? After Feng and Dachui arrived at the treatment room, Dachui first went to fetch some rare healing treasures, while Feng was tasked with placing the unconscious Hu Buyao on the treatment table. What's going on here? Feng had clearly noticed that fluffy animal ears had sprouted from Hu Buyao's head. They were incredibly cute. He even gave them a few pats. They felt so soft. Holy crap, there's a tail too? After feeling the animal ears, Feng noticed that 9 snow-white tails had actually sprouted from Hu Buyao's back. This was clearly no cosplay. He touched one and ran his hand along the tail to inspect it further, discovering that they were indeed growing from Hu Buyao's body. Master, how can a human grow beast tails? Feng asked as Dachui walked over. Although he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, he was still no match for Dachui. She isn't human to begin with. What's so strange about a beast growing tails? To his surprise, Dachui didn't find it strange at all. She isn't human? Feng asked, puzzled. That's right. Ever since the Soul Era began, humans and beasts have been vying for dominance, each with their own strengths. Some humans have sided with beasts to commit evil deeds, while some beasts coexist peacefully with humans. This 9-tailed celestial fox is one of them. Besides the 9-tailed celestial fox, there are several other beast races. You'll come across them when the time comes. Dachui said as he concocted a potion. Hey, how about this? I'll slip something into her potion, like some love potion or something. Then, when she wakes up later, you can that way, you'll have a titled sovereign-level female powerhouse as your personal bodyguard from now on. Dachui suddenly broke into a lecherous grin. Master, she already has a daughter. She is the president of our school's Fox Charm Club. So what? A mature married woman has real charm. Dachui gave a knowing look, and Feng instantly thought of one person, the current principal. Don't you know that the 9-tailed celestial fox gives birth through bloodline induction? She is still a virgin, and the beast places great importance on that. Who knows, maybe after you've slept with her, she'll follow you loyally until the end of time. Wouldn't that be great? Teacher, I'm not that kind of person. Let us leave this sort of thing to the readers. Feng suddenly felt that his teacher, who was usually so serious, had suddenly become quite the rascal. This made him think that his teacher must be someone with quite a story. The readers at this moment, let her go, I'll handle it. Never mind.
Since you're reluctant, let us tend to her injuries first. Dachui concocted a potion and had Hubuya drink it. However, because Hubuyo's 9 tails had been wrapped around the black-scaled dragon, had been severed by the black-scaled dragon, damaging her very essence, Dachui had no choice but to stabilize her condition first, then send Hubuya back to the 9-tailed celestial fox clan for treatment. Do you want to come with me to check out the 9-tailed celestial fox clan's settlement? Forget it, I'd rather go back and rest. Feng said. He was exhausted. The energy expended from the dragon roar and his rapid flight had left him with almost no mana remaining. Although the cloud bat wings were fast, covering a distance of 800 kilometers, didn't he burn gasoline or essential oils. It burned his entire supply of mana. If it had been any other soul master in their 30s, using the cloud bat wings would have left them exhausted after flying just 10 kilometers at most. But he had flown a full 800 kilometers without being drained dry, demonstrating just how powerful and enduring his mana was. After emerging from the Void Realm, Feng didn't return to his dorm to rest. Instead, he headed for the Mana Tower. After all, his mana would regenerate passively there, and combined with his perfect celestial-grade meditation technique, wouldn't it be even better to sleep inside? Ever since witnessing the black-scaled dragon's formidable power, Feng had resolved to become even stronger. He wouldn't let any opportunity to increase his mana slip by. When the day came that he could effortlessly tear open the void for thousands of li with a single skill that would be close enough. Before long, Feng arrived at the Mana Tower. As usual, he would normally head to the advanced training room on the 2nd floor, but after more than a month of rigorous training, combined with reaching level 30 and obtaining his 3rd soul ring, and now having reached level 35, the advanced training room on the 2nd floor no longer held any appeal for Feng. Therefore, Feng decided to go to the 3rd floor. Hey, Feng, it's been a while. As soon as he stepped onto the 3rd floor, he ran into an acquaintance, Xiao Qian from the Fox Charm Society, who had just passed the 3rd floor trial of the Mana Tower the day before yesterday. She had just finished her training for the day. She stopped, first, to conserve her credits, and second and most importantly because she could only handle it for an hour at most. The pressure on the 3rd floor was simply too intense. Senior Xiao, it's been a while. You're looking more and more beautiful. Junior Feng, you really have an eye for beauty. I remember you used to stay on the 2nd level, but since you're here on the 3rd now, you must be planning to boost your mana here from now on. Perfect timing. The instructor overseeing today's 3rd level trial hasn't left yet. Let me take you there. With that, Xiao Qian led Feng to the trial area on the 3rd level of the Mana Tower. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the trial area. Many were those who had just failed their trials, while others had succeeded. Is everyone here? If so, today's trial session is over. Just then, as the last participant stepped out, the supervising instructor asked the crowd once more. Instructor, wait, Feng hasn't gone in for his trial yet? Xiao Qian shouted loudly. Feng? Upon hearing that name, the image of a young man instantly flashed through the minds of everyone present, including the presiding instructor. No surprise, Feng had truly stood out at this year's freshman grand competition, instantly overwhelming the entire field with his soul skills, and his very first soul ring was a 10,000-year-old black soul ring. It was impossible not to remember this handsome young man. Hello, Feng. I'm Diajuchang, the instructor in charge of presiding over the trial, the teacher said politely as he approached. Although Feng's teacher wasn't the current president of Imperial Soul University, he was the 6th president and held the title of titled sovereign. Setting aside Feng's terrifying potential, Diajuchang had to be respectful simply because of that background. Hello, teacher. Can we begin the trial now? Feng asked politely, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the name. Chao Renqi, Doju Chang. The instructors here all seemed to have names that were a bit. I've already unlocked the trial chamber for you. You may enter now. Thank you. With that, Feng hurried inside. Although his mana was a bit depleted, sustaining it through the 3rd level trial shouldn't be a problem. He long wanted to train on the 3rd level, so he inquired in advance about the requirements for the 3rd level trial,
all he had to do was hold out for a quarter of an hour against the 10 mechanical puppets inside the trial chamber.
Don't let the short time frame fool you, the overall difficulty was immense.
Very few students managed to pass by the second semester of their sophomore year, especially considering this was the imperial capital Seoul University, where even the beginners were at the genius level. This shows just how difficult it is.
I wonder how long Feng will be able to hold out.
After Feng went inside, Diao Juchang said, watching his back.
Chapter 87, Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Diao Juchang was suddenly filled with curiosity.
After all, on this third level, the youngest student to ever pass the trial had done so 3 months after enrolling in their sophomore year. A student like Feng who dared to take on this challenge just over a month after starting as a freshman was unheard of before. If Feng managed to pass, the impact would be no less significant than winning first place in the freshman competition.
What do you guys think? Will Junior Feng make it through?
I was in there for 3 minutes before the mechanical puppets beat me to a pulp and kicked me out.
At that moment, several sophomores chimed in.
Their faces were bruised and swollen from previous failed attempts at the trial.
Is there even a question? Junior Feng will definitely pass.
I heard he has already reached over level 30 and obtained his third soul ring, 3 10,000-year-old black ones. Even though he is just a freshman, with that soul ring setup, it won't be hard for him to last a quarter of an hour, he might even last longer.
I agree. Junior Feng is the most outstanding prodigy I've ever seen.
He is already over level 30 just over a month into his freshman year. I really don't know how he did it. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with astonishment at Feng's achievements. In the past, some freshmen had reached level 30, but that was always toward the end of their first semester. However, just then, an alarm sounded from Feng's trial chamber.
Danger, danger. The Challenger's mana has dropped below 10%. Please press the end button immediately to exit.
The alarm system inside the trial chamber utilized cutting-edge mana detection technology, capable of instantly determining a challenger's mana levels upon entry.
It also featured a user-friendly end button, designed to allow challengers to automatically exit in case of unexpected emergencies.
It's one thing for this guy to challenge us as a freshman, but he has got less than 10% mana?
Upon hearing the alarm, everyone was completely stunned.
If they previously thought Feng was a bit cocky, they considered it normal. After all, his gear was top-notch.
But now, with his mana so critically low, he is still coming to challenge us? What does 10% mana even mean? Fighting the mechanical golems inside for 4 or 5 rounds would drain it completely, which challenger doesn't arrive with full mana? This Feng is getting a bit too cocky, said the host, Professor Diao Juchang.
Clearly, he didn't believe Feng could clear the challenge in this condition. With less than 10% mana left and so many powerful mechanical golems to face, even a junior in their first semester would have a tough time. After all, by the first semester of their junior year, students at Seoul University in the imperial capital have all reached at least level 40. This junior Feng must have just woken up. Quick, pull out your phone and record a video. Maybe we can post it on the campus news site later and get some serious buzz. Quite a few people pulled out their phones and started recording videos. Feng was currently very popular on the campus network, and videos related to him always racked up high view counts. Filming a video of the newcomer king making a fool of himself right now would definitely be a bombshell. Oh, Feng, you're being a bit too cocky, Xiao Qian sighed, lowering her head slightly. She had only passed the trial on her 25th attempt and knew just how difficult it was. When she finally passed the trial, her entire mana reserve had been completely drained, and she nearly collapsed. If that was the case with a full mana reserve, what hope could there be with just 10% remaining? Consequently, her delicate face was filled with concern. Naturally, she didn't want to see Feng make a fool of himself.
Boom!
However, just as everyone was getting excited and preparing to record a video, a massive explosion rang out from the third-floor trial chamber, causing the entire third floor and indeed the entire mana tower to tremble.
Holy crap! What is going on? Is the mana tower about to collapse? The crowd was startled. They had clearly felt the tremor just now.
That sounds like it's coming from Junior Feng's trial chamber, someone said, glancing at the chamberess door. Boom! Just then, the same thunderous roar rang out again, and everyone clearly felt the mana tower tremble slightly once more. It really is coming from there, the crowd confirmed, but a question immediately sprang to their minds: how exactly were these vibrations being transmitted? Ah, I get it. Junior Fong ran out of mana after entering and got pinned down by those mechanical golem traps, someone said. During my first trial, I was also pinned down and beaten by the mechanical golem traps, but I had full mana back then. Junior Fong, on the other hand, has less than 10% mana left. That's why the commotion is so loud. He must be been beaten so badly he couldn't even fight back. It's just too tragic, someone remarked, even picturing the scene of Fong getting beaten to a pulp, a sight too gruesome to bear. Hearing this explanation, everyone felt it made sense. The supervising teacher, Diao Juchang, also believed that Fong was far too arrogant. Letting him get beaten up by the mechanical puppets and suffer a bit would do him some good. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but most of the time, it's better to stay humble, because once they leave school, there are plenty of skilled masters out there. If you're not careful, your arrogance could even get you killed. Boom! The sounds echoed several more times, until, after a little over a minute, the trial chamber fell completely silent, with no further disturbances. It must be over. Junior Fong has probably been knocked out. According to the trial chamber's tech system, once a challenger is unable to fight back, the door opens automatically. Everyone, get ready to record. Someone immediately rushed to the entrance of the trial chamber, trying to be the first to capture footage. Click. At that moment, the trial chamber's door swung open, and everyone became even more certain that Fong had been beaten to the ground. After all, whenever anyone passed the trial, the chamber's tech system would emit a reward sound. But now, Fong hadn't heard it, so there was only one possible outcome: he'd been beaten. Besides, whoever passes a challenge on their first try in just over a minute? Why is everyone crowding around here? However, just as the crowd peered inside, expecting to see Fong with a black eye and a swollen, they saw him walk out unscathed. He was still as handsome and distinguished as ever, just like so many of his readers. Fong was naturally curious as well. Why were so many people gathered at the entrance? Are you okay? Seeing that Fong was completely unharmed and showed no signs of having been beaten up, the host, Diao Juchang, stepped forward to examine him, his mind filled with question marks. How could anything be wrong? All you need is a pair of hands, right? By the way, teacher, I thought there was supposed to be an announcement when you pass? Why didn't I hear the announcement sound when I passed? Fong asked. In fact, he had passed long ago. He'd been waiting for the tech system's notification, but after waiting over 10 seconds without hearing anything, he simply came out to ask himself. What was that huge bang just now? Diao Juchang asked again. You mean those mechanical puppets? I took them all apart. I don't know if that counts as passing, Fong said, gesturing for Diao Juchang to look inside. The others also peered eagerly through the entrance. Whoa! Instantly, their scalps prickled, and they sucked in a sharp breath. Because those mechanical puppets, which had seemed like a living hell to them, had now been dismantled by Fong into scattered parts lying on the ground, with some even emitting wispy plumes of black smoke. Did this guy really take those mechanical puppets apart? Diao Juchang stared in utter disbelief. Chapter 88, The Doluwa Hall. Diao Juchang and the others entered the trial chamber and inspected the mechanical puppet parts one by one. They discovered that Fong hadn't merely disassembled them, he'd broken them down to their smallest components, to the point where they couldn't be taken apart any further. So that loud bang was the mechanical puppet getting beaten up, not Junior Fong, the group finally realized. Just moments ago, they naively assumed it was Fong who'd taken the beating. At the same time, however, their admiration for Fong had reached new heights, for today he set yet another record, the fastest time for a freshman to pass the third-level trial. And he'd done it in under 2 minutes. Looking back, everyone present found this perfectly normal. Ever since Fong had arrived, he seemed to have been constantly defying conventions and shattering records. The freshman combat power rankings, defeating every opponent in the freshman tournament one-on-one, trial records. Teacher, the mechanical golem didn't last a quarter of an hour against me. I'm not sure if I've passed, Fong asked at that moment. Of course you passed. Diao Juchang was at a loss for words. Normally, the challenger is supposed to last a quarter of an hour against the mechanical puppet, but now the situation had completely flipped. It had become the puppet that had to last against Feng, and the key point was, it hadn't even lasted that long before it was dismantled. By the way, why isn't there a notification? Let me check. Diao Juchang went over to the tech system in the trial chamber, took a quick look, and discovered that the notification wasn't missing. It was just that the vibrations from Feng's battle with the mechanical golem had been too intense. They affected the tech system, which was now damaged and paralyzed, requiring professional repair. No big deal, the system just malfunctioned. I'll go ahead and grant you level 3 access. Diao Juchang led Feng out of the trial chamber and into his office. He opened his school account, logged in, and then, in the Access Authorization Center, granted Feng level 3 access. Generally speaking, even if a student passes the 3rd level trial, they're only granted access to the low-level training room to increase their mana. After all, the gap between the low, intermediate, and high-level training rooms on the 3rd level is quite significant. For students who just passed, being able to endure 1 hour a day in the low-level training room during their first week is considered quite an achievement. However, Diao Juchang believed that the low-level training room was no challenge for Feng, so he directly granted him access to the high-level training room. You can skip the 1,000 credits upgrade fee, Diao Juchang said. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 normally requires a 500 credits fee, but Feng's level 2 instructor, Ma Yun, had waived it for him previously. Now Diao Juchang was waiving the fee as well. After all, opportunities to do a favor for such a future powerhouse were rare, and he wanted to make a good impression right away. Thank you, teacher, Feng said gratefully. 1,000 credits was a substantial sum. Even though he currently had over 8,000 credits on hand, it still felt like a lot to him, and he made a mental note to remember this favor. He then arrived at the 3rd floor area. Since it was the weekend, there were quite a few people there. At Seoul University in the imperial capital, students typically spent their weekends either soaking up mana in the mana tower or heading to the wilderness zone to complete quests for credits and improve their combat skills. Very few went out on dates. Overall, a martial spirit prevailed, so Feng searched for quite a while but couldn't find a single high-level training room. Thank goodness, there's still one here. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and Feng finally found one at the end of the hallway. He immediately went inside, closed the door, and began farming credits. First, he carefully sensed the passive boost to his mana. Currently, the celestial grade meditation technique granted a 60-point mana bonus per second, but after the boost from the 3rd floor advanced training room, it rose to 118 points. This delighted Feng. His mana was increasing much faster than before. However, at the same time, he did feel a slight sense of pressure. But this was due to his mana depletion. His mana, which had been less than 10% to begin with, was now down to about 3% after disassembling the mechanical golem. I'd better recover first. Meanwhile, outside, numerous events had unfolded in the wake of the battle against the black-scaled dragon of the East Sea. The Wang clan, specifically clan head Wang Tian and the clan's elders, was hit the hardest. Their expedition to the dragon in the East Sea had ended in total annihilation. Currently, the strongest member of the Wang clan was only level 72, making it impossible for them to maintain the clan's vast influence in the imperial capital. Consequently, the Wang clan has suddenly plummeted from a titled sovereign family on the verge of possessing the strongest support soul to a third-rate clan, with other factions in the imperial capital now eyeing them with greed. Internally, the Wang clan has also been plunged into a power struggle over the new clan head. Heads of such prominent clans typically have at least several wives and sons, sometimes as many as dozens. Monogamy is reserved only for the weak. Since the descendants of the powerful are highly likely to inherit souls similar to their parents, the Great Xia Kingdom encourages such powerful figures to have many children. Consequently, the struggle for the new head of the family was extremely fierce. Fortunately, Wang Tang's mother, Elaine, had a strong background, which is what allowed Wang Tang to ascend to the position of the Wang family's new head. This, at least, temporarily stabilized the situation for the Wang family. Meanwhile, at the highest governing body of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Dolua Hall. The Dolua Hall is where all titled sovereigns of the Great Xia Kingdom convene. At that moment, nearly everyone in the hall wore solemn expressions, for before them
lay two individuals on the brink of death. They were none other than the two Doluwa, Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword. Fortunately, Fong's two Void Pearls had shielded them from most of the damage caused by the Demon Dragon's shockwaves. As a result, they barely survived when they were rescued, but to heal them quickly would require a titled sovereign-level healing soul master, a position the Great Xia Kingdom clearly did not yet possess. That left only level 80 plus healing soul masters, supplemented by top-tier rare treasures. But that wasn't the most serious issue. The titled sovereigns of the Great Xia Kingdom were each assigned to specific regions, and Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword were stationed in the northeastern region of the kingdom. At present, it will take at least a month to heal them both. This means the northeastern region will be left without powerful guardians. Promoting new powerhouses in such a short time is simply impossible. Mana doesn't increase that quickly. Moreover, the soul fusion technique shared by Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword further solidifies their irreplaceable status. Without them, the island nations in the northeastern region are likely to become unstable. Although the news has been suppressed for now, given the islanders' despicable, shameless, and underhanded tactics, they will undoubtedly get wind of any trouble involving Mad Blade and Heavenly Sword. When that happens, they'll likely send a large number of spies to infiltrate the Great Xia Empire. This is a bad omen, because spies from the island nation have only two types of missions. The first is to infiltrate and bribe high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire in order to steal state secrets. This type of mission is usually carried out by male spies. The second type involves using schemes such as the beauty trap to lure Great Xia's prodigies into serving them. If they cannot be co-opted, the spies will secretly eliminate these prodigies. In the eyes of the island nation, any rising star of the Great Xia Kingdom is destined to be their mortal enemy. These missions are carried out by female spies, women of exceptional beauty and stunning figures who have been trained from a young age and are proficient in every skill, particularly in the software hardening. To achieve their goals, selling their bodies is a piece of cake. Don't underestimate their skills. Most people simply can't handle them. It's said that in the island nation, women with top-tier looks and figures become spies, while those with second-rate looks go into a hem. Chapter 89. Today, you're definitely getting beaten. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the issue of security maintenance in the Northeast region, do any of you have any good solutions? Among the three main seats of the Doluwa Hall, the one on the left was occupied by a black shadow, none other than one of the three supreme titled sovereigns of the Great Xia Kingdom. A level 98 Shadow Doluwa. As for the other two main seats, they were both empty. At a meeting of this caliber, all three would not typically attend unless it concerned a national security crisis of the Great Xia Kingdom. Otherwise, it was usually the least powerful of the three who presided over the meeting. Yet even though he was the weakest among the three, no one in this hall dared to show the Shadow Doluwa any disrespect. His overwhelming 98th level strength, combined with the elusiveness of his shadow soul, had earned him a reputation that resonated far and wide across the international stage. In my opinion, we should deploy all personnel from the Imperial Capital's Sanctions Bureau to the Northeast region. Dachui stepped forward and said. What's your reasoning? My reasoning is this: with the three of you stationed in the Imperial Capital, no one dares to stir up trouble. The situation there is generally absolutely stable. As for those minor skirmishes, there is no need for the Sanctions Bureau's elite to handle them. They're the kind of tasks best left to our subordinates, like law enforcement squads and the like. Besides, I've observed the Sanctions Bureau personnel in the Imperial Capital. They're actually quite idle. This would be a good opportunity to send them to the Northeast region to gain some experience. Everyone nodded. What Dachui said did indeed make sense. The Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau was an elite force, and deploying it to the Northeast region would be a surprise move. But there are still minor incidents in the Imperial Capital that need to be handled. We can't redeploy everyone, can we? Ing Doluwa and the others pondered. I have a solution for that as well. Each of us here can recommend a few disciples to join the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau, and at the same time, we'll have the Bureau recruit talent from the top universities. Recruit from universities? Won't they be too young? Someone asked with concern. Let us give the young people a chance. If we don't let them take the field, how will we ever see their brilliance? Hammer Doluwa has a point. I think it's feasible. Many began to agree. Alright, let us proceed this way for now. I'll instruct the director of the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau immediately, and you just need to provide the lists of your top recommended disciples. Shadow Doluo made the final decision. The Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau was an exceptionally powerful force within the Imperial Capital, directly under the jurisdiction of the three supreme titled sovereigns, and wielded immense authority. Hammer Doluo had proposed this idea not only to address the issue of security and stability in the northeast but also with the intention of having Feng join the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau. At present, Dachui could handle most of Feng's issues, but when it came to matters involving titled sovereigns, especially those more powerful than himself, Feng might face a tough challenge. However, as long as Feng performed exceptionally well at the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau and earned the favor of the three supreme titled sovereigns, he would have nothing to worry about in the Great Xia Empire. Even on the international stage, should anyone attempt to openly target Feng, any nation would have to carefully weigh the wrath of the three supremes. After the meeting adjourned, Dachui sent the list of candidates he had recommended to the director of the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau. He was confident that Feng would rise rapidly through the ranks there. Meanwhile, Feng, exhausted, had slept in the advanced training room on the third floor of the Mana Tower until just past 5 p.m., when he finally awoke. As soon as he woke up, he heard a knock at the door of the training room. Because the walls were quite thick, the sound was faint, but it seemed to be continuing. However, Feng paid it no mind. Instead, he took out his phone, intending to check the official website for any updates on the East Sea Dragon slaying incident or to see if there was any international news. After reading the news, Feng checked the messages on his student watch. Aside from some group messages from the Fox Charm Society, there were also several private chats. Among them, of course, was a message from Dachui, instructing him to go to the Void Secret Realm at 6 p.m. to meet with representatives from the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau. Meanwhile, outside Feng's meditation room, a crowd had gathered, all sophomores. The one standing closest to the door was a young man with dark, tan skin. If it weren't for the student watch on his wrist, no one would have guessed he was a student. It couldn't be helped, the guy was incredibly tall and covered in muscle. He was a total muscle beast. Feng, get out here right now, or you'll be in for it. This man's name was Zhao Zhang, and he was considered one of the stronger students among the sophomores. He was furious because this training room belonged to him. When he came to train at 3 p.m., he found it occupied. After asking around, he learned it was Feng. Not only that, but he'd been knocking on the door for over 2 hours, and Feng still wouldn't come out and hand the room over to him. This was clearly a sign of disrespect, and with so many people around, he'd lost face completely. So he decided to teach Feng a lesson. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around. This is going to be quite a show. One is the Rookie King, and the other is Zhao Zhang, a seasoned powerhouse in his sophomore year. We're in for a real treat. The onlookers immediately wore expressions of eager anticipation. Feng, I know you're in there. If you've got the guts to hog my training room, don't just hide in there and refuse to open the door. Zhao Zhang roared, his anger boiling over. He suspected Feng was deliberately trying to humiliate him. When Feng came out later, he was going to give him a thorough beating. He didn't think Feng could go head-to-head with him. As a sophomore, he knew exactly how first years fared, even though Zhao Zhang hadn't taken first place in last year's freshman tournament. He had still managed to place exactly 10th, which had earned him quite a bit of fame. After securing that 10th place finish, he'd been full of himself and had even gotten into a confrontation with a sophomore in the Mana Tower. At the time, he'd thought he stood a chance, but reality had dealt him a resounding slap in the face. In barely 3 moves, he was pinned to the ground by that upperclassman, who even stomped on his face, an utterly humiliating experience. It was only then that he realized the insurmountable chasm between freshmen and upperclassmen. Even as fellow prodigies, the other had spent a full year training in the Mana Tower. What right did a newcomer like him have to think he could beat someone like that? Now that Zhao Zhang had become an upperclassman, so what if Feng was the freshman champion? He was still just a freshman. In a moment, Zhao Zhang would pin Feng to the ground and grind him into the mat within 3 moves. Then he'd stomp hard on Feng's face and humiliate him in front of everyone.
Just thinking about how the script would play out like this made Zhao Zheng feel a bit pleased. If Feng didn't come out now, it didn't matter when the mana tower closed in a moment. How could you possibly not come out? Today, you're definitely getting your ass kicked. Chapter 90, My Connection with Teacher Dio. Feng, you've got some nerve, how dare you occupy my training room? Before long, Feng emerged from the training room, and Zhao Zheng immediately stepped forward to block his path. Your training room? Feng put down his phone, feeling a bit speechless. Does your name say on the Mana Tower cultivation room? Or is this your private property? As far as I know, this is supposed to be a public facility, right? How did it become your cultivation room? Don't you know that the advanced cultivation rooms on the third floor all have their own owners? Zhao Zheng said with great smugness. In fact, this was indeed the case. Some of the stronger sophomores had long since claimed the advanced training rooms on the third floor as their own. This had practically become an unwritten rule among sophomores, and those with weaker abilities naturally dared not provoke them. As for juniors, they had long since moved on to the fourth and fifth floors, while freshmen were still on the second floor at best and couldn't even reach the third floor, so this was essentially the sophomores' domain. You're hogging the training room and not letting others use it, and you actually think you're in the right? Feng retorted. Fine. Looks like being crowned freshman champion has gone to your head. Since that's the case, as a senior, I'll just have to teach you a lesson. Zhao Zheng stretched his limbs, preparing to fight. Having his training room inexplicably occupied by a freshman for several hours and then being publicly talked back to was the ultimate loss of face. Naturally, he had to redeem himself. Meanwhile, some onlookers had naturally run to notify Diao Juchan, the guardian teacher on this floor. Feng, I'm giving you a chance to apologize right now. As long as... Whack! Before Zhao Zheng could finish his sentence, Feng sent him flying more than 10 meters away with a roundhouse kick, sending him tumbling like a soccer ball. You fucking ambushed me? Zhao Zheng never expected Feng to act so unscrupulously to strike before he even finished speaking. Attacking someone when they're down is pathetic. If you've got the guts, beat me fair and square. Zhao Zheng roared in fury, then immediately summoned his soul, the raging lion, and activated soul possession. Instantly, he grew taller and more muscular. First soul skill, Lioness Roar. Zhao Zheng unleashed his first soul skill immediately. Instantly, a massive lioness head nearly 2 meters tall and formed from condensed mana surged directly toward Feng. You'll be the perfect test subject for its power. Feng's third soul skill, Dragon Wave, was derived from his supreme grade beast soul, Primal Dragon Essence. Since obtaining it, he hadn't yet had the chance to test its true power. This battle against Zhao Zheng presented the perfect opportunity. However, the third soul ring of the Primal Dragon Essence was a 200,000-year-old configuration, and the system had further enhanced the soul skill. Therefore, Feng dared not use his full strength. He was confident that any soul master below level 50 would be killed in a single strike. Instead, he held back to just 1/3 of his power. Roar! A massive blue dragon appeared, condensed from mana and nearly solidified, looking just like a real dragon. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the area plummeted instantly. It was as if everyone had stepped into an ice cellar. Dragon Wave surged forward, swallowing Zhao Zheng's lion seal whole. Although its power had been slightly reduced, its momentum remained staggering. Oh no! Seeing this, Zhao Zheng hurriedly unleashed his second soul skill and activated the third-tier defensive battle armor he bought at great expense, attempting to withstand the Dragon Wave head-on. Boom! A deafening roar louder even than when Feng had previously pounded the mechanical golem echoed through the mana tower, felt by nearly everyone inside. As the roar subsided, everyone saw Zhao Zheng lying motionless on the ground. His third-tier defensive battle armor was now shattered, and countless bones throughout his body had been broken. Fortunately, Feng had only used 1/3 of his strength. Combined with the Lion Seal's earlier absorption of some of the impact and the physical enhancement from soul possession, Zhao Zheng had barely managed to withstand the blow. But Zhao Zheng's mind was in turmoil. This year's Rookie of the Year seemed far too strong. He had seen last year's winner of the freshman tournament, and had even fought against upperclassmen himself. Yet even they had only lasted 6 rounds before being knocked out. How could this year's Rookie of the Year have knocked him out with a single move? He couldn't wrap his head around it. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go.
Feng, is that it? You've already won?
Seeing Feng take down Zhao Zhang in a single move, the onlookers finally caught on, though deep down, they were all a bit stunned. Many of them had thought Feng stood a chance against Zhao Zhang, and most had even believed Zhao Zhang would definitely win. After all, there had never been a precedent at Seoul University in the imperial capital where a freshman had defeated an upperclassman. But given Feng's terrifying stats, they'd assumed Zhao Zhang's victory wouldn't come easily, that it might take dozens of rounds of back and forth before a winner emerged. Yet here it was, just one round, and Zhao Zhang was already sprawled on the ground, feigning injury? What they didn't know was that Feng hadn't even gone all out yet. What's going on? Who's fighting in the Mana Tower's training area? Just as everyone was stunned, a voice rang out. It was none other than Diao Juchang, the guardian teacher of the 3rd floor. They were very familiar with that voice.
This is going to be a show.
Fighting in the training area carries extremely severe penalties, someone remarked, while Zhao Zhang, lying on the ground,
after regaining some strength, struggled to sit up.
His eyes lit up. It was indeed a private fight, but he had a very slight connection to guardian teacher Diao Juchang. On the morning of the 8th of last month, he'd eaten fried dough sticks at the stall run by the 2nd cousin of his 3rd cousin's 4th son's 5th uncle's 6th maternal uncle. At the time, out of respect for him, the vendor hadn't charged him for the fried dough sticks. It was on the house. Based on that connection alone, teacher Diao would surely take his side, giving him a lighter punishment and Feng a harsher one. That way, he'd at least regain some face.
Just then, Diao Juchang walked over.
Upon seeing Zhao Zhang on the ground, his expression immediately turned stern.
Zhao Zhang, you actually dared to get into a private fight in my jurisdiction?
You've got some nerve, he scolded, then turned to look at the other person only to discover it was Feng.
His expression instantly softened. Feng, are you okay? Seeing that Feng was unscathed, Diao Juchang's internal assessment of Feng's potential rose another notch.
When the student who had alerted him earlier told him that Zhao Zhang and Feng were about to fight, he had rushed over immediately. After all, a freshman stands no chance against an upperclassman. He hurried over precisely to prevent Feng from getting beaten to a pulp by Zhao Zhang, but the moment he arrived, Zhao Zhang was already lying on the ground, beaten out cold.